Chapter 91. After rejecting the proposal, he continued to practice hard. 2 months later, he still couldn't find a suitable weapon on the campus network, so he had to give up the exchange on campus. He directly registered a new account on the Unity City trading platform, then put the equipment on it, set the inquiry standard, and went back to practice weapon skills. However, this time, within less than 10 minutes of putting it on the market, several people asked for prices, and they directly intercepted the weapon attributes. Chu Chung glanced at the attributes of these equipment and immediately became excited. Looking at the contacts again, they all had the suffix of a certain chamber of commerce. You still have to find professionals to buy things. There are not many rare epic equipment in the school, and it is difficult to find a matching one, but these chambers of commerce all have more than one. While he was stunned, 2 new inquiry information had already appeared on the communication screen. Chu Chung did not hesitate in this regard, and quickly browsed all the screenshots of the quotation sheet, and quickly selected an epic one-handed sword that was very compatible with the attributes of Bing Feng. Frostthorn, epic/dark purple, equipment type, one-handed sword. Equipment requirements: Constitution 50, Strength 50. Basic attack, 106/113 pierce. Additional attributes: Strength plus 15. Additional attributes: Agility plus 15. Additional features: Frost. Each attack adds 30 points of additional frost damage, and slows down the movement speed by 30 points, and the attack speed by 30%, lasting for 3 seconds. Skill/active. Frostthorn. Fires a Frostthorn to hit the target, reducing the target's movement speed and frost resistance by 100 points, and causing frost damage of 100% of the maximum attack per second, lasting for 7 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Evaluation. The extreme cold force that pierces the bone marrow wraps around the sword body. When Chu Chung saw this equipment, he chose it without hesitation. The attribute is very powerful, with both deceleration and burst, combined with ice. The burst in an instant is quite exaggerated. The bidder is a chamber of commerce called Hungan Trading Company Limited. Chu Chung took a look at the qualifications of the Chamber of Commerce and found that it is a time-honored brand with a history of more than 160 years. This is it. After confirming the transaction, the manager came to the school gate in person, and the transaction was completed in less than half an hour, and the Frostthorn was obtained. When the 2 ice attribute one-handed swords were combined, the crystal-like ice sword body had blue light flowing inside, and the appearance was very beautiful. With the weapons in hand, the preparations before the college entrance examination are basically over. Although there are still some flaws, such as equipment drilling. The epic one-handed sword can punch up to 6 holes, but he has no money. The first slot only needs 1 gold to be punched, the second slot needs 2 gold, the third slot needs 4 gold, the fourth slot needs 8 gold, and so on. The sixth slot needs 32 gold. It costs 63 gold in total to punch 6 slots in a piece of equipment without any slots. It costs 18 gold to embed all 6 holes with rare gems, and 81 gold in total. But this is the case when every time is successful. In fact, the success rate of punching holes is lower as time goes by. Once it fails, the upper limit of the hole punching of this equipment is locked, and there is no way to continue to open new slots. For example, if the ice frozen has 3 slots at the beginning, if the 4th slot fails, it means that the upper limit of the hole punching of this purple equipment will be reduced from 6 to 3, and the total value will be greatly reduced. This is not just because there are only 3 fewer slots, but because there are too few slots. It means that there is no way to embed enough magic runes to make a rune word. Epic quality weapons are already qualified to pay a high price to make a rune word. The so-called rune word is composed of multiple different types of magic runes, which are embedded in the equipment slots in a specific way. When all these specific magic runes are embedded in a piece of equipment, a special chemical reaction will occur, condensing into a powerful power core called rune word, giving the equipment very powerful magic properties. Let's put it this way. Any epic equipment embedded with a rune word that matches the equipment's attributes will instantly soar to a level that is not inferior to orange equipment. If the rune word is embedded with an orange equipment as the base material. Rune word also belongs to the enchantment system, and also requires a recipe, but the formula of rune word is extremely rare. Small forces don't say that they don't have it, and even if they do, they can't keep it. Only those top forces have the rune word formula. There is no top power in Unity City, so Unity City cannot get access to the rune words. You can only wait until you get into a higher education institution, where you will definitely have them. So Chu Chung is now only thinking about embedding some gems to increase attributes, and has not considered the top enchantment of rune words at all. So far, Everything that can be prepared has been prepared, and the next step is to wait for the college entrance examination. In a month, Chu Chung has only one staff weapon skill left that is still at the entry level, and all other new weapon skills have been upgraded to proficiency. When he came out of the training ground and opened the communication, there were two new messages. One was from the family, in the name of the clan leader, to all the clan members who were about to take the college entrance examination. The message was sent to the group. There is an additional message below the blessing message, which is the family's routine funding. As long as you can successfully enter a higher education institution, you will be rewarded with a subsidy of 10 gold. If you can enter a first-class institution, the family will reward you with a subsidy of 50 gold. If you can enter a top-tier institution, the family will directly reward you with a subsidy of 100 gold. Chu Chung looked at it and smiled knowingly. Although his cheap father was very stingy, the family was still okay, and this reward was generous. Another message came from the class teacher. The college entrance examination is about to begin. Come to the classroom immediately and prepare to report your status. He quickly returned to the dormitory, took a simple shower and went out. It was still the 5th class classroom. Chu Chung returned to his seat and sat down. Soon Zhang Chunlei and others came back, greeted him, and sat down. Facing the most important juncture in life, they were not in the mood to chat. When the gathering time came, the head teacher Duan Yuqing pushed the door open and walked in. Standing in front of the podium, she said to them directly, "There are still 2 days before the college entrance examination, but today and tomorrow you must report your status in advance, including level, attributes, and equipment. On the day of the college entrance examination, you will take the exam according to the reported status. You are not allowed to change equipment during the exam. Once discovered, it will be treated as cheating. Everyone follow me." After that, she went out directly, regardless of whether there were any students who were late. Chu Chung was surprised to find that there were only a dozen people in the class. He asked Zhang Hong curiously, "Are these the only ones? Not waiting for others?" Zhang Hong shook his head and said, "These are the only ones. Others will not take the college entrance examination." "Why?" Zhang Hong looked back at him in surprise and said, "Don't you know that not everyone has the ability to enter a higher education institution? If you feel that your strength is not good enough, you cannot take the college entrance examination and directly graduate and enter the society. Isn't this too few? It's quite a lot. It's good to have more than a dozen people in our ordinary class. The data reporting is very simple. The school does not need to register his attribute data and equipment data. Instead, his current status will be recorded through a special magic circle and then transmitted to the college entrance examination committee for backup. When the college entrance examination is held, it will be tested again to determine whether it is consistent. As long as there is any inconsistency, it will be considered cheating and the college entrance examination qualification will be cancelled. 2 hours later, Chu Chung finished the backup and then waited for the college entrance examination to begin. Chapter 92. The college entrance examination in this era is divided into 2 major stages. The first major stage is called screening. First of all, those who have no talent and whose level is lower than level 15 are not qualified for the college entrance examination. If you have talent, your level will be ignored. The screening is divided into 3 rounds, with 10 challenge targets in each round. The round you enter, and the score of defeating the target in each round determine the right to apply for the school. This year's screening is not much different from previous years. With your strength, it should be no problem to enter the 3rd round. Try to go further in the 3rd round. This will determine the level of the school you apply for. Duan Yuqing handed a stack of information to Chu Chung and said in a deep voice, "Only by entering the 3rd round and going to the back can you be qualified to apply for the top schools. Work hard and hope to hear good news from you." Chu Chung nodded seriously. "I will work hard." "Well, go." Coming out of the teacher's office, Chu Chung checked the information in his hand as he walked. By the time he had finished looking at the dormitory, he had a rough understanding of the college entrance examination. The first round is not difficult. The main difficulty is in the 3rd round. As long as you reach the 3rd round and defeat more than 5 targets, you will definitely get into a first-class university. Guarantee a first-class university. Strive for a top-class university. Chu Chung clenched his fist and made up his mind. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, they received a message from the school group and quickly gathered at the playground. A large magic airship arrived and took them away from the school to the nearby TS city. Yutai City is just a small city. There are not many students who are qualified for the college entrance examination, and there is no condition to set up an examination center. They can only go to Tia City, the capital of Tianshui Province, with students from many surrounding cities to take the examination together. There is a higher education institution in Tia City, named Tianshui High School, and its full name is Tia City College of Higher Education. It is the only first-class high school in Tianshui Province. The college entrance examination of the entire Tianshui Province is held in Tianshui High School, the only first-class university in Tianshui Province. After more than 10 hours of flight, the magic airship appeared above a group of mountains that stretched for an unknown distance. From a distance, a magic light column that reached the sky between the mountains in front was seen. The light column was dazzling, and something could be seen moving around the light column, but it was too far away to see clearly. When the magic airship slowly approached, it could be seen that the sky-high light column was more spectacular than imagined. The dazzling light column with a diameter of kilometers rose from the mountains and directly penetrated into a huge thundercloud vortex above the sky. The diameter of this thundercloud vortex is probably hundreds of kilometers, formed by the confluence of countless thunders. From time to time, thick lightning would burst out, and the world would suddenly light up at this moment. Around this pillar of light, 9 towering spires stand, covered with magic patterns and surrounded by magic aura. In the mountains a little further away, there are spires of different heights, also covered with magic patterns and surrounded by magic aura. This pillar of light, and the towers surrounding it are all magic towers, and are also part of Tianshui High School. When the magic airship approaches Tianshui High School, you can see the magnificence of this higher education institution. Before, the distance was too far, and only the general outline could be seen. Now you can watch the magic towers that are like skyscrapers up close. The strong magic aura is constantly expanding and contracting, which makes people's hearts sway. The magic airship stopped near a magic tower on the edge of Tianshui High School. Below is a huge platform. Several magic airships from other places have already stopped in the sky. Boys and girls of similar ages walked out of it, most of them looking around with awe. Chu Cheng and his group left the magic airship and heard someone shouting loudly, "Gather at Yutai No. 5 Middle School. Don't run around or make loud noises." The leader of this team was Vice Principal Zhang Erxin, who was in his 40s. He organized the team with several class teachers and shouted, "The first stage of the college entrance examination screening will start tomorrow. You will rest in Tianshui High School tonight. Remember not to run around, don't contact irrelevant people, and don't think about cheating." The tiger's eyes flashed, and the students didn't dare to look at each other. Then he discussed with a staff member, who was probably from Tianshui High School, clapped his hands, and said, "Now line up and follow me according to class ranking. Class 1 will follow." After that, he set off with the staff of Tianshui High School. The students immediately followed, and Chu Cheng followed behind honestly. Behind the square, there is a huge dormitory area, all of which are high-rise dormitory buildings with 20 or 30 floors, one after another, lined up to a very far place. Chu Cheng could see more than 20 buildings with his naked eyes, and if he added the ones behind, it would be no problem to accommodate more than 50,000 people. There was nothing to say next, so he went to sleep. The college entrance examination was approaching, and it was a strange place, so no one was in the mood to go out and play. The next morning, he woke up early, washed up simply, and took the initiative to go downstairs to gather in the square. The streams of people gathered and formed squares of different sizes with each school. Chu Cheng saw 50 or 60 squares at a glance. There were dozens of people in a square, and hundreds of people in a square. The 50 or 60 squares added up to 3,000 or 4,000 people. With so many people, according to the previous elimination rate, at least half of them would not be able to enter higher education institutions, and the remaining 90% could only enter ordinary higher education institutions. Thousands of students were waiting in the square. When the time came, a bell rang from somewhere. Then, the circle of magic light on the surface of the towering mage tower in the center of the square suddenly expanded, and the gate slowly opened. A group of men and women in uniform walked out of it, and gathered there to discuss for a while. Suddenly, a huge voice echoed in the square, "Get ready to enter. Tia City No. 1 High School." The team closest to the mage tower set off and lined up to enter the mage tower. Yutai City ranked last among the cities in Tianshui Province, so they had been waiting for more than 2 hours before hearing the name of their school. Chu Cheng exhaled and followed the team. Entering the mage tower, the entrance was like passing through a layer of space crystal wall into another space. Yes, it was another space, because the mage tower they entered was not the imagined internal building structure, but another huge square, which was even larger than the one outside. There were stone pillars standing around the square, with a large platform in the center. In the center of the platform was an isosceles triangle teleportation light gate, and many staff members in uniform stood outside the light gate. The College Entrance Examination Committee is an organization jointly established by all the top forces of human civilization, which is responsible for the selection of candidates for the college entrance examination. The so-called college entrance examination is actually a talent selection examination jointly organized by all the forces of human civilization. It is just like the sects in many fairy tales opening their gates to recruit disciples, but in the form of college entrance examinations. The reason for this is that the current power structure of human civilization is centered on higher education institutions. When the human world was captured by the Chaos Realm and fell into the Chaos Realm, it was extremely chaotic at the beginning. At that time, there were all kinds of people, sects, gangs, and various warlord organizations emerging one after another. Chapter 93. This situation lasted for hundreds of years, until several top universities in the old era cultivated a group of top powerhouses through scientific systems, and seized the dominant position of human civilization. At this point, the academic clique stepped onto the stage of human rule. Facts have proved that the training system of the academic clique is obviously superior to other systems. So other forces followed suit and formed academic clique forces one after another, called academies. The most critical reserve force training system of the academy system, the college entrance examination, is naturally more important. Human civilization is not safe. There are many destiny civilizations that are not inferior to humans in the chaotic realm, and there are also many powerful natural disasters. In order for human civilization to survive and reduce internal friction, the forces signed a contract and jointly formed a neutral force, the College Entrance Examination Committee, which is specifically responsible for the college entrance examination. The College Entrance Examination Committee is responsible for the unified college entrance examination of the entire civilization, also known as the unified examination. The first step is to select those with excellent grades, and the second step is for these excellent students to apply for each academy. To put it bluntly, the college entrance examination is to draw a screening standard line first. Only those who exceed the standard line are eligible to apply for the self-assessment of each higher education institution, which is commonly known as the College Entrance Examination Volunteer Application. Everyone has 5 volunteer application opportunities, that is, 5 opportunities to participate in the self-assessment of each institution. If you pass the assessment, you can join this force. If all 5 volunteer application assessments fail, you can either go home and enter the society, or accept the transfer and join any institution that has not been fully enrolled. There is no repetition of the exam, and there is no second college entrance examination. Everyone has only one chance. Everyone come here to review the registration data first. Next to the high platform portal, there is a row of small doors with rippling lights inside. Students are guided by staff to enter the doors and undergo inspection. That is, to review the data reported previously, which is a standard procedure. Students pass through the small doors one by one, and all pass the test, and no one cheats. Chu-Chung also passes the test quickly, and then follows the team to the portal, and enters it like everyone else. The space changes, and when you look again, you have arrived in an independent room. It is a very ordinary stone room, with smooth stone walls all around, and only a wooden door in front of you, which is also bare, with only a simple wooden handle. Chu-Cheng's eyes turned around as soon as he came in, and then focused on the light screen that popped up in front of him, which showed the first stage of the Joint Unified Examination of Higher Education Institutions of Human Civilization, the first round, defeat the opponent in the next room, progress 0 out of 10. There is a 1-minute countdown in the upper right corner, and the countdown is begun at this time. Chu-Chung grinned, closed the panel, stretched out his hand to press the door handle and twisted it. The door opened, and there was light inside. Stepping in, the space changed again. Looking again, it was a huge platform suspended in the abyss, as big as a football field, surrounded by magic barriers. He stood on one end, and on the other end stood a thick light column, with a 10-second countdown on the light column. It's finally started. Chu-Chung opened his arms, and twisted his body. His muscles and bones creaked. He strode towards the light column, and at the same time, he swung his hands, and 2 ice crystal swords emitting fierce cold appeared in his hands. The 10-second countdown flashed, and the light column suddenly lit up and disappeared. In its place, an extremely strong orc with green skin appeared. Orc veteran, elite, a battle-hardened orc warrior, level 20, 1800 HP. After a brief moment of confusion, the orc swung his mace and slammed it on the ground, roaring, and strode towards Chu-Chung. Space mark. Quickly marking the orc, Chu Chung accelerated forward, and the moment he came into contact with the orc veteran, he accurately tapped the frost thorn with his right hand. With a crisp clang, the mace that the orc veteran swung with all his might was tapped and flew backwards, his body tilted. The frozen crystal sword accurately pierced the orc veteran's chest, the ice crystal sword entered his body, the gray-white cold air spread from the wound, the blood that flowed out froze, and his movements were instantly choked. -242, -30, -100. The two swords tapped lightly, and the sword tips accurately tapped the wrist of the roaring orc veteran, and the cold air accumulated, causing his speed to drop sharply. Dang! After several consecutive stabs, he raised his sword to block the mace, raised his sword and chopped it down with force. The arm that had been hit for more than 10 times, and was frozen was cut off. He swept it horizontally, and the hideous head flew up. The elite monster of only level 20 was no different from an ordinary monster to Chu Chung at this time. The normal attack was as high as 300, plus the space mark, talent rebound, and crushing strength and agility, it was effortless. When the orc veteran died, the body quickly melted and disappeared, and then 2 beams of light fell, one fell on him, quickly restored all his states, and reset all skill CDs. The other beam of light fell on the previous position, and there was another countdown on it, but it was not 10 seconds but 60 seconds. 60 seconds passed in a flash, and soon the beam of light disappeared, revealing a human warrior wearing heavy armor and holding a shield in one hand. Still level 20, elite template, 2200 HP. As soon as the human warrior appeared, he held the shield in his hand and immediately charged at Chu Chung. He crossed his 2 swords in front of him, and with a loud bang, the charge hit the center of the crossed swords. Chu Chung did not move at all, but the human warrior was bounced back a step. The difference in physique and strength was too great, even combat skills could not shake it. The shield warrior's defense was obviously stronger than the power-type orc, and the damage of the general attack was suppressed to less than 200, but the difference was not big. Relying on the all-round suppression of attributes and skills, the opponent was suppressed throughout the whole process, and it was difficult to even fight back. Barely holding on for 10 seconds, he was finally killed by breaking through the defense. The corpse melted, and 2 more beams of light fell. 60 seconds later, the third opponent was a strength-sensitive warrior holding 2 swords like him. In just 5 seconds, he was forcibly broken through the block and killed by a frenzy. Then the 4th round opponent was a stealth fighter, who had already disappeared before the light column disappeared, so he didn't have time to mark him. He tried his best to sense his traces, but his own perception was not very high, so he couldn't sense the stealth target. But it was useless, he just stood there motionless, and remained unchanged in the face of all changes. More than 10 seconds later, the stealth fighter finally couldn't help but appear from behind him and attacked. And then, there was nothing else, he caught the opportunity to mark him, and he had nowhere to hide. He turned on the swift acceleration and chased him with a huge force, which directly exploded more than 1,000 huge damages, and because the difference between his own strength and the opponent's physique was too large, he triggered the crushing, and directly cut off half of his shoulder with a sword. Then he stabbed 3 times with the sword and killed him easily. Too easy. Chu Chung recalled that when he faced the first elite small boss of more than 10 levels, he had to use various tactics to avoid rebounds, and it took a lot of effort to kill him. Now he didn't need anything, and he easily crushed him head-on. A minute later, the 5th opponent appeared, a long-range shooter. As soon as he appeared, he distanced himself and fired a freezing magic arrow, followed by a string of arrows. Chu Chung did not dodge or evade, but took the attack head-on, nor did he approach. He just marked it first, then took out his own accurate heart-piercing longbow, drew the bow, and put an arrow on it, and shot at it. Chapter 94. Although he has not learned the bow and arrow combat skills, Chu Chung has mastered the bow weapon skills now. In addition, the precision piercer has its own accuracy, and the trajectory correction is increased by 1, so the hit rate is very high. In addition, there is an additional 100 real damage from the space mark and talent rebound. The 2 sides sniped, he stood still and shot, and the opponent made various tactical moves, and occasionally showed off his archery combat skills, but the result was that his health was stable, while the opponent was shot by him and kept dodging. There were still no accidents, and he killed this opponent in less than 2 minutes. Next is the 5th opponent. I don't know what type it is. Although the difficulty is not high, Chu Chung did not feel bored, but was looking forward to it. Because the opponents matched in the college entrance examination copy space are of different types. The first one is a strength type, the second one is a meat shield profession, the third one is an agile assassin type, and the 4th one is a long-range shooter. 10 opponents, covering almost all types, can fully detect the strengths and weaknesses of a player. A minute later, the 6th opponent appeared in front of Chu Cheng. He was a human mage wearing a robe and holding a staff. After appearing, he immediately cast a spell to bless himself with a series of buffs and mage armor. He put the staff in his hand on the ground and began to chant and cast. Chu Cheng became alert and decisively activated the swiftness. He briefly accumulated power and turned into lightning that soared into the sky and hit the mage. The mage reacted very quickly and quickly withdrew the chanting. He raised his right hand, which had 4 magic rings on it. One of them lit up, and the light rippled. The person disappeared, flashing to 50 meters away in an instant, and turned around and pointed the staff. Chu Cheng, who was hit by the angry thunder and fell to the ground and hit nothing, felt that something was happening to him, and disappeared in an instant. With a glance, he saw transparent small words sliding past the corner of his eye. Elite Mage cast the spell Human Immobilization on you. Fortitude saving throw. Fortitude saving throw passed. You are immune to the spell Human Immobilization. In the swift state, the speed is super fast, and he jumped over 7 or 8 meters in one stride. The Elite Mage reached out again, and another magic ring lit up. A long magic rope appeared above Chu Cheng's head and fell on him, wrapping around him like a snake to tie him up. But Chu Cheng's power was too strong, and he broke the magic rope while running. 2 consecutive spells failed, and the Elite Mage looked a little surprised but did not panic. He just calmly paused the staff in his hand, and one of the 3 gems on the top of the staff lit up. In an instant, a fierce cold air exploded in a ring, freezing Chu Cheng, who just rushed over. Elite Mage cast Frost Nova on you. Fortitude saving throw. Fortitude saving throw failed. You are frozen. The mage's face lit up, and he immediately took out a scroll to activate it. A ball of flame emerged and expanded rapidly. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand, and 4 magic rings lit up one by one. Fireball, Missile Storm, Ice Lance, and Lightning Beam were almost formed at the same time and bombarded Chu Cheng. Elite Mage cast Frost Nova on you. Fortitude saving throw. Fortitude saving throw passed. You are immune to the freezing effect. Blade Storm. -214, -186, -225. Chu Cheng, who passed the Fortitude saving throw after being frozen for only 1 second, decisively activated the Blade Storm. The natural damage reduction is 100, the Blade Storm reduces damage by 30%, and a 33% magic resistance is added, a total damage reduction of 63%. In one round of explosion, the damage that should have exceeded 2,000 was greatly reduced to just over 600. The Blade Storm shattered the frost on the ground and quickly rolled towards the Elite Mage, quickly engulfing him in it, and a lot of high damage soared in an instant. The defense of the mage's armor was greatly reduced by the dozen missile storms that bounced back before, and the following Blade Storm quickly shattered under the 550 damage per second. The Elite Mage reacted very quickly, activated the magic props on his body, and immediately added a layer of arcane shield. At this time, the Blade Storm just ended. The moment the blade disappeared, Chu Cheng stomped his foot, and the trampling boots with the skill trampled and exploded, causing physical damage of strength *5 to ground targets within a radius of 3 meters, slowing down by 30%, lasting for 3 seconds. The damage of up to 865 shook the arcane shield and twisted it. Chu Cheng raised his 2 swords and flashed, and a frenzy of 8 consecutive attacks broke out in an instant. -213, skill 70% basic damage. -30, Eye Seal with Frost damage. -100, the space mark has real damage. This was just one of the attacks. The arcane shield was broken after half of the frenzy 8 attacks. The remaining 3 attacks hit the target, and hit the Elite Mage to a low health. Chu Cheng took the huge force attack without hesitation, and the burst of over 1,000 hits split the Elite Mage in half on the spot. Huh? The mage is indeed difficult to deal with. Compared with the previous few kitchen knife professions that can be easily crushed without using combat skills, it took most of the skills to successfully kill this Elite Mage. But it is only a little difficult, not threatening. The light column fell, and all his skill CDs were reset. 1 minute later, the 7th opponent appeared. It was a level 20 ferocious ape with full physical strength and speed, but no skills. This opponent has no tactics to speak of, just go for it, and kill it head on. The 8th opponent is a level 20 elite fire element from the fire element realm. This thing attacks with fire damage, and it has to bear fire damage all the time in close combat. It also has many fire-related spells, which is very difficult to deal with. But for Chu Cheng, it is no different from the previous opponent the Violent Ape, and it is just as hard to kill. The ninth opponent is a level 20 elite necromancer, and there are more than 100 undead of about 10 levels summoned by the necromancer. This level tests the ability of group battles, whether it is beheading the necromancer or killing all the undead head-on. It is difficult for a general profession to deal with so many summons alone. Even the tank profession cannot withstand the siege of so many undead. But for Chu Cheng, this is the easiest of all the opponents in the first stage. In just less than a minute, the necromancer and the more than 100 undead summoned were all killed. 1 minute later, the light column disappeared, and the 10th opponent slowly appeared. When Chu Cheng saw the appearance of the 10th opponent, he was surprised. Isn't it so tricky? Mind Flayer, Elite Abyss Mind Flayer, level 20, 1500 health. This guy floated up as soon as he appeared and pointed. Mind Blast. Chu Cheng's head tilted back as if hit by a hammer, and a 200 damage reduction appeared on his head, and his brain was blank for a moment. When he came to his senses, he was already in a negative state of Mind Whip Moss, which could cause about 20 mental damage per second after absorbing 100 points of talent. He glanced at the transparent light curtain in the corner of his eyes, and a will immunity check information would slide by every second, but unfortunately his will was too low, and he could not be exempted at all. Chu Cheng quickly took out the precision heart piercer, and shot an arrow at the floating Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer stretched out his hand, and waved lightly, and the arrow deflected and flew past the Mind Flayer. What the hell? Checking the light screen at the corner of his eye, it showed that the angle of the arrow was distorted by the pull of the mind. Chapter 95. Psychic power is a very magical and strange power that directly acts on the mind and soul. It is not a spell, so most defensive spells cannot defend against it. But it is not real damage. The ability of this Mind Flayer is very strange, and it floats in the air, so Chu Cheng can't reach it at all. If it were another melee professional, he would really be at a loss. But unfortunately, the power of the mind cannot bypass the talent, and can still rebound. The powerful Mind Blast is like a sledgehammer hitting the brain every time, making Chu Cheng dizzy. The Mind Whip is like hanging a string of firecrackers on his head, continuously hitting his spirit. In addition, there are mind barriers, mind traction, soul devouring, etc. There are not many means, but they are completely impossible to defend, and can only be carried hard. Fortunately, this Mind Flayer is not of high level, and its direct burst ability is insufficient. After a round of Mind Burst, Chu Cheng only lost more than 300 blood points, while the Mind Flayer has lost half of its blood points. After only 3 reincarnations, he was shot to death. As soon as the Heart Flayer died, a light screen popped up in front of Chu Cheng, showing, the first round of challenges has ended, with a record of 10 wins and 0 losses. Do you want to continue the second round of challenges? Chu Cheng confirmed without hesitation. Continue the challenge. According to past experience, only those who have completed the first round of challenges with at least 9 wins, and then completed the second round of challenges with at least 7 wins, and the third round of challenges with at least 5 wins are eligible to apply for first-class institutions. That is the minimum application score. Yes, higher education institutions do not require you to win all 10 battles. This is difficult to do, because different professions have their strengths and weaknesses. For a tank class, it is basically difficult to deal with fast-ranged units, not to mention mages and flying air units. Most melee classes cannot deal with an undead mage with hundreds of summoned units, and it is also difficult to deal with an elite mage. So the failure of the most difficult challenges does not have a big impact. If you lose, you lose, just try your best. But then again, if you can succeed in a challenge where you are at a disadvantage, it will be a huge plus. When he confirmed the second round of challenges, a beam of light fell from the sky, and in addition to quickly restoring all his states and resetting all skill CDs, there was also a faint spatial fluctuation. When the beam of light disappeared, he had already appeared in another battlefield. It was not much different from the first one, except that the venue was expanded a lot, from the size of a football field to about the size of 3 football fields. After a 1-minute countdown, a fully armed human two-handed swordsman walked out of the teleportation beam. Elite Warrior, Elite a battle-hardened Elite Warrior, level 25, 3,000 blood. The warrior saluted him, raised his sword and charged at Chu Cheng. Dang! Just like the first opponent in the previous round, Chu Cheng easily blocked the opponent's charge. The 5th floor of the Mage Tower is a huge workshop, divided into blocks like an internet cafe, filled with workbenches, and suspended on them are mirror-like projection screens, showing scenes of battle spaces. Most of the screens are white, and the battle scenes inside are different, but basically include 10 different types of players. Many staff members patrolled in front of rows of light screens, stopping from time to time to observe the battle on a certain light screen. There were many light screens and many staff members, but the workshop was extremely quiet, and even the footsteps were very light. At a certain moment, one of the light screens suddenly lit up and attracted the attention of a nearby staff member. He quickly walked over, and saw that the edge of the light screen had changed from white to green. His face did not change. He just calmly checked the light screen number, then downloaded all the videos of the previous round and sent them to his superiors. The 6th floor of the Mage Tower is also a huge workshop. However, most of the workbenches were not turned on, and only a few were turned on. The edges of the light screens that popped up were green, and the battle scenes displayed on them were all students who had entered the 2nd floor. After Chu Cheng's information was passed to the staff on the 6th floor, they simply checked it and reopened a new workbench. The light screen popped up, and it showed his battle scene. At this time, he was facing the 3rd opponent, corresponding to the 1st round, a strength-sensitive opponent. For Chu Cheng, the 1st round was not much different from the 2nd round. It was just that his HP was higher, his attack was higher, and his attributes were higher. He was much stronger, but there was no qualitative difference. He was still at the stage of being easily crushed by him. The 4th opponent was also a stealth player, and he was already stealthed in the light column. The same tactics, stay the same in the face of change, wait for him to attack and mark him immediately, and then nothing happened. The 5th opponent was a half-elf archer. This time, he didn't stand and shoot like in the last round. He charged the thunder shot for 1 second, turned into lightning, and jumped over to knock the half-elf archer unconscious, and then all his skills, including weapon skills, were fully activated, and a set of silky combos killed him in seconds. The 6th opponent was a level 25 elite mage. Having had experience dealing with the mage in the previous round, he used the same trick to trick the mage into casting a life-saving spell, activated the Blade Storm before being frozen, and finally killed him in 1 second with full firepower. The 7th opponent was a spider drow with full physical strength, agility, and a maximum of physical strength. The 8th opponent was a fire element in the previous round, and this round was a level 25 elite ice element. The 9th opponent was a necromancer in the previous round, and this round was a summoner. Although the number of summons was not as many as the necromancer, the quality was good. He actually summoned a level 25 elite giant bear beast, and 8 level 25 ordinary beasts. The 10th opponent was a mind flayer in the previous round, and this round was a demon wizard who was good at demon summoning and blasphemous holy words, which was extremely disgusting. When Chu Cheng defeated the last opponent in the 2nd round, his name appeared on the 7th floor of the Mage Tower. This floor is not as big as the 2 floors below, and there are not many staff around, but the office of the College Entrance Examination Committee is here, and its main management personnel are also here. The staff came to the 1st row and opened a new workbench for him. The edge of the light curtain is blue, and a label was specially affixed on it, with his name, school, and basic information such as record. There are only 5 newly opened workbenches on the entire 7th floor. This means that at this moment, there are thousands of people in the entire Qinzhui City examination room, and only 5 people have defeated 10 opponents in the 2nd round in a row and embarked on the 3rd round of challenges. Several staff members did not show any surprise, but they still stood in front of these light curtains and pointed when they had nothing to do. At this time, a middle-aged man came over and recorded, all those who have more than 5 wins and more than 7 wins in the 3rd round should be recorded separately, and there must be no mistakes. Chapter 96. The 3 rounds of the college entrance examination are actually not much different. The opponents in each round are basically fixed types, but the fixed types are slightly adjusted in each round, so that they are not too boring. However, Chu Cheng still feels that the difficulty is not enough. After his own unremitting efforts, plus some insignificant assistance from the Golden Finger, his strength at this time is too strong for the current student stage. Even though the opponent in the 3rd round has reached level 30, which is another level compared to those below level 30, and his strength has indeed changed to a certain extent, he is still not as good as him. The first opponent in the 3rd round is a level 30 elite ogre, and his weapon is also a mace, with a strength of at least 80 points. Bloodthirsty, sweeping, and heavy hitting. Chu Cheng avoided the elite ogre's crazy hammer like a leaf, without losing a hair. At the 3rd level, there is no need to rush to progress. The first 2 levels depend on your clearance speed, and the 3rd level depends on how many you can win. With flexible steps, he easily dodged the wild attacks of the ogre, and occasionally the tip of the sword lightly tapped the ogre's body to create a long wound. He still suppressed it comprehensively, and it didn't take much effort to grind this thick-skinned elite ogre to death. Then came the second opponent, a familiar tank type. However, this time it was not the tank profession in the previous 2 rounds, but a druid who turned into a bear. Not only was his skin thick and his flesh thick, but he also had many combat skills that normal beasts did not have. There were 7 or 8 types of combat skills, such as charge, sweep, thunderstrike, heavy strike, etc., and the huge bear paw rushed up and blew on his face. Chu Cheng started with the sword storm to reduce the damage and withstand this round of burst, and then turned on the frost thorn to slow down the target, and then hit the target with a huge force, frenzy, and a round of burst directly crippled the target. Even if a level 30 elite has more than 6,000 HP, it can't withstand his full fire burst. Then the next opponent is just like the previous 2 rounds, and the third round of tests still poses no threat to him. Whether it is a stealth, a long-range shooter, or a mage. His current physique, HP, toughness, life regeneration, skills and speed, defense and resistance are far superior to those of the same level, plus talents and skills to reduce damage. His survivability is fully maximized. The attack power has 2 epic weapons. At this stage, it is estimated that not many people can equip 2 epic weapons at the same time. Huh? A staff member suddenly heard the reminder bell ringing, and quickly came to the light screen where Chu Cheng was, carefully checked a little, and then looked at the progress of other players around, with a hint of surprise on his face. Interesting. At this time, another staff member came over, glanced at the light screen, and asked curiously, 5 consecutive wins so quickly? Yes. Where are you from? Tianshui? Isn't it Yantai City No. 5 Middle School? Yantai City No. 5 Middle School? Such an elite school in such a remote place has such an elite. It's rare. It's quite rare. The previous staff member registered Chu Cheng's information while talking. Another staff member on the side called up the previous battle records, read them one by one, and nodded. This guy is not ordinary. It seems that he has no shortcomings at all, and he won 10 games in the first and second rounds, and never lost a game. Mark it, and push it to the examiner later. Okay. The 2 did not stay here for long, because someone next to them had won 5 games in the third round. Chu Cheng was the first to achieve 5 wins in the third round, but he was not the only one. In the huge Tianshui provincial examination hall with thousands of people, there were still many people who could keep up with his progress. Chu Cheng didn't know how many people were watching him. He just tried his best to defeat his opponents one by one without holding back. It's the college entrance examination. This is not the time to play dumb and eat the tiger. After working so hard for so long, he wants to make a splash in the college entrance examination and win a good starting point and platform for himself. In human civilization, the various academic cliques are roughly divided into 3 major strata, namely the lowest level of ordinary higher education institutions, first-class institutions, and the top-level top-class academic cliques. To use a more vivid adjective, the top-class institutions are equivalent to Chu Cheng's 985 in his previous life, the first-class institutions are equivalent to the 211 in his previous life, and the ordinary institutions are not to mention. Everything below these 2 is. Chu Cheng's minimum standard is 211, and if there is a chance, he will naturally strive to get into 985. No matter which top-class institution it is, no matter how bad it is far better than any first-class institution. These top-class academic cliques have a long heritage, and the resources they control are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Large and super-large domain copies, inheritance of heroes above the upper level, guidance from gods and demons, experience and knowledge of being promoted to extraordinary and legendary as well as gods and demons, various top power systems, etc. These are all resources that the lower-level institutions do not have. If you are admitted to the top school, as long as your strength meets the requirements, these resources and information can be obtained at a symbolic price. If you want to reach the top, you must have a good platform. The 6th opponent is a level 30 Dragon Vein Warlock. While having a strong spellcasting ability, he also has a strong physique and strength as well as melee ability. In theory, this is stronger than a pure mage, but it is easier for Chu Cheng to deal with. His willpower was too low, and he could not be immune to many of the mage's control spells related to willpower. He was easily controlled and beaten in one round of burst. Warlocks do not have as many fancy spells as mages. Warlock spells are basically known for their lethality, which is easier for him to deal with than mages. The 7th opponent was a half-dragon man with full physique, strength, agility, and perception, and he also knew several powerful class spells. It was not much different from the 6th round Dragon Vein Warlock, but at 2 extremes, mainly close combat. This opponent took Chu Cheng a lot of time. He first fought hard in one round of burst, then pulled away and kite, relying on the powerful life regeneration of the blood god body to drag until all combat skills cooled down, and then killed him in the second round of burst. The 8th opponent was a level 30 elite storm element. Not only could it fly, but it also had a powerful spellcasting ability, and it would spray a lightning bolt every 3 seconds to hit the surrounding enemies. This type of occupation is very restrained against the kitchen knife profession. If there is no spatial refraction talent, if the talent is not upgraded, it will really fail here. But there is no if in the world. Chu Cheng finally relied on the talent damage absorption and rebound, plus the extra damage of the space mark and the precise piercer to fight against the storm element, and wore away the last bit of blood of the storm element. The talent rebounds 100 real damage, and the space mark adds an additional 100 real damage. Each arrow can steadily consume 250 more blood. Remember, you must get some long-range ability next time. This defect will become more and more exaggerated later. Without any combat skills, it will be difficult to win with talent alone when you encounter a higher level opponent of this type next time. A minute later, the 9th opponent appeared in front of him. It was a VRO demon, summoning more than 100 demons of different sizes between levels 10 and 30. This is equivalent to an upgraded version of the undead mage, and the difficulty is very high. But again, as long as the number is up, it will be the same result for Chu Cheng. Chapter 97. Someone won 10 games in a row? When Zhu Qingfei, the chief examiner in charge of the current college entrance examination in Tianshui province, received the message from his staff, he was very surprised. He looked at the time, and the current progress of many first-tier players who had registered. He stretched out his hand and brushed his beard, nodded and said, Tianshui province ranks first in the current college entrance examination, and won all 3 rounds, which is very good. He took Chu Cheng's information and checked it carefully, including all the battles in the 3rd round. After reading it all, he pondered for a while and said, list it as the best of the best, make multiple copies of the information, and send 1 copy to the recruitment department of all top-tier schools. The deputy beside him asked, don't first-class schools send it? Zhu Qingfei shook his head and said, first-class schools are not worthy of him. In the battle space, after Chu Cheng won 10 games in a row in the 3rd round, he was automatically teleported to an independent space. A light screen popped up in front of him, with display. Congratulations to Chu Cheng for completing all 3 rounds of challenges. Your results are 10 wins and 0 losses in the first round, 10 points, 10 wins and 0 losses in the second round, 20 points, 10 wins and 0 losses in the third round, 30 points, and a total score of 60 points. Your results are excellent. According to the college entrance examination rules, you can choose to apply for your wishes now, or you can leave temporarily. You only need to choose to apply for a university within the next 2 months. Please note that if you fail to complete the application within 2 months, or are eliminated in all 5 applications, you will be adjusted according to the regulations. If you do not accept the adjustment, you will lose the opportunity to enter a higher education institution. Chu Cheng saw a button to apply for wishes below the series of prompts. He tapped it lightly, and the screen turned, and 3 new buttons appeared, namely ordinary schools, first-class schools, and top-class schools. There was also a 5 on the side, representing 5 chances. Without thinking, he directly clicked on the top-class schools. The screen turned again, and a row of familiar school names appeared on the screen. When his eyes fell on the names of these school names, the basic introduction of the school immediately emerged. Hall of Judgment, Temple of Order, Throne of War, Elden Ring, Wizard Kingdom, 10,000 Dragons Tower, Hall of All Laws, Nether Ring, 9 Rings of Hell, Tower of the Abyss, Throne of Elements, Tower of Stars, Human Civilization. There are only 12 top-class schools, which are also the 12 strongest forces in human civilization, and the 12 permanent chairmen of the Supreme Round Table Council of Humanity. The comprehensive strength of these top-class schools far exceeds that of other forces, and each has its own strengths. Some of the school's strengths can be roughly seen from the name. The Temple of Order follows the path of deification, and the extraordinary level becomes a divine creature, and begins to cultivate believers to follow the path of deification. The Throne of War is good at training war knights, war lords, war kings, and war-related true gods. The Wizard Kingdom, the Hall of All Laws, and the Nether Ring are all good at training mages. The 10,000 Dragons Tower is good at training various Dragon Vein warlocks and dragon bloodlines. The 9 Rings of Hell is related to the devils of hell. It is said that its founder signed a contract with the supreme ruler of the wind of hell, which allows students of the 9 rings of hell to safely borrow the power of the devils of hell. The Tower of the Abyss is related to the devil. It is said that one of its founders joined the Wind of the Abyss disaster by some unknown method and became one of the 3 demon princes of the Abyss disaster, which allows students of the Tower of the Abyss to safely borrow the power of the devil. The Throne of Elements is related to the 4 elements. The Tower of Stars is said to be related to the void and the stars. Chu Cheng counted his own power system, and it seemed that none of them was particularly compatible. Forget about occupations and skills, which can be changed at any time. The talent that cannot be changed is the core, but among the 12 top schools mentioned above, none of them is particularly good at the law of space. However, whether there is a match or not, there are several top schools that must be passed first. He has no interest in borrowing the power of devils and demons from the 9 rings of hell and the Tower of the Abyss. The Throne of Elements is the same as him. His talent has nothing to do with elements, and I personally don't like it. The Kingdom of Wizards, the Hall of All Laws, and the Ring of Nether are not very good. Chu Cheng doesn't think he has much talent in this area. Eliminating these, the only options are the Hall of Judgment, the Temple of Order, the Throne of War, the Ring of Elden, the Tower of 10,000 Dragons, and the Tower of Stars. The remaining 6 continue to be eliminated. The 10,000 Dragons Tower is based on the true dragon bloodline. There are several dragon-related hero inheritances, all of which are very powerful, but the core of the bloodline system lies in the dragon bloodline. Only when the bloodline is strong can it be strong. If the bloodline is not strong enough, both the strength and potential will be locked. If you want to stand out in this system, you must obtain the top dragon bloodline. Chu Cheng feels that it is difficult for a player like himself, who has no resources to stand out in this system. The War Throne is good at training war knights, and the command system of the War Lord is extremely incompatible with him, so it can be excluded. The remaining 4 have no special expertise, and are strong in all types and compatible with all types. Chu Cheng looked back and forth at these 4 top schools, pinched his brows, and was about to click on the Judgment Hall to learn more, when he suddenly found a message popped up below the light screen. He opened the message with surprise, and a middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe appeared on the light screen and said, "Student Chu Cheng, I am Liqing Wang, the director of the admissions office of the Wanfa Hall. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Wanfa Hall. If you are willing to join, I can make the decision. In addition to the 100 gold scholarship, I will also prepare a hero inheritance mark of the upper hero, Lord of Wanfa, for you, and prepare all the pre-preparations for you, including the water of the sticks for washing points. In addition, I can guarantee to arrange a legendary mentor for you to accept you as a formal disciple." After a brief surprise, Chu Cheng began to think. He did not wonder how the admissions office of the Wanfa Hall contacted him. In his previous life, top 985 universities, like Tsinghua and Peking University, would also grab the good seedlings. His 3-round wins and full marks would definitely enter the eyes of the top schools. Because of this, he was not in a hurry. After a brief thought, he replied, "Hello, Director Li, maybe other schools will contact me later. I want to hear their conditions before making a decision." Liqing Wang looked normal and nodded with a smile. "Of course, you can contact me at any time. You can ask me any questions at any time." "Okay." After closing the communication, Chu Cheng tilted his head and smacked his lips, smiling. 3 rounds of victory, 60 points, although this is not unique, but it is not something that can be easily brushed out, and it will inevitably attract these top schools to compete. If there are multiple top schools competing, which one should we choose? Although there is no second contact yet, it does not prevent Chu Cheng from thinking so in advance. Although the other few have been screened out, if the treatment offered is high enough, it is not impossible to consider. Except for the Devil's 9 Rings and the Tower of the Abyss, he is really not interested in these 2. Chapter 98. Student Chu Cheng, I am Wang Yibao, the director of the admissions office of Wanlong Tower. I wonder if you are interested in joining Wanlong Tower. If you are willing to join, in addition to the 100 gold scholarship, we can also prepare a copy of the Ancient Dragon Blood Essence for you, as well as the Hero Inheritance Mark of the Upper Hero, Ancient Dragon Knight, and prepare all the pre-preparations for the Hero Inheritance, including the water of the sticks for resetting points. In addition, we can also guarantee to arrange a legendary mentor for you to accept you as a formal disciple. Student Chu Cheng, I am the director of the admissions office of the Elemental Throne. Zhang Tianqing, I wonder if Chu Cheng is interested in joining the Throne of Elements. If you are willing to join, in addition to the 100 gold scholarship, you can choose from the 4 elements of the school's top hero inheritance, and all the pre-preparation will be prepared for you, including the Styx water for resetting points. In addition, I can guarantee to arrange a legendary mentor for you to accept you as a formal disciple. Student Chu Chung, I am Li, the director of the admissions office of the 9 Towers of Hell. Student Chu Chung, I am Zhang, the director of the admissions office of the Starry Tower. A total of 12 special invitations from top school cliques were lined up in front of him. Their conditions were very uniform, all of which were 100 gold scholarships, a legendary mentor, and a unique hero inheritance for each school clique, all of which were top hero inheritances, including all the preconditions of this hero and the Styx water for resetting points. He didn't know whether this standard was the standard for all special recruitments, or whether it was only for him, who was placed by a single spectator. Anyway, he thought it was not bad. The standards of all school cliques were the same, so Chu Chung didn't need to be too entangled. Those who had passed before continued to pass, and only needed to choose one from the remaining few. His eyes fell directly on one of the invitation letters from the school, and Chu Chung asked directly, "It is a great honor to receive an invitation letter from your school. I have some questions to ask." The other party immediately responded, "Excuse me, Chu Chung. I have an original hero mark in my hand, which overlaps with the hero mark provided by your school. I want to ask if I can exchange the hero mark provided by the school for other resources. In addition, I wonder if the school has a higher level hero inheritance. Can I get the opportunity to inherit it? By the way, my talent is related to space. If there is a matching hero inheritance, a higher level hero can also be used." Director Wang Chao of the admissions office of the Temple of Order paused when he saw the reply from Chu Chung, handed the information to several colleagues beside him, and quickly replied, "First, if you yourself. If there is a better hero inheritance, of course you can exchange the hero inheritance opportunity provided by the school for other resources of equal value. Secondly, the academy does have a higher level of hero inheritance. You can jump the queue at any time if you have the original hero mark, but the inheritance of legendary heroes is very difficult, and there are strict requirements for the compatibility of personal ability and talent. If the compatibility is too different, it is almost impossible to succeed. The hero inheritance provided by the academy is a superior hero, which belongs to the power fully controlled by the academy, and the inheritance difficulty is much lower than other hero inheritances. In addition, the academy does not have any space-related hero inheritance, but the academy can exchange resources with other academies to help you exchange a space-related hero inheritance. I wonder what level of hero inheritance it is." Wang Chao immediately replied, "Space is one of the top laws. The hero inheritance is not lower than the upper hero. As far as I know, there are no less than 4 upper hero inheritances, and 2 legendary hero inheritances. I can't make a specific promise about the legendary hero inheritance, but I can promise to exchange the upper hero inheritance for you without any problem." Chu Chung immediately asked, "What are the conditions for exchanging the legendary hero inheritance?" Wang Chao pursed his lips and said, "The interval between legendary hero inheritances is extremely long, the cost is too high, and there are many competitors. Although this resource is nothing to the college, it also needs to be considered. If you want the legendary hero inheritance, you must show performance and potential that the school thinks is worth it. Director Wang, can you tell me the specific standards?" "It's very simple. After entering the school, there will be a basic assessment for all freshmen of this year. Just get the top 3. Chu Chung, I think about it first." "Okay." Chu Chung temporarily passed the Temple of Order after closing the communication. "There is no space-related hero inheritance, and you have to be in the top 3 freshmen to have a chance. Why don't I just find an academy with space-related hero inheritance after spending so much effort?" Although he is very confident in his own strength, there is also the risk of failure. A large part of the students, who can be selected by the 12 top schools, have full marks in the college entrance examination like him. The college entrance examination in this life is different from the college entrance examination in the previous life. The difficulty is standardized. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, it is not difficult to get full marks in the college entrance examination. Even if they are full marks in the college entrance examination, the gap is very large. There are many players with outstanding talents, and even more outstanding family backgrounds. Think about it, if someone has family support comparable to Sun Yu, or even better than Sun Yu, and all red and purple equipment, some of the top bosses' direct descendants have already got legendary equipment. In addition, top-level or heroic professions, all carefully selected and matched with skills upgraded to LV10 or above, a large number of sword masters, and even sword saints notes to stack weapon skills to expert level. Extra free attribute points are maxed out. Even without talent blessing, With this money ability, you can pile up a master. In fact, the descendants of the strong are more likely to awaken talents, and the stronger the descendants, the better. With so many advantages, Chu Cheng really doesn't have the confidence to win. This seems frustrating, but from another perspective, his current results are actually incredible. With an ordinary background, not much support from the family, and average teaching staff, he can actually compare with the efforts of several generations of others by relying solely on his own efforts, or even surpass them. If this is set out, it should be unbelievable for those second generations. However, that said, it does not prevent him from changing to a top school that is more suitable for him. Thinking of this, he sent a message to the other top schools except the 9 Rings of Hell, and the Tower of the Abyss, the Throne of Elements, and the Temple of Order. Directly asked them if they have any legendary hero inheritance related to space. In less than 10 seconds, the admissions directors of the 8 schools responded one by one. At first, he was quite surprised that there were so many, but after checking them one by one, he found that most of the schools did not have them. Their replies were the same as those of the Temple of Order, and they were willing to help him exchange the hero inheritance of the Law of Space. There was nothing to say, so he passed directly. Chu Cheng set his sights on the only 2 schools that had the hero inheritance of the Law of Space, namely the Stars, and the 10,000 Dragons Tower. He sent a message to the Stars Tower and the 10,000 Dragons Tower respectively, specifically asking about the situation of these hero inheritances related to the Law of Space, and the difficulty of obtaining them. Chapter 99. Our school has a deep cooperative relationship with the Dragon Realm. We can help you contact the Dragon Realm Space Dragons, Force Field Dragons, and other superior dragons. Combined with the Ancient Dragon Knight hero heritage, the comprehensive ability will be no less than that of legendary heroes. This is the answer from the admissions director of the Wanlong Tower. Our school is keen on exploring the void, and has established good relationships with many void beings. Among them, there are more than one who master the laws of space, which is the best among all the top schools. If you choose the Star Tower, you will get more choices than other schools. This is the answer from the admissions director of the Star Tower. Star Tower. Just a glance, Chu Cheng has already made a decision in his heart. I have already passed the Wanlong Tower, and the Star Tower has more choices, so it is self-evident which one to choose. He opened the communication of Director Zhang Heng of the admissions office of the Starry Tower and said, "Director Zhang Heng, I would like to join the Starry Tower." The other party quickly responded, "Student Chu Cheng, welcome to choose the Starry Tower. The admission notice and scholarship will be sent to you before you leave the examination room. The staff who will pick you up to the campus are in TS City, and will contact you later. If you have any questions, you can contact them directly. In addition, you can report to the campus at any time. A freshman handbook will be sent to you later. There are internal information of the school. Please do not spread it. Okay. I wish you success in the new stage of life. Move forward courageously, be fearless, and climb to the top. Thank you for the teacher's blessing." After closing the communication and the panel, Chu Cheng twisted his neck and let out a long breath. At this point, the college entrance examination, which is a watershed in the lives of many students, has ended. It was done in one go. Even the school was chosen. Chu Cheng's mother had passed away, and his father was not on good terms, so he could make the decision on choosing a school by himself, without having to go home to discuss it with his family or clan. There were no additional battles, no ranking challenges, and only 3 rounds of college entrance examinations, which was simpler and more straightforward than ordinary people could imagine. It was originally very simple, just a test of personal ability. It was just that there were too many subjects in the college entrance examination in the previous life, so the test was slow. The college entrance examination in this life only looked at personal comprehensive strength. A battle lasted no longer than 5 minutes, and each battle could restore all states without getting tired, so the efficiency was naturally fast. It was impossible for an exam or a competition to last dozens of chapters, like in novels. After completing the choice, Chu Cheng looked up at the door of the room, stretched out his hand, and pressed the handle, and twisted it gently. There was nothing outside the door, and he raised his leg and stepped into it. The space changed, and when he could see things again, he had left the examination room and returned to the Mage Tower. There were many staff members beside the portal. As soon as he came out, the staff member whispered, "Student, please follow the sign to leave the examination room." He nodded, left along the road, and walked out of the Mage Tower from another door. Many students who had finished the exam gathered in the square outside the Mage Tower. Students from the same school gathered in groups of 3 or 2. Chu Chung went straight to the place where Yantai City No. 5 Middle School had gathered before, and saw them gathered by class from a distance. There were about 100 people taking the college entrance examination this time, and most of them had already come out. His efficiency was definitely higher than theirs, but he played 3 rounds, and it took some time to choose a school. The other students were not as effective as him, but most of them did not have the strength to play to the 3rd round and came out early. Zhang Chunlei and others who were chatting came over immediately and asked curiously, "Student Chu Chung, you will definitely make it to the 3rd round, right? How many have you passed?" 10. The expressions on their faces froze, and they were stunned. Zhang Chunlei thought he had heard wrongly and asked again subconsciously, 3 rounds? Yes. Hiss. A very classic gasp and various shocked expressions. Isn't this too exaggerated? The 3rd round is full of level 30 elites, including various types, including Dragon Vein Warlocks, Half-Dragons, various demons, Mind Flayers, and other perverted monsters whose actual combat power is not inferior to the horror template. How did you pass it alone? Maybe I was lucky. In iMedia. They could see that Chu Chung didn't mean to brag. If it was any other situation, they wouldn't continue to discuss it, but winning all 3 rounds was too exaggerated for them, and they couldn't help but talk about it. Maybe the news was too exaggerated. They all forgot to ask him which school he was admitted to. At this time, Principal Zhang, who led the team, also saw him coming back, waved to him and asked with a smile, "How are the results?" 3 rounds of wins, full marks. Principal Zhang raised his eyebrows, and his smile became even wider, saying, "Better than I expected. Based on your previous performance, I predicted that you could get 5 to 7 wins in the 3rd round, but I didn't expect to get 10 wins. This result is a sure thing for you to be admitted to the top school. Have you made your choice?" Chu Chung nodded. "I have chosen it. It is the Star Tower." Well, the Star Tower is not bad. They are good at communicating and making friends with those beings in the void. They can find corresponding systems for almost all types. Although the laws of space are rare, they are not difficult for the Star Tower. I think so too. Not bad. Zhang Erxin patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "You are the first student in our school to be admitted to a top-tier school in the past 5 years. The school will reward you. In addition to a true realm stone, there is also a scholarship of 100 gold. It will be given to you when you return." Chu Chung hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, Principal and leaders. You're welcome. You earned it with your own ability." Vice Principal Zhang smiled brightly and began to explain to him some experiences and precautions of colleges and universities. Chu Chung listened very patiently. These experiences were the experiences of Vice Principal Zhang when he was in school. Although they were only the experiences of first-class colleges, they were all higher education institutions, and they were basically the same. They were not in the freshman handbook. The two chatted very enthusiastically. At the beginning, they talked about these precautions. Later, Principal Zhang talked about some interesting things in the past. Just when I was listening attentively, I suddenly heard someone calling Principal Zhang from behind. The two turned their heads together, and saw Sun Yu standing behind them. He bowed to Principal Zhang, and said in a deep voice, "The student lived up to the teacher's teachings, and achieved excellent results in the college entrance examination. He received an invitation letter from the first-class school Conqueror College." Zhang Erxin smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, Conqueror ranks in the middle and upper ranks among the first-class schools. It is unique in cultivating tank professions, and ranks in the top. The school has 2 upper heroes and 5 middle heroes. If you have the opportunity, you can fight for one." Sun Yu nodded modestly and said, "The student will work hard and live up to the principal's expectations." "Yes." After the report, Sun Yu looked at Chu Chung with a smile on his face, as if their previous dispute had never happened. Chu Chung didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. There was one thing that made him curious. The projection of the Devil Lord Amodar said that he took away a little of his soul as a punishment for disrespect. Logically, this would greatly affect his strength, but now it seems that there is no effect. Could it be that he lied to me again and didn't take it? Or did his family make up for it with something else? Chapter 100. Chu Chung chatted with Vice Principal Zhang Erxin for a while. When the leaders of other schools came to chat, he returned with Sun Yu. Halfway through the journey, Sun Yu looked up and said calmly, "With your ability, it should not be a problem to get into a first-class university." Chu Chung said calmly without turning his head, "Yes." "How many wins did you have in the last round?" 10 wins. Sun Yu paused, stood in place, and watched Chu Chung walk away, his mouth twitching. With his family background, how is this possible? It was still a familiar feeling. As soon as Chu Chung saw that he took the initiative to report to the vice principal, he knew what he wanted to do. Pretending? I let you pretend like a hammer. As time went on, more and more candidates returned from the examination room. When everyone arrived, Zhang Erxin took them back to the temporary dormitory. They will stay here for a few days. They can use this time to fill in their applications and choose their favorite schools. Everyone has 5 volunteer opportunities. The first few volunteer opportunities are definitely to apply for their ideal colleges, but the reason why ideals are called ideals is that it is difficult for oneself to meet the standards, so most people find it difficult to succeed. For normal volunteer applications, unless your scores exceed the college admission standards, and you can be directly admitted, most of the scores just reach the secondary admission standard range and need to undergo additional assessments issued by the school. In other words, if your requirements are too high, you will need to undergo 5 additional assessments next. Fortunately, Chu Chung did not have this problem. The next day, many students went to the Mage Tower to apply for volunteer applications, and he stayed alone in the dormitory waiting. The next afternoon, he received a message from Director Zhang Heng, pulling him into a group chat called Star Tower Freshman Group, Temporary. In addition to him and Zhang Heng, there were 3 staff members and 2 freshmen like him. For the time being, the Starry Tower has recruited a total of 3 new students in the Tianshui provincial examination area. Half an hour later, someone knocked on the door. A tall, delicate-looking woman stood at the door and asked with a smile, "Is this Chu Chung?" "Yes. I am Fang Shi, a staff member of the Starry Tower admissions office. You can call me Senior Sister Fang." "Senior Sister Fang. Aren't you going to invite me in?" Chu Cheng's eyes came back from the fullness that was about to burst out, and he opened the door. "Senior Sister, please come in." Entering the dormitory, Fang Shi's expression became serious, and she took out an exquisite treasure box emitting a faint purple light and handed it over, saying, "This is Chu Cheng's scholarship, including 100 chaos gold coins and a Styx water for resetting points. The hero inheritance mark and the prerequisites for hero inheritance require you to go to school to confirm the instructor and hero inheritance before you can issue it." Chu Chung took it. "Thank you, Senior Sister." "You're welcome. In addition, I will be your contact person from now on. You can contact me for any off-campus matters before reporting to the tower." "Oh, okay." Chu Chung didn't say anything, and Fang Shi blinked her big eyes. After staring at each other for a while, Fang Shi said, "If it's okay, I leave first." "Senior Sister, take care." Bang! The door closed. Fang Shi stood outside the door for several seconds, then lowered her head to look at her proud figure, and curled her lips. 100 gold in hand. In the dormitory, Chu Chung closed the door and immediately opened the treasure chest, took out the 100 gold, and a crystal bottle filled with black liquid that was only the size of a finger. Water of the Styx, rare item, a one-time consumable item, a rare item of law that contains magical power. Attributes, after use, all your attributes will be adjustable within the next hour. After taking the Styx water, all your attributes, professions, skills, etc. that were originally unadjustable can be adjusted for 1 hour. During this hour, all professions can be deleted, and all attributes that have been added points will be returned to free attribute points and added again. All fixed skills become adjustable and can be deleted freely, but the deleted skills will disappear completely, and the used skill points will not be returned like attribute points. Just wait until the hero's inheritance is in hand, and then your strength will definitely increase dramatically. In addition, when you return to school, you will be rewarded with 100 gold and 1 true realm stone. I will be admitted to the top school, and I will be rewarded with 100 gold when I return to the family. At that time, there will be a total of 300 gold. Even if the loan is deducted, there will be more than 200 gold, which is enough for the early stage. P.S. In order to stabilize the prices in the book, the family rewards in the previous article have been modified. The original 50 gold for ordinary schools has been adjusted to 10 gold, the original 100 gold for first-class schools has been adjusted to 50 gold, and the original 300 gold for top schools has been adjusted to 100 gold. For the next few days, Chu Chung stayed in the dormitory and did not go out. Most of the time, he browsed the local network of TS City. At this time, the news that he was specially recruited by the top school group Star Tower had already spread. Every day, someone invited him to go to TS City to play. He felt it was troublesome and refused all of them. Early in the morning of the 4th day after the college entrance examination, Vice President Zhang Erxin announced that he was ready to return to school. Those who completed the volunteer application were fine, and those who did not complete it had to go back. If you want to fill in your application after returning, you need to apply through the official website of each institution, and then send it to the admissions area of each school at your own expense through the Chaos Network channel of the City Hall to complete the procedures. Therefore, most of the contestants completed their volunteer applications within these 3 days, and decided on their schools early. Half a day later, the magic airship returned to number 5 middle school. As soon as I got out of the airship, I saw a large banner hanging at the school gate, which read, "Congratulations to our student Chu Chung for being specially recruited by the top school group Star Tower." Envy, jealousy, all kinds of looks. After returning to school, there was no peace. There were various meetings and rewards. After several days of tossing and turning, I received a True Realm Stone and a reward of 100 gold from the principal. True Realm Stone, divine object, a divine object with magical power that can bring people back to life. Attributes: after activation, it will immediately perfectly revive a target, restore all states, eliminate all negative effects, and gain the blessing of chaos power for 1 minute. Chaos power, all attributes plus 100, life regeneration plus 100, mana regeneration plus 100, chaos power plus 1000, movement speed plus 100%, advance to Gemini, obtain holy armor, obtain true attack, lasting 1 minute. Tips: the True Realm Stone can be automatically activated when stored in the storage space, and the resurrection delay time can be set by yourself. Tips: the True Realm Stone can be activated and used to resurrect other targets. Tips: the resurrection effect cannot be dispelled, and the priority is the law level. It is really a divine object. The True Realm Stone is the best resurrection prop in the mortal stage, better than the so-called perfect resurrection technique, and the sequelae of resurrection with this is the lowest. Frequent death and resurrection, even if the True Realm Stone is used every time, will also affect the integrity of one's own soul. After all, little by little, it will add up to a lot, but if it is only used once or twice, there will be no problem. Chu Chung immediately put the things into his bag, and instantly felt a sense of security. The Stone of the True Realm is like an insurance policy. It doesn't mean you can spend money recklessly with it, but it will give you peace of mind. Chapter 101. After staying in school for 2 days, and receiving the Realm Stone, Chu Chung went home again. The news of his admission to the top school had already spread back, and as expected, the family held a banquet to celebrate. Although he was really not interested in this kind of activity, he still smiled and cooperated for the sake of the 100 gold bonus of the clan leader. Of course, his father and stepmother were there, and their smiles were quite forced. During the night break, his father wanted to talk to him, and it seemed that he wanted to ease the relationship. Talking is talking, but the relationship does not need to be eased. It's too late to regret it now. After staying in the family for 3 days, Chu Chung returned to school with 100 gold. It is worth mentioning that the 50 gold interest-free loan he owed to the family does not need to be repaid now. It has been waived, which is equivalent to a total scholarship of 150 gold given by the family. After returning to school, Chu Chung immediately repaid the 20 gold loan from Yutai City First Bank in advance, a total of 21 gold and 50 silver. So far, he still has 287 gold in cash. He didn't stay in school for long. A week later, he contacted senior sister Fang Shi and prepared to go to school. There are 2 ways to go to the main campus of the Star Tower. One is to take a magic airship and fly there slowly. This speed is very fast, and it takes more than a month to fly continuously. Another way is to teleport to the public transfer realm through the Chaos Realm Gate of the City Hall, and then teleport to TS City from the portal of the public transfer realm, and then transfer to the Star Tower from the exclusive realm of the school in TS City. Senior sister Fang Shi called in advance, and Chu Chung went directly to the public realm through the special passage when he came to the Chaos Realm Gate of Yutai City Hall. In the main world of human civilization, long-distance travel is very convenient. Taking advantage of the ubiquitous nature of the Chaos Realm, enter the Chaos Realm's fixed public realm from point A, and then teleport directly from the public realm to point B. It only takes an hour to cross a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. Theoretically, you can teleport directly from Yutai City to the distant Star Tower, but Yutai City is just a small city, and the public realm of the City Hall does not have a direct route to the Star Tower. Only TS City, the capital of the province, has it. Go through the corridors and stairs that look like subway platforms, pass through the boundary gate, and appear in TS City. As soon as I came out, I saw Senior Fang Shi standing in front of the platform holding a sign and waiting. She also saw Chu Chung and waved to her, "This way." Chu Chung walked over, and Fang Shi waved for him to follow, leading the way and saying, Do you want to eat something? No, I'm full now. Okay, let's go to the portal now. Senior sister, do you want to go too? Yes, I finished my work here, so of course I have to go back. So soon? Well, TS City has recruited 3 new students this year, and the other 2 are hosted by other colleagues. I'm only responsible for taking you there. Chu Chung. Wow, one-on-one service. My eyes fell on the senior sister's back. The senior sister was obviously also an adventure. She was tall and had perfect curves. Her hips and legs were especially round and curved, and she had a delicate face. TSK, I don't know if the senior sister didn't notice or was used to such gazes. As she walked, she said, there is still more than a month and a half before the next semester starts. It's not too early for you to go there now. You can first determine the instructor. You are specially recruited by the school, so you can choose a legendary professor as your instructor. Do you know any? Chu Chung immediately retracted his gaze and shook his head. No, does senior sister have any recommendations? She flipped her hand and handed him a crystal tablet. It contains the information of all the current legendary tutors in the tower, including their expertise, personal character, and the information of other students under their name. Take a look. Thank you, senior sister. Chu Chung took the tablet and opened it, and looked at it carefully. After browsing for a while, Chu Chung suddenly asked, didn't you say that a legendary tutor would be assigned to me? There are also ones above legendary. Can I choose them? Yes. She explained seriously. We have more than these legendary tutors in the Starry Tower. There are also many above legendary, even god-demon level strongmen. The school promised you that you will definitely be assigned a legendary tutor, but if you have the ability to win the favor of those higher level tutors, you can naturally choose them. Oh! Chu Chung understood that the school promised him a guarantee, but if he had the ability to be favored by a god-demon level tutor, it would be his own ability. But don't have too high expectations. The instructors above legendary are busy with further advancement, and generally do not recruit new students. Yeah. I'd take a look. He really didn't think too much about this. It is indeed better for a strong person above legendary to be a teacher, but if the teacher is busy breaking through the realm, and can't take care of himself, then there is no point in becoming a disciple. Then neither of them spoke. He buried his head in checking the information of these instructors one by one, preparing to choose one from them. He turned around all the way, and soon came to the exclusive transit area of the Star Tower. After a check, he entered it. There was a base inside, which connected to the portals of more than a dozen provincial capitals. From this base to another base not far away, through the portal, the Star Tower appears again. A huge light gate stands on the huge platform, and a stream of light rushes into the sky. The dome is an inverted transparent light bowl, and outside the light bowl is a sky full of stars, just like night. There are several staff members in uniform standing next to the portal. She stepped forward and said a few words to the staff, took out a badge and handed it to him. This is a temporary pass, valid for 1 month. I will take you to register first. You won't need this after you get your student ID. Thank you, senior sister. This is my job. Outside the platform is a huge square, surrounded by many classical-style buildings, and farther away are wizard towers surrounded by surging magic streams, and streams of light rush into the sky. Our school is not in the main world, but in the void outside the main world. If you want to get out, you can only go through the portal. She took him down to the platform. There was a machine on the edge of the platform. She operated it on the light screen for a few times, and soon a round metal block popped out. She touched it with her fingers and threw it to the ground. The edges of the metal block bounced off layer by layer, and soon formed a metal disc with a diameter of about 2 meters suspended in the air 1 foot above the ground. She stood up and waved to him, "Come up." He stood up, and complex light patterns lit up on the surface of the metal disc. A little bit of it slowly rose, carrying them to a certain direction. Flying high in the sky, looking over the tall and short buildings, Chu Chung suddenly found that this was actually a city suspended in the void. To be precise, this is a floating city floating in the void. And there is more than one such floating city. It's just that the distance is too far, and only the outline outside the boundary of the floating city can be vaguely seen. The disc carried them straight to a certain direction, and landed on a magic tower at the edge of the floating city. This is the new student registration office. Chapter 102. Under the guidance of senior sister Shi, the registration formalities were completed quickly. His name was entered into the Star Tower, and he received his student ID card and was temporarily assigned a temporary dormitory. He would move to his tutor's place only after he confirmed his official tutor. Senior Sister Fong she took him to the assigned temporary dormitory and told him some things, asking him to contact her at any time if he had any questions, and then left. As soon as the door was closed, Chu Cheng looked back at the temporary dormitory with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, which was hundreds of square meters, and couldn't help smacking his lips. The temporary dormitory was located in the dormitory area of the floating city, where the report was located, on the edge of the floating city. The huge balcony faced the void outside the floating city. There was no distinction between day and night, and the sky was full of stars at all times. This sky full of stars was actually the projection of the infinite realms in the chaos realm, and each star represented a realm. The brighter the star, the larger the realm. Chu Cheng stood on the balcony and admired the starry sky. He took out the tablet given by his senior sister, and opened it to continue to check the tutor information that he had not finished reading before. The tutor information gave a very detailed introduction to the strength and profession of each tutor, as well as the faction they belonged to. After reading these materials, you could also learn about the situation of each faction in the Star Tower. There are factions within any force, and the Star Tower is no exception. There are a total of 16 factions, representing more than 16 power systems that can be promoted to the god and demon level. Yes, more than 16, because some factions have more than one way to become a god. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a top-tier academic clique. There are so many complete systems that many people and forces outside dream of. Chu Cheng glanced at it, and quickly found the school related to the law of space, named the Void Tower. According to the data, the Void Tower has 2 power systems for promotion to the god and demon level. One is the space law, and the other is the destruction law. In addition, it is also good at the void summoning derived from the space law. The Void Tower has mastered 15 hero inheritances, 1 legendary hero inheritance, 2 upper hero inheritances, 4 middle hero inheritances, and 8 lower hero inheritances. Lower hero inheritances are equivalent to top professions. Middle hero inheritances have surpassed top professions. Upper hero inheritances are the highest level hero inheritances that can be obtained normally. Legendary hero inheritances are inheritances of top school cliques. Each legendary hero inheritance is a complete road to god and demon. It is worth mentioning that the above 15 hero inheritances are only the hero inheritances that the Void Tower faction has fully mastered. In fact, the Void Tower still has many hero inheritances that have not been fully mastered, but can obtain hero marks. In addition, some of the above hero inheritances are unique to the Void Tower, and some are not unique, and are shared with other factions. In addition, there is no requirement to obtain these hero inheritances to join the Void Tower, nor is it required to have space talents to join the Void Tower faction. However, having space talents means that the degree of fit with the laws of space is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people, and the achievements of taking this path are definitely higher than other routes. Chu Cheng has the talent of space refraction, which means that the degree of fit with the laws of space is very high, and taking this path can achieve twice the result with half the effort. But the type of the legendary hero of the Void Tower. He pinched his eyebrows, and his eyes fell on the first column of the hero introduction on the tablet, a hero inheritance called Void Destroyer. The Void Destroyer is a terrifying existence born in a vortex of a certain destruction realm, mastering the power of space and destruction. To obtain this heroic inheritance, you need to obtain a realm essence stone left after the destruction of the realm. This is a mythical magic gem, which is more expensive than the real realm stone, and there is no market for it. Realm destruction is rare, and most realms are destroyed, and there will be no residue. Therefore, if you want to obtain the realm essence stone, you must actively destroy a realm and artificially intervene to condense the realm essence stone. First obtain the realm essence stone, find the Void Destroyer to obtain the hero mark, and then start the road of heroic inheritance. It is worth mentioning that Chu Cheng's original hero mark can obtain the hero mark of the Void Destroyer, and start the heroic road without the realm essence stone. Complete the task according to the hero inheritance guide. If successful, you will obtain the legendary Void Destroyer hero inheritance and master the power of space and destruction. The data clearly states that the last step of the Void Destroyer's heroic path is to use the power of the hero mark given by the Void Destroyer to actively destroy an active realm, and then devour the life essence, and the power of the laws of space and destruction condensed by countless lives after the destruction of the realm, and condense the body of the hero. This is a very outrageous way of inheritance, and Chu Cheng's eyelids jumped. The so-called active realm refers to a realm with a large number of lives. Although he kills people without blinking in the copy, it does not mean that he completely ignores life. The lives in the copy are fixed in the copy under the influence of the law. As long as the copy is refreshed, they can be reborn. Although they are trapped in the realm and cannot be reborn, they are still alive. Completely destroy a realm, and the life inside is completely destroyed. Although the copy can be continuously reincarnated and refreshed, if the realm where the copy is located is destroyed, the copy will no longer exist and will not be refreshed. The key is that if the hero Void Destroyer wants to grow, he must continue to destroy realms and worlds. How can there be such a heroic inheritance? Chu Cheng scratched his head and sent a message to senior sister Fang Shi, telling her his doubts. If you choose this heroic inheritance, won't you become a demon god of destruction that constantly destroys realms and kills billions of lives? Senior sister Fang Shi replied quickly. The information you saw is the original theory of this inheritance. The original Void Destroyer was born in the vortex of the destruction realm, and the animal nature is greater than the human nature. This is the path to advancement. Later, the inheritance was obtained by a predecessor 10,000 years ago. After that predecessor relied on this inheritance to advance to the god and demon level, he joined forces with other god and demon level powerhouses in the school to kill the original Void Destroyer and replaced him as the new ancestor of the inheritance. Later, the advancement method was changed, and it no longer needed to constantly destroy realms one by one. Oh! But it seems that there is no new advancement method on it. You will know this after you confirm to choose this heroic inheritance. Okay. Chu Cheng closed the communication and the Void Destroyer panel in front of him, and continued to check other heroic inheritances. Void Stalker, upper hero, a being that controls the power of space, and can freely come and go in the space. After obtaining the inheritance, one can obtain this power of free space travel. Void Summoner, upper hero, that will can simulate the mark of any void existence, summoning beings from the twisted void to fight for oneself. A very powerful summoner hero profession. Chapter 103. Void Summoner, upper hero, a powerful mage who masters the power of the void. Comet Knight, middle hero, a powerful melee profession that masters the power of the stars. Astral Mage, middle hero, a mage profession that masters the power of the stars. After reading more than a dozen hero professions one by one, Chu Cheng had a rough idea in his mind and had several intended targets. Then he opened the internal campus network of the Star Tower and connected to the library to view more detailed information about these professions. The information given by the senior is only the standard official information of these hero professions. The specific strength of the profession still depends on the experience of those predecessors who have already taken up the job. Since these hero professions have been inherited, a large number of employees have been born. Many predecessors like to compile their professional experiences into books after graduation or in their later years. This is the best way to understand the profession. Even the rarest legendary Void Destroyer has been born after tens of thousands of years of inheritance. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, and there is no rush to choose a mentor. Chu Cheng will stay in the temporary dormitory for the next few days to check these materials. He had to be careful. After all, if there were no unexpected circumstances, this choice would be for life, and it was unlikely that he would have to reselect and change his profession. It was not that he could not reselect, but that after the hero profession route was determined, the investment was too high, and reselecting would waste too many resources. Unless he encountered a legendary or higher profession that perfectly matched him, there was no need to change. Ding dang! The crisp doorbell interrupted Chu Cheng's thoughts. He raised his head in confusion, and paused for 2 seconds before looking back at the door. Who is looking for me? With doubts, he came to the front door, and checked the surveillance outside the door. He saw a middle-aged man and a beautiful girl standing outside the door. He did not open the door directly, but asked, "Who are you looking for?" The man immediately replied, "Student Chu Cheng, we are students under the name of Tutor Yu Shuang, and we want to talk to Student Chu Cheng about tutor matters." Chu Cheng immediately understood their intention, and opened the door to invite them in. "I am Yu Jisheng. I am Qiao Yun. Senior Yu, Senior Qiao, please sit down." On the balcony, the three sat down, and Chu Cheng asked directly, "Senior, are you here to recruit me on behalf of Tutor Yu Shuang?" Yu Jisheng nodded and said, "Your guess is correct, it is true." The beautiful Senior Yu Yin next to him immediately introduced, "Teacher Yu Shuang is one of the new legendary tutors of the Void Tower faction. He is young and energetic. The newly promoted legendary tutor does not have so many things to do. He is dedicated to training disciples." Student Chu Cheng scored full marks in the college entrance examination and was specially recruited. If you join Yu Shuang's tutor, you will definitely be trained as a key person. After listening to the senior sister's words, Chu Cheng said straightforwardly, "I need to think about it." I was just reading the school's hero inheritance and haven't had time to read the tutor's information. How about I finish reading it first? The two nodded, of course. The beautiful senior sister said with a sweet smile, let's add contact information first. You can contact me at any time if you have any ideas. Okay. After sending the seniors away, Chu Chung exhaled lightly, put the information in his hand together, and turned to another page of tutor information. There are actually cases where disciples under their names are sent to personally win over. It can be expected that this is not the only one. It is estimated that someone will come to visit later. Chu Chung was not interested in this situation. It did not mean much to him. Although the tutor would get some preferential treatment from the teacher if he recruited people, it was not that big. In the end, it still depended on the strength. Choose a tutor first, so that a bunch of seniors would not come to you. He spent 2 hours reading the information of all the tutors who were legendary and above legendary. He immediately excluded all the tutors who were above legendary. Among them, the tutors above the god and demon level were still in the name, but they stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. Although the group above the legendary level was still accepting, they were busy with their own promotion. The new students were taught by their assistants. Although there was no shortage of resources, there was still a big gap between the tutor teaching in person and the assistant teaching. So the most suitable ones for him were the normal legendary tutors. The tutor Yushuang behind the two seniors who came just now was also on it. The information showed that he had just been promoted from extraordinary to legendary for less than 5 years. Most of his energy was focused on his students. He was young and energetic and very responsible. Normally, this was a good choice. But there is more than one young and responsible legendary mentor. They are also young and responsible, more experienced, and have more resources. Of course, there is another very important reason, that is, Mentor Yushuang is a female mentor, and the photo in the information is quite beautiful. The reason for not choosing her is that it is relatively less convenient for a female mentor than a male mentor. Not long after, Chu Chung had selected a middle-aged mentor named Yundinga from the selected legendary mentors, and sent an application. In less than 2 minutes, Mentor Yundinga replied, yes. Stay in the dormitory, your senior will help you with the formalities. Okay. After closing the communication, Chu Chung pursed his lips. This instructor is quite aloof. But it's not a big problem, as long as the instructor is capable and responsible. 2 minutes later, a new message was received. Chu Chung checked it immediately, but found that it was not the senior he imagined, but a message from Fang Shi, pack up and get ready to go out. I will take you to Instructor Yundinga. He immediately replied, I can leave at any time. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. He quickly opened the door and found that Senior Fang Shi was standing outside the door, with a smile on her delicate face, and said, come with me. After going out, the aircraft flew to the center of the floating city, entered a magic tower, and was teleported through the portal in the magic tower. The space changed, and walked out from the other end of the portal. It was a hall, with exquisite reliefs carved all over the walls and ceilings. A wisp of magic light was hidden in the reliefs. Chu Chung could vaguely sense the powerful thread hidden in the reliefs. There were many humanoid golems in silver armor standing around the walls. They looked anthropomorphic and wore exquisite silver armor, which looked very beautiful. Chu Chung looked around subconsciously, and a line of data slowly emerged. Star Guardian Golem, Horror level 50, HP? At a glance, there were 40 or 50 such golems in the hall alone. So strong. Following Fang Shi to the front desk on the side of the hall, she communicated with the front desk staff for a while, turned back and said to him, the instructor has been notified. Let's go to the side and wait for a while. He nodded, followed Fang Shi to the temporary reception area on the side, and someone immediately brought them drinks. Fang Shi seemed to be very familiar with them. While waiting, he chatted with the beautiful lady at the front desk. He faintly heard the word Yuntai, but he couldn't hear it clearly. He didn't dare to get close, so he could only retract his gaze and look around curiously. Chapter 104. The front desk lady is pretty, but Chu Chung thinks that senior sister Fang is prettier, especially her round figure. The two women look very familiar. When they chat, they occasionally play around, and senior sister Fang Shi's roundness between D and E is squeezed hard. Hiss. It's eye-opening. Chu Chung quickly retracted his gaze and turned his head. Student Chu Chung. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, a somewhat majestic voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He quickly looked up. It was not senior sister Fang Shi who was calling him, but the voice came from above his head. He quickly looked up and suddenly felt the air slightly distorted, and a familiar feeling of weightlessness came. The floor under his feet quickly changed into another kind of floor tile. He looked up as if he had noticed something, and saw a huge dark red solid wood desk in front of him. There was a chair in front of the desk, and a middle-aged man, with a very elegant, but very serious look sat behind it. Teacher Yundinga. When he saw it for the first time, Chu Cheng immediately guessed who it was and bowed quickly. Yundinga nodded and gestured for him to sit down. You should have read my information. I will treat you equally if you become my disciple. You will have everything that other students have. There will be fair competition for special resources, and I will never show favoritism. I already understand this. What he wants is fairness. For a student like him who has no background and cannot count on family support, fairness is what he needs most. You are a special recruit of the school this year. There is a standard scholarship for special recruits. The bonus and the water of the sticks have been issued to you. There is also a mark of inheritance of a superior hero, but I heard that you have a mark of the original hero in your hand. According to the rules, you can choose to continue to get the hero mark and trade it with other students for resources, or you can choose not to get the hero mark and exchange it for corresponding resources. What do you choose? Chu Cheng had already thought about this and said, I want the hero mark and trade it with other students for resources. Sure. There are only two upper-level hero inheritances in this faction, namely the Void Summoner and the Void Summoner. Which one do you want? The Void Summoner. Sure. Yundinga opened the desk drawer and took out two cards and pushed them in front of him. One of them is an identity card, which can be used to pass through my floating city except for a few places. The other is the Hero Inheritance Certificate of the Void Summoner. You can exchange this certificate for a Void Summoner hero mark at any time. Thank you, teacher. Chu Cheng reached out to take it, glanced at it, and put it away. There is still 1.5 months before the official start of school. During this period, you are free to move around. If you have any questions, you can consult me or the teaching assistants or other seniors. In addition, most of the facilities in the floating city can be used for free, including various weapon training grounds. In addition, as a formal student, you are eligible to go to the affiliated colleges of this school to recruit 2 followers. You are responsible for the resources needed by the followers. Okay. After a few simple words, Yundinga asked him to leave the office. Teleporting to the lower level of the Mage Tower again, Fangxi had finished the conversation and was waiting for him. She asked, Are you ready? Yes. She smiled and stretched out her hand. Junior Chu Cheng, formally welcome. Chu Cheng was stunned for a moment before reacting, and asked curiously, Senior sister is also a disciple of Teacher Yun? She smiled sweetly. Yes, I am 1 year older than you. I have nothing to do during the holiday, so I took on the task of welcoming new students. Chu Cheng reached out and held the senior sister's soft hand, saying, Please take care of me in the future. Take care of each other. I believe that I will surpass me in no time. Try your best to catch up with me. Becoming a fellow student, it can be clearly felt that senior sister Fangxi is closer, and the two left while chatting. After leaving the Mage Tower, senior sister Fangxi took out a piece of exquisite silk cloth and threw it, and the silk cloth quickly unfolded into a gorgeous magic carpet of 4 or 5 square meters floating in the air. The magic carpet flew into the air, and Fangxi said to him, The magic carpet teacher sells it. You can buy it online after the dormitory is arranged. The first purchase is 1 gold per card, and the second purchase is 10 gold. Okay. In addition, all freshmen will have a unified assessment, just like the college entrance examination, but your opponents are not the monsters in the realm, but the projections of the seniors at different stages. It is extremely difficult and very important. It is directly related to the instructor's evaluation of you and the future training of strength. You should try your best to have a good performance. You don't want to be a legendary hero. Inheritance? If you show enough potential, the instructor is even willing to pay out of his own pocket to exchange you for the opportunity to inherit the legendary heroes of other factions. Hearing this, Chu Cheng's eyes lit up. Thank you for reminding me. You're welcome. The instructor's floating city is smaller than the floating city in the Star Tower, but the Wizard Tower in the center of the floating city is taller, and the more dazzling light column rushes into the sky, exploding an extremely huge energy vortex on the dome, with blood-red lightning exploding inside, and rolling energy spreading around like a tide. This energy vortex is the gate of the realm, the transmission channel to the Chaos Realm. There are more than a dozen factions in the Star Tower, and each faction has its own realm channel and faction private copy. You can enter the realms in the Chaos Realm without the school's public channel. The student dormitory is also located on the edge of the floating city. It is a huge villa area that is separately demarcated. Each student has a separate single-family villa. Then Fangxi took him to choose an uninhabited dormitory. After confirming the ownership of the small villa through the identity card, senior sister Fang Shi left. She returned to her residence, which was also in the villa area, but on the other side. The small villa has a total of 4 floors, 3 floors above ground and 1 floor underground, with a construction area of about 300 square meters, and nearly 1,000 square meters of front and back gardens. The first floor is for reception, the second floor is for living, the third floor is the work area, and the underground floor is also the work area. It may be that the previous senior brother of the villa did not take it away, and there are still many equipment and tools in the 2 studios. However, the underground of these 2 studios is for hammering, and the third floor is for jewelry processing. The jewelry processing studio is fine. He has plans to study jewelry processing, so it can be used. Forget about forging, he has no plans for it, and he will need to dismantle it and replace it with an enchanting laboratory. The villa is fully furnished, and only some personal items need to be prepared, which can be purchased from the logistics department. Chu Cheng walked around the villa and returned to the first floor hall. He pointed his hand, and a light screen popped up in front of him, just like a web page, and the home page was the internal network. He first clicked on the logistics page and applied for a batch of daily necessities. Then he applied for an engineering team to modify the villa. In addition to adjusting the garden, the forging room on the underground first floor needs to be dismantled and converted into a warehouse. And finally, another room on the third floor needs to be converted into an enchanting workshop. Chapter 105. The villa was full of clanging sounds in the next few days, and the engineering team completed the construction and renovation with super-fast efficiency. Chu Cheng was not idle either. After spending a day to figure out the situation of the floating city, he applied for a training room to start practicing weapon skills. The training room of the Star Tower is not comparable to that of the number 5 middle school. It is an independent space, and opponents can be freely selected. Even Lord-level boss can be simulated. However, the best opponents are not these Lord-level boss, but special weapon skill instructors. These instructors are proficient in a certain weapon skill, and the highest level can reach the master level. They can also customize weapons, armor and skills. The key is that they are all free. After understanding this, Chu Cheng was very enthusiastic about training. His main weapon is now a one-handed sword, so he will only practice one-handed sword next, and strive to quickly upgrade to the master level or even the master level. Weapon skills improve relatively quickly before the master level. Even if others don't have a golden finger like him, the improvement speed is not much slower. It can be upgraded to the master level after working hard for a year. But the subsequent expert level, master level, and grandmaster level are extremely difficult to upgrade, and the time required is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If you don't have this talent, many people will never be able to upgrade a weapon skill to the master level, let alone the grandmaster level. Of course, using skill notes can speed up this process, but the limit is the expert level. The strongest weapon skill notes can only be upgraded to the expert level. And using this thing will have sequelae, because it is forcibly upgraded, and the foundation is definitely not as solid as that of self-training, and the subsequent promotion to the master and grandmaster level is much slower than normal people. If the foundation is not solid, it can't even be improved. After practicing for almost a week, I suddenly received a message from the assistant teacher Lu Dongrui. "Student Chu Cheng, please come to the assistant teacher's office." Chu Cheng snapped his fingers, and the opponent, who was attacking, stopped in the void. He quickly replied, "I'd be there right away." Walked out of the training room, asked the magic puppet at the door to perform a magic trick, quickly wiped off the sweat on his body, changed clothes, and went out. No need to rush. Come to the teleportation platform at the entrance of the villa area. You can directly teleport to any place in the floating city. The space changed, and people appeared on the 6th floor of the core magician tower in the center of the floating city. The 5 assistant teachers of the instructor all had their offices on this floor. Walking out of the teleportation room, the 4 boys and girls of the same age as me in the hall all looked over. Chu Cheng was also stunned for a moment, smiled and nodded. As expected, they were from the same school as me, Izumodinga. He sat down in an empty seat, and the boy on his right smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm from Yinghuan City, Cheongjiang Province, and my name is Qin Shuang." Chu Cheng, from Yutai City, Qianshui Province. The other 2 men and 1 woman stopped talking and introduced themselves. Yufan Province, Diansong City, Shihui. Leiyuan Province, Tanan City, Kaiguanqi. Leiyuan Province, Lingfeng City, Yang Chuchu. The last person to introduce himself, Kaiguanqi and Yang Chuchu, behaved very intimately, and they came from the same place, looking like a couple. It was the first time for everyone to meet, and there was nothing to talk about. They just introduced themselves and talked about their hometowns. Anyway, they were free. After a few words, the office door opened, and a boy walked out. A loud voice came from the door. Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, who was talking, immediately stood up and went into the office. Shui asked the boy who came out, Li Bin, what did the teaching assistant ask us? Nothing, just ask what the extreme value of my attribute is and test it. What is your extreme value? The man named Li Bin looked over in surprise, and said nothing. The man also realized that he asked a stupid question and smiled awkwardly. After a few words, Li Bin said goodbye and left. After a while, 2 more freshmen came out of the transmission room. About 5 minutes later, the office door was pushed open, Qin Shuang came out, and Shui's name was called out again. Time passed, and freshmen came from time to time. The front ones were called in for inspection one by one. After Kai Guangqi and Yang Chuchu, it was Chu Qing's turn. Entering the office, he found that both teaching assistants Lu Dongruei and Lu Guichen were there. Motioning him to sit down, Lu Dongruei asked, Do you know what the extreme values of your attributes are? Chu Cheng shook his head and said, I don't know, I haven't tested it before. Share your attributes. Yes, the main attributes will do. Chu Cheng nodded, called out the attribute panel, and shared the main attribute column. Yes. Yes. Lu Dongruei made 2 consecutive yes. The first one was plain, and the second one was surprised and puzzled. Your physical fitness has increased so much that it has not reached the extreme value? Yes. The other side, Assistant Lu Guichen, who was recording something, also looked over and showed a surprised expression. He threw the quill pen in his hand and stood up with interest. Come, let's test, and see what the extreme value of your attributes is. Chu Cheng stood up immediately. He also wanted to know what the extreme value of his attributes was. The so-called attribute extreme value can be referred to as the so-called innate qualifications in novels. Each person has a limit on the free attribute points that can be added to each main attribute according to their own situation, which is the so-called attribute extreme value. It is roughly divided into 3 stages, namely below the extraordinary level, and the legendary level. Some people's physical extreme value is only 100, which means that before the promotion to the extraordinary level, the physical fitness can no longer be added after it reaches 100 points, and it is necessary to break through the realm to continue to add points. Some people's physical extreme value is 200, which means that before the promotion to the extraordinary level, the physical fitness can be added to 200 points, which is twice as much as others. Attribute extreme values include innate attributes, free attribute points obtained by level, attributes increased by permanent potions, free attribute points increased by plots, etc. All permanent attribute points are counted. Equipment increases not counted. Chu Cheng does not know what his attribute extreme value is. Ordinary middle schools cannot detect it. The Chu family is just a small family, and does not have this ability. There are a few places in Yatai City, but it takes a long time to apply. Moreover, there was no point in testing the extreme values of attributes before. Anyway, adding points to the extreme value would not add any more points. You would know when you had points to the limit. However, he had not added points to the limit until now, so he naturally did not know what the extreme value of his attributes was. Lu Guichen took him away and teleported to a huge detection array somewhere in the Mage Tower. Indicating him to stand on the array, Lu Guichen opened the array, and a huge magical power was generated, and circles of invisible waves slowly rose. When the array was fully opened, invisible transparent streams of light passed through his body. The transparent stream of light passed through his body, bringing out a gleam of light. The gleam of light gathered above the array, forming a row of numbers that he was somewhat familiar with. After a while, after checking, Lu Guichen nodded with the detected data in his hand, waved to Chu Cheng, handed over the tablet in his hand, and said, Not bad, take a look. Chapter 106. Chu Cheng took the tablet, and saw the following words written on it. Physical attribute 181, physical extreme value 276. Strength attribute 108, strength extreme value 270. Agility attribute 72, agility extreme value 230. Perception attribute 37, perception extreme value 185. Intelligence attribute 37, intelligence extreme value 168. Spirit attribute 37, spirit extreme value 166. This is my attribute extreme value. Almost instantly, Chu Cheng felt that all extreme values minus 100 were his normal attribute extreme values, and the extra 100 was the upper limit given by the golden finger. So if there is no golden finger, my qualifications are actually not bad. Attribute extreme values below 50 are waste, 50 to 100 are average, 100 to 150 are excellent, 150 to 200 are considered top-level geniuses, and more than 200 are super geniuses, which are extremely rare. Without the bonus of the gold finger, the physical extreme value is 175, and the strength extreme value is 170, which are already considered top-level geniuses. With the bonus of the gold finger, the physical extreme value of 276 has surpassed the average super genius. And this is not his limit, but only the limit of the first stage of the gold finger. Chu Qingxian expected that when his gold finger is upgraded in the future, the upper limit of this attribute extreme value will continue to increase. It can also be seen from the attribute extreme value that the previous Chu Cheng is indeed suitable for melee physical professions, but not for magic professions. And now Chu Cheng, with a minimum spirit extreme value of 166, has made up for this shortcoming. If he chooses the magic profession, it is not impossible, but it is not as suitable as melee. Your attribute extreme value is very excellent. The two assistants directly affirmed his talent, and said seriously, from your extreme attribute values, you are suitable for melee physical hero professions. The two powerful melee hero professions of Comet Knight and Void Hunter in the hands of the instructor are quite suitable for you. Chu Cheng replied, I will consider it carefully. Yes. Lu Dongruei recorded his information and marked it specially, and said again, there will be an assessment for new students. If it is fast, it will be about 3 months after enrollment, and if it is slow, it may be a year later. The double blade warrior you are currently working for is too bad, which seriously affects your strength. You should try to complete the job transfer as soon as possible and work in a hero profession, so that you can get good results in the assessment 3 months later. Lu Guichen on the side also nodded and said, you need to pay attention to one thing. Although the higher the level of the hero profession, the stronger it is, but it is not the level. The higher the better, but the main thing is to fit. All hero professions have a degree of fit. The higher the degree of fit between the hero profession and the hero profession, the more powerful the profession can be. For example, the fit of a high-level hero profession is only 50%, which is absolutely incomparable to a medium-level hero profession with a fit of 90%. I know that according to school rules, all special admissions will have an opportunity to inherit a high-level hero. In addition, you also have an original hero mark, which is equivalent to 2 high-level hero inheritance opportunities. The teacher suggests that you don't just focus on the inheritance of the 2 high-level heroes and legendary heroes. You can first understand the advantages and disadvantages of these hero professions, whether the professional skills and professional talents are compatible, and choose the one that suits you best. Lu Dongruei also said seriously, yes, suitability is more important than level. Look, there are so many high-level hero classes in the school, and there are also several legendary hero classes in the entire Star Tower, but Yundinga Star Mage is only a middle-level hero class, and both of us are only low-level hero classes. Well, I will think about it carefully. This is also Chu Cheng's idea. Psychologically speaking, he definitely wants the hero to be as strong as possible, but from a practical point of view, it is definitely the best to suit himself. But no matter whether it fits or not, he must try that legendary hero before he is satisfied. The legendary hero is really too strong. If the gap between the first 3 levels of heroes is 1, 3, and 10, the gap between the high-level hero and the legendary hero class is 10 and 100. With such a big gap, he really can't bear not to try it. Anyway, he has 2 chances in his hand, so he will try the legendary hero first. Even if he fails, there is still room for regret. After the test, Chu Cheng quickly returned to the dormitory, and then sent a message to the assistant teacher Lu Dongruei through the class channel. Teacher, I want to apply for the information of the Void Destroyer hero profession. Okay. Lu Dongruei was very efficient. He sent a set of information in just 1 minute, and added a note. The information will be automatically destroyed after 24 hours. Do not spread it. Okay. After closing the communication, Chu Cheng opened the information to check it out. This information includes both the employment and advancement information of the old version of the Void Destroyer, and the employment and advancement information of the new version of the Void Destroyer. It's just the old version, which requires destroying many realms to take up the job and be promoted. No one has used it for thousands of years, and now everyone uses the new version. The job transfer information of the new version of the Void Destroyer shows, Step 1. You still need a Realm Essence Stone to obtain the hero mark of the Void Destroyer from the new ancestor of the Void Destroyer. This cannot be avoided. This is the core of the power of the Void Destroyer hero profession, the essence of the profession, and the starting point of this hero. This must be used and cannot be changed. Step 2. Get the hero mark condensed by the Realm Essence Stone from the ancestor of the Void Destroyer, merge it with yourself, and then continue to fill space and destroy. This step is divided into 2 lines, namely space and destruction. When the progress of the 2 lines reaches 100%, you can condense the Void Destroyer hero template and officially take up the Void Destroyer hero profession. There are 2 ways to progress in space. One is to constantly experience the laws of space. This is too high-end and not recommended. The other is to constantly integrate various space-related magic materials. The most suitable ones are various space magic gems. This is pure money. The magic gems with space attributes are at least legendary gems, and at least 10 or more are required. This investment. Of course, he has a talent for space, which belongs to the compatibility, and the degree of fit must be very high. It is estimated that only 4 or 5 pieces are enough. And there is only one way to progress in destruction, that is destruction. Whether it is destroying life or destroying the world. Fortunately, the new version of the Void Destroyer does not need to completely destroy the realm like the old version. It only needs to have the behavior of destruction. Killing is also destruction. No matter how much killing is done in the copy will return to its original state when it is reincarnated again. The new version of the destruction progress accumulation speed is not as fast as the original version, but it does not need to make the whole world hostile like the original version. This investment is quite high. Chu Chung touched his forehead and secretly calculated the resources in his hands. The price of a normal legendary magic gem is 1 or 200 gold. The space attribute is extremely rare, and the price is more than 200 gold. Even if it is calculated according to the minimum standard of 5 gems, it will cost thousands of gold. Throw it. This is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is the destruction progress. If you don't completely destroy the realm, it will be difficult to accumulate enough destruction progress in the new version without a year or 2. Chapter 107. It's difficult. Thousands of chaos gold coins, and a huge amount of accumulated killing progress. No, it's too slow. Chu Chung frowned, struggling. He couldn't wait a few years to change his job, because when a player's job level exceeds level 30, and is promoted to an elite professional again, the job will be solidified, so the job change must be before level 30. After level 30, the job is solidified, and the water of the sticks can only change skills and attributes, not jobs. A year later, everyone else in the same grade is level 40, and he is not even level 30 yet. This job is not good. You have to change to a pure space law legendary job. Pinching his chin, he sent a message to assistant Lu Dongrui and asked, "Teacher, do we have other pure space law legendary heroes in our star tower?" After a pause, he added, "Other legendary heroes are also fine. If possible, can you give me a basic information of all legendary heroes in the entire star tower for my reference?" Lu Dongrui quickly responded, "Virtual. Do you think the Sky Destroyer is not good enough?" Chu Chung smiled bitterly. "How could I not think of it? The main reason is that the investment cost is too high. I want to see if there is a lower cost." "Then you think too much. There is no low cost for the legendary hero profession. But you have a space talent. If it is a pure space law hero inheritance, the cost can be much lower." After Lu Dongrui finished speaking, he sent a piece of information and reminded, "This is the basic information of all legendary and above heroes in the Star Tower. Although it is not top secret, don't spread it around. Delete it after reading it yourself." "Thank you, teacher." Opening the data, a row of hero names appeared in front of him instantly. Son of the Earth. Legend controls the power of the Earth, has the power to reshape and break the Earth. Lich King. Legend the fallen king who controls the power of frost and death. Lord of the Desolate Evil. Legend the terrifying evil demon from the desolate evil prison, masters the power of the soul. Lord of Pain. Legend the evil king from the devil's wind, controls the power of pain. Lord of the Abyss. Legend the Lord of the Scourge from the endless abyss wind, possesses unparalleled power and the flame of destruction. Son of Space. Legend the Space Master from the distorted time and space. Lord of the Devouring Abyss. Legend from the Devouring Abyss. At a glance, there are names that look full of style, and the dazzling legendary suffixes. Chu Chung patiently checks them one by one. Some of these legendary heroes are exclusive to the Star Tower, while others are allies of the Star Tower. As long as a certain price is paid, one can obtain their heroic inheritance mark. After looking at more than a dozen in one breath, the next name emitting golden light came into Chu Cheng's eyes. Thousand Dark Demon, immortal, a great existence that controls the power of nightmares. Death Star, immortal, a lost ancient god born before the ancient times. Transdimensional Traveler, immortal, a traveler from the transdimensional space and time who controls the power of time. Lord of 1,000 stars and 10,000 suns, immortal, he is the lord of the endless stars, the embodiment of the original source of chaos. There are actually 4 records of immortal heroes. Immortal heroes are higher-level existences beyond legendary heroes, and the power they control is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If they can obtain their inheritance, their future will be immeasurable. Chu Cheng's heart was moved almost instantly, and he quickly checked the inheritance standards of these 4 immortal heroes. However, he was smiling in the last second, and his face fell in the next second. So outrageous? It's not that the requirements are outrageous, but the requirements are very simple. Anyone can apply, and nothing is required. But the Thousand Dark Demon is a great existence that controls the power of nightmares. If you want to inherit its power, you need to enter the nightmare world with your soul to see the Thousand Dark Demon whose essence is hidden in the nightmare world. If you survive successfully, you will automatically obtain the inheritance of the Thousand Dark Demon and control the power of nightmares. The Thousand Dark Demon, just by hearing the name, you know that he is not a good person. There is a bloody handwriting at the back of the information. Death in the nightmare world will lead to complete death, and no means can save it, not even the stone of the true world. And the mortality rate of entering the nightmare world is 100%. Yes, so far, no new soul has come back alive after entering the nightmare world. And the Death Star. Let's put it this way, this is an ancient hatred. This is an evil existence that is more evil and terrifying than 1,000 dark demons. The data records that the mortality rate is also 100% so far. The superdimensional traveler, a traveler from superdimensional time and space, is not evil or dangerous, because you can't see him at all if you are not strong enough. This is a superdimensional existence that a god-demon level senior in the Star Tower accidentally encountered. Because he helped the other party a little, he got in touch with him and left a time mark. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to obtain its inheritance, and the superdimensional traveler is not interested in inheritance. He can only obtain the hero inheritance by relying on the original hero mark. According to the data, hundreds of people have chosen this power by relying on the original hero mark for thousands of years, but so far, all of these hundreds of people have died, and none of them has survived a year after obtaining the inheritance. They have all been assimilated into time, and there is no trace. The power of time wiped out everything, even the memory of their existence. It was only when the strong men of the school recorded it in a special way that they knew that so many people were assimilated into time. As for the last Lord of 1,000 stars and 10,000 suns, this was the power that the founder of the Star Tower had once passed down. It was an incredible existence, and no one knew what the essence of its existence was. Even the gods and demons of the Star Tower only knew that the founder had left a message before he disappeared, and that someone must choose this heroic inheritance every 100 years. Except for this person, no one else is allowed to choose this heroic inheritance. A very contradictory order. What is even more incomprehensible is that the inheritor of the Lord of 1,000 stars and 10,000 suns, who is born every 100 years, has obviously obtained the immortal hero inheritance, but the power actually displayed is just like a very ordinary lower-level hero, and is completely lacking the imagined strength of the immortal hero inheritance. After tens of thousands of years of inheritance, hundreds of lords of 1,000 stars and 10,000 suns have been born one after another, but none of them has been able to break through to the legendary level, let alone a higher level. To be honest, this situation did arouse Chu Cheng's curiosity. However, the previous generation of the Lord of 1,000 stars and 10,000 suns was born 20 years ago, and there are still 80 years before the next generation is selected. He definitely has no chance. There is absolutely no chance. The original hero mark also needs to be exposed to the source of power. When it is not inherited, it is impossible to touch the power of the Lord of 1,000 stars and 10,000 suns. Only the superdimensional traveler has the opportunity to obtain the 4 immortal level hero inheritances. The power of time is the most powerful law. No one, even the law of space, cannot compare to it. There are risks in choosing a superdimensional traveler, but Chu Cheng is not worried. Chapter 108. He had a strong feeling that his golden finger could help him solve the risk of time assimilation. When he awakened the golden finger, he could directly obtain the talent of space refraction, and there were many talents for him to choose from. He knew that the essence of this thing was beyond his imagination. As we all know, The limit of any talent represents a law. The limit of space refraction is the law of space. On the other hand, since the golden finger can give him many talents, even including space talent, what about time talent? He had a strong feeling that this was also possible. Then the problem was solved. Rounding off, the golden finger can indeed solve the risk of time assimilation. When the biggest problem of this inheritance is solved, the rest is not a problem. After making a decision, Chu Cheng immediately sent a message to his mentor Yundinga. I have the original hero mark, and I want to choose the superdimensional traveler hero inheritance. A question mark was sent. Chu Cheng immediately replied, I have a way to solve the danger of time assimilation. At the Mage Tower Observatory, Yundinga silently deleted the message he was about to send, and after a moment of silence, he said 2 words. Are you sure? I won't seek my own death. Wait for me. The instructor was as frugal with words as always, but very straightforward. However, this wait took a little long, and it was almost half an hour before I received the instructor's message. Okay, you come to my Mage Tower. Come right away. Chu Cheng set off immediately and teleported directly to the instructor's Mage Tower, and met Yundinga on the highest level of the observatory. He looked Chu Cheng up and down with an expressionless face, and said in a deep voice, You still have a chance to regret it now. I suggest you choose the Son of Space, which is both legendary and in line with your talent. It is the most suitable hero inheritance for you. Chu Cheng bowed seriously and said, I have thought about it. I have a way to avoid this problem. Time assimilation is not as simple as you think. Being able to resist time assimilation now does not mean that you can resist time assimilation in the future. I have made up my mind. Yundinga was silent for a while, nodded and said, Okay, you come with me. With a wave of his hand, time and space changed. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly found himself in a void. Under his feet was a huge platform outlined by streams of light. A staircase also outlined by streams of light connected the platform at one end and extended endlessly upward to the distant end, a big sun at the other end. Looking down, there was an endless dark abyss under his feet, which was dizzying. There was an arch-like gate between the platform and the stairs, which was carved with distorted and unrecognizable streamer runes. On the left and right of the light gate stood a human figure, whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Chu Cheng's eyes fell on them, and a light curtain appeared, but it was a row of question marks. Yundinga came to the human-shaped light and shadow, and said in a deep voice, The principal has allowed us to use the star altar. The light man did not make any movement, but Chu Cheng could sense that many eyes seemed to be on him. Without any movement or sound, Yundinga had already stepped onto the stairs. Follow me closely, don't look around, don't respond to anyone who talks to you, and don't look back when you hear any call. Oh! Chu Cheng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly followed, stepping onto the empty stairs outlined by the flowing light. As soon as he stepped on it, a familiar voice came to his ears. Chu Cheng, come here quickly, something good has come out. Chu Cheng paused slightly, and continued to move up with a slight curl of his lips. Chu Cheng, help me button my clothes, I have no time to hold them. Senior Fong Shi's charming and seductive voice sounded from behind, teasing and coquettish. Chu Cheng. This staircase is called the trial staircase. If you can't even finish this staircase, don't consider the inheritance of the immortal hero. Go and inherit the Son of Space. Okay. Chu Cheng pursed his lips and took a firm step. With every step he took, all kinds of strange sounds came to his ears, including the temptations of acquaintances and the temptations of various interests. As he walked up, the power contained in these tempting sounds became stronger and stronger. All kinds of temptations he had seen, heard, or never seen appeared one after another, and even a certain teacher's Hunan accent appeared behind him. At that moment, Chu Cheng almost turned around. These temptations are not just verbal temptations, but also contain the power to affect the mind, forcibly tempting you to turn around. But he kept his mind tightly, and his consciousness stared at the group of light in the center of his mind. Seeing the dots of light spread out, the coldness continued to melt the various illusions born in his mind. Not bad. Yundinga, who was walking in front, had been paying attention to Chu Cheng. He thought that it was impossible for Chu Cheng to complete this staircase with his spirit and will. In order to dispel his unrealistic idea, the difficulty of this trial staircase was not reduced at all. Logically speaking, even ordinary legends might not be able to complete it. But although he was trembling all the way, as if a small boat in a storm was about to collapse at any time, he walked down completely beyond his expectations. From this, it can be seen that this student does have some secrets. But he was not interested in the student's secrets, he just needed to make sure that he really had the ability. Chu Cheng, who had been tortured by countless demonic sounds for an unknown period of time, suddenly felt that all the illusions in his mind and ears disappeared instantly, as if everything before was an illusion. At the same time, Yundinga's voice came to his ears. "We're here." He raised his head, and saw that he was standing on a platform condensed by countless fine runes. There were 9 dim human-shaped rune statues standing on the platform. There was a faint glow surrounding the platform, shielding everything from the bad. Yundinga looked up and looked around, and said lightly, "This is the Altar of Stars, and it is also the place where the school inherits the power of heroes above the legendary level. The school has no restrictions in this regard. As long as you have the authority, you can come here to choose, but all the consequences and risks after the choice will be borne by you." He looked back at Chu Cheng and asked in a deep voice, "Now I ask you for the last time, do you want to continue?" Chu Cheng nodded firmly. "I am sure. And I am willing to bear any consequences." "Okay." Yundinga turned and walked to the center of the platform, stretched out his hand and pressed on one of the human-shaped rune statues. The rune at the contact point lit up, and it spread rapidly like burning to light up the entire rune statue. "Next, I will activate the Altar of Stars and communicate with the time mark left by the superdimensional traveler. You use the original hero mark to copy the time mark." "Okay." The 9 rune light columns were opened and activated one by one. When the last rune statue lit up, the Altar of Stars was opened, and 9 light columns shot up into the sky, connecting with each other to form a complex 9-pointed magic array. Invisible fluctuations surged out from the center of the 9-pointed star array, exploded, and rushed into the depths of the endless void. Yundinga did not move, and Chu Cheng did not move either. After an unknown amount of time, there was still no movement, but Yundinga's voice came into his ears, "Get ready." Although Chu Cheng could not see or feel anything, he still obediently took out the original hero mark and activated it with a thought. The beads lit up, and an invisible fluctuation bloomed. There was clearly nothing on the dome, but another faint fluctuation could be sensed in response. The fluctuation of this mark was very strange. When the consciousness touched it, it kept expanding or shrinking, or changing shape, as if it was grabbed by an invisible big hand. Time mark. Chu Cheng had an understanding in his heart, and his face showed expectation. But this expectation did not last for a few seconds. As the original hero mark was fully activated, the moment when the time mark appeared, the light ball in his mind suddenly exploded, and then... Chapter 109. Buzz. The violent vibration of the void made his consciousness confused. The endless void above his head suddenly lit up with stars. Countless stars connected together, and turned into a tide of stars. They rushed up to the sky in front of the Altar of Stars, and condensed into an extremely huge face. A huge voice, like thunder, sounded, "I am the king of the devouring abyss." At the same time as this announcement sounded, the light curtain in front of Chu Cheng automatically popped up, and a prompt appeared in front of him. "You have won the favor of the king of the devouring abyss. The power of the devouring abyss opens its arms to you. Do you want to embrace the devouring abyss?" Chu Cheng? Question mark. Confused and doubtful, he soon understood then. After thinking, then... Buzz. A faint light lit up in the void again, and the energy tide surged from afar. The face of the Lord of the Devouring Abyss shook violently, but finally stabilized. The faint light gathered at another place on the side, and turned into a huge shadow face. A deep and powerful voice sounded, "I am the Lord of the Desolate Evil." Then, a new prompt popped up in front of Chu Cheng again. "You have won the favor of the Lord of the Desolate Evil, and the original evil power obeys your command. Do you accept this power?" Boom! The yellow light gathered in the sky, and the shadows of mountains appeared in the void and exploded. The power of the earth gathered and turned into a mountain giant that reached the sky. "The mountains bowed to me. I am the son of the earth. You have won the favor of the son of the earth, and the power of the earth obeys your command. Do you embrace the earth?" Chu Cheng's expression changed from surprise to confusion, then to calmness, and until now, he had reacted to what was going on. He looked up at the sky very calmly, and was not in a hurry to make a decision. As he expected, in less than 5 seconds, dark red flames lit up again in the void and quickly condensed. Bang! The dark red flames just gathered and condensed into a figure, and suddenly exploded, and the dark red flames in the sky reflected an extremely huge tentacle. Before he could react, the son of the earth, the Lord of the Desolate Evil, and the Lord of the Devouring Abyss that had condensed in front of him were shattered, revealing an incredibly huge and twisted shadow in the darkness behind. Thick tentacles were waving in the void, drawing invisible distortions in the void. Death Star. No explanation is needed. No explanation is needed. Just the moment Chu Cheng saw this figure, This name directly appeared in his mind. You have received the favor of the Death Star. Do you accept this favor and become the Death Star agent? Damn! I don't want to. He refused with resistance, as if ants were crawling all over his body. What a joke. The Death Star looks like a template of the evil god. If he accepts this power, he will be the messenger of the evil god. How can he play well in the future? However, just as he said no, a tentacle stabbed at him fiercely. At this time, Yundinga, who had been silent, paused, and the 9 human-shaped rune statues suddenly lit up, and the star altar shone brightly, and the blooming light turned into flames, and the tentacles quickly burned and melted. Don't worry, Yundinga said calmly. At the level of will, they are like gods, but in fact, this is just a projection of their thoughts. They seem unstoppable, but in fact, they are just strong on the outside and weak on the inside, and they can't do anything to us. Is that so? Seeing the instructor so calm, Chu Cheng couldn't help but calm down. But there is bad news. Just now, those heroic inheritances were shattered and cannot be reunited. You only have one choice now. This is my original choice. Then get ready. At this time, the huge projection of the Death Star in the void outside the altar of stars had burned out, leaving no residue. It was indeed as Yundinga said, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. At the same time, the time mark on his head slowly emerged, as the original hero mark was completely activated. It was a mark that could not be described in words. It could not be seen by the naked eye, but it could be seen by the feeling. The time mark was invisible and intangible, constantly changing. Strands of time that could not be seen by the naked eye fell into the original hero mark and slowly filled it. When the mark was filled, the original hero mark would become the hero mark of the superdimensional traveler, containing the power of time. Chu Cheng looked up and looked at the gradually overflowing time mark with expectation. He did not notice that at some point, strands of light that could not be detected by the naked eye slowly floated out of his body and slowly floated into the original hero mark. The flowing light combined with the time mark, and the runes on the mark slowly burned, and some changes that ordinary people could not detect occurred. After an unknown amount of time, the original hero mark was completely filled, and it had turned into a light ball composed of countless burning runes, slowly floating towards his head and slowly blending in. At the same time, in Chu Cheng's eyes, the light curtain in front of him burned, and a wisp of golden flames formed words appeared. You have condensed the time mark. Do you want to merge? Chu Cheng decisively took out the water of the sticks and drank it. The next second, a prompt appeared in the corner of his eye. You have used the water of the sticks. All your attributes are unlocked in the next hour, and can be adjusted freely. Chu Cheng opened the attribute panel with a thought. The profession had disappeared, and the dual weapon professional expertise and 15 free attribute points attached to the profession had disappeared. The 2 professional expertises of extraordinary physique and extraordinary agility had also disappeared. Then all the added attributes were stripped off, and a total of 235 free attribute points were stored in the attribute library. They were 135 free attribute points at level 27, and 100 free attribute points obtained from plot rewards and purchases. Then, there were the professional skills. At this time, all of them were in a deletable state. Chu Cheng had already prepared a plan, and deleted the 4 skills of Swiftness, Frenzy, Giant Blow, and Raging Sea Tide at the first time, leaving the 3 skills of Blade Storm, Thunder Shock, and Blood God Body. These skills are all very good, but they are only intermediate skills with limited potential. When he reaches level 40 or 50 in the future, he will find a way to wash these intermediate skills, and replace them with advanced or top skills of the same type. Now it is just ahead of time. Weapon skills and life skills do not need to be washed, so continue to keep them. After the points are reset, the attributes have changed greatly. Name, Chu Cheng. Race, human. Occupation, none. Level, level 27. Talent, Space Refraction LV2. Occupational specialties, none. Main attributes, Constitution 37 plus 64, 101, Strength 37 plus 65, 102, Agility 37 plus 48, 85, Perception 37 plus 5, 42, Intelligence 37, 37, Spirit 37, 37, Secondary attributes, Toughness 11, Reflex 8, Will 3, Life Regeneration plus 16 per second. Health, 1010 plus 500 points. Stamina, 1010 points. Mana, 370 points. Melee attack, 205, slash, 203, stab. Ranged attack, 85 plus 20 plus 58, stab. Physical defense, 10% plus 31 points. Magic resistance, 30%. Movement speed, 175 points. Basic skills, omitted. Professional skills, Blade Storm LV2, Advanced, Thunder Shock LV5, Advanced, Blood God Body LV1, Top Level, Life Professions, Advanced Fishing, Primary First Aid, Primary Cooking. Chapter 110. After confirming that the points were completely washed and nothing was left out, Chu Cheng said in a deep voice, "Confirm the fusion." The light ball touched his forehead and merged directly into it. The next second, his pupils exploded with dazzling light, and his body lifted up involuntarily, slowly floating in the air. Endless flames gushed out from his 7 orifices, and his flesh and blood were transparent, and the golden flames burned. Tip: you have successfully integrated the time mark and successfully obtained the Eternal Master Hero Inheritance. Tip: you have successfully obtained the Hero Profession Eternal Master and obtained the Hero Template Immortal. Hero Template Immortal level Hero Template with power far beyond ordinary people. Attribute adjustment as follows. Add 1 to all attributes at each level. 1 point of Constitution equals 20 points of health, 20 points of stamina. 1 point of strength equals 2 points of basic physical attack, 20 kilograms of load. 1 point of agility equals 2 points of speed. 1 point of agility equals 2 points of ranged attack. 1 point of perception equals 2 meters of perception range. 1 point of intelligence equals 20 points of mana. 5 points of intelligence equals 2% of mana damage bonus. 1 point of spirit equals 2 points of mana recovery per minute. Immune to instant death, immune to disease, immune to soul possession, immune to aging, and 100 points of time power. Tip: you have successfully obtained the Hero Profession, Eternal Master, and obtained the unique Hero Specialty, Eternity. Hero Specialty. Eternity, immune to any time-related effects. Feature 1, Eternal Reincarnation. The power of time washes over itself every 30 seconds, expelling all its negative states. Feature 2, Eternal Life, anchoring itself in a specified state, returning to the anchored state at the moment of death, and can be resurrected at a specified location, with a cooldown of 1 month. Tip: the effect cannot be dispelled, priority law level. Tip: you have successfully obtained the Hero Profession, Eternal Domination, and you can choose one of the following 5 hero skills as your first hero skill. Hero Skill 1, Time Travel, Awakening. Enter the long river of time, appear at any location within a maximum range of 1,000 meters, and cause an attack that will trigger all attack effects to all enemies within a radius of 5 meters from the location where you appear, and cancel all damage and negative effects in the last 3 seconds. Skill cooldown time is 15 seconds, consuming 15 time power. Tip: no matter how long you stay in the long river of time, only a moment has passed in the outside world. Tip: this skill cannot be dispelled, priority law level. Hero Skill 2, Time Change, Awakening passive, affected by time. The power of time increases the duration of all skills and spells by 100%, and the duration of all negative states is reduced by 25%. Tip: this skill cannot be dispelled, and the priority is law level. Hero Skill 3, Time Lock, Awakening passive, attack gives the power of time, and there is a chance to lock the target in time for 1 second. Tip: the time lock state cannot be restored, and all attacks received are critical hits that ignore defense and magic resistance. Tip: this skill can be dispelled, and the priority is law level. Hero Skill 4, Time Exchange, Awakening, specify a target, extract 1 point of all attributes of the target per second, reach the limit after 30 seconds, and cause real damage of extracted attributes *10 to the target. The extracted attributes are retained for 10 minutes, or returned after the target dies. Skill cooldown time is 30 minutes, consuming 10 time power. Tip: this skill can be dispelled, priority law level. Hero Skill 5, Time Exile, Awakening, designate a target to be exiled outside of time. The target needs to undergo 3 rounds of toughness, reflection, and will immunity checks, and any failure in the check will result in exile. Skill cooldown time is 30 seconds, consuming 5 time power. Tip: this skill can be dispelled, priority law level. After quickly reading the information, Chu Cheng hesitated for only 5 seconds before making a decision. Time Travel. Attack, Defense, Cut-in, Life-saving, Escape, 5 major functions in one, can be called a magical skill. He made a choice, and Time Travel lit up on the panel, and the other 4 hero skills dimmed. But this is not the end. After the time walk disappears on the panel, a new prompt appears again. your level is raised to level 20, and you can choose one of the following 5 hero skills as your second hero skill. The 4 dim hero skills on the panel light up again, and a new hero skill is added. Hero Skill 5. Sand of Time. Condense a sand of time, use it on yourself or friendly forces, and immediately return to the best state in the last 60 seconds. Use it on the enemy to make the target immediately return to the worst state in the last 60 seconds. Skill cooldown time is 15 minutes, consuming 5 time power. Tip: this skill can be dispelled, priority low level. Time lock. Passive stun, a magical skill that needs no explanation. Although I am also jealous of the others, I can only choose one at a time, so I can only wait for the next time. No matter what level of hero, the hero skill is obtained every 10 levels, 10, 20, 30, 40, and a total of 4 hero skills can be selected before the 50th level of the extraordinary level. All hero skills below the extraordinary level are awakening level. After being promoted to the extraordinary level, they will all be upgraded to the extraordinary level. If they can be promoted to the legendary level, they will naturally be promoted to the legendary level. After selecting the hero skills, Chu Cheng immediately chose the attribute points. There is not much change from the previous one. The 3 attributes of physique, strength and agility are still equally important. Intelligence and spirit are useless. A total of 235 free attribute points, 100 points each for physique and strength, and the remaining 35 points are added to agility. Name: Chu Cheng. Race: human. Occupation: Eternal Overlord, Hero. Level 27. Talent: Space Refraction LV2. Heroic Expertise, Eternal. Main attributes: Constitution 64 plus 100 plus 64, 228, Strength 64 plus 100 plus 65, 229, Agility 64 plus 35 plus 48, 147, Perception 64 plus 5, 69, Intelligence 64, 64, Spirit 64, 64, Secondary attributes: Toughness 22, Reflex 14, Willpower 6, Life Regeneration plus 11 per second. Health: 4,560 plus 500 points. Stamina: 4,560 points. Mana: 1,280 points. Melee attack: 458 plus 20 plus 115, slash, 458 plus 20 plus 113, stab. Ranged attack: 294 plus 20 plus 58, stab. Physical defense: 10% plus 22 plus 20 points. Magic resistance: 36%. Movement speed: 384 points. Basic skills, omitted. Hero skills: Time travel, Awakening, Time lock, Awakening, Professional skills: Blade Storm LV2, Advanced, Thunder Shock LV5, Advanced, Blood God Body LV1, Top, Life Professions, Advanced Fishing, Primary First Aid, Primary Cooking. Huh? Why isn't it a trans-dimensional traveler? After reading the attribute table of the reconstruction, Chu Cheng realized the abnormality belatedly. Could it be? Is it because of my golden finger that I changed from a trans-dimensional traveler to the so-called Eternal Lord? Chu Cheng pinched his chin, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. This is a good thing. The Eternal Lord, no matter how you look at it, is stronger than the trans-dimensional traveler. Scanning the attribute panel, even though the 2 epic specialties of Extraordinary Constitution and Extraordinary Strength are gone, the paper data has become stronger because of the adjustment of the Immortal Hero template. It is many times stronger than before. In addition, Immortal Heroes involve a higher level of power, stronger skills and expertise, and their overall strength completely crushes mid and lower level heroes. Chapter 111. Chu Cheng's hero specialty of the Eternal Overlord also does not increase any paper data, but the effect is ridiculously strong. Not to mention the comprehensive purification buff every 30 seconds, the passive effect that is similar to the resurrection spell, but not actually the resurrection spell, is extremely strong. This thing is better than the Stone of the Realm. Although the Stone of the Realm is also a perfect resurrection, and has its own powerful buff, no matter how perfect it is still dead, and there will always be some impact. And eternal life is to return to the time before death, which is not called resurrection, because you have never died at all. So far, Chu Cheng's job transfer has ended, and he has successfully promoted from an intermediate profession to an immortal hero profession, and his strength and future potential have undergone qualitative changes. Yundinga did not ask about his job transfer, but after confirming that he had obtained the hero inheritance, He took him away from the altar of stars. But after returning to his mage tower, he asked Chu Cheng to stop for a while, went back to look for a while, took out a crystal card and handed it to him, saying, "Here is a copy of the Superdimensional Traveler and more than a dozen legendary hero career information, including elite level, extraordinary level and many secrets of promotion to legend. You can take it for reference." Chu Cheng hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, teacher. Prepare well, newcomers will have an assessment during the semester. I will work hard." After saying goodbye to the teacher, Chu Cheng did not return to the dormitory, but went to the training ground to see the strength of his hero's skills. He opened a room alone and customized a level 20 elite orc. The orc appeared and immediately saw Chu Cheng, pounding the ground with a mace in his hand and rushing over with a roar. Time travel. Chu Cheng lowered his eyelids and stretched out his right hand. The power of time that could not be seen by the naked eye flowed in his palm. He stretched out his hand and clenched it. The invisible power of time flowed through his body. He instantly saw the river water condensed by the infinite power of time rushing in front of him. The river water formed by the rushing power of time was everywhere. He had expected that he had already entered the long river of time. In the training ground, the elite orc who was about to charge suddenly lost Chu Cheng's perception. Even though the naked eye could see that he was still standing there, he could not sense it, and even his skills could not be locked. That strange sense of dislocation made people very uncomfortable. Chu Cheng stood still for several seconds before looking up and taking a step forward. He was still in the same place, but another him appeared in front of the orc. But something strange happened. He clearly appeared in front of the orc, but the orc seemed not to see him. He was still rushing towards the original him, and passed through him directly like a phantom. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. Chu Cheng muttered silently, calculating the longest time he could stay in the long river of time. After staying there for 15 seconds in a row, Chu Cheng knew that he had reached the longest time. If he stayed any longer, he would need to consume more time power to protect him from the erosion of the long river of time. In addition, Chu Cheng also knew that when he was in the long river of time, all the continuous damage and negative buffs on his body would disappear under the influence of the power of time, and the gained buffs on his body would stop flowing until he left the long river of time. For example, he had a blood recovery buff that lasted for 5 seconds. In the 4th second, he entered the long river of time through time travel, and stayed in the long river of time for 15 seconds. The buff for 15 seconds would be effective all the time. Time would flow only after he left the long river of time, and the effect would end in the 5th second. When Chu Cheng walked out of the time travel, he appeared directly in the air 1 meter behind the orc. The invisible power of time turned into a transparent humanoid phantom and pressed down. The air within the 5-meter radius of the elite orc and the surrounding area visibly sank, and the elite orc turned directly into a ball of blood mist. Hiss! Chu Cheng immediately opened the panel to check. Based on your perception, you will get the following detailed data statistics of the battle. Battle replay begins. You appear from the time travel, and cause a time shot that ignores defense to the elite orc. Your basic attack is 593 points, causing 300% critical damage to the target. Your attack triggers crushing, adding an additional 200% physical damage. Your attack triggers limb breaking, adding 50% additional damage, and your attack comes with 30 points of frost damage. Your attack causes a total of 8,005 points of time damage and 30 points of frost damage. Your attack damage type is true damage, ignoring the target's defense, and finally bears 8,005 real damage. The damage you caused exceeds the target's remaining life, and the target dies. Chu Cheng thought to himself, normal profession critical hits are twice the damage, and hero profession critical hits are 3 times. My strength is over 200 points, and the strength of a level 20 elite orc is estimated to be around 50 points. Double the probability will trigger a crushing. In addition, I have a sharp weapon such as a sword, which triggers the limb-breaking special effect. In fact, there is also a beheading special effect, but now the damage has overflowed. If it does not overflow, it will be triggered. If it is replaced with a blunt weapon such as a hammer, it will not trigger limb-breaking and beheading, but a crushing effect. This is not the burst limit of Time Walk. If the Centaur blood is fully stacked, it can add 30 strength. The wild power of the Orc Warlord's strength pendant can add 100 attacks, and finally it can burst out an ultra-high true damage of up to 9,760. The above triggering special effects are not nonlinear superposition, but geometric superposition. The basic attack is triple crit, and then the crush is triggered to get an additional 200% damage, which means an additional 200% of the crit, which is equivalent to 9 basic attacks. All triggering special effects are superimposed on the previous one, so with multiple special effects superimposed, the burst is extremely exaggerated like chain fission. If combined with other bursts, he can burst out over 10,000 exaggerated damage in a short period of time. What needs to be done now is to make up the skills. The previous point washed away 4 skills, and now there are only 3 left, which is not enough to form a combat system, and it has to be made up. Chu Chung had a lot of ideas in this regard before, and now, with the dust settling on the hero profession, it can be confirmed. There are still 10 skill slots now, and hero skills are not included. He planned to leave 3 skill slots for ranged professions. Although he now has the means to deal with ranged units, he still has no ability to deal with air units. Time Wandering can move to the air, but he can't fly. He will fall down immediately after walking out of the long river of time. Back to the dormitory, Chu Chung. First open the skill panel, and prepare to improve his skills. First is Blood God Body. This passive skill can be upgraded to LV5. Before the top skill LV5, it takes 10 skill points to upgrade 1 level, and it takes a total of 40 skill points from LV1 to LV5. Chu Chung did not hesitate and pressed it. Blood God Body LV5, top level. Attribute/passive, Blood God Body can withstand more damage, reduce 18% of all damage, and increase life regeneration by 30. Characteristics, Blood God. Blood God. Every time you kill an enemy, life regeneration increases by 3, lasts for 50 seconds, and continuous killing refreshes the duration. Tips. Blood God effects can be stacked, with a maximum stacking limit of 50 layers. Tip. Effect can be dispelled, priority is authority. Chapter 112. Blood God Body is upgraded to LV5. Please select one of the following specialties, as a skill specialty, within 60 seconds. The timeout will be random. Specialty 1, damage reduction plus 3%. Specialty 2, life regeneration plus 10. Specialty 3, Blood God special effect stacking upper limit plus 10 layers. Chu Chung was motionless, watching the countdown on the panel pass quietly. 3 seconds later, the panel changed as he expected, the data was distorted, and regrouped into 3 new options. Blood God Body is upgraded to LV5. Please select one of the following specialties, as a skill specialty, within 60 seconds. The timeout will be random. Specialty 1, damage reduction plus 6%. Specialty 2, life regeneration plus 30. Specialty 3, Blood God special effect stacking upper limit plus 30 layers. Chu Chung said without hesitation, choose Specialty 1. No matter how much life regeneration is added, it is not as good as direct damage reduction. Without stopping, he added 15 skill points to Blade Storm, raising it to LV5. Blade Storm LV5, Advanced Dance a Destructive Blade Storm, causing physical damage of 230% of the maximum attack per second to enemies within a radius of 3 meters around, lasting 7 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Tips. During Blade Storm, the caster will gain primary hegemony, increase movement speed by 90, and reduce all damage by 30%. Tips. Skills can be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. Blade Storm is upgraded to LV5. Please select one of the following specialties, as a skill specialty, within 60 seconds timeout. Chu Chung waited for a while with a blank expression, and when the cheat code took effect and the specialties were updated, he immediately chose Specialty 1. Specialty 1, Blade Storm increases the range by 2 meters. The core function of this skill is not burst, but to reduce damage and clear small monsters. Naturally, the larger the range, the better. The 2 skills are upgraded to LV5, and a total of 55 skill points are used. He has 71 skill points, and now there are 16 points left, which is not enough. After closing the panel, Chu Chung opened the light curtain and entered the trading platform of the Star Tower. By the way, I still have to ask the instructor for any suggestions. After all, I don't have enough experience, and the teacher is an expert in this area. He opened the communication channel and sent a message to Su Yingying, one of the 5 assistants of the instructor, asking. She is the instructor's skill assistant, specializing in skill issues. He said his situation and asked about skill configuration. However, the result was beyond his expectation. I suggest you change all your skills to melee and physical related. You still have 3 skills now. Add 6 more skills for a total of 9 skills. Keep a skill slot for backup, so that you won't be unable to learn good skills in the future. Almighty is just a beautiful trap. The result of having strong melee and ranged abilities at the same time is that neither melee nor range can reach the extreme. Your profession is a superdimensional traveler. This profession itself does not distinguish between melee and ranged, physical and magic. But since your talent is the damage reduction type, the skills you retain are physical melee, and the attributes are also added according to this aspect, then you can't be half-hearted. You must specialize and fully develop the potential of your talent and profession. Attack, defense, cut, escape, burst, function, you only need to remember these 6 core points, and all skills can be configured according to these 6 core points. Chu Chung, I will seriously consider it. After closing the communication, Chu Chung rubbed his face and thought carefully about the assistant's words. Attack, defense, cut in, escape, burst, function. It actually makes sense. The instructors and assistants of the top academic faction must have more experience than himself, and it is impossible for them to deliberately mislead him. Then listen to the teacher. Thinking of this, Chu Chung gave up his original plan to be able to do both near and far. Reopening the internal trading platform, the first page he saw was equipment trading. Wow! A legendary equipment shining with orange light happened to be on the top homepage, which surprised him. Even legendary equipment is available for sale. This is too high-end. However, after carefully reading the equipment attributes, Chu Chung knew why this thing was put on sale. Soul Eater, orange/legend, equipment type, dagger. Equipment requirements, level 50 dagger master. Basic attack, 460/460 pierce. Additional attribute, strength plus 60. Additional attribute, agility plus 60. Additional attribute, armor penetration plus 50. Additional feature, soul devourer. Killing a target with intelligence can devour the target's soul. Accumulate 1 soul fragment. Each soul fragment adds 5 additional attack points, plus 1 armor penetration point, up to 100 soul fragments accumulated. Skill/active. Soul Devourer Strike, burns at least 50 soul fragments, causes 5 times the critical hit to the target, and adds soul fragment *30 true damage. Tips: each time you use Soul Devourer Strike, you will enter a fortitude and willpower saving throw for yourself. If the check fails, you will burn 1 or 2 random attributes of yourself. Hole slot 6. Evaluation. A weapon that can devour souls, can devour the souls of enemies, and can also devour the souls of the weapon master. This is an extremely violent assassination artifact, with a very strong burst, but also very strong sequelae. Every time you use a burst skill, you must accept a toughness and will immunity test. If you fail, you will deduct the attribute, which is outrageous. No wonder it is put on the trading house for sale. Few people can withstand the sequelae. Toughness comes from physique, and will comes from spirit. How many people have such high physique and spirit? If you don't use the soul devouring attack, it's not impossible to use it as a weapon with super high attack and attributes. But the problem is that this thing is ridiculously priced at 9,999 gold. It's not worth spending so much money to buy it back, and only play half of its power. Anyway, Chu Chung will not do this. After a little sigh, Chu Chung looked at other places on the trading platform. Compared to the shabby campus network of number 5 middle school, the transaction level on the internal trading platform of the Star Tower is beyond Chu Cheng's imagination. The extremely rare and precious quality equipment on the number 5 middle school trading platform is listed in rows, and there are several rows of epic equipment that have never been seen. He even adjusted the equipment arrangement level, and saw that the orange legendary equipment on sale was not just the Soul Eater just now. These top-level equipment were actually put on sale directly. Although the price is a bit exaggerated, it is indeed sold at a clear price. In addition, the auction house in the campus network has many items that were not available at number 5 middle school. For example, various cut rare or epic gems, customized equipment punching, various rare handmade props, such as food that can temporarily increase various attributes, potions, advanced first aid bandages, magic scrolls, various precious magic materials, and even enchanted runes are for sale. In addition to direct sales, various types of employment and selling are also accepted here. As long as there is money, you can hire some senior teams to help with battles or tasks. Because many professors or senior professionals need various extremely rare magic materials, or for other reasons, they need to go to certain specific dungeons to complete tasks. Sometimes it is difficult to complete it by yourself, so you can hire some reputable teams to help. Chapter 113. When Chu Chung arrived here, he was like a hamster entering a rice warehouse, and he was soon dazzled by the choices. It took him nearly 4 hours to finish shopping. A quarter of an hour later, all the goods were directly delivered to him through the power of the Chaos Realm. There were 6 skills in total, all of which were advanced physical skills. The price of advanced skills ranged from 20 to 50, and some of the best ones were even more expensive. He bought all the best ones, and spent a total of 195 gold. In an instant, he only had 92 gold left. But this expense was definitely worth it. The 6 advanced skills, after the gold finger upgrade, were all top-level skills, which could greatly improve his strength. It's a pity that the top-level skills cost at least 150 gold, otherwise he would have to upgrade them one by one to see how high they could be upgraded. Furious Charge LV1, top focus on a target within the field of vision and enter the charge state, increase the movement speed by 500 points, and knock away all enemies with lower strength along the way, causing physical damage of strength *2, causing physical damage of strength *5 to the charge target, and stun for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Tips. The skill can be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. Phase God LV1, top enter the phase state, increase the movement speed by 200 and dodge by 50%, and reduce the collision volume to 0, lasting for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Tips. The skill can be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. Nether Strike LV1, top enter the etheric plane, instantly appear next to any target within a range of up to 200 meters to launch an attack, causing a destructive blow of 300% of its maximum attack, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Tips. Skills cannot be dispelled, priority is authority level. Divine Power critical hit LV1, top charge for a short second, cause 200% of the maximum attack physical damage to all enemies within a fan-shaped range of up to 5 meters in front of the self, and knock them away, cooldown time is 1 minute. Hot-Blooded Fighting Spirit LV1, top passive, each time the target is hit, increase the movement speed by 10 points and the attack speed by 10%, lasting for 20 seconds. Tips. Hot-Blooded Fighting Spirit can be stacked, with a maximum stacking limit of 20 layers, and the duration is refreshed each time it is attacked. Tips. Change the attack target, and the number of stacked Hot-Blooded Fighting Spirit layers is halved. Tips. The effect can be dispelled, priority is authority. Giant God Power top passive, can equip 2 two-handed weapons at the same time. Tip. This skill cannot be upgraded. Perfect. Attack, defense, damage reduction, cut-in, escape, burst, speed are all available, plus hero skills. Learn the skills first. Without spending skill points to upgrade, even the top skills cannot be fully upgraded. Wait until you have enough skills at LV5 before upgrading. The next step is to wait for school to start. Chu Chung closed the panel and stretched his muscles. After a break, he went out to the training ground again. Time passed, and one morning half a month later, Chu Chung received a message from the chief assistant Lu Dongrui. School will officially start tomorrow. Gather at the central square of the floating city at 7 o'clock in the morning. Received. Washing slowly, Chu Chung opened the trading platform and started buying 3 bottles of powerful healing potions and 1 bottle of special healing potions. The powerful healing potion immediately restores 2,000 blood and restores 100 blood per second in the next 10 seconds, a total of 3,000 blood, 2 minutes CD, 3 gold per bottle. The special healing potion can restore 5,000 HP at a time and restore 300 points per second in the next 10 seconds, a total of 8,000 HP, 2 minutes CD, 10 gold per bottle. His total HP is now as high as 5,000, and the potions he uses are getting higher and more expensive. In addition, he also bought a second-level escape scroll, 5 gold per copy, which can be teleported out of the intermediate copy after 3 seconds of casting. A third-level escape scroll of 20 gold per copy can be teleported out of the advanced copy after 3 seconds of casting. When the strength reaches a certain level, various disposable props that originally had no sense of existence will become more and more important, and the consumption will also increase. The next day passed in a flash. Chu Chung went out early, took out a magic carpet, and jumped on it, flying to the center of the floating city. Sitting cross-legged on the luxurious flying carpet, you can see that most of the villas in the accommodation area have lights on, and some have already gone out on flying carpets or other flying props. In the new semester, not only the freshmen have to gather, but also the old students. The flying carpet arrived in front of the towering magician tower in the center of the floating city, and at a glance, dozens of young men and women had gathered in the square, chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Chu Cheng's flying carpet landed, attracting more than a dozen eyes, but except for senior sister Fang Shi, who was chatting with a few people on the other side and greeted him, the others just glanced and retracted their eyes. Among the people chatting with Fang Shi, a handsome man in a luxurious robe looked at Chu Chung carefully and asked, "Is that a freshman this year? Do you recognize him?" Fong, she said calmly. I took the time to take on the task of receiving freshmen during the holiday, and I took over his position. The man nodded and said nothing more. As time went by, more and more people gathered. By nearly 7 o'clock, more than 100 people had gathered in the square. When the time came, a clear bell suddenly rang in the square, and then the gate of the Mage Tower opened, and then the seniors got up and entered the Mage Tower. Follow me, enter the Mage Tower and teleport directly to the auditorium on the 3rd floor. Senior Fong, she sent a message. Thank you. He followed the crowd and entered in a line. After entering the Mage Tower, the seniors turned into light and teleported. He also communicated with the tower spirit through his student authority and teleported to the 3rd floor. This is a huge auditorium, with a rostrum above and fan-shaped seats below, divided into 3 large blocks on the left, middle and right. There is a big sign in the middle area with the 2 big words freshmen written on it. Freshmen sit in the middle, and seniors sit on both sides. This treatment is only available when the school starts for the first time. Next year, they will also be seniors. Chu Chung strode to the central area and found a seat in the middle. When everyone was almost seated, he took a quick look and found that there were 23 people sitting in the middle, including the freshman and himself. The tutors had not arrived yet, and the many seniors sitting on both sides looked at them with interest and whispered. Chu Chung was naturally not shy, and generously looked around at the many seniors, remembering their appearance to avoid accidentally bumping into them in the future. When he looked to the left, his eyes swept over the many seniors, and suddenly his eyes paused, revealing a touch of surprise. In that direction sat a senior with a beautiful face and extraordinary temperament. Senior Fong, she was very beautiful, but she was still inferior to this senior in terms of appearance, and her figure was comparable. Considering that this was the opening ceremony, he didn't dare to look around, and his eyes only stayed for 5 or 6 seconds before retracting his gaze. After a round of looking, the tutors had not arrived yet, so he simply took out the student handbook and started reading. After an unknown amount of time, the noise suddenly disappeared. He immediately looked up and saw that his tutor Yundinga and his 5 assistants had appeared on the podium in front of him. A few bells echoed in the auditorium. The chief assistant Lu Dongruei stood up and said in a deep voice, "The bell of the new school year has rung. You are just like us at the beginning. You came to the Star Tower with dreams, expectations, passion and ambition. The road to study is full of thorns, wind and rain, and more full of." A very standard opening speech. This is a fixed process. The chief assistant spoke on behalf of the tutor, and spoke on the stage for more than 10 minutes before stopping. Chapter 114. Please introduce yourselves, freshmen, and let the seniors see your abilities. There may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Lu Dongruei looked at the freshman with a smile on his face. Other teaching assistants and seniors also watched with interest. The freshmen looked at each other, and one of the young men stood up and said loudly, "Qin Shuang, Starbreaker Knight. Zhang Xian, Arcanist. Kai Guangqi, Holy Knight, Lower Hero Class. Luo Lingfeng, Void Hunter, Upper Hero Class." As soon as the voice fell, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Even Chu Chung looked at it curiously. Wei Lingyue, Ice Warlock. Chu Chung, Weapon Master. Dong Mushan, Upper Hero Class, Sword Saint. Another upper class attracted everyone's attention. Chu Chung reported that a Weapon Master was inconspicuous in the crowd. Weapon Master is a lower hero class. The attribute points and combat style are very similar to Chu Cheng's current ability, so he can pretend to be one. He did this not to show off in the future, nor to keep a low profile on purpose, but just to quietly improve his strength in the early stage, so as not to be regarded as a competitor by others. When the equipment level and skill level are improved, there is no need to keep a low profile. 23 freshmen have finished their self-introductions one after another. Some are low-key by nature and introduce simply, while others are extroverted and quite high-profile. Among so many people, there are only 2 upper-level hero professions, for middle-level hero professions, and the rest are all lower-level hero professions. Chu Cheng's low-key self-introduction did not attract much attention. Except for the senior sister Fong Shi who knew him, she also sent a private message. "It is not popular to be low-key in our college. If you are too low-key and the teaching assistants and tutors don't pay attention, you will lose a lot of opportunities." He explained, "I don't want to be disturbed for now. You should know your limits." After all the freshmen were introduced, the chief assistant Lu Dongruei smiled and said, "Now that all the freshmen have introduced themselves, please take care of us in the future." In addition, he changed the subject and his tone suddenly became extremely serious. After discussion by the assistant teaching group, it was decided that the assessment of this year's freshmen will be held 1 year later. The instructor will give out a legendary equipment as a reward for the first place in the freshman assessment. I hope you will seize this opportunity. When this sentence was said, everyone was excited and looked forward to it. In addition, we will select 3 people from you 1 year later according to your performance and comprehensive strength during this year, and participate in the internal competition of the school with the elites under the names of other instructors of the Void Tower. The top 10 in the competition will not only receive key training from the school, but also have the opportunity to participate in the star sublimation trial. This time Chu Cheng's eyes lit up, and the other students looked even more scorching, looking at everyone as if they were competitors. The star sublimation trial, this thing is mentioned in the manual. A very strict test, but once successful, all attributes will be increased by 50 points, which is very exaggerated. It should be noted that the only restriction of this freshman assessment is that you are not allowed to consume additional copy points. The copy points you are allowed to consume within this year are the initial 100 points. If you exceed it, you will be eliminated directly. In addition, freshmen can compete with each other, but they can only rely on their own abilities and means, including relying on their own abilities to borrow the power of the natives in the copy. Old students are not allowed to participate in the competition between freshmen. They can use external props, but they are not allowed to use props that exceed the extraordinary level. All copies of our school are under surveillance. Once such behavior is discovered, in addition to elimination, severe punishment will be imposed depending on the consequences of the behavior. Assistant Lu Dongrui spoke about this for nearly half an hour. The core idea is that you can compete, but you have to rely on your own ability to compete, and you can't ask seniors for help. After Lu Dongrui, several other assistants also stood up and spoke, basically introducing which aspects they were responsible for. After all the assistants spoke, finally, Instructor Yundinga stood up and announced the official opening of the school. Then the meeting was adjourned. As always, he was frugal with words. So far, it is considered the official opening of the school. Everyone left one after another, some went out in groups of 3 or 2, and some left alone. Chu Cheng's eyes subconsciously fell in the direction of the beautiful senior sister just now, and he saw that she left alone, without anyone around, which surprised him quite a bit. He didn't look away until the figure disappeared. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the voice of senior sister Fangxi. Is she pretty? Her name is Fang Xiling. Looking back, he saw senior sister Fangxi standing behind him, and he felt a little embarrassed. Not as pretty as senior sister? Humph, don't be embarrassed, she is indeed prettier than me. But I advise you to give up this idea. Do you know who her boyfriend is? Chu Cheng said seriously, Senior sister, I think we can skip this topic. I was just careless when observing the seniors. Her boyfriend is Xiao Wuji, the top active disciple of the Xingqiu Tower. Chu Cheng reached out and touched his forehead. Are you wondering how such a beautiful girl from our faction could be from another faction? Listen carefully. Senior Fang, she said seriously, no more jokes, but you should know this. Xiao Wuji, a legendary hero, is one of the top 3 active players in the entire Stars High School. His strength overwhelms the 16 factions of the Stars Tower for a whole generation. He was the top student at the time. So strong? Then who do you think would dare to approach her because of his words, if she wasn't strong enough? Fang, she rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand. Come with me, I introduce my teammates to you, and I take you on the first dungeon later. That's not necessary, I just need to be careful in the early stage. College dungeons are different from middle school dungeons. It's safer to have someone to guide you. Thank you, senior sister. You're welcome. After all, I brought you in. Following Fangxi to the gate, there were 3 men and 1 woman waiting there. Fangxi brought him over and said to them, Chu Cheng, a freshman this year, special recruitment. He hurriedly greeted them, Hello, seniors, I'm Chu Cheng. The 3 men and 1 woman looked at Chu Cheng with scrutiny. From their positions and details of their movements, it can be seen that the leader is the handsome mage in the center. The sturdy man standing on the right clasped his hands, revealing his thick arms. He looked Chu Cheng up and down and said, Boy, for Fangxi's sake, I give you a chance. Tomorrow, I take you to the Dark Temple for a tour. After a tour, you can level up 1 or 2 levels and update 2 or 3 red equipment without any problem. Chu Cheng felt a little unhappy. The tone sounded like alms, which he didn't like. It sounded like he was begging them. But there was no displeasure on his face. Fangxi's face was surprised and ugly. She politely clasped her fist to the big man and said, Thank you, senior. Thank you for your kindness. The Dark Temple is too difficult for me. I think I should go to a place with a lower difficulty to train first, and then trouble you when I am adapted. His words were rejection, and the big man waved his hand and said, "Since you don't want to, forget it." Chu Cheng clasped his fists and saluted, turned around and left quickly, and faintly heard the argument between Senior Fang Shi and him. Chapter 115. Coming out of the Mage Tower, he received a message from Fang Shi. "I'm sorry, the captain agreed to take you to the Plague Land dungeon before, but then instructed Wang Bo to take you to the Dark Temple, deliberately letting you back out. It's my fault." "Nothing, team formation is something that must be willing, senior sister. No need to apologize." He didn't take it to heart. He was just familiar with Fang Shi, but not with her teammates, so it was normal for him not to want to lead them. Shrugged, summoned a flying carpet, and flew to the next teleportation platform. "Since school has started, let's go to the college dungeon to test the waters, see the difference between the college dungeon and the middle school dungeon, and upgrade by the way." He is now level 27, only 3 levels away from level 30. Level 30 can be promoted once, and professionals can be promoted from formal professionals to elite professionals, and obtain an additional new expertise. In addition to obtaining an additional new expertise, the hero profession can also choose a new hero's skill, which can greatly improve its strength. It is worth mentioning that there will be no attribute adjustment when promoted to elite professionals, just like regular professionals. Only when promoted to extraordinary will their own attributes be adjusted. For example, 1 point of constitution can increase 20 points of health and physical strength, and 1 point of agility can increase 2 points of speed, which is not much different from his current immortal hero template. In other words, having an immortal hero template is equivalent to experiencing the attribute adjustment value of the extraordinary level in advance, and the strength will be ahead of other professionals by a large level in advance. This also means that when Chu Cheng is promoted to extraordinary, his template will be promoted again, and he will have a legendary template. By then, entering the range of the teleportation platform, a light curtain popped up in front of Chu Cheng, with densely packed copy names on it. It is a private copy controlled by the entire Star Tower, and no matter which faction you belong to, you can enter. The dungeon levels are divided into primary dungeons, intermediate dungeons, advanced dungeons, top dungeons, and super dungeons. Yes, the division of dungeons in colleges and universities is different from that in middle schools. It is not determined by size, but by the level of strength. The level of strength in the dungeon determines the dungeon level, but generally the higher the level of strength, the larger the dungeon. It is mentioned in the freshman handbook that in the Star Tower, each novice will be allocated 100 dungeon points every year, and points will be deducted according to the dungeon level each time they enter the dungeon. Generally, 1 point will be deducted for primary dungeons, 5 points for intermediate dungeons, 20 points for advanced dungeons, and 100 points for top dungeons. After the 100 dungeon points are used up, you will not be able to enter the dungeon this year, and you can only wait for the points to be issued next year. In addition, the dungeon process does not need to be completed for college dungeons. You can enter the dungeon just after the dungeon is reset, or you can enter it in the middle, or enter it later. It is very convenient and free, but the dungeon points consumed by entering will not be reduced. Chu Cheng referred to his current strength and decided that the first dungeon he entered was an intermediate dungeon. After completing the screening, most of the dense dungeon names on the light curtain quickly disappeared. When you look at the dungeon, a basic introduction to the dungeon will pop up. Plague Land, intermediate dungeon, a place eroded by the scourge of undead, challenge level 15 to 35, specialties, soul fragments, soul essence, mithril ore, and dead essence. Fortress of Fear, intermediate dungeon, a fortress occupied by the minions of the devil, challenge level 20 to 40, specialties, fear essence, soul fragments. Burning Wasteland, intermediate dungeon, a place where humans and orcs fight, challenge level 15 to 40, specialties, mithril ore, ash stone, essence of fire, and sungrass. Tide of War, intermediate dungeon, pure war world, challenge level 20 to 45, specialty, flesh and blood essence. Dark Temple, advanced dungeon, a temple occupied by dark minions, challenge level 30 to 55, specialty, shadow fragments, shadow essence, demon hardcore, fell energy gem, epic, cursed land. Compared to the simple dungeon introduction in middle school, the dungeon information of the Star Tower is very detailed, and the resources are richer. The dungeon in middle school does not invest much source power. Not only the harvest is limited, but also the internal resources are limited. Chu Cheng has experienced so many dungeons in number 5 middle school, and he has not seen anything valuable in the dungeon except various wild monsters. There are no minerals, rare magic materials, advanced herbs, etc. required for various majors. Not to mention other things, he has never seen the mithril, and gold used to forge advanced equipment. So in middle school, don't expect to learn these majors at all. After entering university, the dungeon is completely different from the middle school stage. First of all, there is no such thing as a plot in the copy of the Star Tower. Although time in the copy is still flowing, and it will be reincarnated every once in a while, there is no such thing as a plot. Correspondingly, in middle schools, a large amount of domain origin will be invested in the plot, which will be transformed into various resources and randomly invested in the domain. That is to say, in the Star Tower, after each copy reincarnation, a large amount of resources will be randomly generated in the copy for them to harvest. In addition, the mainstream way to obtain attribute points and skill points in the university copy is to kill the boss, or some special behaviors. In addition to killing the boss, the way to obtain equipment props is to forge it yourself, buy it from the natives in the copy, or find hidden treasure chests. Some copies will have hidden ruins and dungeons. Some will even reset some opportunities before the copy becomes a private copy. In addition, the reputation system has not changed, and worship reputation can still be exchanged for good things. However, the reputation of the copy on the university side will no longer be fixed. If you get worship reputation this time, it will be reset to 0 when you enter the next reincarnation, and you need to accumulate it again. Considering that it is the first time to enter the copy of the university, Chu Chung did not choose randomly, and prepared to choose a copy that can make money. Plague Land. This popular medium-sized copy is rich in soul fragments, soul essence, mithril ore, and dead essence. There are a large number of undead in this copy. Some powerful undead will drop soul fragments or dead essence after death. If it is a boss, it may drop a complete soul essence or even a higher level soul gem. These are all enchantment materials, including soul fragments 3 silver per piece, soul essence 20 silver per piece, dead essence 10 silver per piece, and mithril stone 2 gold per unit. Although the explosion rate is not high, as long as you brush more, the harvest is also very good. It happens that Chu Cheng's talent is most suitable for group brushing. You can try it. Thinking of this, Chu Cheng pointed his finger at the dungeon, and a prompt popped up, showing Plague Land, medium-sized dungeon, a place ravaged by the undead scourge. Challenge level 15 to 35. Specialties: soul fragments, soul essence, mithril ore, undead essence. Dungeon progress: 68 days per 365 days. Just in the early stage, this dungeon has a cycle of 1 year, and it is now the 68th day, which is equivalent to only 2 months. It will take another 10 months before the dungeon is closed and enters a new cycle. Then it is time to register, and then deduct 5 dungeon points, and you will get a mark, which can be directly transferred to the corresponding dungeon through the portal. The people who came to the portal with the mark to line up are all from the same school, both new students and old people. Most of them are in groups of 3 or 5, and very few enter the dungeon alone like him. Every time the portal is used, a surging energy wave will burst out, exploding like a tide. The huge teleportation platform on the ground is a large energy-absorbing magic circle. Every time there is an energy explosion, it will light up, absorb the excess energy, and convert it into energy for the teleportation portal, and the cycle continues. The number of people in line is getting smaller and smaller. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, it is finally Chu Cheng's turn. Chapter 116. Entering the Chaos World. Anchoring Domain Selection. Beginning the assimilation of the character with the Chaos Domain Law. Entering the anchored Plague Land domain. Time: March 6, 3660 in the Chaos Calendar. Location: Plague Land, Crusader Fortress. Additional note: this scene is an anchored order scene. The damage between the adventures will be reduced by 50%. The adventures can check their personal attributes at any time through the Chaos Mark. Tip: get the temporary skill insight, which can check the target status. The detection range is determined by the perception gap. Tip: your appearance has been processed and will be automatically restored when you return to the main world. After a short teleportation, Chu Cheng was down to earth. When he opened his eyes, he saw a tall ogre walking past him. His eyes moved involuntarily as the ogre left. Behind the ogre was a gear mechanical frame with 2 flintlock rifles on it. 2 short goblins were sitting behind him and arguing. Looking up and looking around, the bumpy square was full of people. To be precise, there are all kinds of alien races, including humans, orcs, dwarves, elves, gnomes, goblins, tauren, and even many ogres. However, Chu Cheng was not surprised. In other realms, humans and orcs have always been mortal enemies, but in the Plague Land, the dungeon realm, humans and orcs are not enemies, but allies. They all have a common mortal enemy, the undead. Before entering the dungeon, the information describes the situation in the dungeon in great detail. In the Plague Land dungeon, there is a powerful necromancer who transforms into a lich and summons the undead army to sweep across the world. Most races have perished, and the remaining intelligent life in the world has united to form an alliance and retreated to the last Crusader fortress. Everyone who enters this dungeon will be online at the Crusader fortress, and the initial alliance reputation is friendly. There are no messy tasks and plots in this dungeon, because the university dungeon is different from the middle school dungeon, and there is no fixed plot. The only main plot is the Alliance's counterattack against the undead. Every time the dungeon cycle starts, the Alliance will counterattack the undead army. Because there is no main plot, how to counterattack, whether the counterattack is successful, etc. are different every time. In addition, the distribution of resources in the dungeon is random every time, and the configuration of the undead is also random, which means that most of the experience and strategies accumulated in the previous cycle are useless, and each time it is almost a new start. Chu Chung looked around the Crusader Fortress square. It was very lively with people coming and going, but he didn't see any merchants hawking. Lively, but chaotic. He opened the regional channel with a thought and immediately saw the lively scene hidden outside the dungeon. Phoenix team attacks the stone-breaking camp and recruits another team, or recruits 3 to 5 solo fighters, with a reward of 3 gold per person, and loot can be picked up freely. Long-term purchase of soul fragments 3 silver and 20 bronze per piece, soul essence 22 silver per piece, and dead essence 11 silver per piece. Long-term purchase of mithril stones, 2 gold and 5 silver per unit. Selling various levels of dead protection potions and shadow protection potions, as well as purification potions of various levels. Large quantities are preferred. Long-term purchase of various types of ores, 10% of the supermarket price, as many as you can get. Gold medal Team Thunder team hunting the 4 horsemen of the Scourge, recruiting 5 DPS, each kill reward 5 gold, magic and tanks are given priority, and tanks are given an additional 5 gold subsidy. All the adventures communicated in the regional channel. He didn't know how many people had entered this dungeon, but judging from the frequency of information refresh, it was estimated that there were hundreds of people. Although the Tower of Stars has a large number of dungeons, not all dungeons are popular. Some dungeons have bad environments, and some dungeons have monsters that are difficult to deal with. Various factors have led to some dungeons being popular, and some being deserted. The Plague Land dungeon has a large area, many monsters, many bosses, and rich resources. It is one of the most popular dungeons. Chu Chung considered that it was his first time to enter a university dungeon, and he was not familiar with the situation, so he had to find a team to hang out with. So he sent a message to the Gold Medal Team Thunder squad. Captain, do you need anyone else? Yes. What's your profession and what's your level? Tank, level 27. Only level 27. Are you a freshman this year? Yes. Your level is too low. We are going to hunt the 4 horsemen of the Scourge. They are all extraordinary bosses. I'm afraid you can't handle it. I have 5,000 HP. Really? Well, if that's the case, it's not impossible. Where are you? At the fortress gate. Come outside the fortress gate. We're next to a large pile of bones on the right. Come right over. After closing the communication, Chu Chung immediately walked towards the city gate. As the last fortress of the Alliance of Intelligent Creatures, the Crusader Fortress is very majestic. The city wall is at least more than 20 meters high. It is dark and metallic, and is filled with various war machines and weapons. The huge city gate was closed, and one had to take a basket to go down. The ground at the city gate was littered with broken bones, and a faint grayish-white death mist filled the air. As soon as he walked out of the city gate, he felt a chill on his face. Outside the city, there was a desolate area, with no green to be seen. There were bones of various creatures everywhere, and these bones were full of various rotten arrows. There was a large bone pile on the right side of the city gate, and a dozen people gathered around it, discussing something. Chu Chung walked straight over, and immediately a big man wearing gorgeous plate armor came over and asked from a distance, "Is it Chu Chung?" "Yes." He looked up and down at Chu Chung, who was also wearing gorgeous plate armor, and said, "For the sake of everyone's life, I need to see some of your basic attributes, blood volume, toughness and defense." Of course. Chu Chung called out the panel, and shared his 3 attributes of blood volume, toughness and defense. The man looked at it, his eyes moved slightly, and nodded, "Okay. I didn't expect that your level is not high, and your health is so exaggerated. Your health plus defense is enough to be a tank. How about the 5 gold recruitment fee and 5 gold tank subsidy for a Scourge Knight as stated during the recruitment? Okay. Welcome to join. Then Chu Cheng found that he had joined a temporary team channel. When he entered, he saw the captain Lei Ming welcoming him and introducing his position. There were 12 people in the team, and most of them welcomed his arrival. Chu Cheng thanked him and waited aside. On the other side, a man with a staff and pigtails on his back asked Lei Ming in a low voice, "He is only level 27, can he be a tank?" Lei Ming did not speak, but sent the data that Chu Cheng had just shared, saying, "Take a look, do you see anything?" The man with pigtails glanced at the data, and soon realized it, and said in surprise, "Legendary hero profession?" Lei Ming nodded. It is impossible for him to have 5,000 HP before level 30, and 500 physique. The probability of adding equipment is not high, and the possibility of skill increase is not high. The most likely possibility is that he has a legendary hero profession. The template of legendary heroes is adjusted. 1 point of physique increases 20 points of HP to have 5,000 HP. Well, no wonder. Chapter 117. The team waited for a while, and several more people came. Finally, a merchant came and sold various levels of undead protection potions and shadow protection potions, as well as various levels of purification potions. These potions can resist a large amount of undead spell damage and shadow damage after taking them, and the purification potion can purify various diseases and curses. Chu Cheng didn't need the first two, but he did need the purification potion. He spent 4 gold to buy 2 bottles of powerful purification potions. All preparations were completed, and the team of 15 people set off. Then, Chu Cheng saw a group of people taking out various mounts and turning over to sit on them, and he also took out the magic carpet and sat on it. Then he saw that many people in the team looked at him in surprise, and the 2 women covered their mouths and laughed when they saw this scene. He was a little puzzled. At this time, the captain Lei Ming came over on an armored war bear as tall as an elephant and said, "Although the magic carpet can fly, it needs to consume magic energy. There is a virtual magic network on the campus to provide energy, which can be used at will, but there is no energy supply in the dungeon. Unless you keep consuming the mana supply, it will take less than a few minutes." "Is that so?" Chu Cheng immediately jumped off the magic carpet and found that the magic carpet did have less mana. Lei Ming smiled, took out a rein from his arms and said, "I changed my mount before, and the original military horse has not been dealt with. Do you want to sell it to you for 1 gold? "Yes, thank you. It's a small matter. Pay and deliver, and the military horse is in hand." Military horse, excellent, equipment type, mount. Equipment requirements, none. Mount health, 3000. Walking speed, 150. Running speed, 300. Mount attribute, acceleration, increase running speed by 50% after activation, lasting 30 seconds, cooling time 2 hours. Evaluation, an excellent military warhorse. This thing can't run as fast as Chu Cheng's current speed. His current running speed is 384, but running by himself consumes physical strength, while the mount doesn't need it, so he can keep running. Summon the mount, climb on it, and follow the team to slowly leave the Crusader Fortress and enter the wasteland full of dead bones. Chu Cheng didn't know that after their team left the Crusader Fortress, senior sister Fang Qi's team also entered this dungeon. Desolation, coldness, and death are the main themes of this realm. The Great Lich summoned the undead to set off a natural disaster, killing most of the creatures in this world, leaving only the remnants hiding in the Crusader Fortress to survive. Although the plot is a counterattack, in fact, without the participation of the Adventers, the counterattack is just empty talk. It turned out that they couldn't beat the undead natural disaster in their complete state, and now there are only so few people left. The group gradually moved away from the Crusader Fortress. The farther they went, the heavier the smell of death in the air became. The figures of the undead began to appear faintly in the fog. 20 minutes after the departure, the team encountered a small group of undead walking towards the Crusader Fortress. A mixed team of 40 to 50 zombies of about 18, and 70 to 80 skeletons of about 15, all of them useless templates, staggering and wandering unconsciously. Lei Ming, who was walking in front, loudly ordered to turn and bypass the group of undead. Their main goal was to hunt down the 4 knights of the undead. Unless there was a high-value target in the group of undead they encountered, they would not take action. Chu Cheng had no idea. This kind of useless template undead of only a dozen levels could not even explode soul fragments. Then we continued on our way, and encountered many groups of undead of different sizes, but we avoided them by taking detours. Heading north, we could run 30 to 40 kilometers a day. When the team took out the tents to rest at night, Chu Cheng had no tent but a sleeping bag, so he slept in the big tent of Lei Ming's team. At this time, the advantage of having a team came out. The team had a lot of people, so people could be arranged to keep watch. There were also mages who placed various sentry eyes, like eyeballs outside the camp. Lei Ming's war bear was both a mount and a pet, and it would alarm when a monster approached. In the school dungeon, Chu Cheng could find a place to sleep in the wild, and if he really encountered a monster while asleep, it would be difficult to kill him quickly. But in the dungeons of colleges and universities, it was different. If you were unlucky and encountered a wandering big boss, it would be very dangerous. After several days of continuous travel, the team stopped at a dry riverbed about 200 kilometers. Lei Ming and several others got off the riverbed and turned around twice, pointing to the right and walking along the river. At the same time, a thunderous voice came from the temporary team channel. According to the map, go east along this river, there is an important stronghold of the undead army called the Cursed Fortress. The 4 horsemen of the undead will stay in the Cursed Fortress during their tour of the Plague Land. Let's go and see if the 4 horsemen of the undead are there. At this time, someone asked, if the 4 horsemen of the undead are not there, should we attack the Cursed Fortress by the way? What do you think? I remember that the Cursed Fortress is an important stronghold of the undead army, with several big bosses of terrifying templates, and after it is captured, there will definitely be a loot warehouse with a large amount of ore materials, and if you are lucky, there will be a lot of mithril mines. If you can take it down, the harvest will be not low. There are indeed a lot of spoils, but the question is, can we take it down? The Cursed Fortress is built according to the specifications of a fortress. There are a large number of elite undead troops inside, including large undead such as stitched monsters. Our team is small, and it is difficult to resist the impact of so many undead. Can we use tactics to lure out the undead? Destroy them in small groups. Yes, but it takes too much time. Let's give it a try. Anyway, it's aimless to find the 4 horsemen of the undead. Why not take down this undead stronghold by the way? If we are lucky, the 4 horsemen of the undead will come at this time. How about this? There are 15 of us in total, let's vote, and if more than half agree, we will do it. How about it? Okay. A dividing line appeared in the speech of the temporary channel, and Lei Ming said below, use the following as the boundary, deduct 1 for those who agree, and deduct 2 for those who disagree. 1. 1. 2. 1. Chu Cheng silently output 1 on the panel. What's the point of wandering aimlessly? I've been wandering for several days. It's better to fight. The information about the Cursed Fortress that Lei Ming posted in the channel just now shows that there are more than 5,000 undead living in this fortress, and tens of thousands of undead gather around it. If the horn is blown and the death knell in the fortress is rung, the undead wandering around can be summoned. It is estimated that tens of thousands of undead will be gathered. If all these undead are killed, a large number of soul fragments and undead essences will definitely be swiped out. He always remembered that his biggest purpose in entering the dungeon this time was to make money. In addition, if all these undead are swiped, even if most of them are level 10 undead, they will have to level up at least 1 level after accumulating a lot of killing experience. 15 people quickly completed the vote, and finally 11 voted in favor and 4 voted against. Even someone in Lei Ming's team wanted to vote. The matter was settled, and Lei Ming was not reluctant. While he was on his way, he discussed tactics with others in the channel. Chu Cheng did not speak, but watched him discuss silently, to see how they discussed tactics. However, contrary to their expectations, the tactics were discussed early, but they ran along the riverbed for a day without seeing the Cursed Fortress. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that groups of wandering undead began to appear on the riverbed and the dry riverbed. Lei Ming sent 2 fast team members out for reconnaissance, and an hour later they brought back the news that the Cursed Fortress was just ahead. Chapter 118. First, we will eliminate the undead roaming around the Cursed Fortress. There are too many undead around the Cursed Fortress, and it will take a long time to eliminate them. In order to speed up the efficiency, we need to divide the team. Lei Ming swept his eyes over the people present and said, there are 3 MTs in the team now, Zhang Chaosheng, Chu Cheng and I plan to divide the team into 3 teams, each with 5 people. With our strength, we can deal with small and medium-sized waves of undead individually, and large waves can be dealt with together. How about it? No problem. How to divide them specifically? Our Lei Ming team is the first team, Zhang Chaosheng's team is the second team, and Chu Cheng's team is the third team. The others can decide which team to join. The tall Zhang Chaosheng put the thick shield in his hand on the ground. instantly giving people a huge sense of security. Although Chu Cheng is an MT, and his body has become stronger because of a lot of physical points, he has no shield in his hand. In addition, everyone knows that he is only level 27, not even level 30, so they lack confidence in him. Everyone looked at each other, and someone immediately raised his hand and said, "I join Team 2. Damn, I'm a step late, I want to join Team 2 too." Team 2 too. Almost everyone raised their hands at the same time, wanting to join Team 2. Lei Ming was a little speechless, and waved his hand and said, "Stop. The first 4 who signed up will join Team 2, and the rest will join Team 3. Seeing that the few people assigned to Team 3 were unhappy, he comforted them. "Don't underestimate Brother Chu Cheng. Although his level is a little low, his strength is not bad, his health is higher than mine, and his defense is not bad either. Small and medium-sized undead groups still can't do anything to him." Chu Cheng said lightly, "I have a tank talent, and monsters below level 30 can hardly break my defense." Everyone looked over, their eyes full of doubt. Although the 4 people assigned to him still didn't quite believe it, they put away their unwillingness on their faces, and Zhang Chaosheng beside him also put away his shield. For the time being, no one questioned whether he was lying or not. It was meaningless. We would know whether it was a mule or a horse after we took it out for a walk. Since everyone has no objection, then let's do it. Lei Ming turned over and rode on the war bear, saying, "Team 1 of us will go to the east of the cursed fortress, Team 2 will go to the south, and Team 3 will be here. If you have any questions, please contact us in the channel." After saying that, he drove the mount and set off with the 4 teammates. On the other side, Zhang Chaosheng's team also got on the mount and set off, leaving Chu Cheng and the others. After they left, Chu Cheng turned around and looked at the 4 people. They were all men, 2 melee fighters, a mage, and a bow shooter. The configuration was quite reasonable. Chu Cheng, as the core tank of the team, took the lead and said, "Next, we need to work together. In order to cooperate better, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Chu Cheng, tank, level 27. Feng Lingxing, level 41 astrologer. Yao Ning, level 38 weapon master." Chu Cheng glanced at him in surprise. Zhou Yufeng, level 39 wind walker. Wang Jing, level 40 violent fighter. I will go in front, Wang Jing will support, Feng Lingxing and Zhou Yufeng will be in the back. Yao Ning, you stay beside them to prevent the undead from attacking them, especially protecting Feng Lingxing. Okay. Well, let's go now. Chu Cheng drew out his 2 swords, turned over, and jumped down to the riverbed. There are many undead wandering under the dry riverbed, all of which are targets to be eliminated. He rushed into the group of undeads, swung his 2 swords, and easily cut the skeletons in half, with bone powder flying everywhere. The health of a skeleton with a level 10 waist template is less than that of the same level, only about 350, and the defense is almost negligible. His normal attack now has 593, plus the weapon comes with 30 points of frost damage, and he can kill them instantly with a sword and there is still overflow. Swung his 2 swords continuously, and the broken bones flew everywhere. There were too many undeads to swing their swords in time, and they were also knocked into by his current power of more than 200, like a human-shaped beast rushing around, and there was no opponent at all. Yao Ning and others followed and looked at the figure, who was crushing the withered and rotten like a peerless figure. You can't judge a person by appearance. He's not even level 30 yet, but his performance is not much worse than ours. That's a good thing. The stronger he is, the safer we are behind him. Indeed. Stop talking, let's go. Zhou Yufeng took out a magic arrow and aimed it at the sky. After a short period of charging, he shot an arrow. The arrow exploded in the air and turned into countless arrows falling down. The arrows rained down like rain, and hundreds of damage jumped up in an instant. More than 20 undead fell in the range of the rain of arrows. Then it was Feng Lingxing's turn. He raised the staff in his hand and began to chant. Yao Ning took out 2 one-handed swords to protect him. Wang Jing raised his hands, and 2 spiked gloves emerged. He clenched the gloves and jumped down to the riverbed. He smashed the skeleton that Chu Cheng missed with 1 punch, and the broken bones flew everywhere. He kicked a zombie more than 20 meters away, and an exaggerated damage of more than 1,000 jumped out in the air. Berserker, this is a melee profession that uses weapons such as fists and claws. The fighting style is very flexible, with fists, palms, claws, feet, elbows, and even shoulder butts and headbutts, which are very similar to monks, but more violent. At this time, after Feng Lingxing chanted for almost 30 seconds, a little light appeared in the dark sky and quickly grew. Meteor spell. The light quickly passed through the dark clouds, and it was a meteorite burning with flames, dragging a long tail flame and falling into the dense group of undead deep in the riverbed. Boom! The flames mixed with violent shock waves swept across like a tide, and many skeletons and zombies were crushed like withered trees and rotten wood. The flame shock wave rushed out more than 100 meters at both ends of the riverbed in one breath, and rushed to the air hundreds of meters along the riverbed. All the undead and zombies in the range were crushed to pieces, leaving no residue, only a few scattered loot boxes. Normal mages have to be promoted to extraordinary mages before they can learn Meteor Spell. Fenglingxing is an astrologer, and can learn this spell in advance. This earth-shattering explosion also scared Chu Cheng. The violent heat wave blew past, and the decayed smell of death in the air was blown away. However, this earth-shattering explosion also attracted more undead, especially from other directions. Not long after he blocked it, he heard Zhou Yufeng shouting in the team channel, "There are many undead coming from other directions. Do you want to retreat? Otherwise, it will be bad to be surrounded." Okay. Chu Cheng immediately turned around and went back. The few undead couldn't stop him at all, so he retreated whenever he wanted. He quickly picked up the few loot boxes and returned to the riverbank. He saw many undead surrounding him from above. There were skeleton zombies in front, but there were also some other undead mixed in. There were also many flying white shadows in the gray sky, most likely ghosts. Ghosts are disgusting. Not only can they fly, but they are also immune to physical attacks. They can only be hurt by spell attacks and magic weapons. The so-called magic weapons are weapons that add elemental damage. Chu Cheng's ice and frost thorns both add frost damage. They are both magic weapons that can cause damage to ghosts. The damage of magic weapons to ghosts is generally half of that of weapons. Chapter 119. The ghost's ability is extremely disgusting, called possession, which can occupy the body of a living person. Even the adventures, like them, cannot avoid it. The only thing to be thankful for is that this ability has a casting time of several seconds, and it must be attacked head-on, so just be careful not to be attacked by a group of ghosts, or have a spell shield on your body to be immune. In addition, if you are really attacked by a ghost, it is not certain to die. If your will is high enough, you can force the ghost out of your body through a will immunity test. However, it is hard to say what will happen during the period of possession. If you are not strong enough and are in a group of monsters, you may die after being possessed for more than 10 seconds. Captain, there are too many undead. Fenglingxing looked at the tide of undead coming from the front and the right, and deliberately asked, "Do you want me to use the meteorite spell to blast another way?" Wang Jing also said, "There are too many undead, and there are a lot of ghosts inside that are hard to defend." There was no word afterwards, but the meaning was very clear: you may not be able to stop it. Chu Cheng glanced at them and shook his head, saying, "That's nothing. I can handle it." They didn't want to embarrass him, they just wanted to test his strength limit. "You stay here, Yao Ning and Wang Jing protect the two ranged ones." After saying that, he bent his body slightly, lightning wrapped around his body, and with a whoosh, he soared into the sky and fell into the group of undead. With a loud bang, all the undead within a 6-meter range were smashed to pieces. The two swords were raised, and the sword bodies lit up with white light, which quickly became brighter. After a short second of accumulation, they swung out violently, and a blazing white fan-shaped knife light swept out, cutting all the undead within the range in two. Then he turned on the phase movement and entered the phase state. The whole person seemed to be in a virtual state, and rushed directly through the skeletons rushing towards him into the tide of undead. The phase state is actually between the real and etheric planes. It can penetrate people who seem to be non-existent in the world, but actually exist. It can be attacked and can also attack the enemy. He rushed into the depths of the undead tide through the phase state, shuttled back and forth to lure a large number of undead over. Countless bone swords and claws pounced on him, turning into dense, invisible space wave blades sweeping in all directions. Before the phase movement skill ended, he returned to the original position and stopped, and was instantly surrounded by dense undead. Zhou Yufeng watched Chu Cheng being surrounded by the undead, and couldn't even see his shadow. He couldn't help swallowing and said, "Isn't it too bold for him to attract monsters like this?" Wang Jing frowned and looked at the tide of undead, nodded and said, "It's a bit bold. Zhang Chaosheng and Lei Ming wouldn't dare to attract like this." At this time, Fenglingxing rolled his eyes and said, "It's his business whether he is bold or not. He has already gathered the monsters. You guys are still chatting without taking action." Ahem. Zhou Yufeng laughed awkwardly, took out a magic arrow from his back, and put it on the arrow. A stream of breeze gathered from all directions, and quickly turned into a thick arrow wrapped in a strong wind. Swoosh! The arrow wrapped in the strong wind passed through the void and shot into the tide of undead, crushing the undead in a straight line to pieces, and penetrated more than 200 meters deep. Yao Ning, who was guarding them, glanced at the tide of undead and shook his head, saying, "You should use the rain of arrows. Although the range of this charged attack is far, the range is not enough." At this time, Feng Lingxing had finished chanting, and a ball of flame had condensed and formed, hanging above his outstretched palm. At the same time, Feng Lingxing's voice came from the channel. "Chu Cheng, you are ready to retreat. I am going to set up a wall of fire. Don't worry about me. These monsters can't break my defense." Feng Lingxing raised his eyebrows, and threw the flames in his hand without saying a word. The flames exploded and extended to the left and right, turning into a 2-meter wide and 56-meter long fire wall across the undead tide. The fire wall burned, and the skeleton zombies burned when they touched it. The ghosts didn't dare to pass through the fire wall. They circled back and forth, and turned to pounce on Chu Cheng. At this time, Chu Cheng was in the center of the undead tide, sweeping left and right like a god of war, destroying everything in his way. From time to time, ghosts flew down, but when they touched his back, they bounced out directly, and couldn't even get in. Your hero template, Immortal, takes effect. Immune to ghost possession. Your talent Space Refraction LV2 takes effect. Absorbing undead toxins. Your hero template, Immortal, takes effect. Immune to ghost possession. Immortal level hero templates are immune to soul possession, and possession belongs to its category and is directly immune. Seeing this, Chu Cheng felt relieved and was in high spirits. He turned his body quickly, and rolled up a storm of sword blades. Wherever he went, countless bone fragments flew. Occasionally ghosts were caught up in the storm, and were crushed to pieces in an instant. With his current attack power, he could kill instantly with every strike. Even if the defense was deducted, the damage per second under the sword blade storm was over 1,000, and there was no way to resist. The crazy killing back and forth attracted more undead to gather around him. There were countless layers inside and outside. Feng Lingxing and others in the back could no longer see his figure. They could only know that he was still there through the movements of the undead, and the responses from time to time in the team channel asking Chu Cheng. This defense is a bit abnormal. As Chu Cheng led most of the undead away, there were only a few fish that slipped through the net on their side. After easily solving them, they had no opponents for a while, which made them very uncomfortable. Feng Lingxing smacked his lips and said, "Do you know which faction this freshman named Chu Cheng belongs to? His talent is a bit outrageous." "I don't know, I didn't ask before. He is not an ordinary person. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be a great figure in the Star Tower in the future." While talking, Feng Lingxing secretly sent a friend request to Chu Cheng. In the tide of undead, Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows and smiled when he saw the 4 friend requests that suddenly appeared. He accepted the applications one by one. Colleges are different from middle schools. You have to stay in the Star Tower for many years, so you can expand your social circle. If you get along well, you can also try to form a fixed team. Although a person can get along well with the talent of space refraction and the power of time, there are many shortcomings of a person, and many things are difficult to do alone. Chu Cheng's idea is to form a reliable elite team. The number of people does not need to be too large, but they are all elites, and their professions can complement his own. The following battle was just like Chu Cheng's previous one. With his own powerful strength and innate rebound, he launched a crazy killing of this group of undead. When his physical strength was almost exhausted, he stood still and refracted the space. When his physical strength recovered, he continued to be unparalleled. After so many rounds, thousands of large-scale undead were slaughtered by him alone. Feng Lingxing and others started to move their hands, and then they looked at God the whole time, from surprise to shock, then to dumbfounded, and finally numb. "Hey! Stop being dazed, collect the spoils." They didn't react until Chu Cheng walked in front of them, and waved his hand. Chapter 120. Chu Cheng could clearly feel that his performance impressed several people. In the following battles, they did not talk as much as before. He would finish explaining the tactics first, and then add something. It was so simple for the adventurers to get along with each other. As long as you have the ability to impress them, they will be very obedient and cooperate. Chu Cheng rushed into the tide of undead first. Yao Ning and Zhou Yufeng quickly attracted the surrounding undead. After Chu Cheng pulled back and forth to attract them, Feng Lingxing used a fire wall to block the road, and then beat them hard. In just 2 days, more than 10,000 undead died in their hands. There were hundreds of trophy boxes harvested, and 99% of them were white quality. In terms of quality, they were not worth much, but this copy produced soul fragments and soul essence. 99% of the white trophy boxes would open soul fragments or undead essence. It is worth mentioning that the loot boxes dropped by teams like theirs are all indicated in the personal panel. After the battle, you can check the data to know how many were dropped in total, so generally no one will deliberately hide the loot boxes when collecting them. It took some time to open all the hundreds of treasure boxes, and successfully open 225 soul fragments, 32 soul essences, 48 dead soul essences, and 1 rare quality soul gem. After a discussion among several people, according to the team's contribution, Chu Cheng took half of the loot, and the other 4 people shared the rest. Among them, the value of soul gems far exceeds that of elemental gems of the same level, and the value is 5 gold. Calculating the total value of all materials, 225 soul fragments are worth 6 gold and 75 silver, 32 soul essences are worth 6 gold and 40 silver, 48 dead soul essences are worth 4 gold and 80 silver, plus soul gems 5 gold, and other white boar green equipment. The total value is 23 gold and 50 silver. Chu Cheng can get 11 gold and 75 silver. Finally, Chu Cheng took away the soul gem and 6 gold and 75 silver. Not bad. After dividing the things, Chu Cheng said to the team members, "We have almost finished the battle here. Do you want to clear the battle in the north as well? There are 3 teams. One team went to the east, the second team went to the south, they are in the west, and the north has not been cleared yet." Feng Lingxing already knew Chu Cheng's strength, nodded and said, "Ask the first and second teams first to see their progress." Okay. Chu Cheng opened the team channel, and sent their situation and plan. So fast? It took a whole morning to kill a wave of thousands of undead. Zhang Chaosheng, who was resting, was stunned when he saw this message. Wang Xian, who was also resting next to him, asked in disbelief, "Is it true? We only killed about 3,000 in 2 days, and they killed tens of thousands? How did they do it? Fighting all day long?" No one answered this question for him, and Chu Cheng and his team did not need their permission to act. "We have cleared this place, but you are still not done yet. Of course, you can go to another place." He just notified them. The 5-man team crossed the dry riverbed and came to the north. Just like before, 2 melee fighters ran out to lure the undead wandering nearby in groups. When a certain number of them were gathered, Chu Cheng went up to intercept them. Feng Lingxing set fire to cut off the road, and the others were behind to attack. The 5 of them were all elites. After using this tactic once, they became very skilled, cooperated well, and solved the problem easily. In this way, they kept going back and forth, and cleared the undead wandering in the north one by one. There were occasionally some bosses in the undead group, but they were not strong. The truly powerful undead in this dungeon would not wander outside, except for the 4 knights of the Scourge, who were responsible for patrolling the 4 directions of the undead army. This kind of small and medium-sized boss is not even level 40, just an elite template. How could it be their opponent? But the corresponding gains will not be that high. On the 5th day, they wiped out most of the undead within a dozen kilometers north of the Cursed Fortress and successfully upgraded to the next level. The level difference is too big. Most of the undead only have 1 guaranteed killing experience, but there are too many, so he grinded them to the next level, obtained 5 free attribute points, and 2 points of all attributes. After the battle, he counted the loot chests and divided the income again to 11 gold and 82 silver. The main reason is that the luck is a little worse this time, and no soul gems were harvested. Added together, the total income of the 2 times is 18 gold and 57 silver, excluding soul gems. There is also the Cursed Fortress behind, where the undead are higher in level and all elite. The probability of loot is higher, and the quality will be better. In addition to the loot warehouse of the fortress, even if the whole group of 15 people share it together, the total income will be higher than now. After clearing out the surroundings of the Cursed Fortress, the 3 teams met at the main gate of the Cursed Fortress, which was the south. A dozen people gathered under a twisted and rotten tree. Lei Ming said in a deep voice, "The Cursed Fortress is the only one left. Do you have any suggestions for the next tactics?" Zhang Chaosheng, who led another team, wanted to gain a certain voice in the team, and took the initiative to say, "In this case, we can either find a way to lure out some of the undead inside and annihilate them separately, or attack the fortress by force. With our strength, it seems that we can attack by force." He looked at Feng Lingxing and another magic profession in the team, and said, "I remember that you all know the meteorite spell. Can you summon a meteorite to smash the fortress wall?" Feng Lingxing shook his head and said, "Meteorite can be summoned, but it can't be smashed down." Another female mage wearing a tight robe that showed off her slender figure also shook her head and said, "There must be necromancers and a large number of corpse wizards in this fortress. There is also a necromancer tower in the center of the fortress. This siege spell will definitely be interrupted or dispelled. Is there any other way to open the city gate or destroy the city wall? Difficult. The city gate is the armor of the city wall. Ordinary attacks can only cause 10% damage. It is difficult for us to destroy the city gate under the attack of many crossbow carts and necromancers on the fortress." John Chaosheng looked at Lei Ming and said, "If I can't hold off the war machine head-on, how long can you hold off?" "I can't hold off for long either." Everyone was silent. Lei Ming sighed and was about to execute another set of tactics. Zhou Yufeng, who was next to Chu Cheng, smiled and said, "Why don't you ask Chu Cheng if he can hold off? He performed very well this time." Everyone turned around. Chu Cheng, who was observing the dark cursed fortress in the distance, subconsciously leaned back tactically and waved his hand, saying, "I can't do it either." What a joke. The difficulty of this cursed fortress is much more difficult than the Orc King City during the joint examination. Although the Orc King City is the capital of the Orc King Department, there are more orcs guarding it than in this cursed fortress. But there are not many war weapons on the Orc King Department, and there are few long-range orcs guarding it, and there is no magic system at all. And this cursed fortress is an important stronghold of the Undead Legion. Not only is the wall much higher than that of the Orc King Department, but it is also filled with various war weapons. But the biggest threat to him was the large number of corpse wizards and necromancers in the cursed fortress. The strange and evil necromancer spells were extremely powerful under the blessing of the necromancer tower, and he couldn't bear it. He just came to make money. The others were all in their 30s and 40s. Why was he, who was only in his 20s, showing off his strength in order to make money? Now he had to fight hard, so of course he had to hide again. Fortunately, the other team members didn't dwell on this. After he denied it, they looked away and began to discuss seduction tactics. Chu Cheng sat in the back in a low-key manner, listening carefully to their discussion of tactics. Chapter 121. Huh? Someone is coming. The sudden warning interrupted their discussion. Everyone looked up and saw a hazy figure in the mist in the south. Although they couldn't see clearly for the time being, they didn't look like undead from the way they walked. Beware. Lei Ming, Zhang Chaosheng and Chu Cheng immediately drew their weapons and shields and stood in the front. The other team members quickly took their positions, just in the same team arrangement as before. A dozen seconds later, the figure passed through the mist and revealed its true appearance. It was 15 adventures like them. This team had two leaders, a tall and strong man in full plate armor and a large shield on his back, and the other was a bald wizard wearing an exquisite red robe. The team saw Lei Ming and others standing ready and signaled the team to stop. The red-robed mage stepped out of the crowd and said, "I know the rules. I just want to ask if we want to cooperate. We don't have to leave immediately." Lei Ming frowned, looked at Zhang Chaosheng and Chu Cheng, and asked, "What do you think? Do you want to join forces with them?" Zhang Chaosheng thought for a while and nodded. "Although we will have to share half of the profits if we join forces with them, there is strength in numbers. We don't need to spend any effort to attract monsters. We can directly attack the city head-on." "Chu Cheng, what do you think?" Lei Ming and Zhang Chaosheng both looked at him. Chu Cheng pondered for a while and nodded. "That's fine. It's better to solve it quickly." Lei Ming nodded. "In that case, let's cooperate with them." After speaking, he waved his hand to signal to lift the alert, walked forward alone, chatted with the person in charge on the opposite side for a few words, and then pulled Zhang Chaosheng and Chu Cheng to discuss the matter of joining forces with the two representatives on the opposite side. Although the two people on the opposite side were somewhat puzzled as to why a new player, who was only level 28, was in charge, they did not say anything. "We have more people, so we can attack the city directly. By the way, how many tank professions and magic systems do you have?" The red-robed magician Su Beisheng immediately answered, 2 tanks and 3 magic systems." "We have 3 tanks and 2 magic systems." Lei Ming pinched his chin and said, "Just follow the default rules. Both magic systems and tanks will receive a 10 gold subsidy, and there will be a 5 gold subsidy for meritorious service." "Okay. No problem. What about tactics? Go straight to the front?" "It seems that this is the only tactic for a frontal assault." "Okay then. There are 15 of us, and 15 of you, 6 groups of 5 people in total. 5 of the groups will have 1 tank and 1 magic system each, and the last group will be mobile. We will support whichever group is in danger. How about that?" "No problem." Chu Cheng watched them discuss and echoed them. They are all veterans, and they have probably fought the cursed fortress more than once, so they must have more experience. This grouping is basically the same as the original group, and there is no need to regroup. They went back and informed the other team members of the decision, and no one had any objections. Actions are risky, so how could they not be happy to have more people to share the risk? Less profit is less, and one's life is more important. Half an hour later, the two teams were divided into 6 teams, 5 teams separated in the front row, and the last team stayed at the back. Then each team began to prepare. Feng Lingxing took out a scroll and began to cast a spell, and the mages of other teams were also preparing to summon some cannon fodder. As several mages began to cast spells, Chu Cheng suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in the direction of the cursed fortress. Feng Lingxing, who had summoned a 5-meter-tall earth element, also seemed to have sensed it and looked over, whispering to him, "The necromancer in the cursed fortress has noticed us." The necromancer tower in the cursed fortress can greatly enhance the strength of the necromancer. The combined power of the necromancers can cast powerful war-level spells that can kill people in seconds. Don't use your life-saving means and damage reduction skills indiscriminately. Keep them for backup. Chu Cheng bowed with some gratitude and said, "Thank you for the reminder." "You're welcome. I'm doing this for myself. If you die, who will help me? Don't worry, I protect you." Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The team slowly moved forward and soon entered the magician's casting range. Feng Lingxing began to chant and cast spells under the protection of Wang Jing and Yao Ning. The mages in several other teams not far away also stopped and began to cast spells. But the spell was chanted for only 3 seconds. As the magic fluctuations became stronger, a faint light suddenly rose from the center of the fortress covered by the death cloud in the distance. The dark clouds gathered into a huge sphere, and the center cracked to reveal a dark pupil. A thick faint light shot out. "Be prepared to resist." Chu Cheng, who was standing in the front row, decisively activated the skill solidity attached to his equipment, and a layer of clear light rose to protect his whole body. Others in the team took out various means. Some used scrolls to cast protective spells, and some took undead protection potions. Buzz! The thick faint light swept over, and Chu Cheng felt that everything in the world turned gray in an instant. Hint: you are being watched by the Eye of Death, and Fortitude immunity is being tested. Tip: your hero template, Immortal, takes effect, and you are immune to the instant death effect. Tip: Eye of Death causes you 10,000 magic damage. Your talent reduces 100 magic damage. Your magic resistance reduces 26% of magic damage. Blood God Body reduces 24% of damage, and the solid skill reduces 40% of damage. You bear 950 magic damage. Huh? The gray sky and the earth disappeared quickly, and Chu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw that the others were staggering and pale, but they all survived. This is going to be a fast. Quickly retreat to distance yourself from the cursed fortress. Chu Cheng stood in front and took the most damage, so the damage from behind would be somewhat reduced, so he didn't need to take the terrifying damage of up to 10,000 like him. Feng Lingxing, who was standing behind him, was fine, but his spell was interrupted. But it wasn't a big problem. He was mentally prepared. The other teams on the side also took a shot of Death Eye, but everyone had fought the cursed fortress more than once, and knew how powerful this move was, so they were prepared, and no one was hurt. They are all professional tanks, so they must have a talent for reducing damage, level 40, with equipment stronger than his, tank professional expertise, plus damage reduction skills, necromancy potion to absorb damage, multiple damage reduction methods superimposed, all easily carried it. After a short rest, everyone recovered and approached the cursed fortress again, and several mages began the second round of spellcasting. As before, when the necromancer in the cursed fortress monitored a huge spell fluctuation near the fortress, he would react, usually using the Eye of Death to interrupt. After a few rounds of this situation, it would greatly consume the power of the undead witch tower. The necromancer in the fortress would send a large number of ghosts and undead troops out of the city later. This is exactly their tactic, forcing the necromancer to mobilize troops and defeat them one by one. Chu Cheng's second round of damage reduction was to open the Blade Storm, which only reduced damage by 30%, and the final damage was 2,000, which was still easy to carry. After waiting for 5 minutes in the third round, most of the skills had already cooled down. Chu Cheng now regretted not using the Blade Storm in the first round. The solid cooling time was as high as 15 minutes, and the damage reduction was higher. It would be better to save it for the critical moment. Chapter 122. After continuous seduction and consumption of a large amount of mana from the undead wizard tower in the cursed fortress, the undead wizard in the fortress finally couldn't help but ring the undead death bell. Along with the heavy bell sound, invisible waves of light spread out from the inner layer of the fortress. Boom! The huge black stone gate of the cursed fortress opened, and an elite undead army rushed out from it. The total number was about 1,000 people, led by a group of elite undead knights of more than 20 levels, mixed with a group of more powerful black knights. Behind them were a large number of elite undead surrounded by some corpse wizards with spellcasting ability, and a large number of ghosts and vampires floating in the air. Everyone prepared to fight. Chu Cheng turned the weapon in his hand flexibly, clenched it, and said to the team members behind him in a deep voice, "Let's follow the previous tactics. I will block the main force in front. Yao Ning and Wang Jing will block the first wave of the undead with me, and then retreat to my back to intercept the fish that slipped through the net. Feng Lingxing and Zhou Yufeng will first use single-target spells to kill the fish that slipped through the net that they intercepted, and then come to support me." "Okay. Okay." Chu Cheng nodded, and looked around at the other teams preparing to launch an attack on the tank profession. Everyone nodded to each other, and started to meet the undead troops at the same time. Bang! More than a dozen people lined up in a line and collided head-on with the undead troops, like a dozen reefs blocking the undead that rushed in. Chu Cheng decisively opened the blade storm. While reducing the damage, a large number of undead around were swept into the storm, cutting madly. His crazy performance immediately attracted the attention of the necromancer behind him, who immediately mobilized the surrounding vampires and ghosts to surround him. Yao Ning and Wang Jing took the opportunity to fight and retreat. With Chu Cheng in front to attract attention, there were not many undead chasing them, so they were able to hold on for a while. Although they are not tanks, their levels are there, and they are not bad if they can pass the Star Tower. In addition, they are not freshmen, and their equipment attributes are not worse than Chu Cheng, so it is no problem to block them. The first wave of the undead attack was the most fierce. Not only him, but also the other teams all used their skills to forcibly block the thousands of undead troops. Time lock. The passive hero skill was suddenly triggered, and the skeleton knight who was swinging the knife suddenly stopped moving, like a specimen solidified in amber, fixed by the power of time. Hero Skill 3, Time Lock, Awakening, Passive, attack gives the power of time, and there is a chance to lock the target in time for 1 second. Tip: all attacks received in the time lock state are critical hits that ignore defense and magic resistance. Chu Cheng was stunned for only a moment, and swung his two knives continuously, stabbing 4 times in 1 second. -1779, -30, -1779, -30. Instantly, for rounds of identical damage sword, the power of time was gone, and the immobilized skeleton knight's body collapsed into countless broken bones in midair, like a broken building block. Chu Cheng's basic attack is 593, and at this time, the centaur blood has already been fully stacked with 30 strength, and the hero template's critical strike is 3 times. The 3 rounds of damage are close to 7,500, which can easily kill elite monsters below level 35. This is the power of hero skills, the power of immortal level hero skills. Even if the skill cannot directly cause damage to the target, the skill mechanism is too powerful. Combined with its own ability, it can easily exert extremely terrifying lethality. The only pity is that the probability of this passive triggering is not very high, estimated to be less than 10%. It is useless against ordinary monsters, and it can be easily killed even if it is not triggered. But it is different if you fight against a boss with thick blood. If you trigger it twice, you can burst out extremely terrifying output. So his fighting style still has to go for the attack speed flow. As long as the attack speed is fast enough, it is easier to trigger. The attack power of a level 20 elite monster is about 150, and the space refraction absorbs 100. The remaining 50 equipment absorbs 20, and the remaining 30 minus defense only leaves a dozen points of damage. This is completely a drizzle for a tank with a blood volume of up to 5,000 and a life regeneration of up to 180 after stacking. There is no need to dodge, just take it head on. At this time, his talent damage rebound can rarely be pulled to the full, up to 1,000 real damage per round, and it acts on 10 targets at the same time. The damage is pulled to the full, easily attracting the attention of the undead. Wang Jing and Yao Ning in the back quickly cleaned up the fish that slipped through the net, and the ghost vampire that flew over with the support of Zhou Yufeng and Feng Lingxing, and pulled away to start chanting and casting powerful spells. In the Chaos Realm, the power of all mana is proportional to the casting time. The greater the power, the more difficult it is to cast, and the longer it takes to cast. This time, Feng Lingxing cast his best meteor spell. After a full 30 seconds of chanting, the undead witch tower in the cursed fortress in the distance did not move this time. Instead, the undead mage and the undead army had spells to interfere and counterattack, and a large number of flying ghosts and vampires rushed over. But he failed, and could only watch him cast successfully. The dark clouds in the sky gradually brightened and turned red, and a meteorite fell into the battlefield with blazing flames. Boom! Even though the bombing site was hundreds of meters away from him, the violent hot air waves still made Chu Cheng unable to open his eyes. Just after the bombing, some wizard on the other side also used a big move. A huge electric light blasted into the undead, like a dragon dancing wildly, jumping wildly, and then exploding, splitting into more than a dozen smaller lightning chains bouncing wildly. In an instant, at least 40 or 50 elite undead turned into charcoal on the spot, and all the remaining blood that were affected were named one by the remote behind. Then, someone summoned a super large fire element of the extraordinary level, and summoned fireballs crazily. That's it. Team 4 tanks shouted in the channel. Use your ultimate skills if you have them. We can't hold them off for that long. Team 2's Zhang Chaosheng also immediately echoed. These are all elite monsters with high attack power. We can't hold them off for too long. Let's quickly deal with some of them. Okay. Watch us perform. The mages of each team showed off their unique skills one after another. The next spell was stronger and more dazzling than the last. In just 2 rounds, 10 powerful spells were used to bombard the thousands of elite undead troops. More than half of them were forcibly destroyed. The rest were either left with little blood or broken bodies. Few were intact. While killing, Chu Cheng looked up from time to time to admire the mage's unique skills, and couldn't help smacking his lips. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a profession that can get subsidies together with MT. A powerful mage is indeed worthy of this subsidy. If you want to form a team, you must form 1 or 2 powerful magic systems. But it is hard to find a magic system. The magic systems that can get to this level basically have fixed teams, and it is very difficult to recruit them. Relying on the gorgeous big moves of the magicians, half of the thousands of undead troops were killed, and most of the remaining ones were at low health, which greatly reduced the pressure on the 5 teams. Then, they slowly solved the problem, and the number of undead became fewer and fewer. About a quarter of an hour later, when only about 1/3 of the undead were left, the death knell of the undead came from the cursed fortress, and these undead began to retreat. Chapter 123. It was definitely impossible to retreat. How could they let the remaining soldiers escape back? Chu Cheng charged up his thunderbolt and jumped directly in front of him. He used a divine power to repel a group of undead in front of him, and killed them instantly. Then he rushed into the group of undead, and started the blade storm, killing them madly. At this time, Yan Ning and Wang Jing didn't need to guard anyone, so they also rushed out, taking turns with various AoE. Other teams also rushed out, and everyone worked together to successfully intercept the remaining undead and kill them all. At the end of the battle, there were hundreds of loot boxes alone. Most of them were elite monsters, and the probability of loot was far higher than that of useless monsters. The necromancer in the fortress is extremely intelligent, and the seduction tactics just now can no longer be used. After the team cleaned up the battlefield and reunited, everyone gathered together to discuss tactics again. Lei Ming said directly, "The only way to attack next is to force the attack. There are also 2 ways. One is to rely on the wizard to use the teleportation spell to teleport us to the inside of the cursed fortress. The other way is for melee to use displacement skills to jump into the city, and seize the city gate to open it. The former requires the wizard to consume a lot of mana and spell materials to cast spells to trigger the counterattack of the undead wizard tower, and consume the mana reserves of the undead wizard tower. The latter is a big risk for those who take action. Not all melee players have displacement skills. Those who go in first will take certain risks." Lei Ming looked at the tank professions sitting in the inner circle, then looked up at the melee professions on the periphery and asked, "Let's count first. Those who have displacement skills that can jump directly into the city, raise your hands." Everyone looked at each other, and some people raised their hands one after another. Chu Cheng raised his hand without exception. "Raise your hands if you can jump into the city, and have displacement skills to escape." This time, fewer people raised their hands. When Chu Cheng raised his hand, many people were quite surprised. He looked back and saw that there were 7 people in total, of which only 2 were tanks, namely him and another team's tank, and there was not even Lei Ming. Only 2. Lei Ming pursed his lips, looked at him and another person, and asked, "Do you 2 dare to go up? If you dare to go up, in addition to the previous agreement, each person will receive a 5 gold subsidy, and another 5 gold will be given if you successfully open the door. I will give it now. Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows, and immediately said, no problem for me. Another MT Shurchen looked at Chu Cheng in surprise, hesitated for a few seconds before saying, I can go too, but I make it clear that if I can't hold on, I will withdraw immediately. Lei Ming nodded, of course. Looking at the other members who were able to go in and out, he asked, what about you? Do you want to earn these 10 gold? Several people hesitated for a moment, and nodded, yes. Okay. Lei Ming stood up and said loudly, you guys get ready first. 7 people form a team separately, and decide the captain and vice-captain by yourselves. We won't go in first to test the attack to attract the attention of the undead, and you guys rush in when the time is right. Okay. Lei Ming and others left, leaving the 7 of them looking at each other. Chu Cheng took the initiative to say to Shurchen, you have more experience than me, you can be the captain. Shurchen did not give in and nodded, okay. It's a coincidence that I have used this tactic once before, and it was also a joint attack of dozens of people against the cursed fortress. The gate of this fortress is no different from a normal gate. We need to jump directly to the gate tower while they attract the defenders on the wall, and then climb over and go down into the gate hole. He looked at Chu Cheng and said, there are usually no undead inside the city gate, but there will definitely be a large number of guards at the city gate. After entering, 2 of us will guard the gate, 3 strength-type people will assist us, and the other 2 will open the gate immediately. It should be noted that there is a high probability that there will be a powerful Death Knight with a horror template of more than level 40 at the city gate. He is the commander of the cursed fortress. We will be under great pressure and must open the city gate within 1 minute. If you can't open the city gate in more than 1 minute, don't open it, just run away. While they were discussing, Lei Ming had already assigned the tasks and formed 2 teams to set off. Let's wait first. When they take action, we will lead the guards on the city gate tower over, and then we will take action. Okay. After a while, Lei Ming came back and traded with them separately. He got 5 gold, and the other 5 gold would be given after the city gate was opened. After Lei Ming returned, the team set off immediately. After approaching the city wall, they took action without any trial. Several melee fighters with displacement ability jumped onto the wall, firing at full power, and immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding undead. Although they did not have the ability to move twice, as long as they stayed on the wall, they could just turn over and jump down if the situation was not good. Unlike them jumping into the wall, if the gate was not opened, it would be very troublesome to escape without the ability to move twice. They needed to break through the undead blockade and climb up the stairs along the wall to the wall, and then jump out. Although it was only a few dozen meters, it was not easy to get out. The cursed fortress was full of elite monsters, many of which were level 30 or 40, and many of them were strong enough to compete with them. If you were not strong enough to jump in, you would not be able to get out. After watching the show for about 5 or 6 minutes, all the undead on the city gate tower were attracted. Shurchen clapped his hands and shouted, "Get ready, we can go up." Everyone immediately stood up and quietly moved towards the cursed fortress. Soon, about 100 meters into the city gate, one of the soldiers whispered, "I can jump." Shurchen shook his head and said, "Wait a minute, it's safer to jump together." When they were only more than 50 meters away from the city gate, Shurchen said, "Okay. Chu Cheng, can you jump?" "Yes." "Then go up now." As soon as the voice fell, a person standing on the side suddenly disappeared, and appeared on the city gate the next second. Then Shurchen briefly accumulated power, and jumped towards the city gate. His displacement skill is quite similar to the thunder shock, but there is no lightning surrounding him. Chu Cheng's mind moved, lightning flashed on his body, and with a bang, he soared into the sky and fell on the city wall like a meteor. The remaining few also used their own methods. Some jumped up like them, some flashed up directly, and one of them flew up directly using the flying technique. The 7 people climbed up the city wall, and immediately attracted the attention of the undead not far away, and rushed over. Chu Cheng and Shurchen crossed the city wall, and came to the inside. They saw that there were dense undead gathered in front of the city gate below. Behind him stood a death knight named Romu, and on the left and right stood a huge stitched monster 6 or 7 meters high wrapped in thick chains. Seeing them appear at the edge of the city wall, one of them threw the bloody hook in his hand fiercely, and there was a sound of rushing. The hook dragged a bloody chain towards him. "Attention, jump!" The 2 jumped down directly from the city wall. Shurchen raised his shield, and a layer of crystal light floated on the surface of the shield, spreading nearly 3 meters wide on the left and right. Chu Cheng jumped directly into the group of undead, and started to kill them with a blade storm. The others jumped down one after another. A few of them, who were proud of their high health and defense, turned around to protect Shurchen. The last two turned around without hesitation and rushed into the city gate, preparing to force it open. Chapter 124. Chu Cheng's current blade storm has a damage per second of nearly 1,400, and after deducting defense, it is still 800 to 900. After 7 seconds, most of the undead within a radius of 5 meters around him fell down, and he backhanded a divine power attack to sweep them all down. A group of ghosts fell from the sky and drowned him. 3 seconds later, the double swords tore a ghost apart and rushed out, turning around and stabbing at other ghosts. The city gate hole is only a dozen meters wide, and 5 people can completely block it. The two behind came to the inside of the city gate hole, and lifted the thick wooden pillar across the gate with force. This thing is thicker than a person. Normally, it takes several people to push the gear mechanism to lift it up before it can be opened. But the strength of the two of them is much greater than that of ordinary people. 2 of them can be used as 10 strong men. They pushed the gear smoothly, and the iron chain slowly rose to lift the horizontal bar. It will take another 15 seconds. No problem. Bang! A cloud of death exploded at the gate of the city. Everyone swayed slightly, and injuries of varying sizes jumped out of their bodies, but all the undead were refreshed, and a green blood-adding number appeared on their bodies. A dozen corpse wizards rushed over, and clouds of death exploded above their heads, constantly adding blood to the undead besieging them. From time to time, various curses and diseases were bestowed on them. Everyone immediately took out the purification potion and swallowed it to expel the curse or disease on their bodies. Chu Cheng was no exception, and also used a bottle of purification potion to purify the curse on his body. His hero template can only be immune to diseases, not curses. Toughness can exempt some, but some low-related curses cannot be exempted. After a long battle, the commanding Death Knight lost his patience. With a roar, 2 nearly 3-story-high stitched monsters pushed aside many skeleton zombies, and walked over with heavy steps. Before they got close, the disgusting stench hit them in the face. Stitched monster, elite level 45, 80,000 HP. A hook was thrown from a distance, and the hook shot over the heads of the densely packed undead. Chu Cheng turned around suddenly, focusing all his energy on the flying hook, and stabbed it with a sword. Dang! The tip of the sword accurately hit the sharp corner of the hook, and a large spark burst out. At the same time, another stitched monster passed by Chu Cheng with a hook, and then a huge crash sound came to his ears, followed by a muffled groan and an exclamation. "Oh no, Li Bin is hooked." Then I saw the stitched monster pull the iron chain in his hand, and a figure was pulled into the air and flew over the heads of the undead and flew towards the stitched monster. "Hurry up and save him." Chu Cheng decisively locked onto the stitched monster that hooked Li Bin and started a violent charge. The several armored skeletons and zombies that besieged him were knocked away by an invisible force, and rushed towards the stitched monster through the dense undead. Whether it was a skeleton or a zombie, even an invisible ghost on the road was pushed away. The hook hooked Li Bin to the front of the stitched monster. Several stitched arms pressed Li Bin tightly into the fat on their bodies. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. At the same time, a rotten blood mist gushed out of the stitched monster's body, and the deformed mouth opened to reveal jagged sharp teeth, biting down fiercely. A shrill scream immediately came out of the blood mist, and then Chu Cheng ran into the blood mist and interrupted the bite. Bang! A figure flew out of the blood mist, and fell into the undead. Several raw iron swords chopped down. Li Bin bent his body and bounced up. He stomped his foot hard, and violent lightning exploded and pushed the undead away. He quickly took out the potion and swallowed it. A green number of plus 2,000 appeared. He took out another bottle of purification potion, but before he swallowed it, a bone spear shot him away like lightning, and a high damage of minus 3,200 was blasted out. He knocked several skeletons away in the air, and slid 4 or 5 meters away. The medicine bottle in his hand was also knocked away. Boom! A huge sound of a door opening came from behind, and the city gate was opened. The city gate is open. We will come immediately. Everyone retreat, go to the city gate for support. Save me! Who is it? Is there anyone saving him? At this moment, the situation was extremely chaotic. Shurchen also saw Li Bin being knocked away, but at this time, he was the only tank professional at the city gate, and he had no time to spare. Others were not tanks, so they dared not rush into the group of undead. They were confident that they could rush in and escape with preparation, but they could not rush in to save people. Where is Chu Cheng? He? At this moment, everyone turned their heads, and saw a huge transparent human figure appearing above Li Bin and falling. There was no earth-shaking movement as imagined, and there was no sound. They saw that the huge human figure with a diameter of 10 meters fell, and everything within the range was stopped, as at the time within that range was frozen. Then minus 9760, minus 9760, minus 9760. In an instant, dozens of terrifying damages approaching 10,000 burst out at the same time, densely packed at the same time. Time wandering, awakening, enter the long river of time, appear at any location within a maximum range of 1,000 meters, and cause an attack that will definitely trigger all attack effects to all enemies within a radius of 5 meters from the location where you appear, and cancel all damage and negative effects in the last 3 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 15 seconds, consuming 15 time power. The terrifying explosion in an instant directly crushed the 50 or 60 elite undead squeezed within a 10-meter diameter around Li Bin into powder. When Chu Cheng appeared out of thin air, Li Bin, who was lying on the ground, was stunned. "What kind of ability do you have?" Chu Cheng turned the frost thorn in his hand and knocked away the bone arrow, saying, "Let's talk about this after we finish fighting, you retreat first." Li Bin also reacted, quickly took out a bottle of purification potion to expel the curse on his body, activated the acceleration skill, and rushed out with a few jumps. He was also lucky. Fortunately, he drank a bottle of medicine to restore more than 2,000 health, otherwise the Death Knight spear would have killed him in seconds. With his cover, Li Bin successfully retreated behind Shurchen. At this time, Lei Ming and others rushed over to replace Shurchen. Chu Cheng used a sword to block the bone spear thrown by the Death Knight Rum, and forced his way back against the heavy undead that were rushing in. At this time, there were only a dozen people at the city gate, and the others were on the city gate. I don't know who used magic to change the terrain, and directly pulled up a 4 or 5 meter high stone wall on one side of the city wall, blocking one of the undead, and then put 3 layers of fire walls on the other side, waiting for the undead to rush over and burn them, and then waiting for them to tire themselves out. It would be easy to kill them all. After stabilizing the situation, many mages began to cast spells, aiming at the bottom of the city gate and bombarding it. Because they didn't cast super powerful spells, the undead witch tower in the fortress didn't react. However, the undead in the fortress were rushing here, and they needed to kill all the undead in the fortress next. This step can't be avoided. No matter what tactics are used, they have to kill them all. But the biggest advantage of using tactics is that you don't need to fight against the undead army in an open area. At the city gate, the undead's advantage and strength cannot be deployed, and they can only fight against them in small groups, which is their biggest advantage. After Chu Cheng retreated, he rested for a while, and continued to fight on the battlefield. 5 tank professions guarding the small city gate can block it firmly. Chapter 125. Focus on this stitched monster. A stitched monster was locked by a thick ice chain, with 3 different marks on its head. With a thunderous order, all ranged guns focused their fire, and the mages charged with ice spears and stabbed fiercely, killing it in just a dozen seconds. Switch to this. The mage drank a bottle of mana potion, and cast the ice chain again to freeze the other stitched monster. Chu Cheng immediately put a space mark, and 2 others put a mark on each, and quickly killed the second stitched monster. After killing the 2 stitched monsters, the area near the city gate was suddenly much emptier, and many mages could cast ranged spells to bombard. At this time, the Death Knight, who had been standing behind and commanding, could no longer hold back after the stitched monster fell down, and took out the commander's sword and stabbed it into the sky. No one knew what he was saying. The undead witch tower in the center of the fortress, which had been silent for a long time, lit up the dead gray magic aura again. This change immediately attracted the attention of all the mages, who said loudly to them, "The undead witch tower is about to cast a powerful spell." The team retreated into the city gate, and prepared to use the damage reduction spell to withstand it. All the people present were elites, and they cooperated well. They immediately began to retreat in an orderly manner. Chu Cheng decisively took out a bottle of purification potion, and held it in his mouth, ready to take it if the situation was not right. The dead gray magic aura of the undead witch tower only took 7 or 8 seconds to brighten to the extreme, and then suddenly turned gray-green, converging along the tower body to the top of the tower, turning into a huge gray-green pupil, and a green light shot from it towards the direction of the city gate. Be prepared to take the damage. The green light flashed in front of them, and Chu Cheng sank his feet to prepare to take the damage. However, it was not the impact he imagined, but a loud explosion. The hot green liquid exploded, and the fishy smell came to their faces, covering them all, and everyone turned into green humanoids. A second later, Lei Ming shouted, This is corpse poison. With curses and diseases, prepare the antidote first. Chu Chung glanced at the panel prompt. Tip: you are affected by the necromancy spell Corpse Poison Nova. You will receive 2,000 points of corpse poison damage, and then receive 125 points of corpse poison damage per second, which will last for 120 seconds. Tip: your talent takes effect, absorbing 100 points of corpse poison. Your magic resistance resists 26% of corpse poison, and the blood god body resists 24% of corpse poison. You receive 950 points of corpse poison damage, and 12 points of corpse poison damage per second, which will last for 120 seconds. Oh, a small problem. But it is a big problem for others. The initial damage is not high, but the subsequent duration is too long, 120 seconds, 125 per second. The theoretical damage is as high as 17,000 points. Even if the magic resistance is deducted, there are still thousands of blood. Whether it is a frontline tank or a backline profession, it is a problem. Fuck, the corpse poison is too high. My antidote can't cure it. Who can share a bottle of the strong one with me? I have some extra here. Do you want it for 3 gold? You are my real father. Keep it in the account, and give me the money later. Everyone was in a panic, but fortunately the front tanks were strong and the damage reduction method was activated, so they held on until the back row recovered. The poison was still not cured, and everyone was green, but the state was stabilized. At this time, the Death Knight raised his sword again, and the undead tower in the distance started to work again. Lei Ming shouted loudly, "Hold on a little longer, the undead tower uses a lot of mana to cast this large-scale war spell. In the most extreme case, it can be used twice, or it may not be activated once. But I just took the life potion, and it's on cooldown. Anyone who feels unwell can exit first and retreat outside the city wall." The surging death mana of the undead tower boiled and quickly condensed into a familiar huge death cloud, which slowly cracked to reveal a huge pupil. Fuck, it's the Eye of Death. Lei Ming's somewhat panicked voice sounded. The city wall can't stop the Eye of Death. Everyone prepare to save their lives. The pupil slowly opened, and a cold look swept over. Chu Chung decisively turned on the blade storm, and felt a cold current sweeping over while turning. At this moment, his mind seemed to be frozen for a moment, and when he came to his senses, his health dropped by 2,000. But he can still hold on. After all, his health is as high as 5,000, and there is 180 life regeneration per second. At this time, Lei Ming's calm voice came to his ears. The tanks retreat into the city gate, and the others quickly recover. If anyone has extra resurrection scrolls, take 2. I have a perfect resurrection scroll. I also have a perfect resurrection scroll. Everyone witness, save them both, and the money for the scrolls will be paid by themselves after they are resurrected. Fortunately, the undead witch tower did not have the mana to fire another shot after blasting the Eye of Death, which gave them a break. The Death Knight Rum took the opportunity to order a full-scale attack, and all vampires and ghosts crossed the city wall from other directions to sneak attack the injured dissenters behind. Chu Chung was not sure how they would deal with it. At this time, he had no time to care about others, because the Death Knight himself had already set off. He summoned a very tall nightmare warhorse with hellfire burning on its hooves, holding a death lance burning with gray-white flames, and charged directly at them. Death Knight Rumu, Horror Level 45, 185,000 HP. A large number of corpse wizards summoned death clouds to bombard, and the cave entrance was in chaos. Fortunately, the city gate was strong enough, which greatly limited the undead's military advantage. Facing the charging Death Knight, Chu Chung took a fighting stance and prepared to fight. Lei Ming's voice came from behind. The Death Knight's charge is very lethal. I will take the first wave. Chu Chung, you are ready to respond at any time. Chu Chung was not sentimental and immediately stepped aside. Dang! The tall Death Knight knocked away many skeletons, and with the power of the charge, he hit Lei Ming's shield hard. With a long loud noise, Lei Ming slid back nearly 2 meters before stopping. The solid shield was pierced by the lance, but he took this wave of charge head-on. The Death Knight drew his gun and shook it, and shot away an arrow shot by someone unknown, and the gun head swung away and knocked Lei Ming back another step. When Chu Chung was about to chase the spear, he jumped up without hesitation, and accurately blocked the lance that swept towards Lei Ming with his 2 swords and pressed down. However, he failed. The Death Knight was much stronger than him, and he raised his arm with one arm, lifting the cross swords inch by inch. Chu Chung did not hesitate to change his moves, and twisted his body to dodge the lance, and stabbed with his 2 swords sideways. However, the Death Knight changed his moves more flexibly and faster than him. The lance was raised and hit his waist like lightning. The huge force directly hit Chu Cheng into the group of undead, and immediately 7 or 8 bone swords chopped up. The 8-layer space wave blade exploded, all of which exploded on the Death Knight. This guy's weapon skills are at least master level. His one-handed sword weapon skills are already expert level, and he can suppress him at least master level. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. Lei Ming, who had recovered, charged and interrupted the javelin that the Death Knight was about to throw. His whole body suddenly lit up, and a huge phantom appeared behind him. The shield in his hand suddenly lit up and smashed down fiercely, and with one blow, he actually knocked the level 44 horror template Death Knight to the ground and put him into a dizzy state. Chapter 126. A shield knocked the Death Knight to the ground, and Lei Ming said loudly, "My several hero skills are fully activated, which can control him for about 5 seconds. Others with strong control hero skills will be stunned." Chu Cheng, who was closest, immediately activated the wild power of the Orc Warlord's necklace, adding 100 physical attacks, and then disappeared. 1 second later, he passed through the etheric plane and appeared behind the Death Knight. A sword accurately pierced the gap in the Death Knight's head and chest armor, causing a huge damage. Then he swung his 2 swords in succession, madly accumulating the movement speed and attack speed of the Hot-Blooded Fighting Soul. Hot-Blooded Fighting Soul OV1, top-level passive. Each time the target is hit, the movement speed is increased by 10 points, and the attack speed is increased by 10%, which lasts for 20 seconds. Tip: Hot-Blooded Fighting Soul can be stacked, with a maximum stacking limit of 20 layers, and the duration is refreshed each time it is attacked. With his current agility, his attack speed is already very fast. He can attack twice per second, which is more than enough. He can easily hit 3 or 4 attacks by attacking a few times. The faster the attack speed, the faster the skill effects will stack. In just 3 or 4 seconds, it can stack more than 10 layers. Time lock. The super fast attack speed successfully triggered the hero's passive. Within 1 second of being fixed, the Death Knight hit 5 times in a row, each time ignoring defense and magic resistance. In just 1 second, more than 10,000 terrible damages were blasted out. At this time, only 5 seconds had passed, and the Hot-Blooded Fighting Soul had been stacked to the upper limit, increasing the movement speed by 200 points and the attack speed by 200%. It can hit up to 7 attacks in 1 second, which is only 1 less than the LV5 Frenzy. 5 seconds passed in a flash, but the mage and Lei Ming's team decisively activated the hero's skill and summoned a shadow of a light man who could not be seen clearly to trap the Death Knight. 2 seconds later, the time lock was triggered again. In an instant, this time, more than 15,000 horrible damage was dealt. Shit! Shurchen on the side opened his mouth wide and looked at the exaggerated damage soaring on the Death Knight, with a look of shock on his face. "Aren't you a tank?" No one answered. Chu Cheng was already in a killing mood at this time, waving both hands to create afterimages, and stabbing the Death Knight fiercely. It must be said that the control skills of the magic system are more powerful. Lei Ming's 3 skills are fully activated to control for 5 seconds, while a magic hero can control for 5 seconds. In the 9th second of Chu Cheng's crazy attack, the time lock was triggered for the 3rd time. And when the 7 combos were triggered this time, Chu Cheng was surprised to find that the 4th time lock was triggered in the 7 attacks. The time freeze effect was superimposed, and it was fixed for 2 seconds. 14 combos, more than 30,000 blood evaporated in an instant. Combined with the previous 2 waves and the untriggered attacks, Chu Cheng dealt a total of 68,000 damage in just 10 seconds, which was more than 1/3 of the Death Knight's health. During this time, the others were not idle either, and they used all kinds of bursts to knock off nearly 80,000 health from the Death Knight. The total loss was 148,000 health, instantly putting the Death Knight in a state of severe injury. As soon as the 10-second hard control ended, the Death Knight, who had only 37,000 health left, stood up with his nightmare horse, and the gray-white airflow on his body exploded, directly entering a violent state, turning around and shooting at Chu Cheng. He caused the highest damage alone, and attracted the most hatred. He raised his 2 swords reflexively, and with a loud clang, he was swept away, and hit the wall more than 10 meters away with his swords. The Death Knight took advantage of the situation and exploded with a gray-white death aura that knocked Lei Ming and the surrounding undead away. The death aura condensed into a huge night phantom, and quickly merged into the lance. Strengthen. Divert. The strong threat of death made Chu Cheng decisively activate his life-saving skills, and then took out a bottle of special healing potion, and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, the huge figure came in front of him like lightning, and his shot wrapped in death aura pierced his armor, pushed him to the wall with great force, and nailed him to the wall, instantly exploding a terrifying damage of more than 3,000. The strengthening took effect. But the diversion did not take effect. Chu Cheng immediately swallowed the potion in his mouth, and a green word of plus 5,000 jumped out of his body. The next second, the lance was wrapped in death energy and exploded violently, and another horrible damage of 3,200 minus jumped out. The gray gas condensed into his skull and appeared above his head, and a series of damages of less than 100 jumped out. But it happened that the power of time that flowed through the whole body in 30 seconds of the hero's specialty washed over, and just brushed off the skull on the top of his head. At this time, the others reacted, "Hurry up and save him." Zhang Chaosheng and Shurchen launched a charge at the same time to interrupt the Death Knight's combo. The two of them activated the hero's skills at the same time to force the Death Knight to stun and repel. Chu Cheng took the opportunity to draw his lance, and rush forward regardless of his injuries, and continue to attack. This time, everyone did not dare to be careless, and took turns to hand over strong control skills. When Chu Cheng brushed out the fifth time lock, a round of burst knocked off the last drop of blood of the Death Knight. When the power of time disappeared, the Death Knight and his mount, Nightmare Warhorse, all turned to ashes, leaving behind a purple glowing loot chest. When the Death Knight died, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The most threatening thing to them nearby was this undead officer, and the other small and medium bosses were just elite templates, and the threat was not very high. At the same time, when the Death Knight died, the sound of the undead's death knell came from the center of the fortress, and then the undead who besieged them began to retreat. Although they were a little puzzled by the abnormal behavior of the undead, it was a good thing for them, and of course they would not chase them. When the last group of undead figures disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. They also had no ability to continue chasing. Everyone was very exhausted in this battle, so they had to slow down. At this time, Shurchen came to Chu Cheng and asked with a puzzled look, "Brother Chu Cheng, I have a question. Are you a tank or a DPS?" He smiled and said, "Does it make a difference?" "No difference, I'm just curious." "If you ask, it means tank, because DPS has no subsidy." Shurchen opened his mouth and raised his thumb. 6. Some people rested, some replenished their status, and some waited for the CD of their skills. After resting for about 10 minutes, even if the CD of the hero's skills was almost cooled down, Lei Ming knocked on the shield and shouted, "Brothers, work hard, there is one last big boss." The last big boss is a necromancer, with the support of the necromancer tower, even if there is not enough death mana to cast. War spells, the witch tower itself will add bonuses to all spells of the necromancer. If there is no damage reduction, several big moves can kill people instantly, which is very difficult to deal with. I have brushed the cursed fortress twice before. Our tactics are to use the war machinery on the wall, and vice versa. Lei Ming was discussing tactics when someone suddenly pointed at the circles of necromancy mana rings rising around the necromancy, which tower deep in the fortress, and shouted, "Be careful, the boss is going to cast a spell." Lei Ming looked up, and the next second his face changed drastically, and he stood up and said loudly, "Not good, retreat quickly. It's not a spell, it's the necromancer who is sacrificing those undead to convert into mana." Although Chu Cheng didn't understand, he saw that everyone was running away, so he ran away quickly. Chapter 127. This situation is rare. After everyone escaped from the cursed fortress to a safe distance, Lei Ming said with a serious face, "Most of the time it is a normal battle, first encircling and killing the Death Knight, then exterminating other undead in the fortress, and finally attacking the undead wizard tower where the necromancer is located. But there are also very rare cases where the Death Knight is killed. The necromancer recalls all the remaining undead, and uses the undead wizard tower to sacrifice most of the undead, and convert them into death mana. With enough death mana support, plus the remaining elite undead, this necromancer is almost invincible. How should we fight him? You can only kill him head-on. The necromancer is hiding in the necromancer tower. It is impossible to sneak in and assassinate him. You can only kill him head-on. Is the risk big? Lei Ming said seriously, very big. With enough mana support, the necromancer can continuously cast war spells. You have just experienced the power. If it is bombed more than 10 times in a row, someone will definitely die. Everyone looked at each other, and you can see that some people are already retreating. At this time, the leader of another team, the red-robed mage Su Beisheng, stood up and said, "If that's the case, then we quit." Lei Ming also sighed, "We can only give up." Everyone was silent, and Su Beisheng said, "In this case, let's take the spoils." Okay. Lei Ming quickly took out a bunch of loot boxes, 90% of which were white boxes, more than 20 green loot boxes, 7 blue, 2 red, and 1 loot box emitting tempting purple light. Then, they were opened one by one in front of everyone, and all the spoils were placed directly in front of everyone. Everything is opened, right here. 1 epic equipment, 2 rare equipment, don't look at anything below blue, all converted into money. Soul fragments are in groups of 50, soul essence and dead essence are in groups of 20. Lei Ming divided the spoils, and said in a deep voice, "There are 16 groups of soul fragments, each group is 150 silver, sign up if you want. This price is the market price. Even if you take it to the Crusader Fortress to buy a group privately, you can only make a few more silvers, just earning hard work." Chu Cheng did not bid, just watched others bid, and quickly got back 24 gold. Then, there were 6 groups of soul essence, for gold per group, which happened to be 24 gold. 9 groups of dead essence, 2 gold per group, a total of 18 gold. Then, there were green and blue equipment one by one, basically auctioned at about 20% below the market price. The market price of green equipment above level 30 is 30 silver, so it can be bought at about 25 silver, and finally sold for 14 gold. The market price of blue equipment above level 30 is 2 gold, and 1 gold can be obtained for about 60 silver. In the end, it was sold for 20 gold and 80 silver. These low-quality equipment are of course not needed by college students like them. They are usually decomposed into materials, or sold to ordinary adventurers outside the school. The 2 rare equipment are a plate armor and a cloak, both of which are level 35 equipment. They are sold for 18 gold and 15 gold respectively, which is the same as the market price. High-quality equipment is scrambled for, and it is definitely impossible to be lower than the market price. The last epic equipment is the Lance of the Death Knight, a level 35 purple epic weapon, and Lei Ming directly posted the attributes. Death Knight Spear, epic/purple, equipment type, long-handled weapon. Equipment requirements, level 35, 100 physique, 100 strength. Basic attack, 305 piercing. Additional attributes, 20 physique. Additional attributes, 20 strength. Additional attributes, Death Force, each attack adds 50 points of Death Force, and corrodes 15 points of physical defense, lasting 5 seconds. Additional characteristics, Death Blow, after opening, the next attack will cause 4 times the critical blow to the target, instantly killing the target with a physique less than 50 points, with a cooling time of 15 minutes. Hole slots 4. Evaluation, the power of death wraps around the gun body, which can give death to the enemy. Everyone has seen the properties. It is absolutely top-notch. The starting price is 120 gold. I will bid 120 gold first. The bald man Wang Xinju immediately followed up. 130 gold. 140 gold. 150 gold. 160 gold. Several people bid very fiercely, but Lei Ming just smiled slightly. 200 gold. The voices disappeared instantly, and 2 of them shut up directly. Only Wang Xinju made another bid unwillingly. 205 gold. 210 gold. You win. Thank you. Lei Ming laughed, put the equipment in his pocket, and handed it to another member of Lei Ming's team. The man took the weapon and equipped it happily. This is a team. When there is equipment that a team member really needs, you can gather the strength of the team to take it first. The lance was auctioned for 210 gold, plus the previous auction. The total income is 343 gold and 80 silver. 7 people opened the city gate, each person received a 5 gold subsidy, a total of 35 gold. In addition, at the beginning, it was mentioned that for the joint siege, the tank profession and the magic system will each receive a 10 gold subsidy, and a 5 gold reward for great merit, but because the action was not completed, the subsidy was halved to 5 gold each, a total of 5 tanks and 5 magic systems, and an expenditure of 50 gold. Then Chu Cheng saved Li Bin's life, and was rewarded with 5 gold. This requires Li Bin to pay for it out of his own pocket. Do you have any objection? Li Bin nodded quickly and clasped his fists to Chu Cheng in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, I will pay for this. Lei Ming nodded, counted carefully, and said, the final subsidy expenditure is 85 gold. Those who receive the subsidy should come up first to receive the money. Hee, I take 5 gold first. Zhang Chaosheng 5 gold. Feng Lingxing 5 gold. Chu Cheng 10 gold. One by one, their names were read out, and they came forward to receive the subsidy. Chu Cheng came back and received another 5 gold from Li Bin, a total of 15 gold in hand. After everyone received it, Lei Ming said again, after the subsidy is distributed, there are 258 gold and 80 silver left. It will be divided among 15 people. Each person can get 17 gold and 25 silver. Come and receive it one by one. Oh! Everyone came forward to receive their wages happily. A soul gem, and 55 gold and 82 silver in cash. I made a lot this time. After everyone received it, Lei Ming clasped his fist to Su Beisheng and others and said, this cooperation is over. We can cooperate again next time if there is a chance. We can cooperate if there is a chance. Su Beisheng and others clasped their fists and left. Chu Cheng also clasped his fists, turned back to open the attribute panel, and saw the latest prompt in the prompt. You killed the Death Knight Rumu. Based on your performance, you get 4 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Haha, cool. The college dungeon is so simple and straightforward. As long as it is a big boss, there will be free attribute points and skill points. As long as you perform well, you can get them. Su Beisheng's team left. Chu Cheng closed the panel with satisfaction, turned back, and said to Lei Ming, let's go too. Lei Ming asked curiously, why go? Aren't we going to find the 4 horsemen of the Scourge? Yes, but before that, we must first take down the cursed fortress. Ah? What? Didn't you say you couldn't beat them? Chu Cheng suddenly realized and said in surprise, could it be that you have a way to do it without them? Lei Ming laughed and said, of course, I said that just now, just because I don't want to share the spoils with them. The next method can be handled by our team. 6. Lei Ming waved to them and asked them to come over, saying, before we start, there is one thing I want to explain first. My method is based on an item, a war-level magic banning scroll, which can ban the Necromancer and the Necromancer Tower together. The cost of this scroll is 50 gold. I need to get a subsidy of 60 gold after the war. Do you have any objections? Of course, no problem. Chapter 128. Team 1 goes to the left, Team 2 goes to the right, and Team 3 goes to the back to support. In the dark cursed fortress, a group of 15 people were shrouded in a layer of mist and quickly walked towards the center of the castle. Occasionally, they saw some undead with broken limbs and unable to move passing by, but they ignored them. Now the Necromancer is sacrificing the undead. There are no undead that can move normally in other places in the fortress. As long as you don't leave the range of the Fog of War, you won't be discovered. In the team, Lei Ming was explaining the tactics to everyone. However, the Fog of War is not omnipotent. It can deceive the monsters, but not the boss. It will be ineffective when approaching the undead wizard tower. At that time, I will activate the War Magic Ban scroll to ban the Necromancer's spellcasting ability. Note that the standard duration of the War Level Magic Ban scroll is 60 seconds, but the effect on the boss will be greatly weakened. Normally, the magic system below level 50 can be banned for 40 to 50 seconds, but this Necromancer has the blessing of the Undead Wizard Tower. When banning magic, the time will be greatly reduced. I estimate it is between 20 and 30 seconds. So we don't have much time. We must kill the boss within 20 seconds. Otherwise, when the boss breaks free, the near-death burst is likely to kill people. I don't want anyone to die, so I hope everyone will use all means, and use hero skills when they can, don't save. You must know that if you kill this boss, 1 or 2 purple equipment will definitely drop, and the fortress loot treasury will definitely drop a purple equipment. Add in other loot, and the harvest will be at least twice as much as before. We are few, only 15, which means that this wave of harvest will be at least 3 times more than before, and it may be more. Don't worry, we can definitely kill him in 20 seconds. Yao Ning laughed in the channel. No matter how high the health of the Necromancer is, it won't be higher than that of the Death Knight, so the Death Knight will be killed in just over 10 seconds. By the way, Chu Cheng was the one who had the most powerful burst against the Death Knight before. He alone dealt more than 1/3 of the damage. Speaking of this, Yao Ning asked, by the way, Chu Cheng, can you do that kind of burst again? Chu Cheng nodded and said, yes, as long as you can control the output environment for me. Well, it depends on you this time. Lei Ming said in the channel, I propose a small prize. No matter who it is, as long as he can cause more than 50,000 output before the ban on magic ends, he will be given a 5 gold subsidy. If the output is more than 100,000, he will be given a 10 gold subsidy. How about it? Everyone immediately laughed. I think it's okay. I think it's okay too. Chu Cheng grinned. He couldn't wait to take this prize. In terms of output, he is really not afraid of him. The group hurried on their way, and soon arrived at the depths of the cursed fortress. There was a castle inside the fortress, surrounded by high black stone walls. Inside was a huge black platform with a huge magic circle on it, which was filled with densely packed undead. At this time, the magic circle had been opened, and the green undead magic power surged back and forth among the undead. Every few seconds, an undead would suddenly collapse or fall to the ground, turning into a stream of undead magic power and merging into the magic circle. In the center of the magic circle stood the undead witch tower, and the undead death knell was hung in the center of the first floor of the huge witch tower gate. The remaining undead in the huge cursed fortress were summoned back, and most of them had been sacrificed, leaving only these few hundred. The team stopped outside the magic circle. Although the fog of war could hide their figures and breath, they could not go up to the platform. The magic power of the undead in the magic circle above could disperse the fog of war and make them visible. At this time, Lei Ming said in the channel, "The undead wizard is in charge of the formation on the second floor of the wizard tower. I will activate the war forbidden magic scroll later. After we jump onto the platform, the first team will intercept the undead in the magic circle, and the second and third teams will immediately go to the second floor. Time is very tight. Those who have acceleration skills or displacement skills can go directly up. The boss is a wizard, and his melee ability can be ignored. You don't need to wait for the tank to be in place to kill him directly." Understood. Everyone responded one by one. Lei Ming looked at everyone one by one, and took out a magic scroll that was thicker and longer than a normal magic scroll. He shouted in a deep voice, "Action!" The group immediately set off and jumped onto the platform. The invisible mana waves swept past, and the fog of war covering their bodies disappeared instantly. Living people. The undead roared and rushed over. A group of 5 people immediately went up to attract the attention of the undead with full firepower. Chu Chung, who was in the second group, started to accumulate power directly. After 1 second, he turned into a lightning and soared into the sky, hitting the window on the second floor of the witch tower like a cannonball. This is just a witch tower, not a wizard tower, and it has windows. Like a falling meteor, it directly smashed the window and crashed into the tower. In the middle of the huge magic circle on the second floor, a skeleton wizard in a gorgeous robe was sitting cross-legged, with blue fire in his pupils. The green light shuttle of the huge magic circle under his feet gathered to the center, turning into a green light ball as big as a head hanging in front of the skeleton wizard's chest. 2 skeleton claws were pressing on the green light ball, sucking it into a huge soul gem embedded in his chest. Chu Chung suddenly crashed into the window and woke up the skeleton mage, who looked over in surprise. Living people. Subconsciously, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a magic wave suddenly appeared, but at this moment, an invisible wave swept over, and the magic wave disappeared instantly. The huge magic circle was swept by the invisible wave, the magic light quickly extinguished, and the suspended green light ball quickly dimmed and fell. Necromancer and Usher, Horror Level 49, 140,000 blood. It's time! Chu Chung directly rushed violently, and knocked the confused Necromancer into the air. His figure instantly faded into the etheric plane, and appeared behind the Necromancer. He hit the Necromancer to the ground, with a heavy blow, and fainted him. Quickly marked the space, the wild force was activated to increase the attack by 100, and the weapon skill Frostthorn was activated. A Frostthorn shot into the Necromancer's body, and a layer of frost immediately appeared. Swinging the 2 swords, he launched a crazy attack. At the same time, a figure appeared in the room. Seeing Chu Chung, who was beating the boss crazily, he laughed and appeared behind the undead mage in a flash. A bone dagger stabbed his back. A bloody dagger mark immediately appeared on the boss. Chu Chung immediately found that the damage to the boss increased by 20%. Time lock. The hero's passive was triggered after only 5 attacks. 5 consecutive hits in 1 second directly exploded more than 10,000 damage. In just 3 seconds, the hot-blooded fighting spirit was stacked up to 20 layers, and his attack speed once again reached the super-fast speed of 7 hits per second. Basic attack 693, minus 480 physical damage from defense, 7 hits per second, a total of 3,360 physical damage per second. Reduce 100 pure damage of space mark added to each attack, 7 hits per second, a total of 700 pure damage per second. Reduce 30 weapon frost damage added to each attack, 7 hits per second, a total of 210 frost damage per second. Reduce 693 weapon frost damage per second. Without triggering special effects, the basic DPS is 4960. In the 3rd second, the 3rd teammate appeared on the 2nd floor and joined the siege. In the 4th second, Chu Cheng's attack speed reached the limit, triggering the second time lock again, and another terrifying explosion of more than 15,000 in an instant. Then one figure after another appeared on the second floor, with all kinds of heroes' skills fully activated, and others fired at full power. In the 7th second, Chu Cheng triggered the third time lock again. In the 10th second, the necromancer with only 140,000 HP was bombarded to the brink of death by them. Chapter 129. But just when they thought they had won, the tattered robes of the necromancer, whose health was close to death, suddenly exploded, revealing a huge soul gem embedded in his chest. The soul gem exploded, and a shield formed by an invisible soul power protected the boss's entire body. Shit, 100,000 shields? Chu Cheng raised his eyelids and took a look, and said calmly, "There are still 10 seconds, no problem." However, he soon found a little problem, because although the shield spell has no defense, it does not affect the special effect and will not trigger a critical hit. Time lock can still take effect, but there is a layer of shield blocking it. The critical hit effect that ignores defense and magic resistance in the time lock state will not be triggered, and it is all ordinary attacks. But fortunately, they attacked too hard before, and the boss itself was in a bad state, relying on this 100,000 shield to survive. The two teams of 10 people launched a crazy attack, and the soul shield value decreased rapidly at a rate of more than 10,000 per second. No problem. At the 7th second, the hard soul shield was forcibly broken, revealing the dying necromancer. 5 attacks fell at the same time, directly knocking out all the health points. It took a total of 19 seconds. The fallen skeleton mage was burning with green necromancy fire, and after it was exhausted, a purple glowing loot chest was revealed. He died just like that. A big boss died without any resistance, which was beyond their expectations. Chu Cheng opened the attribute panel at the first time, and as expected, he gained another 4 attribute points and 5 skill points. Although this boss is higher in level than the Death Knight, the total free attribute points and skill points will be more. He caused more than 90,000 damage, so it stands to reason that he would gain more. But the key factor in killing the boss lies in Lei Ming's forbidden magic scroll. Lei Ming will take a large part of it, so he will naturally get less. But this is not a problem at all. If possible, he would like every boss to be so easy. At this time, Lei Ming's voice came from the channel. "Don't be dazed, come down to clear the remaining undead." Chu Cheng temporarily put away the treasure chest, went down to the second floor with everyone, and cleared the remaining undead with a team. 5 minutes later, the last undead was eliminated, and the invisible ripples gathered to the center, condensing a giant loot treasure chest on the first floor of the undead witch tower. This is the loot treasure house of the cursed fortress, which will only appear after the cursed fortress is completely conquered. Lei Ming opened the treasure chest and collected everything inside. Chu Cheng also traded the boss treasure chest to him, and opened it together. Wow, this wave is going to be rich. The group sat in a circle on the first floor of the undead witch tower. Lei Ming counted all the spoils, and listed them one by one in the channel. There are not many soul fragments, just 6 groups, 150 silver per group. If you want them, make an offer yourself. There are a lot of soul essences in the loot treasury, a total of 20 groups. For gold per group, a total of 80 gold. There are 24 dead soul essences, 2 gold per group, a total of 48 gold. There are 56 units of mithril ore in the warehouse, 2 gold per piece, a total of 112 gold. A lot of copper ore, silver ore, and tin ore, I counted them, according to the market value of 48 gold. Who wants 45 gold to take it? There are not many blue and green equipment. I posted them all in the channel. If you want them, make an offer yourself. There is only 1 rare equipment. I will post the attributes. You can make an offer yourself. There are 3 purple items, 2 equipment, and 1 accessory. In addition, there are 3 purple soul gems, 11 rare soul gems, a Death Eye War Spell Scroll, a Corpse Poison Nova War Spell Scroll, and a Dead Soul Water Recipe. After carefully confirming that nothing was left out, Lei Ming smiled and said, "These good things will be auctioned separately later. Sell the front ones first, and share the money to make it easier for everyone to bid." Everyone laughed, and was full of expectations. For minutes later, the front sundries were sold one by one, and a total of 322 gold was sold. I took the 60 gold War Forbidden Magic Scroll subsidy first, and then classmate Chu Cheng killed the boss 52480 health and 32,560 shield. The total output was more than 80,000, less than 100,000, and there was only a 5 gold subsidy. The remaining 257 gold, 15 people share, each person, another 17 gold. Let's trade. The transaction was completed in a happy atmosphere, and Chu Chung received another 22 gold income. The following is the key auction. Lei Ming picked up an item in front of everyone and displayed its properties in front of everyone. Enchantment formula, Water of the Dead, which can transform the essence of the dead into the essence of water. The starting price is 10 gold. If you need it, please bid. 12 gold. 13 gold. 3 people bid, one of whom is from Lei Ming's team. The 3 people bid back and forth, and finally stopped bidding when the price reached 20 gold, which means that this thing has a market value of this much. Corpse Poison Nova War Spell Scroll, you have seen the effect before, although the direct killing is not high, but the duration is very long. The total damage is very high. The starting price is 20 gold. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately bid, 25 gold. 30 gold. 40 gold. Chu Chung was still hesitating whether to make an offer, but several mages pushed the price to the top in a few words. The power of the Death I War Spell Scroll is self-evident, and the starting price is also 20 gold. 40 gold. 45 gold. Rare Soul Gems, 11 in total, 5 for 23 gold, 6 for 27 gold, all for one price. 50 gold for all. Epic Soul Gems, 3 in total, 25 gold each. 75 gold for all. Damn, I pay 76 gold. 77 gold. Here you go. Several items were auctioned off in less than a minute, leaving Chu Chung dumbfounded. The following is the highlight: 3 epic equipment, 2 equipment, and 1 accessory. Death Pattern Hood, epic/light purple, equipment type, head/cloth. Equipment requirements: level 35, spirit 120, intelligence 100. Additional attributes: constitution plus 15. Additional attributes: intelligence plus 15. Additional attributes: spirit plus 15. Additional attributes: spell damage plus 150. Evaluation: death magic is immersed in the pattern, which can give the mage more powerful power. Vampire Cloak, epic/purple, equipment type, back/cloak. Equipment requirements: constitution 80, agility 80. Additional attributes: constitution plus 15. Additional attributes: strength plus 15. Additional attributes: agility plus 15. Additional effects: bloodsucking, converting 10% of the physical damage to the enemy into its own life. Evaluation: blood. Dead Knell, epic/dark purple, equipment type, accessory. Equipment requirements: spirit 150. Additional attributes: spell damage plus 225. Skill/passive: devour souls. Each time you kill an undead unit, restore mana equal to the level of the undead unit killed *1. Skill/active: ring the death knell. Control all undead below level 50 within a radius of 50 meters. The control time depends on the level and template of the undead. The longest is 1 hour, the shortest is 5 minutes, mana consumption is 1250, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Evaluation: the bell from the god of death can command death. The first death pattern hood, the starting price is 120 gold. Phone lynching immediately bid, 120 gold. Everyone looked at another mage in the team in surprise. She waved her hand and said, "My hood itself is the essence of epic." Oh! Everyone suddenly realized and stopped talking. Lei Ming routinely asked if anyone wanted it, and announced that the equipment was taken by phone lynching. Because the market price of the lavender equipment was about 130 gold, and the bargain he picked up was not big, so no one bid higher. The two finished the transaction. Lei Ming took out the second cloak equipment, and Chu Chung saw the light in the eyes of many physical melee professions. It's over. Chapter 130. Vampire Cloak, starting price 120 gold. 130 gold. 150 gold. 160 gold. 190 gold. There were 7 people bidding, one after another, and the price soared to 190 gold. Chu Chung sat on the side, with a helpless look on his face. He wanted it too, but he had no money. His entire net worth was only 129 gold, which was only enough for the starting price. He was poor and helpless, and could only watch them bid. After a short and fierce competition, this vampire cloak was finally auctioned at a high price of 245 gold, twice his net worth. Then came the third item, the Death Knell ornament. Not to mention that although there were only 2 magicians in the team, the competition was very fierce. Both sides were seniors who had been admitted to the Star Tower for several years, and they had accumulated a lot of wealth, so they were very generous when they bid. Chu Chung is indeed poor now, But if he continues to make money at this rate, he will have accumulated a lot of wealth in less than a year, and then he will be the same as them. After 2 mages competed fiercely for this magic jewelry, it was finally auctioned at a terrifying high price of 510 gold, and was taken by Feng Lingxing. The other competitor was from Lei Ming's team. It is estimated that they spent a lot of money before, so they did not fight to the end this time. After the auction, Lei Ming began to count the harvest and divide the gold. Dead Soul Water Formula 20 gold, Corpse Poison Nova War Spell Scroll 40 gold, Eye of Death War Spell Scroll 45 gold, 11 Rare Soul Gems 50 gold, 3 Epic Soul Gems totaling 77 gold, Death Magic Hood 120 gold, Vampire Cloak 245 gold, Undead Death Bell 510 gold. The total income is 1,107 gold. As soon as the voice fell, everyone became excited, and many people whistled. Lei Ming smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There are a total of 15 people to share, an average of 73 gold and 80 silver per person. Is there any problem?" "If there is no problem, just divide it like this." "Of course there is no problem." "Well, come and trade one by one." Half a minute later, 73 gold and 80 silver were in hand, and Chu Cheng's net worth instantly exceeded 200 gold. Not bad. Although he didn't get a piece of equipment, the total income of this wave exceeded 150 gold, which is almost equivalent to a purple suit. And this is only the income of the Cursed Fortress. In this dungeon, there are 2 large undead fortresses like the Cursed Fortress, plus the 4 Knights of the Scourge and the City of Scourge. I dare not expect to get all the benefits, just get one more. After the gold was divided, everyone rested for a while, then got on their horses and left the Cursed Fortress. With a lot of harvest, everyone was in a good mood. And with the previous few days of fighting side by side, everyone is more skilled, and they chat while they are on the road. Everyone knows that Chu Cheng is a newcomer, and doesn't know much about the situation in the dungeon, so they are happy to share some insensitive information with him. Let me tell you, even though we have wiped out the Cursed Fortress, it doesn't mean we can walk sideways in the dungeon. The Cursed Fortress ranks last among the 4 undead fortresses. The other 2 fortresses have extraordinary undead lords sitting in the dungeon. It is impossible to defeat them without hundreds of people. The Thundering War Bear drove side by side with Chu Cheng, and while they were on the road, they popularized the situation of the Plague Land dungeon to him. In addition, the 4 Knights of the Scourge are all powerful Lord Templates, with levels above level 50, and their combat power is very strong. If you are not careful, they will lose people. Chu Cheng immediately asked curiously, "Can we defeat a supernatural boss?" Lei Ming shook his head and said, "We can't defeat it, but I have a special task item that can greatly suppress the strength of the 4 Knights of the Scourge. After the suppression, their combat power is slightly stronger than the Death Knight we killed in the Cursed Fortress. We can defeat them with our strength." So cool. Leaving the Cursed Fortress, we headed north. We passed through the wasteland, and killed countless undead along the way. There were some drops, which were better than nothing. After 2 days of traveling, Chu Cheng found that Lei Ming seemed to have decided on the direction he was going. He asked out of curiosity, and Lei Ming smiled and said, "You just figured it out." He took out a beautiful map and unfolded it, pointing his finger on the map to show him. "This is the Cursed Fortress, this is where we are now, and where we are going now is the Plague Fortress. Look at the map, this fortress is the center of the Plague Land dungeon, and the central core of the Undead Legion. The 4 Knights of the Scourge do not have a fixed patrol route, and it is difficult to accurately block them in the wild, but one thing is certain, their patrol routes will definitely intersect with the Plague Fortress. We just need to set up spies here, and wait for the Scourge Knights to come, and intercept them outside the fortress." Oh! After 3 days of wandering in the wild, the team crossed the wilderness, and appeared near the Plague Fortress. However, to their surprise, after approaching the Plague Fortress, they did not see the wandering undead as expected, but the ground was full of dry bones and broken corpses. Is anyone attacking the Plague Fortress? Let's go and take a look. The team quickly ran towards the Plague Fortress, and soon saw a huge black fortress standing on the plain in front of them, as well as a huge pile of undead bones in the open space not far from the fortress. No one was seen in this direction. They went around the fortress from a distance to the other side. As soon as they turned the corner, they heard a loud shout from the front. "Stop ahead." A figure walked out from behind a pile of undead bones, glanced at them, and said, "There is a joint team in front preparing to attack the Plague Fortress. You know the rules." Lei Ming stood out from the crowd and nodded. "We know the rules. We will not participate, but our team's target is the 4 Horsemen of the Scourge. We want to wait by the side of the Plague Fortress. Don't worry, it won't affect you." The man nodded and said, I ask first. Okay. The man stepped back a few steps and lowered his head, as if to discuss with others in the channel. After a while, he got the answer, and looked up at Lei Ming and said, "The leader asked me to ask if you want to join the joint team and attack the Plague Fortress together?" Many people in the team showed surprised expressions, but Lei Ming asked as if he had expected it, "How many people are there in your team?" The man immediately replied, "More than 60 people. You dare to attack the Plague Fortress with just this few people? Hee, now we have to clean up the periphery first and wait for people. I discuss it with my teammates first. Please." Lei Ming turned his head to look at them and asked, "What do you think? Do you want to join?" Everyone thought. Chu Cheng had no expression on his face, because he didn't know the specific strength of the Plague Fortress, and ignorance was fearless. It was also due to strength. With strong enough strength and strong life-saving ability, he would naturally not be afraid. The team gathered together to discuss it. Lei Ming asked each member one by one, including Chu Cheng. After counting, he said, "There are 15 people in total, and 12 of them agree. The majority is in favor. The minority obeys the majority. Let's go." Then go. Let's do it. Chapter 131. A group of people walked around a corner of the Plague Fortress and came to the other side. From a distance, they saw a team encircling a group of undead. Several tanks holding shields lined up, many melee professions filled the line, and ranged and magic systems were fiercely attacking from behind. This place is very close to the Plague Fortress, and they dare not use powerful spells, but the combined ranged firepower of 11 mages and more than 20 ranged people is very fierce, and these wandering undead have no way to resist. They came to wait on the side, watching with relish. However, after watching for a while, a familiar tall and plump figure attracted Chu Cheng's attention. He was stunned at first, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and then smiled. Fang Shi. He actually found the figure of senior sister Fang Shi in the magic team behind his team. At the same time, he saw her teammate, the captain of her spellcaster, next to her. To his surprise, senior sister Fang Shi was actually a magic profession, which he had never seen before. Now he changed into a well-fitting and gorgeous robe, summoning powerful spells with every move, adding a bit of charm. He held his chin with his hand, staring at the beautiful figure with his eyes. He did not send her a message to disturb her for the time being, and waited silently for them to clear the remaining undead. 10 minutes later, the last ghost was hit by a ball of fire, and the team stopped to rest. 7 men and 1 woman gathered together to chat for a few words, and walked towards them together. Among them was Fang Shi's captain Su Mingli. Lei Ming and Zhang Chaosheng, as representatives of their team, greeted them and joined them to chat. Chu Cheng was not interested in knowing what they talked about. He had already sent a message to Fang Shi, "Hello, senior sister." Fang Shi, who was resting in the distance, had a puzzled expression on her delicate face. It took only a second for her to react. She quickly looked around and finally landed on their side. Her eyes soon lit up and a bright smile appeared on her face. After talking to her companions, she stood up, waved to him, and walked over. Chu Cheng smiled and waved, and also stood up. Yao Ning, who was sitting next to him, looked in the direction of his hand wave and asked in surprise, "Huh? You know Fang Shi?" Chu Cheng was also surprised. "You also know senior sister Fang Shi?" Feng Lingxing, who was sitting on the other side, also heard their conversation just now, and said with a smile, "You must have seen the famous beauty in our faction." "Our faction?" Chu Cheng asked curiously. "Are you also from the Void Tower?" "Ha ha ha." Feng Lingxing and Yao Ning both laughed. "You ask this question, which of us is not from the Void Tower faction? Don't you know that the Plague Land Dungeon is the default training dungeon for the disciples of the Void Tower? Is there such a thing? Of course, otherwise you think I. Why are they so easy to group you with a newcomer? In addition, the default rules in the dungeon only apply to the same faction. If you encounter teams from other factions in other dungeons, there will be no such good things. Those who are more particular may avoid those who are not very beneficial. If you are not particular, then you have to rely on your own ability. How do you rely on your own ability? Of course, you have to fight. 2 teams will each send 3 people. 2 wins in 3 games. Whoever wins will get the boss. But you need to pay attention. This situation is not necessarily safe. Those who have a sense of shame will admit defeat. If they are shameless, or the benefits in front of them are too great, they will not be willing to lose. Be careful that they will admit defeat on the surface, and then attack you when you are dealing with the boss. Is that so? Chu Cheng clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for reminding me." "You're welcome." Yao Ning patted his shoulder and said, "Stop talking, your beautiful senior is here. Chu Cheng stood up and greeted him, and stood in the distance with Fang Shi. She was very surprised and asked, "Why are you here? And why are you following them to such a far place? As a newcomer, you'd better stay near the Crusader Fortress to clean up the wandering undead in the wild and brush some undead essence. You can earn some income and slowly become familiar with the dungeon." He smiled brightly. "I thought it's better to follow the team than to be alone. It's safer with more people. I happened to see Captain Lei Ming recruiting people, so I applied to join. I went all the way and unknowingly came here." Fang Shi put her hand on her forehead, looking at a helpless look. "You are a newcomer, and you dare to do it casually. Following a team around. You are lucky, the Thunder Squad has a good reputation. If you encounter other teams with bad reputations, or encounter teams from other factions in public dungeons in the future, it will be dangerous." At this time, Fang Shi also calmed down, thought about it, and said, "The Thunder Squad has a good reputation, and it is not bad for you to follow them. I will say hello to Captain Lei Ming and ask him to take care of you. Thank you for your care, senior sister." She waved her hand. "I brought you in, and I have the responsibility to guide you during your rookie stage. After you pass the rookie stage, you can only rely on yourself. By the way, your team will join in the joint attack on the Plague Fortress later. You must be careful and stay behind to assist. Don't try to be the main tank, let alone pull the boss." She lowered her voice and said, "There is a super-level boss in the Plague Fortress. The boss's ultimate move is very powerful, and there will definitely be deaths." Chu Cheng looked serious and nodded obediently. "I will. By the way, since it is so dangerous, why not gather more people to have a greater chance of success? Greedy, have confidence in yourself, and you will not be the one to die in the gamble." Chu Cheng, "No more talking, he is coming." Chu Cheng looked up and saw Fang Shi's captain Su Mingli striding over. That momentum. Su Mingli quickly came to them, his eyes on the two. He scanned the people and finally landed on Chu Cheng, forcing a smile, and said, "I didn't expect to see you here again. It's fate. In order to prevent Fang Shi from worrying, you can come to our team and I take you for a ride." Chu Cheng shook his head and said, "No, I joined Captain Lei Ming's team." Su Mingli didn't force it, and nodded with a smile. "Captain Lei Ming has a good reputation. You are doing well there. You can come to me anytime if you have any questions." "Thank you, senior." Su Mingli nodded and looked back at Fang Shi. She frowned slightly and seemed unhappy, but she didn't say anything in the end. But after walking for a while, Chu Cheng received a message from her. "Be careful of my teammates, don't believe what they say." He was silent for a while and asked, "What is the relationship between you?" "We are just teammates." Chu Cheng. Back to the team, Feng Lingxing came over and asked with a smile, "Have you finished chatting with your beautiful senior sister?" Chu Cheng directly ignored the teasing and asked, "Brother Feng, let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with Su Mingli? How is his strength and character?" Feng Lingxing was stunned for a moment, thought for a while and asked, "Why are you asking this?" He suddenly asked, "Are you trying to pursue your beautiful senior sister?" Chapter 132. "No, but I feel like he does have some bad intentions towards me, probably because of my senior." Chu Cheng is not blind, they have shown it so clearly. Feng Lingxing nodded and said, "If you can feel it, then it's 9 out of 10. But there's no need to guess. It's obvious. She's so beautiful, and she's a teammate and single. It's normal to like her. If I were in the team, I would chase her too. But you asked me the right question. I really know the situation of their team. Fang Shi was admitted to the academy last semester. She and Su Mingli's girlfriend are from the same place. They are considered fellow villagers. At her invitation, she joined Su Mingli's team. It was normal, but at the end of last semester, they had an accident in an advanced dungeon, which led to the death of 2 people in the team, including Su Mingli's girlfriend. As a man, he quickly got over his last relationship and set his sights on Fang Shi. I don't know how she pursued her, but many people know that Fang Shi and Su Mingli have a bad relationship. If she hadn't found a suitable team yet, she would have left the team long ago. Feng Lingxing looked up at Chu Cheng and said, "Your senior sister takes care of you so much. It's possible that she doesn't have the intention to cultivate suitable teammates herself." Yao Ning also nodded and said, "This speculation makes sense. Fang Shi's profession is a magic system, and you are a tank. Now that you have the 2 core members of a team, you can recruit 2 more DPS and a team will be formed. So what are you going to do next? Form a new team with the beautiful senior sister?" Feng Lingxing and Yao Ning both looked gossipy. "No, I just want to ask about Su Mingli's reputation and assess the risk." Are you afraid that he will do something to you secretly? Yes. Then there is no way to assess this, and there is no need to assess it. The choice is yours. With me. Of course, as long as you make it clear that you have no other thoughts about her, Su-Mingli will definitely not make trouble for no reason. Oh, really? 9 out of 10. Okay, I find a time to explain. No, you really have no thoughts? Really? I don't have time to be sentimental now. I have to work hard to get the first place in the freshman class this year. The instructor will give me a legendary reward. Chu Chung said righteously, but he was indeed considering this possibility in his heart. If senior sister Fong Shi really wanted to form a new team with him, it might not be a bad thing. He himself had the idea of forming a team. The experience of this dungeon made him see the difficulty of high-level dungeons. No matter how strong a person is, he still has shortcomings, and it is impossible to take care of everything. Just like this time when attacking the cursed fortress, if he was alone, he would be overwhelmed by the many war spells from the undead tower. Even if he was able to resist the many war spells that entered the fortress, he had to resist the attacks from the undead mage while facing the Death Knight. Without teammates to share the pressure, the skeleton mage in the undead tower could easily activate the powerful undead spells and cooperate with the Death Knight inside and outside, and he would definitely not be able to resist. Fong Shi is a magic profession, and is familiar with him. From the current contact, it seems that she has a very good character, and is a very suitable teammate. Of course, the above is just his thoughts and guesses, and he doesn't know if she has the same idea. Although it is very likely. Thinking of this, he looked up at Fong Shi, who had returned to his team. He could see that she was standing quite far from the other former teammates. He pondered for a while, and sent her a message. A friend of mine told me that you had a conflict with your former teammates and wanted to leave the team. Which friend told you that? Don't worry about who said it. I just want to know if it's true. After a pause, he immediately said again, if it's true, have you considered teaming up with me? I'm the MT, and I'm a magician. When the time comes, we can recruit 2 DPS and it will be a standard team. Fong Shi was silent, and didn't respond for a long time. Chu Chung waited for a while, looked up at the senior sister, and happened to see her looking over. The two looked at each other, and she turned her head away. A few seconds later, he received a message from the senior. You are no match for them now. When I reach level 30 and get promoted again, I won't be afraid of them anymore. Wait and see. Chu Chung smiled and didn't send any more messages. The senior's meaning was very clear. She did want to leave the team. She took such good care of him, and she did have that intention. It was a matter of chance. If he couldn't get up, it would be fine. If he could get up, it would be a pleasant surprise. So next, I have to get to level 30 as soon as possible, so I can get a reliable teammate. The two most critical members of a team are tanks and magic systems. There are output professions everywhere, and there are many who don't have a fixed team, so you can recruit a few at will. Strictly speaking, the most critical members of a team should be 3, namely tanks, magic systems, and auxiliary or treatment, but auxiliary and treatment are too rare. Chu Chung has seen so many adventures for so long, but he has never seen a serious auxiliary or treatment profession. There is no way, it is too difficult for support and treatment to survive. First of all, there is no room for support and treatment in high school. Although you can find teammates, where can you find teammates in the college entrance examination? Another way is to take a normal combat profession in high school, and then switch to a support and treatment profession after entering a higher education institution, and then find a fixed team. But this method will completely rely on your teammates for your life. How many people will be so selfless? Therefore, among all the professional systems, support and treatment are the least, and they are as rare as giant pandas. The second least is tanks. As the front row of the team, they face all kinds of strange monsters, and are the first to go when they encounter danger. The tank profession is too dangerous. No one dares to be a tank without the talent of reducing damage. The third is the magic system. As the profession with the highest requirements for employment, it is not that no one chooses it, but that there are too few people who meet the requirements. If the initial attribute restrictions for employment are lowered, 7 or 8 out of 10 will choose the magic system. Finally, various output professions are flooded, including strength, agility, melee, and ranged. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Chu Chung chatted with Fong Lingxing and others. Not long after chatting, Lei Ming suddenly said in the team channel, now there is a problem to discuss with everyone. They gave us 2 options. One option is to pay us to attack the Plague Fortress. As long as the fortress is successfully destroyed, the tanks and mages will get 30 gold, and the others will get 20 gold, but all the gains in the fortress have nothing to do with us. The first option is to cooperate in attacking the Plague Fortress. In addition to the 10 gold subsidies for tanks and mages, other professions will not get subsidies, but they can share the gold in the end. Everyone vote and decide which one to choose. Chapter 133. Everyone looked at each other, and soon someone asked, "If you choose to take the support money, do you have the right to auction the equipment in the end?" Lei Ming nodded and said, "Normally no, but your captain has some face, so you can have it. You are the leader, what do you think?" "My suggestion is to take the support money directly," Lei Ming said in a deep voice. "The difficulty of the Plague Fortress is too high, and the risk is too great. If we formally unite, we need to obey orders and face the most dangerous places. If we are hired, it will be different. They will face the most dangerous places, and we will assist them from the side, with the lowest risk." Everyone concentrated on thinking, and Chu Cheng said immediately, "I agree with the captain's idea. I also think it is better to take commissions. Safety first." The other MT of the team, Zhang Chaosheng, also nodded. "I also think it is better to take commissions, which can save a lot of trouble." Then everyone discussed it in a flurry and expressed their opinions. Lei Ming listened to their opinions carefully, and after a while he said, "Everyone has discussed it almost, now start voting. Those who agree to take the commission will be deducted one." The team channel immediately showed one after one, and soon there were more than 10. The minority obeys the majority, and most people agree to take the commission, so I will go and talk to them. About a quarter of an hour later, Lei Ming returned and said in his team channel, "It has been negotiated, take half of the deposit first, and the remaining half will be given after conquering the Plague Fortress. Everyone will share the gold." One by one, Chu Cheng quickly got his share of 15 gold. After everyone gave out the gold, Lei Ming began to arrange tasks in the team channel. Their plan is the same as ours at the beginning, attracting the attention of the undead which tower head-on, consuming the undead which tower's mana, and then sending an elite force to cut into the city and forcefully open the city gate. As mercenaries, we don't need to go up to consume the undead which tower's mana, nor do we need to be in the front row, we just need to follow the main force. We should follow the path of the main team. Remember not to be careless, and not to be too far away from your teammates. He talked for a long time, and basically explained everything clearly. This kind of captain is really rare. Chu Cheng felt that if he were the captain, it would be difficult for him to do better than Lei Ming. The next step is to wait for the main team to get ready. After nearly half an hour, a call came from there, and Lei Ming immediately called them to get ready to set off. They were a team of 15 people, following the main team on the right. The team of nearly 80 people was already quite large, and with all kinds of summoned creatures in place, the total size was close to 200, and they lined up in a chaotic team to rush to the Plague Fortress. When the team entered a certain distance from the Plague Fortress, many mages began to cast powerful spells at the same time to stimulate the necromancers in the Plague Fortress. Fang Shi was in the second team, the mage group, and he didn't know what spell he cast, but the mana fluctuations were very strong. As soon as the spell wave rose, the undead wizard tower inside the huge fortress responded, emitting a strong magical aura, and a huge pupil slowly rose and shone over. Eye of Death. There was no need to do anything for the first wave, because a large number of summoned creatures in the front row resisted the first wave of Eye of Death, and Chu Cheng, standing behind the summoned creatures, only suffered less than 200 damage. 10 seconds later, the second wave of war spells came. It was also a familiar corpse poison nova. This time, even with summoned creatures, it was impossible to resist this large-scale war spell, and everyone was hit. This time, Chu Cheng still didn't need to turn on the damage reduction. After the magic resistance of 2,000 direct damage at the beginning, it was only 1,000 left, and the remaining 10 points of continuous poison damage per second were only a dozen points. As the power of time was refreshed every 30 seconds, the negative state of corpse poison only lasted for 7 seconds before being washed away. The third round was still the Eye of Death. This time Chu Cheng activated the Blade Storm to block the attack. At the end of the third round, some people began to retreat. They had used up all the means of reducing damage, and could not resist the fourth round. Soon the fourth round continued with the Eye of Death. This time Chu Cheng activated the solid damage reduction and blocked the attack again. After 4 rounds of war spells, more people began to retreat, and less than 20 people could still hold on. Retreating to the trench that had been dug early, a few saw the death light sweeping over their heads. After the 5th round, everyone retreated. This operation seems stupid, but it is actually very necessary. If they don't unite to put pressure on the necromancer, how can they consume the mana of the necromancer tower? After waiting for half an hour, the team reorganized and summoned various monsters again to start the second round of testing. The power of the Necromancer and the Necromancer Tower in the Plague Fortress is obviously much stronger than that of the Cursed Fortress. They had only tried 3 or 4 waves before, and the accumulated Necromancer mana in the tower was almost exhausted. After 1 round and 5 waves here, the tower still has some power left. But the remaining power is not much. After the second round to the 4th wave, the Necromancer mana surrounding the Necromancer Tower was almost exhausted. Then, the team was divided into 4 teams and approached the city wall. They were the 4th team staying on the far right, and the team on the far left was the commando team that opened the city gate. The main force killed under the city wall and quickly attracted the attention of a large number of undead defenders above. More than a dozen people jumped onto the city wall, using all their skills to attract all the undead in the distance. After leaving a vacuum, a team of commandos jumped onto the city wall, quickly killed the remaining scattered undead, and then turned over and jumped into the city gate. Chu Chung had the ability to jump down and come out, but now, he was just a mercenary working for money, so he didn't need to fight so hard. There were many people in the first team, almost 20 people jumped down, and there were 4 or 5 people who opened the door at the same time. It only took about 20 seconds to force the city gate open. Teams 2 and 3 approached the city gate to support the brothers inside, and Team 4 will stay on the city wall to intercept the 2 undead. The team quickly split up, Teams 2 and 3 left, and Team 4 split into 2, with the Thunder Squad with 7 people blocking one end, and Zhang Chaosheng and Chu Chung blocking the other end. There were 2 tanks on his side, so the pressure was relatively low. He even had time to walk to the city wall to observe the battle at the city gate. Just like them at the beginning, the city gate was densely packed with undead, and there was also a terrifying template Death Knight boss, which was higher than the one they killed, at level 48. Bang! Bang! Heavy footsteps suddenly sounded inside the fortress, and he quickly raised his head, his pupils shrinking slightly. A huge meat mountain over 10 meters high and covered with blood-dripping iron chains slowly walked out of the castle. Every time its huge weight landed, it could cause the ground to tremble slightly. Butcher, Horror Giant Stitch Monster, level 49, 330,000 HP. Hiss. Chu Chung immediately sent a message to Fang Shi in the team channel. Another big boss is coming. A giant stitched monster. You have to be careful not to get hooked. Fang Shi immediately responded, I am a mage. It is relatively safe to stay at the back. You are a tank, so you have to pay attention to safety. Don't worry. At this time, the voice of Commander Wu Yuanfeng came from the team channel. All mages and ranged players of the 4 teams put down their work and prepared to focus on the Butcher. Chapter 134. A team of nearly 80 people, nearly half of whom were ranged, gathered all their firepower, and the sudden burst was so fierce that it was jaw-dropping. The health of this Butcher boss was extremely outrageous, as high as 330,000, almost twice that of the Death Knight killed before, but under this crazy burst, the health was like a broken dam, and it quickly disappeared. In just 10 seconds, the Death Knight had just made a move to prepare for support, and the undead which tower inside the fortress had just lit up with magic aura, and the Butcher, who was like a blood cow, was killed by them. The Death Knight summoned the Nightmare Warhorse, and directly charged to knock a tank away, but was quickly blocked by another tank. At Wu Yuanfeng's command, the team switched firepower, and began to focus on the Death Knight. Although the maximum burst skill was used, the damage was not as high as when the Butcher was killed, but even if it was only half, it was enough to kill the Death Knight in more than 10 seconds. A few seconds later, the overwhelming green light swept across, and the corpse poison nova exploded, dyeing the area near the city gate green. The crowd's offensive was stagnant, and everyone stopped their actions, taking medicine or purifying. Prepare for the second round of war spells. Blade Storm. Death's Eye swept over, and Chu Chung saw several people staggering back. A bunch of people in the team channel said that they couldn't bear it anymore and retreated to the side to avoid it. The team leader Wu Yuanfeng quickly mobilized people to fill the gaps in the defense line, and to mobilize people to resist the Death Knights, who rushed into the formation. The channel was in chaos. 10 seconds later, the third round of Death's Eye blasted over, and Chu Chung decisively opened the solid block. But at this moment, the Death Knight under the city gate tower seized the opportunity to pull the reins, and the Nightmare Warhorse was lifted up and trampled down heavily. The violent shockwave exploded, superimposed with the Death's Eye, and several people fell down at the same time. What's going on? Why doesn't the boss reduce damage when casting skills? Don't worry about it. A tank died. Find someone to hold Team 2's side, otherwise the undead will rush in. Wu Yuanfeng gritted his teeth and decisively shouted in the channel, "Which brother from Team 4 can take the lead and block this wave of 10 gold subsidies?" Zhang Chaoxing immediately shouted, "I do it." Turning to Chu Cheng, he said, "Brother Chu Cheng, this shouldn't be a problem for you." Chu Cheng shrugged, "Okay. Since you said that, how can I refuse?" Zhang Chaoxing jumped down to block the gap and stabilize the front line. Wu Yuanfeng directed a long-range concentrated fire and killed the Death Knight. The undead wizard tower in the distance did not continue to cast war spells. This kind of war spell that covers a diameter of hundreds of meters consumes extremely exaggerated mana. Even a transcendental magician can't use it many times. From the previous edition, it has been used 12 times now, which is already very exaggerated. After killing these two bosses, the undead were a little confused, but they did not collapse like the cursed copy. They continued to attack, but it was obvious that they had no rules. At this point, the team could take a breath and slowly advance into the city. This time, the reaction of the undead was standard. They did not withdraw to be sacrificed, but a steady stream of undead poured out of the fortress to resist their attack. As they advanced into the fortress, they needed to deal with the undead from other directions in the fortress. But again, without a strong boss to preside over, even all the elite undead could not break into their defense line. Push forward all the way to the inside of the fortress. Stopped before the inner city, and split into two groups to clear other places in the fortress. During this time, the undead wizard tower occasionally launched war spells for support, and the observer immediately reminded them to use the damage reduction skills. As long as there were not more than 3 consecutive waves, they could not do anything to them. It took almost 2 hours to clear the interior of the fortress, and the team reappeared outside the inner city gate. Wu Yuanfeng arranged the tasks of each team in the channel. His plan was exactly the same as theirs before. Wu Yuanfeng also had a magic forbidden scroll in his hand. The team was redistributed. Those without acceleration and cutting skills were assigned to the first team, and the 3 teams where Chu Cheng and his team were dealt with the remaining undead outside the undead wizard tower. The second team with cutting skills quickly entered the second floor of the wizard tower, preparing to quickly kill the undead archmage, whose spells were banned by the magic forbidden scroll. This time the task distribution was very detailed. When everyone was ready, 3 consecutive flame explosions blasted open the inner city gate. The huge gate fell down with a bang, splashing a circle of dust. The first team of 3 tanks in the front row rushed in first, and the others followed one after another. Chu Cheng was also ready to follow. Just as he raised his leg, he heard a dozen people rushing in front of him shouting "Fuck!" loudly. "Fuck, retreat quickly, why is the Plague Scourge Knight here?" Chu Cheng stepped in, and was pushed out by the people who entered in front of him. "Run quickly, the Plague Scourge Knight is inside." Then, he was forced to retreat involuntarily. The confusion on Chu Cheng's face lasted only a second. He saw a figure wrapped in burning green flame standing at the end of the huge square in the inner city. Circles of green light swung out from under his feet like a halo. Plague Knight Silverline, Lord 4 Knights of Scourge, level 50, 1.76 million health. Fuck. Chu Cheng turned around and ran without hesitation, and immediately sent a message to Fang Shi in the back row. "The Plague Scourge Knight is inside, run quickly." At this time, the team was in chaos. Everyone knew that the Scourge Knight was inside, and they ran faster than each other. Buzz! A sharp buzzing sound came from his ears, and a circle of green light swept under his feet, sliding across the ground like water waves. Chu Cheng instantly felt a chill under his feet, and saw several transparent prompts of data sliding by in the corner of his eyes. Tip: you are affected by the plague aura of the Scourge Knight Silver Lane. Your all attributes are reduced by 20%. You receive 194 points of negative energy damage based on the Plague Knight's intelligence every second. Your talent absorbs 100 points of damage. Your magic resistance resists 24 points of damage. Your skill Blood God Body resists 22 points of damage. You receive 48 points of negative energy damage every second. Tip: you are affected by the plague aura of the Scourge Knight Silver Lane. You are infected with the plague disease. Your hero template, Immortal, takes effect and you are immune to the disease. Tip: you are affected by the plague aura of the Scourge Knight Silver Lane. You need to accept a fortitude saving throw every second. If the check fails, you will be transformed into a plague zombie. Tip: fortitude saving throw is being checked. Tip: fortitude saving throw is successful. After reading the tips, Chu Cheng ran faster. Damn, the dungeons in middle school only simulated a few % of the strength of these bosses. Chu Cheng remembered very clearly that during the joint exam, The 56th level human commander Elro had only 150,000 HP, the 54th level orc chieftain had only 160,000 HP, and the 52nd level centaur chieftain had only 153,000 HP. The information given to him by the instructor indicated that the bosses in the middle school dungeons would have different degrees of strength suppression, so they should not be careless in the university dungeons. He thought that suppressing 50% at most would be exaggerated, but he didn't expect the fact to be more exaggerated than he imagined. The 50th level Scourge Knight had 1.75 million HP, which is 90% suppression. Chapter 135. Boom! A huge figure wrapped in the power of plague rushed out of the city gate like a train. The closest figure was hit by the Plague Knight, and flew dozens of meters, like a cannonball. An exaggerated damage of over 10,000 was soaring in the air, killing him instantly. The Plague Knight, like an armored tank, moved sideways like a flash, and swept the lance to knock another figure away. Although the damage was not as exaggerated as the previous one, it was also a direct kill. Everyone around was scared to death, and they wished they had 2 more legs. Someone with acceleration skills accelerated, and some with displacement skills fled quickly. The team that was well prepared just now fell apart in an instant. Outside the inner city gate, the undead poured out, including a team composed of Death Knights. Including 2 Death Knights with horror templates of more than level 40, and several Death Knights with elite templates. Damn it, you dare to attack the city without even figuring out the research, it's too bad. There was a shouting and cursing in the channel, and people left the team one after another. Chu Chung had already run very far at this time. Their team was behind him. After activating the Phase Divine Movement, his speed was absolutely unmatched. He quickly pulled away from the Plague Knight's hatred range, and jumped onto a building. However, he did not run far before stopping, because he saw that Fang Shi's team had not gone far, and they were in the range of the Plague Knight's pursuit. Their team happened to be targeted by the Plague Knight. He immediately sent a message, "The Plague Knight is targeting you. Do you have a displacement spell? I just used the Flash at Anywhere door. The teleport has a casting time. The Plague Knight reacts quickly, and will kill the caster first. How long does it take to cast a teleport? 5 seconds. I block for you for 5 seconds, and you prepare for the teleport." Fang Shi was surprised, and a little touched in her heart, and asked quickly, "Can you block for 5 seconds?" "Yes." "Don't take risks." "I didn't take risks." Chu Chung turned off the communication, took out a bottle of powerful healing potion and held it in his mouth, opened it in advance, charged for 1 second, and turned into a thunderbolt that soared into the sky, like a meteor falling towards the Plague Knight. "Chu Chung, what are you doing?" Lei Ming and Yao Ning, and others not far away were shocked. "Save people." The man had already hit the Plague Knight. The Plague Knight, who had just shot a descender away, moved sideways more than 10 meters to avoid the thunderbolt, and turned back almost without any force, and the green light of the lance surged like lightning. The speed was too fast, and Chu Chung reacted quickly and raised his sword to block it, but the speed was not enough to block it. The lance pierced his chest directly, and the huge force pushed him back more than 3 meters, and a 1258 damage reduction floated up. Chu Chung knew that he could not withstand 5 seconds with just the sturdiness when he saw the damage, so he decisively activated the Blade Storm. The Plague Knight had no emotional fluctuations, and fired 3 shots in 1 second, forcibly piercing the rapidly rotating blade and stabbing him. The huge force made him retreat again, and several bursts of about 200 damage were burst out. Solidity reduces damage by 40%, and then the Blade Storm reduces damage by 30%. Although it is not directly superimposed, it is still very high, and the damage received is finally suppressed to a tolerable level. Where is the warrior? Although everyone didn't understand why he was crazy, it didn't stop them from taking the opportunity to escape. Fang Shi cast a spell to summon a portal immediately after Chu Chung fell. Seeing her casting the spell, several people around came to protect her, including Su Mingli and his teammates. The 6 people who survived were all gathered here. 3 seconds later, realizing that his health was less than half, Chu Chung bit the stopper of the powerful healing potion in his mouth, and the potion immediately restored 2,000 health points in his lower abdomen. Then he kept retreating under the crazy attack of the Plague Knight. Fortunately, the Plague Knight only had the first 2 attacks with amazing combat power, and the latter were ordinary attacks, with only about 5,000 damage. After 2 reductions, only more than 200 damage was done to him. 5 seconds passed in a flash, and the portal finally took shape. Fang Shi immediately waved to Chu Chung and shouted, "Chu Chung, the door is open, come quickly." In order not to block others, he immediately drilled into the portal and teleported away. This thing can only teleport one person at a time. The other people who were guarding on the side immediately squeezed towards the portal, and one figure after another drilled into it and teleported away. Chu Cheng moved towards the portal decisively. 2 seconds later, the blade storm ended. He raised his two swords reflexively. With a loud clang, the huge force knocked him back more than 10 meters. Not far behind him was the portal. He turned back and rushed towards the portal. At this time, there were still 4 people squeezing through the portal. Seeing the nightmare horse with its head raised, and the plague knight with its lance flat ready to charge, Su Mingli shook the ground with his staff in his hand. Repulsion field. The invisible force exploded, shaking away all the people squeezed in the portal. He looked at Chu Cheng, who was locked by the plague knight. He had no expression on his face, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He turned around and went into the portal and disappeared. The muscular man Wang Bo who followed him pushed the others aside and entered the portal second. The few people who were bounced away were furious, but they couldn't worry about it at this time. They rushed to the portal quickly. The joy on their faces froze in the next second, as if they were falling into the abyss. Fuck, they set the team mode and we can't enter. Chu Cheng frowned, rushed to the portal before the plague knight launched a charge, and stretched out his hand to press on the portal. The prompt from the corner of his eye made his face sank. Thinking back to Su Mingli's eyes, he immediately knew what was going on. Be careful. Before the reminder sounded, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. An unimaginable force wrapped him and rushed out more than 20 meters, hitting the hard stone wall heavily. The thick lance penetrated deeply into the stone wall and nailed him to the wall. A huge damaged sword, and he was directly hit into a residual blood state. Chu Cheng, Feng Lingxing, who was a few hundred meters away, saw the scene and his scalp was numb. But the next second his pupils widened, his face full of surprise. In the blink of an eye, Chu Cheng, who was nailed to the lance, suddenly disappeared. In the previous blink, he was nailed to the wall, and in the next blink, he disappeared, leaving only the plague knight with a lance inserted into the wall, his head leaning forward, looking shocked. Time wandering, awakening, enter the long river of time, appear at any location within a maximum range of 1,000 meters, and cause an attack that will trigger all attack effects to all enemies within a radius of 5 meters from the location where you appear, and cancel all damage and negative effects in the last 3 seconds. At this time, Chu Cheng had appeared on the city gate tower 1,000 meters away, his body intact, and there were no wounds on his pierced chest and abdomen, as if the tragedy just now had never happened. Of course, he had something to rely on to dare to take the risk to save people, but he would not dare to go to his death. He lowered his head, and the channel was full of shocked questions from his teammates. I'm fine, I escaped. Then he continued in the channel. Fangxi opened the portal to send us away, but after they went in, Su Mingli changed the team mode with the captain's authority, and those who were not in their team could not use the portal. He dared to do this at this time? I find Fangxi later. She can share data, and you know at a glance. At this time, Chu Cheng received another call from Fangxi, and it was her anxious voice. Su Mingli changed the team mode with the captain's authority just now, and I changed it back immediately. Did you escape? Sure enough. Chu Cheng took a deep breath to suppress his anger towards Su Mingli, and whispered, I'm fine, I find you wherever you are. Chapter 136. Outside the city, Fangxi's angry voice came. Su Mingli, you are crazy. Do you know that you are deliberately killing people? There are still several teammates who haven't escaped. Su Mingli sneered. Is it the teammates who didn't escape, or your little lover who didn't escape? You think I don't know your little tricks in private. You want to train a teammate yourself, so that you can leave me and team up with him, right? Fangxi looked incredible. You lunatic, the two of them didn't provoke you, you killed them. Su Mingli pointed at her coldly. She smiled and said, pay attention, you opened the portal, it has nothing to do with me, they are looking for you. He crossed his arms and said coldly, you only have one choice now. Continue to follow me, otherwise everyone will soon know that you deliberately killed them. I don't know who will dare to team up with you. Are you stupid? Fangxi couldn't hold back her ladle-like image anymore and cursed, I have data records here that you changed the team mode. You are stupid, don't think others are stupid. Ha, then wait. Su Mingli's face changed slightly, he raised his big finger to her, sneered and turned away. The other two people in the team followed Su Mingli without hesitation. When Wang Bo left, he said bluntly, it's the same with other men. What's wrong with following the boss? It's really cheap. Captain, it seems that you really changed the team mode. So what? I just changed it accidentally in a panic. Besides, the portal was opened by our team. It's a favor to give it to them. It's my duty not to give it to them. And if they die there, they will most likely be transformed into undead and can't be saved. If you don't say anything, who can do anything to us? When Chu Cheng arrived, he saw Fang Shi standing alone in the wasteland. When she saw Chu Cheng coming, she wiped the tears from her eyes and turned around with her face back to normal. I'm glad you're okay. Chu Cheng glanced around and asked, where are they? They're gone. You have to know that I have to avenge this grudge. I must kill him. They are no longer my teammates. Chu Cheng nodded and said, let's team up, although it's a little earlier than expected. She didn't agree immediately, but made a pitiful look and said, they will put the responsibility for this accident on me, saying that I deliberately stopped them outside and escaped. If you team up with me, it will affect you. With the remaining tear marks, she looked very weak. Chu Cheng smiled and said, you think too much. In this case, whoever complains first will not win. Your prompt panel should have data. When the time comes, share it with everyone and the right and wrong will naturally be known. Let's go find my team now, and let them witness it. Okay. Fang Shi smiled and said, you will be the captain in the future. These things are all in your hands. Don't worry, leave it to me. Turning to Lei Ming, Captain, where are you? I will meet you. Lei Ming immediately gave a coordinate. I'd be there right away. 2 minutes later, he took Fang Shi to meet up with Lei Ming and others. Fortunately, everyone was there and no one died. At this time, everyone was glad that they chose to hire for money at the beginning, so they didn't need to go to the front. So the first wave of outbreaks from the Plague Knight did not affect them, giving them enough time to react and run away. Feng Lingxing glanced at Fang Shi who was following him and raised his thumb. You are awesome. You are so desperate to pick up girls, and dare to stop the Plague Knight alone. By the way, how did you escape in the end? You disappeared in the blink of an eye. My hero's skill. Very powerful. After knowing that it was his hero's skill, Feng Lingxing wisely did not ask. By the way, I have something to tell everyone. Chu Cheng clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and said, Lingxing and Yan Ning should have seen that Fang Shi opened a portal to send everyone away, but because of personal grudges, Su Mingli used the captain's authority to deliberately change it to team mode, which made it impossible for several of us to use the portal. Su Mingli will spread rumors everywhere that. Chu Cheng said murderously, he wants to kill me. It's either him or me, but this is a personal grudge between him and me. I won't bother you. I just want to tell you that it was Su Mingli who killed those two brothers. He looked at Fang Shi and said, Senior, let me show you the evidence. She nodded and shared a piece of data with everyone. Hint, you successfully cast teleportation, summoning a persistent portal that lasts for 60 seconds. Hint, you used the portal. Hint, your team member Su Qing used the portal. Hint, your teammate Wang Jia used the portal. Hint, your teammate Su Mingli used the portal. Hint, your teammate Wang Bo used the portal. Hint, your team captain exercised the captain's authority to change the public mode to the team mode. Everyone read it with their chins pinched and nodded. This evidence is sufficient. Lei Ming also nodded. Save this evidence, and contact Wu Yuanfeng later to let them know, and then hand it over to your instructor when you go back. Will the instructor punish him? Lei Ming shook his head. He will be reprimanded and punished, but it is impossible to make him pay with his life. Moreover, if he reports to the instructor and is punished by the instructor, it means that your grudges are settled, and you can't seek revenge on him. I understand. Destroy his reputation first, and wait for me to level 30 to find a chance to take revenge. He is not my opponent. Lei Ming raised his thumb. Yes. By the way, Captain, she has left Su Mingli's team. Can she join our team? Of course. 2 seconds later, Fang Shi was notified to join the temporary team, and everyone welcomed her and responded with goodwill. You should quit his team now. Let's form a temporary team first. I will get a formal team contract after I reach level 30. Fang Shi nodded without any movement. Suddenly she gritted her teeth and groaned in pain. Chu Cheng immediately supported her, and found that her breath dropped instantly. I have already quit his team. All attributes have dropped by 20 points. Chu Cheng felt her body was weak, helped her sit down, and said, although the attributes have dropped a lot, they can all be made up. She gritted her teeth and nodded, her expression firm. This is also one of the main reasons why she has been dragging it on until now to officially turn against Su Mingli. The formal team contract has a huge improvement in the strength and life-saving ability of the members, and naturally there are also restrictions. Depending on the grade of the team contract and the team level, there will be a high penalty for forcibly leaving the team. Generally, dozens of main attribute points will be deducted. The main attribute is directly related to personal strength. You must not dare to leave rashly before you are ready. Chapter 137. Formal Team Contract. It is a special law contract that forms several adventures into a formal team. The team contract contains the power of the laws of the Chaos Realm and has many special powers unique to the team. Depending on the team level, it has additional team attributes, team skills, more team modes, etc. For example, life sharing, damage sharing, etc., which are very practical. Just like the team mode that Su Mingli had cheated them before, only the formal team has it. After turning on this mode, all attacks between team members are mutually immune, that is, friendly fire is turned off. If someone in the temporary team casts a fireball and throws it at a teammate, it can still cause damage to the teammate. But if the formal team turns on the team mode, the fireball will not cause any damage to the teammate. However, the impact effect attached to the fireball can take effect. So things like teleportation, giving buffs to teammates, etc. can take effect, but they cannot hurt teammates. Many teams nowadays are temporary teams, just like the 16 of them. Only the Thunder Squad is the formal team, and the others are temporary members. It's not that they don't want to form such a fixed team, but because the team contract is too rare, ordinary teams can't get it. Generally, only the bottom boss of the intermediate dungeon is likely to appear, but the probability is very small. If you want to increase the probability, you can only go to the advanced dungeon, where the probability is slightly higher. Of course, you can also spend money to buy it directly in the market, but the price will not be cheaper than the true realm stone. Either you work hard or earn money to buy it. It's not easy. But it's not a big problem. His level is not high now. When he reaches level 30, his strength will be further improved. At that time, his ability to make money will be further improved. After experiencing several intermediate dungeons, it will be easy to earn enough funds. Since we have formed a team, we should have a certain understanding of the strength of our teammates. Chu Chung directly shared his own attribute panel and said, Profession Eternal Overlord. I usually claim to be a weapon master. The main attributes are physique and strength, and I serve as a team tank. Immortal Hero Profession? As expected, when Fong Shi saw the word immortal at the top of his profession panel, he was shocked. His red lips opened, and his delicate face was full of incredible expressions. Yes, Immortal Hero Class, mastering the power of time. Chu Chung opened his 5 fingers and said in a deep voice, The Hero Class template is crushing. Su Mingli is nothing. It won't take long to completely throw him behind and step on him. After a round of chicken blood, it can be seen that the eyes of senior sister Fong Shi are shining. It seems that I chose the right teammate, and this decision has not lost money. This is the most correct choice in your life. Fong Shi nodded, and her white fingers pointed in the air. A light screen popped up, showing her attribute panel. Professional Astral Warlock, Magic Class, partial to support. Name, Fong Shi. Race, Human. Occupation, Astral Warlock, Lower Level Hero, Level 41. Talent, Arcane Supreme LV2. Hero's Specialties, Astral Power, Astral Barrier. Primary Attributes, Constitution 91, Strength 12, Agility 25, Perception 38, Intelligence 268, Spirit 224. Secondary Attributes, Fortitude 13, Reflex 7, Will 27. Health, 2,860. Stamina, 1820. Mana, 5,880. Melee Attack, 65. Blunt, Ranged Attack, none. Physical Defense, 32 points. Magic Resistance, 41%. Movement Speed, 185 points. Basic Skills, Dagger Entry, One-Handed Sword Mastery, Staff Mastery, Crossbow Mastery. Hero Skills, Astral Barrier, Awakening, Astral Force Field, Awakening, Astral Torch, Awakening, Astral Labyrinth, Awakening. Professional Skills, Flash LV5, Anywhere Door LV5, Portal LV1, Group Acceleration LV5, Group Bull Force LV5, Dispel Magic LV5, Fireball LV5, Chain Lightning LV5, Group Invisibility LV5, Frost Chain LV10, Frost Nova LV5, Elemental Summoning LV5, Banishment LV2, Magic Shield LV10. Professional Skills, Advanced Tailor, Expert Alchemy. The above is the panel with 20 points of all attributes deducted, a very standard magic panel. Even if all attributes are deducted by 20 points, it does not affect her strength very much. She obviously recognized her new teammate completely, and showed him all her attributes without reservation, including her own talent, hero professional expertise, and the specific attributes of hero skills. Talent, Arcane Supreme LV2, all spells are increased by 50%. In simple terms, the casting distance, spell power, spell effect, spell range, etc. are all increased by 50%. Hero Expertise, Astral Power, the astral power surrounds itself, and all offensive spells add intelligence *2 additional spell damage. Tips: each level increases 1 point of intelligence system. Hero Expertise, Astral Barrier, when receiving more than 1000 points of damage, automatically form an astral barrier to resist this attack, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Hero Skill, Celestial Boundary, condense a shield of 10 of your own maximum mana to protect yourself or teammates, lasting until the shield is broken or closed automatically, cooling time 15 minutes, celestial mana consumption 20 points. Hero Skill, Celestial Force Field, condense an unbreakable invisible force field, lasting 15 seconds, cooling time 15 minutes, celestial mana consumption 15 points. Hero Skill, Celestial Torch, transform into Celestial Torch, make yourself and your teammates summon creatures unable to be exiled, lasting 15 minutes, cooling time 30 minutes, celestial mana consumption 15 points. Hero Skill, Celestial Labyrinth, exile the enemy to the Celestial Labyrinth, cooling time 30 minutes, celestial mana consumption 20 points. This configuration. Chu Chung frowned and asked, was your previous positioning a semi-support? Yes. Her skills are basically functional, including offensive and defensive cut in assistance and defense. She is all round, but none of them are very outstanding. Who told you to configure it like this? Su Mingli? She shook her head and said, it was Sister Lin, Su Mingli's ex-girlfriend. At that time, I was a new member. Their team didn't lack pure output magic. Considering the needs of the team. No wonder he wasn't afraid of you running away. The team contract restrictions, plus your professional skill configuration is so messy, it's hard to get rid of them. It's such a waste. Her Arcane Supreme talent is definitely the top talent. For magic professions, it will not be weaker than Chu Cheng's Spatial Refraction, or even stronger. As a result, she was equipped with such a set of acrobatic skills, and there is no way to bring out her talent. So from now on, keep all the skill points you get and don't use them. After accumulating a certain number of skill points, buy a bottle of Styx water to replace some useless spells. You are the captain, you decide. They were talking here, and on the other side, Yan Ning and Feng Lingxing were also chatting with a smile, sneaking glances at them from time to time, looking like they were eating melons. I didn't know this kid had some skills. He actually managed to pry Feng Xi away from Su Mingli and got the beauty. Forced to leave the team, all attributes will drop by at least 20 points. Su Mingli is not a good guy, as she was able to make such a big decision. Now they have really become mortal enemies, and it is unknown who will win or lose. Chu Chung may not be able to beat them now, but it is hard to say after a while. Feng Lingxing sighed. Chu Cheng's hero profession is not ordinary, and his potential is extraordinary. I am very optimistic about him. It won't take long for him to stand out, and become a leader in the Void Tower, and even the entire Star Tower. Yan Ning also nodded and said, I think so too, I think. Chapter 138. While the two were chatting, Lei Ming suddenly clapped his hands, and said loudly, brothers, you should rest well, and get down to business. Hey, Chu Chung and Feng Xi, come here too. Everyone laughed happily. Everyone gathered together, and Lei Ming said loudly, we are lucky. The Plague Knight actually came to the Plague Fortress early, but it will not stay for too long. It will leave the Plague Fortress and patrol other places soon. Next, we will guard outside the Plague Fortress, and find a place to ambush it when we see it leave the Plague Fortress. Don't worry about the danger. I have a task item that can suppress the attributes of the Plague Knight by 50% for a full 5 minutes, which is enough for us to kill it. The biggest problem now is not the Plague Knight, but the group of Death Knights following the Plague Knight. There are 2 Death Knights with horror templates above level 40, which is a big threat. This wave is very critical, and everyone needs to show all their trump cards. I believe that some brothers' hero skills can solve this problem. I will take out a certain amount of gold coins and distribute them to brothers and sisters who play an important role in this battle. Is there anyone willing to accept this reward? Everyone looked at each other, and Feng Lingxing was the first to raise his hand and said, I have a hero skill called the Star Labyrinth, which can pull a Death Knight in and trap him for about 30 to 40 seconds. Lei Ming nodded immediately. This is okay. How about 10 gold? No problem. Anything else? This money is easy to make. Although the hero's mana recovers slowly, only a little bit a day, but everyone usually doesn't use it indiscriminately, so there should be no shortage of mana. Chu Cheng's heart moved, and he asked Fang Shi in her ear, "Don't you also have a star maze? How long can you be trapped?" She whispered back, "I have a talent bonus. I can be trapped for about a minute. It's a waste if you don't make money. Do you want to sign up?" She nodded and said, "Please help me sign up." "Okay." Chu Cheng immediately raised his hand and said, Fang Shi's hero profession is a star warlock, and she also knows the star maze, and her talent can strengthen spells, and she can be trapped for about a minute. "Oh!" Lei Ming's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "If you can be trapped for a minute, how about 15 gold? Chu Cheng looked at her, and she nodded. "Okay. Very good, the 2 Death Knights have been dealt with. The remaining elite Death Knights are not a big threat. There is no need to use this trick. Just pull them together and attack them." At this time, Chu Cheng suddenly said, "Captain, our tactics are to restrict the 2 Death Knight leaders first, then attack the elite Death Knight, and finally deal with the 2 Death Knight leaders and the Plague Knight at the same time?" "Of course not. We don't have the ability to deal with the Plague Knight and 2 Death Knight leaders with horror templates at the same time." Lei Ming smiled and waved his hand, telling everyone his tactics. "At the beginning, I will use props to suppress the attributes of the Plague Knight to reduce the threat, and then use the Star Maze to pull it in. I will personally pull a Death Knight leader, Zhang Chaoshan will pull another Death Knight leader, and Chu Cheng will pull the remaining elite knights. Everyone will focus on attacking this team of elite Death Knights first. Everyone fires at full power, and the Eye of Death scroll I bought before is used together. It is not a problem to attack this team of elite Death Knights in a dozen seconds. Encircle and kill the Death Knight leader again. If the Plague Knight does not come out of the Star Labyrinth during this period, banish him once more. Even if the Star Labyrinth can only banish him for 1 minute in total, it is enough for us to concentrate our firepower to kill the 2 Death Knight leaders one by one. Finally, we can slowly kill the weakened Plague Knights left. This is a good method. Come, let's discuss some details." A dozen people gathered together to discuss and constantly put forward their own suggestions to improve the plan. While the discussion was in full swing, Lei Ming suddenly stood up and said, "Let's chat first. Wu Yuanfeng and the others are here. I'll be back soon." Chu Cheng turned his head and saw a scattered team coming from the other end. After counting, the total number of people was less than 40, which was almost half of the 64 people who had run away before. Behind the crowd, he saw Su Mingli and Wang Bo. He stared at Chu Cheng and Fang Shi beside him with a cold face, gritting his teeth. "Bitch!" Wang Bo on the side also said coldly, "I thought she was really that pure, but any man would get close to her." Chu Cheng certainly couldn't hear what they said at such a long distance, but he knew from their looks that they wouldn't say anything good. He didn't show his emotions on his face, just glanced at them lightly, and then retracted his gaze. There was no way to take action with so many people now, and there was no confidence to keep them, so he would talk about it after level 30. Lei Ming didn't talk to them for too long and returned, but his face was not very good when he came back. Fuck. After returning, he punched the dead tree with a huge force, smashing the rotten trunk into pieces. They asked for 100 gold to let the Plague Knight go. Everyone was surprised, taking advantage of the situation, just to make up for the losses. Guwenhe, another member of Lei Ming's team, said coldly, "They failed to attack the Plague Fortress and several people died. In order to make up for the losses, I don't know who suggested that the Plague Knight should not be allowed to leave for nothing. If you want to prevent them from interfering, you have to pay 100 gold. Everyone was speechless. Lei Ming said in a deep voice, "I give you 100 gold. Wait for the Plague Knight to come out, don't do it yet, and stay away from the Plague Fortress a little bit, so that they won't suddenly regret it when we are almost done." Okay. After making the decision, Lei Ming sent 3 teammates from his team to monitor near the city gate, and the others waited in place. As for Wu Yuanfeng and his team, they did not leave, but stayed near the city gate. They were probably still unwilling to give up. If they are lucky and wait for a few days for other teams to come, they can gather a team of about 100 people, and then wait for the Plague Knight to leave, and continue to attack the city. They didn't have to wait long. The next afternoon, they detected something unusual in the Plague Fortress. They hid quickly. A little later, they saw the Plague Knight leading a team of Death Knights out of the fortress and heading west. The team is ready to catch up. A team of 16 followed the Plague Knights from a distance, and soon passed by Wu Yuanfeng's team hiding outside the city. Wang Bo whispered, "Captain, do you want to follow them secretly?" Su Mingli shook his head and said, "We are too few, and we can't do anything if we follow them. Let them go this time, go back and fill in the team members first, and find an opportunity to take action next time." Okay. That's it. Lei Ming looked at the Plague Knight team looming in the death fog ahead, and said in the team channel, "This is 5 or 6 kilometers away from the Plague Fortress. Wu Yuanfeng didn't send anyone to follow up, so we can take action. Give the order." Chapter 139. When everyone was ready, they rushed forward to catch up with the Plague Knight's team. The Death Knight stopped and turned around quickly. The green plague halo under the Plague Knight's feet spread rapidly, and a deep and powerful voice sounded, "Death and plague are always there. Living people, you are seeking death." The Nightmare Warhorse under him was raised high, and the lance in his hand was placed flat down, which was a sign of charge. At this moment, Captain Lei Ming decisively took out a strangely shaped long sword and raised it high, pointing it at the Plague Knight. A transparent, but perceptible wave of light flashed and hit the Plague Knight, and the green plague power that was swelling all over his body suddenly dimmed, as if it was poured with a basin of cold water. Plague Knight Silverline, Lord 4 Knights of the Scourge, level 50, 880,000 health sealed. Feng Lingxing, Star Labyrinth. Feng Lingxing, who had already prepared and cast a spell in advance, immediately pointed his finger, and the space around the Plague Knight twisted, and his figure quickly faded. 2 seconds later, only a faint shadow was left running in place, but he could not leave, and was confined to the same place. Success! Lei Ming shouted loudly, "Get in place as planned, and the 3 tanks will each grab their own targets." After saying that, he charged directly at one of the Death Knight leaders, and Zhang Chaosheng also charged at another Death Knight. After colliding with him, he quickly used several combat skills to firmly grab the hatred. And Chu Cheng's was much simpler. He first activated Solidity, then charged a thunder shot that turned into a lightning bolt and fell into the Death Knight group, and then activated Phase Divine Movement and quickly turned around to grab all the Death Knights. Mage, prepare AoE. Be careful not to affect the tanks. Group Bull Power. Group Speed Up. Senior Fong Shi immediately gave everyone 2 buffs, one for 75 points of strength and one for 75 points of speed. Then, Pyroblast, Chain Lightning, Ice Storm, and several classic ranged spells were all fired at once, and other melee and ranged combat skills were fully activated, with extremely fierce firepower. After turning on Solidity, Chu Cheng's physical damage reduction was as high as 95% in 15 seconds, and he stably withstood the siege of 20 elite Death Knights between levels 30 and 40. He easily withstood the successive lance stabs, death strikes, and other combat skills. Solidity lasted for a full 15 seconds, and these elite monsters did not last for 15 seconds under their fierce attack. Continuous rounds of large-scale AoE spell bombardment, plus Chu Cheng's own talent rebound. 1 second is 1,000 real damage ignoring defense, 10 seconds is 10,000, and it still causes 10,000 real rebound to all 10 targets. To be honest, even without the help of others, he could kill this team of elite Death Knights by himself with a little more time. In the 7th second, the first elite Death Knight fell. This was the beginning. Then the other elite Death Knights fell quickly like dominoes. Half of them fell in just 4 seconds, and everyone was left with residual health. In the 13th second, Lei Ming suddenly shouted from behind, "The Plague Knight is coming out." Fong Shi prepares for the second round of the Star Maze. Chu Cheng subconsciously looked over and saw that the transparent Plague Knight's figure was slowly solidifying, which meant that it was getting rid of the Star Maze and returning to the material realm. The boss's resistance was too high, and he broke free earlier than expected. Fong Shi quickly chanted and cast a spell. 3 seconds later, he pointed his staff, and the spell hit the Plague Knight, and his slowly solidifying body faded again. Fortunately, it was a hero spell, and the spell priority was higher than ordinary spells, so it was difficult to exempt it. Bang! An ice spear exploded in front of Chu Cheng, and the last elite Death Knight was blasted several meters away in front of him. The soul fire in his eye sockets was extinguished in midair, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Lei Ming, who had been paying attention to the whole scene, immediately shouted, "Chu Cheng, you immediately support Zhang Chaosheng. I can still hold on here for a while." "Okay." He took out a bottle of powerful life potion and drank it to restore his full state. He directly aimed at the Death Knight leader held by Zhang Chaosheng and hit him with a nether strike, entered the etheric plane and disappeared, and appeared behind the Death Knight leader the next second and hit him hard, causing a huge amount of damage. After casting the nether strike, you can instantly appear next to any target within a range of up to 200 meters to launch an attack, which is equivalent to an explosive and displacement combat skill that must have an anchor target. After taking over, he made a divine power critical strike, and the 2 swords stabbed frantically, successfully triggering the time lock in the second, causing tens of thousands of damage in just a few seconds, successfully attracting the hatred of the Death Knight leader. You recover first, I pull. Zhang Chaosheng didn't hesitate, quickly retreated, took out a roll of bandages and bandaged it. Ding! 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 With 3 crisp sounds in a row, Chu Cheng bravely blocked the 3 normal attacks of the Death Knight leader, and a backhand sword triggered the time lock to freeze it. Wild power is activated. The 2 swords swung out after images and stabbed down, 7 swords in 1 second, bursting out a terrifying damage of up to 18,000. To outsiders, the Death Knight leader, who was about to strike down with his lance, suddenly froze and did not move. Then Chu Cheng's hands were as fast as a shadow. A second later, the frozen Death Knight leader dropped his lance. 20 or so dense damage numbers instantly floated above his head, and his health dropped instantly. What a pervert! Zhang Chaosheng was standing beside him recovering, and he clearly saw how outrageous Chu Cheng's burst just now was. This is not even level 30 yet. When you reach level 30, you will get a new specialty, a new hero skill, and your physique will be adjusted. The health and defense of a tank, plus the output of top-level DPS, and the speed is still so fast, wow. At this moment, Zhang Chaosheng could be very sure in his heart that it would not take long for this kid in front of him to soar into the sky and become a strong man that he needed to look up to. Zhang Chaosheng, come to my side to switch defense. After 5 seconds of recovery, Lei Ming was finally unable to hold on. Zhang Chaosheng responded immediately, turned around and charged at the back of another Death Knight leader, raised his hand, and used a storm shield to forcefully knock the boss unconscious, and quickly applied a set of deceleration and armor penetration. Ice Lance. Powerful Strike. Charge Heavy Strike. Time Lock. In an instant, 7 strikes were made in 1 second, and the high damage of 18,000 firmly drew the hatred of the Death Knight leader. Give me a shield. Fang Shi pointed his hand, and a magic shield was firmly put on him. The LV-10 magic shield has a defense value of up to 21,000. With the bonus of the Arcane Supreme, the defense value is much higher than that of the same level. With this, Chu Cheng can attack the boss without any scruples without defense. Time Lock. 7 strikes in 1 second. Even if the basic trigger probability is low, the trigger probability is still very high under the superfast speed. Every time it is triggered, it is a stable high damage of 18,000. Although the health of this terrifying Death Knight leader was as high as 180,000, he still couldn't hold out for long in this exaggerated burst. Chu Cheng took over for less than 10 seconds before he was killed instantly by concentrated fire. Support Zhang Chaosheng immediately, and kill the last one instantly. Chapter 140. Everyone was free to kill the last Death Knight leader, who was easier to kill. It only took about 7 seconds to kill him. At this time, the Plague Knight had not escaped from the Star Realm Labyrinth. Replenish your status quickly. If you don't have mana, don't save medicine. Just take magic potions. Lei Ming spoke quickly but clearly, and assigned tasks to everyone. He looked at Chu Cheng and Zhang Chaosheng and said, I will be the first tank, Zhang Chaosheng will be the second tank, and Chu Cheng will be the third tank. Plague Knight doesn't have many combat skills, only 5 in total, but they are very powerful. Even if I suppress 50% of the attributes with props, non-tank professions can still be killed easily. So other professions should not approach the battlefield at the beginning. This thing is not a game. The hatred is not fixed. He will prioritize killing whoever he feels is a greater threat. Wait for us to block for a few seconds before you approach. Pay attention, don't use high-powered spells and combat skills. Use more restrictive and controlling combat skills or spells. The burst must not exceed our tanks. After saying all this in one breath, Lei Ming looked at the figure of Plague Knight gradually emerging from the exile position, and continued, Do you have any questions now? If you have any questions, raise them immediately. No problem. At this time, Fang Shi came to Chu Cheng's side, and took out a few bottles of potions, and handed them to him. 2 bottles of special healing potions that can restore a total of 8,000 health points. 1 bottle of strong defense potion, which can increase defense by 15 points and last for 30 minutes. 1 bottle of strong magic blood potion, which can increase life regeneration by 30 points and last for 30 minutes. 1 bottle of strong protection against the dead, which can absorb 5,000 points of necromancy damage and last for 15 seconds. My major is alchemy, and I made all of this myself. Upon hearing this, Chu Cheng immediately accepted it. It really takes potion support to fight against such a big boss. At this time, Lei Ming shouted loudly, The boss is coming out, Zhang Chaosheng and Chu Cheng are ready. Fang Shi immediately retreated to the back, and took the powerful defense potion and the powerful magic blood potion. The three tanks quickly came to the exiled position of the Plague Knight. At this time, the tall figure of the Plague Knight in the center of the distortion can be seen with the naked eye. It is slowly becoming clear, transparent, translucent. The moment the true form is revealed, Lei Ming charges on the spot and hits the side of the Plague Knight, raising his hand and smashing it with a shield. Zhang Chaoxing immediately followed the charge and also smashed it with a shield. Chu Cheng did not charge or shield, but touched the other side behind him and stabbed the Plague Knight's Nightmare Warhorse with 2 knives. The awakened Plague Knight's Nightmare Horse smashed down from the high platform. A circle of green light exploded and blew the 3 people back. He put down his lance and ignored the attack and charged on the spot to repel Lei Ming, then turned around and swept the army. Zhang Chaoxing was swept away directly, but Chu Cheng reacted very quickly and blocked the lance with 2 swords, but the power contained in the lance was too strong and still repelled him. This is the case of suppressing 50% of the attributes. If there is no suppression, it will be even more terrible. The power difference of more than twice can easily trigger a critical hit, crushing or crushing. The Plague Knight seemed to sense Chu Cheng's threat, or recognized him as the person who blocked him before. The lance flashed and stabbed 5 times in a row. Chu Cheng parried like a conditioned reflex, but he was forcibly smashed by the huge force after only blocking 1 blow. Then 4 consecutive shots were stabbed, and 4 of them were more than 500 damage. As soon as the lance was raised, green light gathered and prepared to receive combat skills. Feng Lingxing decisively fired an ice chain, and an ice layer quickly appeared on the Plague Knight's body, but it was forcibly shattered the next second. But this delay interrupted the Plague Knight's combat skills. Chu Cheng flipped back, and Lei Ming rushed up to intercept and catch the Plague Knight again. 3 seconds later, Zhang Chaoxing began to exert his strength. Lei Ming slowly retreated, and the 2 quickly switched positions to receive the attack. The Plague Knight had a high IQ and knew to focus on one person, but there were too many of them. Various combat skills and spells interfered, and this one controlled the other and interrupted you to interrupt his rhythm, which soon made him furious. The green flame of the Nightmare Warhorse expanded, and the lance was lowered to aim at Zhang Chaoxing. Lei Ming immediately shouted. Zhang Chaoxing opened the damage reduction and took it hard, and the others can use the big move to burst out. Feng Lingxing and others who waited for more than 10 seconds immediately began to chant, and the strong mana fluctuation slowly spread. Under normal circumstances, the Plague Knight would have certainly responded, but at this time, he had already launched a charge, and could not have stopped halfway. When he fired a shot that directly pierced Zhang Chaoxing with his shield, all 11 powerful spells or combat skills were bombarded on him. The furious Plague Knight's lance exploded for the second time, and the green flames all over his body rushed out several meters high like fuel on the fire. He threw Zhang Chaoxing into the air with a swing of the lance, and charged again on the spot like lightning. Lei Ming reacted very quickly, and smashed down a heroic combat skill, but he was unable to control it. He was shocked and shouted, "I didn't control it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Cheng suddenly disappeared. At this moment, an enlarged version of Chu Cheng appeared in front of the Plague Knight. The Plague Knight, who was in the charging state, froze instantly when the lance touched the light man. Just like taking a photo, it freezes in an instant. -11258, -100, -30, -2157. The attack of Time Walker will trigger all its special effects, including Time Lock. This attack directly interrupted the Plague Knight's fatal attack. After Zhang Chaoxing landed, he immediately took out a bottle of potion and swallowed it to recover. He covered his chest with his hands, feeling a little scared. He had just been hit by the Plague Knight's 2-stage combo, and his health was less than 1,000. If he was hit by another shot, he would definitely die. Boom! A fireball flew over, and the Plague Knight shot the fireball in midair with a backhand shot, then turned around and swept the thunder back with a shot, and then shot back at Chu Cheng with a backhand shot. Chu Cheng, who was highly concentrated, reflexively blocked the shot with his sword in front of him. As the lance passed by, his power surged and pressed down. He turned his body flexibly to avoid it, and crossed his 2 swords to block the lance and press down. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough strength. The lance lifted up and opened his mouth. The green flame on the tip of the lance was like lightning. Lei Ming was preparing to cover him, but he saw Chu Cheng actually use the force to turn around and twist his body to avoid the attack. But the lance passed by him and hit him in the waist. He took the opportunity to use the force to bounce a few meters away. Lei Ming quickly came up to stop the Plague Knight. So cool! I don't know if the quality of the recent opponents is too high. Chu Cheng found that his proficiency in one-handed sword skills and two-handed weapon skills has improved very quickly. Even the extraordinary big boss, like the Plague Knight, can take a few moves head-on. According to this performance, it shouldn't be too far away from the skill upgrade. Now it is the expert level, and the next level is the master level, which is already a very high level. Normally, if there is no talent in this area, the general adventurer may not upgrade a weapon skill to the master level after reaching level 50. Once the weapon skill is upgraded to the master level, his combat effectiveness will be upgraded to another level. For a melee boss like this, if the weapon skill level is high enough and the technique is strong enough, most normal attacks can be blocked and parried as long as the power difference is not too big. Chapter 141. Why is it so difficult to defeat a boss when most of the time, even though everyone's attributes are not much worse than the boss, and their skills are more than the boss, even a group of people can't defeat them? The reason is very simple. With poor combat skills, they can't resist the boss's attacks. They can only rely on attributes to stack blood, defense resistance, and top-grade equipment like playing a game. These descenders are ordinary descenders. No matter how high their attributes are or how good their equipment is, they can't be called masters. Those who can be called masters are those who have the same equipment attributes, but can easily confront or even kill the boss of the same level. There are only two core factors that distinguish masters from ordinary descenders. One is mentality, and the other is combat skills. Mentality determines whether you can become a master. If the first reaction to encountering a big boss is not how to solve the problem, but to escape, such people will never become masters. Combat skills directly determine the upper limit of your strength. The core of the so-called combat skills refers to various weapon skills. Weapon skills refer to your technique of using this weapon, including your understanding of the weapon, and the skills of using this type of weapon, combined with your own attributes, that is, physical fitness to exert its maximum power. You have superb skills, and can easily block or parry the opponent's attack when fighting with the opponent, while your attack is difficult for the opponent to parry. When your fighting skills are better than the boss is a living target no matter how much health it has. For example, if Chu Cheng's fighting skills are strong enough and his weapon skills are higher than the Plague Knight, he can accurately block the Plague Knight's attack without being hurt. As long as you can do this, no matter how much HP the Plague Knight has, there will always be a time when he will wear it out. So if you want to fight a big boss of the same level alone, you can't just stack attribute equipment and top-level professions, because your HP can't be comparable to the top boss with template bonuses. You must surpass the boss in combat skills. You don't even need to surpass the boss. As long as you can keep up with the boss rhythm, the gap is not too big. Half of the skills and half of the equipment attributes are combined, plus various potions to assist. You can still single-handedly kill the boss. Chu Cheng's commonly used one-handed sword and two-weapon combat are already expert level, only one step away from the master level. Once promoted, with the master level weapon skills, you can fight most bosses alone. However, the magic boss is an exception, because they don't tell you the skills. The super large boss is also an exception, because the attribute gap is too large. The super large body has a strength judgment advantage, and it is difficult for humans to match this super large beast in terms of attributes. To deal with these two types of boss, you must have very powerful skills. It was a pity that Chu Cheng had this powerful skill. The hero's skills granted by the Eternal Lord were all the ability to control the power of time, which had priority over everything else. Time lock. The power of the law was so overbearing that when the passive was triggered, no matter what state the Plague Knight was in, it would be frozen in time as if it was frozen by a camera. In this 1 second of time lock, not only could he cause tons of huge damage, but other teammates could also let go and focus fire crazily. Although the Plague Knight's health was ridiculously high, it was also rapidly consumed under the siege. To be honest, Lei Ming and Zhang Chaosheng are better than Chu Cheng in fighting big bosses. After all, he is not a regular tank, and his stability is not as good as that of regular tanks when fighting big bosses. Considering that he has teamed up with Fang Shi now, there is a high probability that the team will not have a second tank in the future. He will most likely choose a life-saving or damage-reducing hero skill for the next one. When the team enters the state, ensuring that the Plague Knight with 50% suppressed attributes cannot kill them instantly, the next battle enters the process state. As long as any boss enters the process state, it is only a matter of time before it is killed. Finally, after they besieged the Plague Knight for 2.5 minutes, Chu Cheng triggered the time lock again, and 7 swords in 1 second burst out crazily, directly hitting it into a dying state. Once it entered the dying state, the plague power on the Plague Knight burst out crazily, and prepared to go berserk. But Chu Chung did not give him a chance, and consumed 15 points of time power again to start time watering, actively triggering the time lock. At this time, everyone was prepared to start the outbreak, and directly killed the Plague Knight, who was about to enter the violent state. The power of time ended, and the Plague Knight used up the last bit of blood. But he did not fall to the ground, but burned with green flames all over his body, and a phantom slowly rose from the Plague Knight's body. Lei Ming immediately rushed up, took out the strange-shaped sword that suppressed the Plague Knight before, and inserted it into the green flame. The rising Plague Knight's soul seemed to be stimulated, and struggled violently. But he had no power to resist, and was sucked into the sword. It can be seen that the third of the 4 runes on the sword has lit up. Is this unlocking the legendary equipment? After absorbing the soul of the Plague Knight, Lei Ming smiled with satisfaction. He put away the great sword and the loot chest, turned around and said with a smile, "Thank you, brothers. Come on, let's open the loot." A group of people gathered around, and Lei Ming placed several treasure chests in front of everyone and opened them one by one. While he was opening them, Chu Chung opened his personal panel and looked at it, and laughed. First of all, he killed so many bosses, including a supernatural boss, and finally got enough experience for the next level, reaching level 29, and 1 level away from level 30. In addition, he killed 2 Death Knight leaders with horror templates of more than 40 levels, and obtained 3 attribute points and 3 skill points, and 3 attribute points and 4 skill points respectively. Finally, he performed well in killing the Plague Knight. Even though Lei Ming cut 50% of the Plague Knight's attributes and took the lion's share, he still got 5 free attribute points and 5 free skill points. In addition to the previous gains, this Plague Land dungeon gained a total of 19 free attribute points and 21 skill points. At this time, Fang Shi's voice came from his ear. "I got 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. How much did you get?" "Not much, just 5 free." Chu Chung turned around, and was stunned by the delicate face in front of him. Almost in front of him, but her skin was delicate and flawless, her appearance was extremely beautiful, and her face was extremely gentle. It was the kind of beauty that became more charming the more you looked at it. Less than 3 inches, you can feel the warm breath of both parties. Fang Shi's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said calmly, "I have accumulated 16 free attribute points and 18 skill points now. How do you think to distribute them?" Chu Chung came back to his senses, thought for a while, and said, "Keep all the skill points, and add all the attribute points to physique." Okay. Although the mage should focus on intelligence and spirit, her current spells are too messy, and the lethal spells are only a fireball and chain lightning, and the intelligence gain is too low. It is better to increase the physical strength first to support the blood. After all, 1 point of physical strength equals 20 points of blood for elite professionals. The benefits are relatively higher. When she accumulates more free skill points, buy a bottle of Styx water to wash the points, wash all the acrobatic skills, and replace them with a set of systematic skills. Either pure output magic system, or pure auxiliary, learn more buff and rescue spells. Chapter 142. All income has been counted. Lei Ming put all the gains in the channel and said, 2 Death Knight leaders have a purple suit, 2 red equipment, a Nightmare Warhorse mount, and the Plague Knight has 2 purple suits, a Death Mark, a physical accessory, a Plague Armor, and a purple plate armor. In addition, there is a Plague Rune, 2 purple gems, and a Plague Aura skill. Before that, everyone will receive a 5 gold subsidy first, and the tank and the magic system will receive an additional 5 gold subsidy. I paid it out of my own pocket, and it is not counted in this harvest. Several members of Lei Ming's team came forward and traded with everyone separately. Chu Chung and Fang Shi each received a 10 gold subsidy. The Star Labyrinth subsidy for Feng Lingxing and Fang Shi is counted as part of the boss harvest. I will send it later. Now I will auction the items first. 2 pieces of red equipment. I will post the attributes in the channel. The starting price is 15 gold. If you want it, bid it yourself. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Chung immediately sent the information he had prepared. I want the Death Refined Ring, 15 gold. Immediately someone bid. Death Refined Ring 16 gold. He raised the price again. Death Refined Ring 17 gold. P. Death Refined Ring, red/rare, equipment type, ring. Equipment requirements, none. Equipment attributes, Constitution plus 12. Equipment attributes, Strength plus 12. Equipment attributes, Agility plus 12. Evaluation, a simple ring refined by the power of death. The 2 rings he is equipped with are still the previous blue quality, Strength and Agility plus 2, the attributes are too far apart. Another red equipment is a cloak. Although it is a level 30 equipment, and its attributes are much higher than the diversion cloak, it does not have any special effects. It is not as useful as the diversion skill of the diversion cloak, so it does not need to be replaced. After bidding on several rare equipment, 2 purple gems were bid, each for 15 gold, and was taken by the Thunder team. Then Lei Ming posted the Nightmare Warhorse. Nightmare Warhorse, purple/epic, equipment type, mount. Equipment requirements, advanced riding skills. Mount health, 30,000. Walking speed, 300. Running speed, 700. Mount attributes, burst, after opening, increase running speed by 100%, lasting 30 seconds, cooling time 2 hours. Mount attributes, as if walking on flat ground, you can walk freely in terrain with an angle of no more than 90 degrees. Mount attributes, light steps, you can walk on the water. Evaluation, Nightmare Warhorse from Hell. Epic mount, except it can't fly, it has reached the level of top grade mounts, and its appearance is also excellent. The starting price is 150 gold. He chuckled and said, I make a bid first, 150 gold. 180 gold. 200 gold. 220 gold. Lei Ming, Zhang Chaosheng, Zhou Yufeng and others all made bids. Chu Cheng did not bid, although he was also envious. This warhorse is very tall, and covered with armor. It is very handsome with the black and red scales, and keratin spikes on its body. Coupled with the nightmare fire burning on its 4 hooves, it is very beautiful and every man likes it. But unfortunately, it came at the wrong time. Although Chu Cheng has enough money to bid, he is now in the period of increasing strength. The funding gap is very large, and it is impossible to spend hundreds of gold to buy a mount for showing off. I could only watch them bid back and forth, and finally it was taken by Zhang Chaosheng when it reached 265 gold. The next piece is Death Mark, a physical output accessory. Starting price is 150 gold. Death Mark, epic/purple, equipment type, accessory. Equipment requirements, 150 points of physique, 150 points of strength. Equipment attributes, physical attack plus 200. Equipment attributes, there is a chance to gain the power of death when attacking, physical attack power plus 300, lasting 20 seconds, cooling time 2 minutes. Evaluation, Death Harvest. Best, violent output accessory. Basic plus 200 attack, triggering the power of death plus another 300 attack. Chu Cheng's basic attack is only about 600, and increasing his physical attack by 500 points is extremely exaggerated. Just as he was thinking, this thing had been pushed up to a high price of 300 gold. Chu Cheng immediately whispered to Fang Shi, how much money do you have? Do you want this ornament? Yes. I have 682 gold in my hand. Chu Cheng was stunned. So much? Yes, I always gave priority to Su Mingli when I had good things before. I don't have many places to spend money. Chu Cheng. That's right. Su Mingli is also a magic system. He is the captain. The team will definitely give him priority when getting good magic equipment. Lend me some later. I see if I can take a picture of it. We are teammates. What's mine is yours. Chu Cheng nodded, turned around and shouted, 310 gold. The people who made the bid glanced at him, and continued to raise the price without hesitation. 315 gold. 330 gold. 340 gold. Chu Cheng continued to raise the price without hesitation. 350 gold. The other people were not to be outdone, and continued to raise the price. It was not until 380 gold that some people gradually withdrew, and finally only Chu Cheng and Lei Ming's team were left. Chu Cheng skipped 390, and directly bid 400 gold. Lei Ming's teammates hesitated for a moment, discussed with Lei Ming in a low voice, turned back, and waved to him. This equipment is yours. Chu Cheng smiled and arched his hands. Thank you. For 100 gold transaction, the death mark was in hand. He couldn't wait to equip it. This attribute is too powerful. Looking at the basic attack that suddenly increased by 200, joy overflowed on his face. With his attack speed, this death power is easy to trigger. When the basic attack exceeds 1000, the total burst will instantly rise, and become extremely exaggerated. A piece of top-quality equipment that fits one's own needs can really make a qualitative transformation of personal combat power. No one was dissatisfied. The gold group talks, and the highest bidder wins. The Thunder Squad has used the team funds to suppress others countless times before. This time, they didn't care at all, and it was impossible for them to be dissatisfied. The next item, Plague Aura skill, starting price is 50 gold. Plague Aura, Hero's skill consumed 25 hero mana to summon a plague aura with a radius of 100 meters, causing negative energy damage of the maximum attribute of the self*1 to enemies within the range, and randomly add a curse or disease every 15 seconds, lasting for 3 minutes. Tip: every additional 5 hero mana consumed can increase the duration of the aura by 1 minute. Learning requirements: 200 physical fitness, 200 spirit. Everyone looked at each other, and no one bid for a long time. The skill is powerful, and aura skills are generally very strong, but this aura is not very suitable for most hero professions. Generally, it is more suitable for hero professions such as necromancers and death knights. Moreover, the skill learning requirements are also difficult to meet, not only requiring extremely high physical fitness, but also extremely high spirit. Physical fitness and spirit are two extremes. The main physical fitness basically combines strength or agility, and rarely combines spirit. In addition, the consumption of opening the aura is very high. 25 hero mana lasts for 3 minutes, and every 5 hero mana lasts for an additional 1 minute. This consumption is quite high. You should know that the hero mana of hero professions below extraordinary is only 100, and it can only be restored a little in 1 day. The time power of his profession is also hero mana. Such a high hero mana consumption. The skill is strong, but it's useless. No one bids? Zhang Chaosheng glanced at everyone and shrugged. Okay. Lei Ming put away the skill scroll and said, if no one wants it, I take it at the base price of 50 gold. Okay. Chapter 143. The next piece of equipment, Plague Armor. The Thunder Voice paused for a moment, and the equipment attributes were posted in the channel. Plague Armor, Epic/Dark Purple, Equipment Type, Plate Armor. Equipment Requirements, Constitution 200, Strength 200. Basic Attributes, Defense plus 25. Additional Attributes, all damage reduced by 30. Additional Attributes, Magic Resistance plus 25%. Skill/Passive, Plague, every time you are attacked, there is a chance that the enemy will be cursed randomly, which lasts for 60 seconds. Skill/Active, Plague Aura, after being activated, summons a Plague Aura with a radius of 30 meters, causing negative energy damage of its own maximum attribute *1 to enemies within the range, and randomly adds a curse or disease every 15 seconds, which lasts for 2 minutes. Evaluation: the power of Plague flows in the armor. Top quality armor, starting price is 200 gold, I bid 200 gold first. This thing is good, 250 gold. Add me in, 280 gold. It's really top quality, 300 gold. Among the bidders, there are ranged professions, and the bids are also very casual, as if they are deliberately bidding the highest price. In fact, it is not the case. No one stipulates that you must be suitable for the equipment to bid. The gold group gold speaks, as long as you can afford it you can bid. It doesn't matter whether you are the highest bidder or not. If you want to bid the highest price and others don't want it, you have to pay this money. As long as you can afford this money, it is not considered the highest bid. And this plate armor from the Scourge Knight is indeed top quality. Weapons, armor, shields, and accessories, these 4 types of equipment are originally more expensive than other parts, and the attributes of this piece are also very top quality. The final value is definitely higher than the death mark that Chu Chung just bid. Although other people can't use it, if the auction price doesn't reach the psychological price, it's better to take it and sell it outside to make a profit. So in a joint team auction like this, it is unlikely that someone will find it far below the market price. Unless the value is too high, no one can afford it, and only the highest bidder can find it. Several people bid back and forth, and finally stopped bidding when the price reached 500 gold, and finally it was taken by Wang Jing. He is a violent fighter, and can equip this equipment. While they were auctioning, Chu Chung suddenly received a private message from Zhang Chaosheng. Brother Chu Chung, are you interested in taking the Calamity Rune? Chu Chung was surprised. No, you can bid if you want. It's like this, the normal market price of the Calamity Rune is very high, more than 1,000 gold, but except for the Laning team, no one else in our team can raise so much money. I personally estimate that it is at most 500 or 600 gold. It's a loss for him to take something worth more than 1,000 gold for 500 or 600 gold. I want to borrow some money from a few people to raise the price of the item to 1,000 gold. Brother Chu Chung, do you want to cooperate? Ask a few more people first, and see how much the difference is. Don't worry, it doesn't necessarily need it. I will raise it to 1,000 gold, and give it to the Laning team if they still want it. Okay. Chu Chung agreed. Indeed, He would not be willing to let someone take away something worth more than 1,000 gold for 5 or 600 gold. At this time, Lei Ming had completed the transaction with Wang Jing, and then took out the last item and posted the attributes in the channel. Scourge Rune, Plague, a mysterious rune containing the power of the undead scourge. It is embedded in equipment, and can give the equipment magical powers. Lei Ming laughed and said, "We are very lucky this time. The Calamity Rune has a very low drop rate, but it still dropped. If they knew, they would definitely regret it. Everyone knows the function of this thing, so I won't introduce it in detail. It's up for auction now. Plague Calamity Rune, starting price is 500 gold, I start with 800 gold." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chaoxing stood up and said, "Let's not waste time and increase it slowly, just go to the top. 1,000 gold. Oh! Although I already knew it, I still saw Chu Cheng. He gasped, and at the same time, he was extremely puzzled, and whispered to Fang Shi, "Senior sister, what is the use of the Calamity Rune? Why is it so expensive?" Fang Shi immediately explained, "This is one of the accessories of the divine rune word Calamity Power. The 4 Knights of Calamity may explode the Calamity Rune, which are Plague, Killing, Curse, and Death. The 4 Calamity Runes are combined into one. Embedded in the weapon is the Calamity Blade, and embedded in the armor is the Calamity Body. The attributes are stronger than ordinary legendary equipment." Oh! No wonder it is so expensive, Chu Cheng understood. Lei Ming knew that this was the highest price when he saw Zhang Chaoxing's bid, but there was no way, and there was nothing to say. In this situation, he would also bid 1,001 gold. Lei Ming smiled bitterly. This time the whole team was really cleaned out. Zhang Chaoxing curled his lips and said, "Be content, it's because I don't have money. If I had money, I would compete with you." Lei Ming laughed immediately, and the bitter smile he had just pretended was swept away. "Come on, let me count the income and everyone divide the gold. 2 rare equipment 32 gold, 2 purple gems 30 gold, Plague Aura 50 gold, Nightmare Warhorse 265 gold, Death Mark 400 gold, Plague Armor 500 gold, Natural Disaster Rune 1,001 gold, a total of 2,278 gold. Feng Lingxing will receive 10 gold subsidies, Fang Shi will receive 15 gold subsidies, and there will be 2,253 gold left. It will be divided among 16 people, 140 gold and 81 silver per person, right?" "Yes." "Okay, let's trade one by one." The trade was completed quickly, and Chu Cheng and Fang Shi earned a total of 299 gold and 62 silver, which is equivalent to getting a top-quality ornament for only about 100 gold. Chu Cheng has 337 gold in funds so far, and Fang Shi has 448 gold. The two of them have a total of 785 gold, which is considered to be quite a lot of assets. Even though they can't compare to senior teams, like the Thunder Squad, they can still compare to the funds of ordinary individuals. This is the advantage of the team. There are only 2 people. When we get 5 people together in the future, the team funds will be even larger, and we will be able to earn more good things. However, it is not easy to get 5 like-minded and completely trustworthy teammates. Especially for Chu Cheng, who has an immortal hero profession. With an immortal hero profession and a golden finger, his future strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is not so easy to become his teammate. At least a hero class above the top, or a very powerful talent like Fang Shi. Those who have these 2 points or more are basically easy to stand out. They either form a team by themselves, or are recruited by other teams early. There are very few who are still independent. In addition, they must be compatible with themselves and have similar personalities. If the personality is not good, it is better to have nothing than to have something bad. If he really can't find a suitable one, he will never just pull a few people to make up the head. At this time, Lei Ming clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and said loudly, "Brothers, the Plague Knight has been killed. Next, continue to look for other Scourge Knights." "Do you want to continue?" Zhang Chaoxing laughed and said, "With such a big harvest, of course we will continue. Which direction should we go next?" Lei Ming took out the map again, pointed to the north, and said, "North, Death Fortress." Chapter 144. Although the 4 Scourge Knights will wander around the Plague Land, as time goes by, other teams will come out of the Crusader Fortress one after another, and those outside will probably have run into them long ago. I don't know if they have been surrounded and killed, but even if they haven't, it's not our turn. Instead of looking for a needle in a haystack everywhere, it's better to go to the north to see the Death Fortress, join forces with other teams to capture the Death Fortress, and finally meet up in the Scourge City to kill the Scourge King, which can also yield a lot. If you are lucky, you may run into other Scourge Knights there. Lei Ming finished speaking in one breath, looked at everyone and asked, "What do you think?" "Okay. No problem. Since there is no problem, let's go." Everyone stood up and summoned their own mounts to sit on them. Zhang Chaosheng summoned the Nightmare Warhorse he had just bought and rode on it. The tall warhorse was cold and handsome, with 4 burning hooves raised, leaving burning footprints wherever it passed, and it was very handsome. Fang Shi's mount was a purple feathered chocobo, very beautiful. The team set off, the two rode side by side, chatting quietly. Perhaps realizing that Chu Cheng didn't know much about the Plague Land dungeon, Fang Shi explained some of the details of this dungeon to him. First of all, the final boss of this dungeon, the Scourge King, was a Lich, Lord Template, level 55 or above. The Lord Template superimposed the final boss bonus, plus the powerful Lich Template. Its comprehensive strength was beyond their imagination, far beyond the scope of what they could deal with. So although hundreds of people would come in every time the dungeon was reincarnated, in fact, few people actually attacked the Scourge City. And there is one thing that is different from middle school. In middle school, if no team has killed the final boss by the end of the dungeon, a strong person will come to the school to harvest. But in college, if the final boss is not dead at the end of the dungeon, the school will not harvest, but will reincarnate the dungeon. The remaining domain origin will be accumulated to the next reincarnation, strengthening the strength of the final boss, and the harvest after killing it. In the dungeon, the level of the final boss will be increased, and the quality of the killing spoils will be higher. The basic level of the Lich King is 55, and the level will increase by 1 for each survival. The extra level represents how many times the Lich King has reincarnated without dying, which also means that the reward after killing will be higher. In addition, there are only a few most valuable spoils in the Plague Land. In addition to the 4 natural disaster runes, the most valuable is the Lich Life Box, a reusable resurrection item with a long CD. There is a very small probability of a team contract. There is a very small chance of getting the Realm Stone. This requires at least 5 reincarnations without dying to have enough Realm Origin to condense this trophy. There is a very small chance of getting a legendary equipment. This requires the Lich King to have at least 10 reincarnations without dying and reach level 65 to have enough Realm Origin to condense. And the legendary equipment conflicts with the Realm Stone. If one of them is out, the other cannot be out. Although it is just the most common legendary equipment is legendary equipment. Its attributes are extremely powerful. Any one of them is enough to make any Descender's strength soar. In addition, as the Realm Origin accumulates, the quality of the equipment exploded by the Lich King will become higher and higher. After the accumulation of reincarnations, the attributes of some ordinary purple equipment may undergo qualitative changes, thus becoming a super excellent item. Hearing this, Chu Cheng asked curiously, "Has this instance produced any legendary equipment?" Fang Shi nodded and said, "Of course it has. The Lich King is too powerful and difficult to kill most of the time. If it fails to be killed in the first few cycles, it will be even more difficult to kill it later. Every 10 years, the most senior elite teams under the mentors of the Void Tower will enter this instance in the hope of obtaining a legendary equipment. Although it is not a must, and the probability is not very high, it has indeed appeared several times over the years." "How many cycles has it been this year?" Fang Shi raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Why, you want it too? This year should be the 9th cycle, and next year will be the 10th. "That's just right." Chu Cheng did not hide his ambition and smiled. "By next year, my strength will definitely improve greatly, and then I may be able to compete for it. I help you." Fang Shi's eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and she smiled beautifully. With the beauty beside him, I didn't know how time passed. After one day, they knew each other very well. 2 days later, the team crossed the vast wilderness and came to a town ruin. This used to be a human town with thousands of humans. After being attacked and slaughtered by the undead army, the breath of death gathered, and a very powerful ghost boss was born. Unfortunately, they were a step late. The ghost boss had been killed by other teams. The huge town ruins were empty, with only a few ghosts wandering around. "Let's go directly to the Death Fortress." The team continued to set off and headed north. 5 days later, the team stopped somewhere in the wilderness and saw a deserted outpost in the distance. "This is the outpost of the Death Fortress. Send someone to check it out first." The team stopped here. One member of the Lei Ming team went there first and returned 2 minutes later. There were 2 newcomers who came with him. Lei Ming went up to chat for a while and came back to tell everyone bad news. Someone was already attacking the Death Fortress in front. A team with a total of nearly 140 people was already attacking, and they were not needed for the time being, not even hired. Everyone was not disappointed about this, because it was expected. This dungeon has been 2 months since the beginning of the new cycle. The fastest one set off early. They were lucky to grab the Cursed Fortress and a Scourge Knight. They did not stay here, but crossed the Death Fortress and continued to go north. To the north of the Death Fortress is a hilly area with continuous hills and hilltops. It was eroded by the power of death, and the trees withered and died. The sky and the earth were gray, and there were wandering undead everywhere. The team crossed the hills and entered the northernmost part of the Plague Land. The mountains gradually became higher, and gradually rose towards the center. There was a large canyon between the mountains. At the bottom of the valley, there were 2 giant peaks like door gods. The canyon passed between the giant peaks and entered a large basin in the mountains. This large basin was the origin of the natural disaster. In the center of the basin, there was a huge undead city built on the mountain. On the top of the mountain in the center of the city, there was a huge undead wizard tower that towered into the clouds like a mountain. This was the natural disaster city, and the Lich King lived in the wizard tower. When they came to the entrance of the canyon, they found a stronghold on the hillside of a nearby mountain. Many people had already arrived here. They all came to try their luck to see if they could gather enough adventurers to attack the natural disaster city. If they couldn't get enough people by the end of the dungeon, everyone would go their separate ways and return home. If they could get enough people, and have a few famous masters lead the team, they might be able to try to attack the natural disaster city. Chapter 145. The team stayed here for only 1 day. Lei Ming gathered everyone the next morning. There will be no team coming to attack the City of Calamity for a while. I plan to divide the team into several teams to go outside to find the Calamity Knights. After finding them, I will contact everyone through the channel. Everyone looked at each other, and Zhang Chaosheng said, "Okay, I also think it is impossible to stay here and wait." Lei Ming looked at Chu Cheng and asked, "Chu Cheng, what about you? Will you stay here or lead a team out?" Chu Cheng smiled and said, "No problem for me, I stay in Team 3. Okay, my team will go to the east, Zhang Chaosheng's team will go to the west, and Chu Cheng's team will travel between the City of Calamity and the Death Fortress. It is possible that the Calamity Knights will come back." Okay. The teams were divided and left. Let's go too. Chu Cheng, Feng Lingxing, Yan Ning, Zhou Yufeng, Wang Ying, and Fan Shi, their team has 6 people, the largest number of people. Coming out of the canyon, outside the Scourge City again, the team began to wander around and sweep the nearby undead. Anyway, there was no fixed target, so they were not in a hurry to travel, and they would kill the undead when they saw them. This area was located near the Scourge City, and there were undead everywhere. The first batch of adventurers had arrived here, but they had not yet started to clear them out, and the density of undead around was very high. With 2 swords sweeping across, ordinary undead basically fell one by one like a knife cutting wheat, with amazing efficiency. After 2 days, they had cleaned up a large area around them. The level difference was too big, and the experience did not increase much, but various soul essences and undead essences accumulated a lot, adding up to more than 10 gold for each person. At night, they found a cave on a hillside, dug it deep, and put several small tents inside. He and Fang Shi lived in the same cave. However, there was no ambiguous spring seen. Everyone was wearing armor when resting in the dungeon. However, there was a beautiful woman next to them, which was indeed pleasing to the eye, and the quality of rest was greatly improved. At least Feng Lingxing, Yan Ning and others were extremely envious. When staying overnight in the dungeon, the team had people on guard. Usually several melee professions took turns, and ladies and magicians did not need to participate in the night watch. For people took turns to guard the night, 8 hours a night, and each person only had to guard for 2 hours, which was still very easy. Chu Cheng was the team leader, and the first to guard the night. 2 hours later, Wang Jing replaced him. He returned to his tent, and saw Fang Shi lying on the soft mat. Her black hair covered her face, which contrasted clearly with her white face. Her long eyelashes were clearly curled up, and she looked delicate and lovely. Her body was huddled under the thin blanket, and her exquisite curves could not be concealed. She's really pretty, and has a nice figure if... As he was absorbed in watching her, Fang Shi, who was asleep, suddenly opened her eyes and met his eyes. Her pretty face immediately flushed, and she asked, "Are you still awake?" Chu Cheng did not withdraw his gaze, and continued to look at her, but not as naked as before, and said calmly, "Just came back from sentry duty." After a pause, he praised, "Senior sister is really pretty." "Don't talk nonsense," Fang Shi said lightly, pulled up the quilt to cover her head, with a hint of joy and shyness in her eyes. Chu Cheng smiled slightly, and lay down to rest. We are not children. She paid such a big price to get rid of her original team, and team up with him, so she must be very satisfied with herself in all aspects. The man has feelings for the woman, but there is only a thin layer of window paper left. If you spend more time together, show your ability well, let her feel at ease, then it will be a natural thing, and the long gun will be put into storage. Some people may wonder why she would rather pay such a heavy price of reducing all attributes by 20 to leave Su Mingli's team. Could it be that other men don't covet her body? The reason is very simple. It's just a question of willingness or unwillingness. In her eyes, Su Mingli is a scumbag. It turns out that when he had a girlfriend, he looked at her with a wrong look in his eyes. He wanted to attack her as soon as his ex-girlfriend died. He is a scumbag. Women's minds are both complicated and simple. They are emotional animals. When they have a bad impression of a man, they will not look down on him no matter how good he is. On the contrary, when they have a good impression of a man, all the shortcomings of this man can be ignored. Besides, he has no shortcomings. She slept very soundly. When she woke up early the next morning, she had already woken up. In front of her was a pink basin with clear water in it. She was wiping her face with a wet towel. Chu Cheng took out a stainless steel basin and placed it on the side, smiling and saying, "Is there any more water?" She stretched out her hand and pressed it on the basin. Light ripples spread from her fair little hand to the left and right, and clear water emerged and fell into the basin. Water making, one of the general spells of mages, does not need to occupy skill slots. There are many such general spells, such as the Hand of the Mage, the Magic Trick, the Cleaning Spell, and other non-combat spells. In fact, a mage can remove all the dust and sweat on his body with a Magic Trick spell, but female mages are used to washing, mainly for moisturizing. Women are like this, even female mages are no exception. Chu Cheng is not a wizard, so he doesn't have these common spells. He can only wash his face and take a bath. After such a long time in a dungeon and so many battles, if he doesn't take a bath, the smell on his body will be unbearable. After a simple wash, he opened the tent and walked out. The other people had already packed up. Seeing him and Fang Shi behind him, they winked and envied him. Let's go, let's continue today. After packing up the team, they set off again, destroying the withered and rotten, sweeping all the way. After killing all the way to the right edge of the canyon, Zhou Yufeng, who was standing on a high place shooting arrows, suddenly shouted, "There is a boss in front." Chu Cheng immediately asked, "What boss? What level?" "Wandering Black Warrior, level 43, horror template." "Where?" "Just in front." "Let me see." Chu Cheng killed a small group of skeletons in front of him in a few moves, jumped onto a stone, and saw an undead warrior in black armor and carrying a two-handed sword walking over in front of him. "Wandering Black Warrior, horror level 43, 148,000 blood." Chu Cheng looked at them for a few times, and a bold idea came to his mind. He said to them, "You clear the surrounding undead, and I will take on the boss. I want to fight the boss alone this time. I didn't tell you not to join the battle." Everyone was shocked. "You want to fight the boss alone?" "Yes, I want to try my current ability to see if I can fight the boss alone." Feng Lingxing, Yan Ning and others looked at each other, and they could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Chu Cheng ignored their mood and said to Fang Shi, "Give me the power of Group Bull and Group Acceleration." She nodded, raised her white and tender little hand, and quickly cast a spell for him. After 2 spells, he took a bottle of powerful defense potion, felt the sudden increase in attributes, took a deep breath, drew out his 2 swords and went up. He started with a violent charge, directly knocking away the enemies in a straight line and rushing towards the Black Warrior. However, the Black Warrior reacted very quickly, and quickly pulled out the black sword from behind and held it across his body. With a loud clang, the charge knocked the Black Warrior back 2 steps, but it blocked his charge. Chapter 146. Chu Cheng's heart trembled, and his fighting spirit became stronger. He swung his 2 swords and attacked. The Black Warrior swung the big sword in his hand, and the huge sword body slashed at the 2 swords violently. Chu Cheng reacted very quickly, took a step back to avoid the sweeping big sword, and rushed forward again to stab the Black Warrior's waist with the sword. The Black Warrior also reacted very quickly. When he was halfway through the slash, he changed his big sword and slashed at the 2 swords diagonally. In an instant, a strong force came from the sword body, forcibly swinging the 2 swords up. The big sword slashed down and hit Chu Cheng's waist. The huge force directly slashed his body and caused a huge damage of 632. Chu Cheng twisted his body and turned around. The two swords hit the Black Warrior's sword body that was ready for a combo. There were two crisp sounds, and he bounced behind the Black Warrior and stabbed with the two swords. Then he saw the Black Warrior turn around and slashed with a sword, and a huge sword energy broke through the air. He crossed his two swords in front of his chest as a reflex, and the huge force forced the two swords apart, leaving a huge damage of 1890- on him. Chu Cheng rolled back and retreated more than 10 meters away, took out a bottle of potion and took it to recover, and decisively opened the blade storm when facing the Black Warrior, who jumped more than 10 meters and smashed down. The big sword smashed through the blade, and only more than 300 damage fell on the body, and the crazy blade caused 700 to 800 damage to the Black Warrior. Facing the rapid cutting of the blade storm, the Black Warrior swung his sword to attack without fear. Ding, ding, ding. The two sides continued to attack, and the swords kept colliding with each other, and sparks flew everywhere. The blade storm ended in 7 seconds, and the hot-blooded fighting spirit had been stacked up to 20 layers. Chu Cheng felt extremely light all over. The movement speed increased by 200 points, the attack speed increased by 200%, and the group acceleration increased by 75. At this time, his movement speed has exceeded 650. Attack speed is full, 7 swords per second, and he attacks the Black Warrior madly. With full movement speed and attack speed, he has surpassed the Black Warrior, only his strength is slightly inferior, but the difference is not big, and his fighting skills are also a little worse, but the gap is not big either. Speed can make up for the gap in this aspect, coupled with various combat skills and time locks that are triggered from time to time to interrupt the rhythm of the Black Warrior. The two sides singled out Chu Cheng and actually had the upper hand for a while. Feng Lingxing and others, who had cleared the surrounding monsters and surrounded them, were stunned, looking at each other, their faces full of shock. Fuck, is it true? Singled out the boss? This is too outrageous. He is not even level 30 yet. At this moment, the four people had a consensus in their hearts at the same time that this kid is not an ordinary person. At this moment, the Black Warrior, who had been fighting for a long time and was at a disadvantage, finally couldn't hold on and opened his big move. The dead air gushed out of his body like a burning flame, and his breath and speed soared a lot, directly knocking Chu Cheng, who was caught off guard, flying and slashing with a sword in the air. Ice Chain. Fang Shi, who was concentrating on the battle, immediately cast a spell and successfully froze the Black Warrior in place. Chu Cheng bounced up in seconds after landing and stretched out his hand to stop his teammates, who were ready to support. Don't come over, I can handle it. Take a deep breath and decisively start Phase Walk. Phase Walk LV1, top level. Enter the phase state, increase the movement speed by 200 and dodge by 50%, and reduce the collision volume to 0, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Solid. Both skills are fully activated, directly facing the Black Warrior, who has broken the ice chain. Dang! The two swords intertwined, and his whole body was hit by the huge force and slid back nearly a meter, but he still stubbornly blocked and unloaded most of the force, then withdrew the two swords and let the Black Warrior's big sword slash at his shoulder, and the two swords stabbed back, and his hands were like a phantom, stabbing the Black Warrior 7 times in a row in an instant. Power of Death. The special effect of the newly acquired accessory Death Mark finally triggered, adding 300 physical attack power. Chu Cheng decisively activated the wild power of the necklace, adding 100 physical attack power. Adding the original basic attack, Chu Cheng's attack power is as high as 1308. 7 swords in 1 second. Even if no special effects are triggered, the theoretical damage is as high as 9156, and the damage is more than 4000 minus the defense. Once the trigger time is locked, the attack ignores the defense and will definitely be a triple crit, plus the space mark plus the weapon's additional thrust damage. That is a terrifying damage of up to 27,000. After turning on the solidity, Chu Cheng's damage reduction is extremely exaggerated. Even if the Black Warrior enters the burst state, one sword will only cause about 300 damage. With his blood volume of up to 5,000 and the life regeneration of up to 180 per second, even if the sword hits, it will not be enough to threaten his life in a short time. Besides, he is not exchanging injuries for injuries. He can dodge and block in addition to attacking. Even if the power gap is too big to completely block, as long as it is blocked, some of the damage can be reduced. The damage is about 300, and after blocking and parrying, it is only a little over 200. In the crazy burst state, Chu Cheng has no distractions. In this state, his mind is like a mirror reflecting everything in his mind, as if he suddenly understands how to break the opponent's defense in each move, when to raise his hand to block, and when to give up resisting and evading if he can't resist this sword. Everything is clear as if it is divine help. In the eyes of Yao Ning and others, Chu Cheng's fighting skills have also made great progress when the boss exploded, and he actually resisted the boss's explosion head-on. Do all the legendary top masters fight like this? Yao Ning said excitedly. Do you remember Zhao Wuji from the Tower of Stars? It is said that he is such a super master who can fight big bosses alone. Feng Lingxing was surprised. Can he compare with Zhao Wuji? Yao Ning shook his head, then nodded. Not yet, but there is potential. Too awesome. The violent fighter Wang Jing was eager to try with his weapon in hand. It makes my blood boil. Yao Ning waved his hand quickly. Don't go up. It will disrupt his rhythm. Hee, I dare not. This boss is in a violent state now. I will definitely die if I go up at this speed. Several people expressed their shock and sighs one after another. Fang Shi stood aside, her delicate face full of smiles, her beautiful eyes full of color, and she was very satisfied with her choice. Time lock. Chu Cheng started the 8th second of the solid counterattack, and the 4th time the time lock was triggered. In an instant, a terrifying damage of up to 27,000 broke out. When the power of time disappeared, a puff of black smoke gushed out from the fixed black warrior armor, and it turned into scattered armor and fell down. The stream of light gathered and condensed into a purple treasure chest. Chu Cheng picked up the treasure chest and opened the panel immediately. 4 prompts appeared in front of him. He directly skipped the previous kill prompt and the 5 attribute points and 5 skill points reward, and his eyes fell on the latter prompt. Your one-handed sword weapon skill gains 1 weapon experience, and the weapon skill is upgraded to master level. Your 2-weapon combat skill gains 1 weapon experience, and the skill is upgraded to master level. Sure enough. During the battle, he expected that his skills would be upgraded. Chapter 147. After checking the panel, several teammates gathered around him and praised him as soon as they saw him. Brother Chu Cheng, you are so awesome. You are at level 29, and you can cross a major realm to fight a big boss with a terrifying template and kill it alone. It's awesome. Yeah, you are no longer on the same level as us. Chu Cheng smiled and waved his hands. Exaggerated? What do you mean you are not on the same level? Aren't they the same? Yao Ning shook his head and said, this is not an exaggeration, it's true. We are still at the level of stacking attributes and equipment to fight the boss, and you have entered the level of relying on skills to single-handedly kill the boss. This is the level that only masters can reach. I am optimistic about you. There is hope for you to become a legend in the future. Legend is an exaggeration. It's a once-in-a-lifetime series. It's very likely. Chu Cheng smiled and took out the trophy treasure chest and said, these are uncertain. Let's open the treasure chest first to see if there are any good things. As he opened the treasure chest, a purple light burst out. He took a look and saw that there were only 3 things in it. A black 2-handed sword, a rare soul gem, and 10 soul essences. Black warrior sword, epic/light purple, equipment type, 2-handed sword. Equipment requirements, 125 constitution, 120 strength. Basic attack, 325/275 pierce. Additional attributes, 20 constitution. Additional attributes, 20 strength. Additional characteristics, 15 armor penetration. Skills/active, death/charge for 1 second, cause physical damage equal to the maximum attack plus strength *5 to the target. If the strength is higher than the target's constitution, it will definitely trigger a critical hit, and the cooldown time is 2 minutes. Evaluation. The weapon of the Black Warrior contains a trace of death power. Chu Cheng posted the attributes and said in a deep voice, a 2-handed weapon, the starting price is 150 gold, I will bid 150 gold first. Yan Ning immediately bid, 160 gold. Wang Jing did not bid, the weapon he had was not bad. 170 gold. 180 gold. Chu Cheng hesitated for a moment and said, 220 gold, higher. Yan Ning bid again, 230 gold. P. Light purple, although it is a weapon, this price is indeed not bad. Then the red soul gem was sold for 5 gold, and 10 soul essences for 2 gold. After counting, Chu Cheng thought for a moment and said, a total of 237 gold was sold. I killed the boss alone, so it's okay for me to take half, right? Several people laughed, and Yan Ning said, it's less. According to the default rules, you only need to give us 10 gold each in this case, and the rest is all yours. There is such a rule? Feng Lingxing smiled and said, you can ask your senior sister Fang Shi and you will know. He looked over and Fangshi nodded, yes. You killed the boss alone, but everyone helped to clean up the surrounding monsters and didn't interfere. You just roamed the battlefield. You can take 10 gold as hard work fee. Oh, okay then. He was also very willing to follow the advice, and was not polite. He would not be like the protagonist in some novels, who killed the boss alone and had to share the income with his teammates. The spoils can be auctioned. Since they are in a team, this is the rule. But he can take the absolute majority of the auction income, and he deserves it. 5 people each get 10 gold, and the remaining 187 gold is for himself. Fangshi also got 10 gold. Although they were officially in a team and could share finances, he was now in a team with others. Even if the money belonged to him later, he still had to make clear the accounts. In addition, he still owed Fangshi 400 gold. The 400 gold he used to buy the death mark was all borrowed from her. He had to pay her back after leaving the dungeon. After dividing the gold, the team continued to set off, wandering around the wasteland between the City of Calamity and the Death Fortress. This area was full of undead, elite monsters and bosses, but it was extremely rare to reach level 40 or above and be a horror template. Except for the Black Knight he encountered that day, he didn't encounter it in the following days. They were all small bosses of more than 30 levels, or elite monsters of more than 40 levels. Whenever he encountered such monsters, Chu Cheng would fight alone. However, in order to prevent Feng Lingxing and others from having any opinions, they agreed in advance that no matter whether he killed the bosses alone or not, the spoils would be divided equally. After all, they could kill these small and medium bosses alone, and letting him pick them all was equivalent to eating alone, which would make anyone unhappy. He can even fight the big boss of the horror template alone, not to mention these small and medium bosses. He doesn't even need potions and buffs, and he can defeat them all with one sword. The master level one-handed sword and 2-weapon combat skills have made his combat skills qualitatively improved. Even if the attributes have not changed, the strength has changed qualitatively. All weapon skills below the expert level are at the same level, and the gap is not big. Above the expert level, there is another world, called the master level. And above the expert level, there is a level of hurdle, a level of realm. Expert level, master level, grandmaster level, god level, each level is stronger than the previous one. The weapon skills reach the master level, which is considered to be superb. The attack blocked by the parry can reduce 30% of the damage. Generally, below the extraordinary level, non-lord, non-law system, non-behemoth system, non-myth system boss is difficult for him to fight. If you go one step further and reach the grandmaster weapon skill, you will reach the pinnacle. At this point, parrying and blocking can not only reduce 50% of the damage, but also take effect on various spells. The attack has the power to break the spell. One sword can split the fireball without exploding, and one sword can block lightning and thrust with the sword body, etc., which is extremely exaggerated. In addition, the Grandmaster swordsmanship can also unload the force, which is also 50%. It literally means that if the enemy's strength is 100, you only need 50 strength to block it, which is most suitable for dealing with super strong opponents. Note that all the above premises are to block and parry the enemy's attack. If it is not blocked, the damage will be the same. To achieve high parrying and blocking, you must be highly agile to have enough speed and reaction to parry and block. It is useless to just react consciously. It should be noted that the benefits of Master or Grandmaster weapon skills are not limited to these. These are just the manifestations in the data. There are many combat skills outside the data. The exquisite swordsmanship can easily break the opponent's defense and penetrate the target. These are not shown in the data, but they always exist. The next level of Grandmaster one-handed sword skills. Chu Qingxin has a feeling that even if he has been using a one-handed sword weapon, he needs to upgrade it. 1 year is enough? The sense in the dark knows that if you can maintain high-quality combat, it will only take about a year to upgrade to the Grandmaster level. But if you can't maintain high-quality combat, it may take 2 or 3 years to reach that level. The magical effect of the golden finger gave him a guarantee. So, how did those real weapon masters train? Others can't use cheats to quickly improve weapon skills like him. It's so difficult to upgrade one weapon skill, and more than 10 or 20 weapon skills are all upgraded. That's too genius. He shook his head, and casually split a ghost that was rushing in the face into 2 halves with a sword, turning into 2 streams of smoke and dissipating. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly received a new message. He opened it, and it was from Lei Ming. Come to the east quickly, the cursed night is here. There was also a coordinate attached below. Chapter 148. East of the Plague Land, a ruined town destroyed by the Scourge. The coordinates were 70 to 80 kilometers away from Chu Cheng, but after receiving Lei Ming's message, Chu Cheng had reunited with them in just 5 minutes. After getting the exact coordinates, She could use teleportation to open a portal directly to the coordinate location, and go through the portal to the coordinate location, which was only about 100 meters away from an abandoned warehouse where Lei Ming's team was located. The role of the wizard is here. As long as there are exact coordinates, you can teleport to the target location. The farther the distance, the greater the error. And it is limited to teleporting in the current realm, and cannot be teleported to other realms. After meeting Lei Ming, Chu Cheng asked, "Where is the cursed knight?" Lei Ming pointed to the town ruins not far away and said, "The cursed knight is in the town. But now other teams are eyeing it, we have to queue up." Queue up? Yes, they found it earlier than me. According to the default rules, they went first, and it is our turn to take over unless they are not interested or cannot beat them. Of course, we can buy the ownership at a high price. Chu Cheng looked at the town ruins and asked, "Aren't they selling it?" "No. There are more than 30 of them, and they want to do it themselves." Chu Cheng was surprised and said, "More than 30? Aren't you afraid that they will kill the cursed knight?" Lei Ming shook his head and said, "I am afraid, but what can I do if they don't let me? But it's not a big problem, they will most likely fail. The extraordinary Lord Boss is not so easy to kill. When they fail, they will naturally give up." "Oh! Since he said so, what else can I say? Just wait." Besides, Zhang Chaoxing's team had not yet joined up, and they couldn't do anything without all the people. Their team had no magic system, so they could only walk over. Fortunately, they were not far away, and could arrive in about half a day. Chu Cheng stood on the top of the broken windmill, outside the warehouse, and looked at the town. The ruined town was shrouded in a layer of gray fog, and couldn't see inside clearly, but the town was very quiet, and didn't look like there was a battle. At this time, Lei Ming also jumped up and asked, "Have you reached the master level in weapon skills?" "How do you know?" "Yao Ning and the others are bragging, I heard it." Lei Ming raised his thumb and praised, "Yes. High-level weapon skills are one of the core conditions for becoming a strong man. Now it has been upgraded to the master level. You are very talented in this area. It is estimated that it will take no more than a few years to upgrade to the Grandmaster level. By the way, how are your other weapon skills? I personally suggest that you also upgrade your two-handed sword weapon skills, and then learn a long-range weapon. Choose one between a bow and a javelin." Chu Cheng nodded and said, "I have this idea." He would not say that he was going to upgrade all his weapon skills to the master level, and get the title of a weapon master. That was too exaggerated. No one dared to believe it. "Huh? They are fighting." Lei Ming pointed in the direction of the town, and could see two groups of magic lights flashing in succession in the town shrouded in fog, and faint sounds were heard. The two looked at each other and said, "Let's go take a look." "Okay." The two jumped down and rushed to the town quickly. The undead near the town had been cleared out by the team in the town. The two did not hide their bodies, and entered the town. They passed through a pile of building ruins, and soon saw a group of people in the central square of the town besieging a team of undead knights. In the middle was a tall knight also riding a nightmare warhorse, covered in bone armor, and riding a bone warhorse. Cursed Knight Ogman, Lord 4 Knights of the Scourge, level 50, 980,000 HP. Only half the HP of the Plague Knight? As soon as the two approached a certain distance, a chill came over them, and Chu Cheng saw a prompt on his panel. "You are affected by the curse aura of the Scourge Knight, curse, and you receive 75 points of negative energy damage per second. Your talent absorbs 75 points of negative energy damage, and you receive 0 points of negative energy damage per second. You are affected by the curse aura of the Scourge Knight, curse, your attack power is reduced by 50, your defense power is reduced by 10, and your magic resistance is reduced by 10%. You are affected by the curse aura of the Scourge Knight, curse, your attack power is reduced by 50, your defense power is reduced by 10, and your magic resistance is reduced by 10%. As curse aura, randomly gain curse influence, fortitude saving throw. Fortitude saving throw failed, the damage you take deepens the curse effect, all damage you take is increased by 20%, lasting 1 minute. Chu Cheng said in great surprise, "This cursed knight's aura is quite powerful." Lei Ming nodded, "Yes, although the lethality of the cursed knight's aura is not as good as that of the Plague Knight, it is more disgusting. Then step back a little to avoid being frightened." "Okay." In the town square, the battle entered a white-hot state at the beginning. There were 34 people in total, 5 tanks, divided into 5 teams. 2 teams each pulled a Death Knight leader, one team pulled an ordinary Death Knight, and 2 tanks took turns to tank the Cursed Knight. Their tactics were the same as Chu Chung and his team's previous fight against the Plague Knight. They first concentrated their firepower to kill the ordinary Death Knight first. The team of 34 people had 5 magic systems, and more than a dozen long-range shooters. The output was very fierce when they gathered together. Various AoE spells mixed with some obviously heroic spells bombarded back and forth, and the group of Death Knights was killed in less than 10 seconds. Then the team began to focus on one of the horror template Death Knight leaders. Under the powerful firepower bombardment, the boss's health dropped rapidly. Just as it was about to be killed, an accident happened on the other side of the Cursed Knight. People were cursed with fear and confusion in succession. The Cursed Knight is half knight and half magic system, and can cast various curses. Under the effect of the curse aura, everyone will be attached with a curse effect every 15 seconds. Depending on the type of curse, toughness exemption or will exemption is not affected. If toughness or will exemption fails, a random curse will be attached. Several tanks are extremely tough and can forcibly exempt some curses, but some curses related to will cannot be exempted and can only be dispelled by teammates. In addition, there are many agile and strength professionals in the team whose toughness and will are not high, and it is impossible to exempt them all. Some curses can be dispelled by purification potions or dispel spells after being hit, but some curses cannot be dispelled, such as the fear curse. People are frightened and cannot take medicine or cast spells, so they can only rely on themselves. The frenzy curse can make them forget their relatives and fight each other regardless of enemies. But the biggest threat to them is the insanity curse. If they are hit by this curse, they will be controlled by the Cursed Knight and attack their teammates in turn. This team is quite familiar with the Cursed Knight and has done their homework in advance. It is just a fear curse. At most, they will run around. The undead in the town have been cleared out, and they are not afraid of attracting other monsters. But if the insanity curse is not quickly removed, it will be very uncomfortable if the Cursed Knight turns the gun around and bombards you with hero skills under the control of the Cursed Knight. The hero professionals controlled by the Cursed Knight will not be reluctant to use hero mana and hero skills like them. If you purify and remove it later, your limited hero mana will be consumed in a few waves, which will make you uncomfortable. P.S. The previous article has been modified. The Master's parry and block damage reduction has been changed from 20% to 30%, and the Grandmaster has been changed from 30% to 50%. The force unloading is the same as above. Chapter 149. Seeing this, Chu Chung suddenly thought of something and said to Lei Ming seriously, "By the way, if they can't beat us later, and it's our turn, do you have any way to give me a buff or item that can resist the confusion curse?" Lei Ming frowned and said, "I have something, but there are only 2 pieces. I'm going to use them for myself and Zhang Chaosheng." Chu Chung immediately said, "Use them for me. I can't be controlled, otherwise people will definitely die. You should have seen that my hero profession is very high, and my hero skills are very powerful. If I am controlled, I can kill any of you in one set with 100% certainty." Lei Ming looked a little unconvinced, and said, "There are laws protecting the Adventures. All damage must be reduced by 50% before calculating defense and magic resistance." Chu Chung said seriously, "I know this. What I mean is that after reducing the damage by 50%, it will definitely kill people in 1 second, and ignore the profession, including you." Lei Ming opened his mouth slightly, nodded with a serious face. "Okay, I give you one." While they were talking, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. Many people were cursed with fear and confusion in succession. Although the team was a little chaotic, the team was well prepared and dispersed them one by one. But their luck was a little bad. Not only did people continue to be affected by fear, frenzy, and confusion, but the Cursed Knight himself also saw that the confusion curse was useful and took the initiative to cast the curse. The difficulty of immunity from the curse actively cast by this boss is much higher than the curse bestowed by the curse aura. Although they reacted quickly to dispel it, they failed. The one who was controlled was a melee profession, who stomped hard in the crowd and stunned several teammates around him, including the main tank and the off-tank. The Cursed Knight raised his horse high and smashed it down. A circle of death aura exploded and knocked back the people around him. He put down his spear and prepared to charge. At this time, only 5 tanks in the team could spare their hands, but his charge skill had been used. When he ran over, the Cursed Knight had already launched a charge. With one shot, a melee profession rushed out more than 10 meters, pierced his chest and lifted him up, and threw him away, killing him instantly with a volley. At this time, the tank had rushed over and taunted the Cursed Knight. At this time, the one who was stunned had woken up. One of the two tanks dealt with the cursed knight, and the other used a shield to knock out the teammate who was controlled by the confusion, and shouted to his teammates to disperse. But at this moment, another long-range female shooter was controlled by the frenzy. She raised her hand, and a wave of heroic skill arrows fell on the spot. A thunderbolt and an arrow knocked out the mage next to her. She took out a thick magic arrow burning with fire and drew the bow, aiming at the stunned mage. Hurry up and control him. An agile melee fighter flashed over and hit the archer's head with the handle, knocking him unconscious and interrupting his charge. Then he screamed and fled madly in another direction. He was suddenly terrified. At this time, no less than 10 of the remaining 33 people were either terrified or attacked indiscriminately by the frenzy. There were also several people controlled by the confusion and set fires nearby. The situation suddenly became extremely chaotic. This cursed knight is much more disgusting than the plague knight. It is quite disgusting. Lei Ming's expression was solemn. The ability of the cursed knight made him feel great pressure. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise attracted their attention, and they saw that someone was controlled by the confusion curse again. A thunderstrike blew the teammate next to him crooked, and then 2 consecutive hero skills burst out, directly knocking away a long-range archer who was not in a good state. The cursed knight stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the power of death gathered into a gun and threw it fiercely. The gun pierced through the air, causing a huge damage and killing people on the spot. Then, the team collapsed on the spot, and they quickly turned around and ran away. For a joint team like theirs, which consists of multiple teams or individual players, the death of 1 or 2 people will definitely make people feel uneasy. If they were about to win, it would be fine. The problem now is that there is a high probability that they will not be able to win. Who will persist? Who knows if it will be their turn next? The huge team immediately fell apart and fled from all directions. At this time, those who were controlled by fear and confusion were in bad luck. Those who were controlled by fear ran around aimlessly, and those who were controlled by confusion were chased and killed by the cursed knight under the command of the cursed knight. Some of them woke up and fled after being attacked, while others still did not wake up. After a round of siege, they were GG on the spot. Soon there was no one in the center of the town. There were 4 corpses, and 3 descenders controlled by confusion. Originally, 6 people died. 2 of them were rescued by their teammates. The other 4 were too close to the cursed knight to be rescued in time. At this time, the cursed knight walked to the corpse, and inserted the bone spear in his hand into the corpse. After a low spell, the power of death penetrated into the corpse. Some corpses shook for a while, and slowly crawled up. Chu Chung could see clearly that they were transformed into cursed defeated zombies by the cursed knight. At the same time, there was a 1-hour countdown above their heads. If they were purified by the extraordinary advanced purification technique within an hour, they could be resurrected again. If they were purified within an hour, they would be completely dead and could not be resurrected, even with the true realm stone. Chu Chung and Lei Ming looked at each other and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to save them?" Lei Ming said with a tangled expression, "We are not ready yet. Zhang Chaoxing's team has not arrived yet." But 7 lives. Both of them were very tangled. If they hadn't seen it, they would have died completely right under their noses. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Chung suddenly said, "Let's not wait for Zhang Chaoxing. Let's start in advance." Without waiting for Lei Ming to speak, he continued, "This cursed knight is half melee and half magic. His physical strength and melee skills are not as good as the plague knight. My strength is much stronger than when I dealt with the plague knight. The biggest shortcoming is my will. If I make up for this shortcoming, and you use items to suppress its attributes by 50%, I have the confidence to block it head-on. When the time comes, you can rescue people and provide support from the side." Lei Ming was a little surprised. "You want to fight alone?" "Yes, I want to fight alone." "This is a Lord-level boss?" Chu Chung smiled. "So what? He is not a pure melee fighter, he has only half-hearted melee ability. After his attributes are suppressed by 50%, and then his curse ability is removed, his real melee force is probably not as strong as the 2 Death Knight Lords under his command." Chu Chung was not impulsive, he had thought it over carefully. This cursed knight is not good at melee combat, far worse than the Plague Knight. When the Plague Knight did not suppress 50% of its attributes, non-tanks would be killed in 1 round of charge, and 2 normal attacks. This cursed knight charged and hit, and then flew away, and then shot in the air to kill, so the attack power was much worse. The melee level is estimated to be between expert and master. He has the advantage of skills. Multiple life-saving skills plus potions can offset the boss's certain health advantage. This, Lei Ming still doesn't quite believe it. I only have those 2 items in my hand, and my items can only be used once for each Scourge Knight. If I fail, I won't be able to suppress the Cursed Knight next time. I can only face a Transcendent Lord boss head-on. I'm afraid I can't beat it. Trust me. Chu Cheng's tone was very firm. After all, I'm the one who's going to fight alone. Lei Ming. Chapter 150. Lei Ming finally agreed to his proposal. The key factor in convincing him was not him, but Fang Shi. Fang Shi's talent, Arcane Supreme LV2, can increase all spells by 50%, which means that her magic removal effect is enhanced by 50%, and can remove the fear and confusion curse cast by the Cursed Knight himself. The biggest problem of the previous team's collapse was that the fear and confusion cast by the Cursed Knight himself was difficult to remove. Purification potions and purification can only remove the fear and confusion caused by the curse aura, but not the curse cast by the Cursed Knight himself. When more than 10 people in the team are feared and controlled, there is no point in beating them. The 2 quickly summoned teammates who were resting in the warehouse through the channel, and then told him the plan one by one. Although everyone was shocked, they surprisingly agreed to the plan. Chu Cheng guessed that it was probably because Feng Lingxing and others introduced his record to everyone during the break and chat just now, which gave everyone a lot of confidence. Plus now there are 11 people. If we can revive the 4 dead people and purify the confusion curse on the 3 people under the control of confusion, we can have 7 more people. After making a decision, the team immediately began to prepare. Lei Ming first took out a one-time sacred protection scroll, which can be used to immunize most negative states below the legendary level, including curses, for a full 5 minutes. Lei Ming spent hundreds of gold to buy it. This is Lei Ming's personal expenditure for killing the Scourge Knight, not the team's expenditure, and there is no need to deduct money from the harvest afterwards. In addition, Lei Ming also collected several buff scrolls and potions, adding attack, defense, acceleration and attributes, plus group acceleration and group bull power. The attributes are maxed out. At the same time, 6 advanced purification scrolls and more than a dozen ordinary purification scrolls were collected from the team and given to Fang Shi. Her talent can enhance the spell effect by 50%. Ordinary purification can be used as advanced purification, and the effect of advanced purification is further improved. Her next task is only one, which is to remove the curse for everyone. Only confusion and fear need to be removed, and other curses don't need to be taken care of. All preparations are completed, tactics are arranged properly, and Chu Cheng quickly takes various potions. Holy Protection, super immune to super and below negative states, lasting 5 minutes. Group Bull Power LV5, Strength plus 75, lasting 15 minutes. PS, it has been modified like Group Acceleration. Originally it was a percentage bonus. Group Acceleration LV5, Speed plus 75, lasting 15 minutes. Hero Courage Blessing, Advanced Attack Power plus 200, lasting 15 minutes. Hero Defense Blessing, Advanced Physical Defense plus 10, lasting 15 minutes. Hero Speed Blessing, Advanced Movement Speed plus 100, Jump Distance plus 100%, lasting 15 minutes. Strong Defense Potion, Defense plus 10, lasts for 30 minutes. Strong Magic Blood Potion, add 30 points of life regeneration, lasts for 30 minutes. Advanced Blood Sucking Potion, add 5% physical blood sucking, lasts for 30 minutes. After taking a series of potions, Attack plus 100, Strength plus 80, Defense plus 20, Speed plus 235, plus 5% blood sucking, plus 30 life regeneration. This series of scrolls and potions are worth at least 200 gold. The value of the sacred protection accounts for most of it. The scroll potion is strong, but the consumption is really high. The key is that it is disposable, so it is not willing to be used in non-critical battles. At least Lei Ming had used the heroic defense blessing and a bottle of speed potion when he surrounded and killed the Plague Knight. The heroic speed blessing scroll was more expensive, so he didn't want to use it. I'm ready. Chu Cheng drew out his 2 swords and made 2 sword flowers, bent down to charge, and a second later, a figure wrapped in lightning soared into the sky and fell to the center of the town. The cursed knight who was transforming the corpse looked up, pulled out the bone spear, and stabbed it on the ground, and the curse aura exploded. He pointed the gun, and 3 adventures controlled by confusion rushed towards him. One of the female archers took out a magic arrow, and put it on the bow to start charging. At this moment, Lei Ming also jumped over, raised the legendary sword to cast a spell, and an invisible light hit the cursed knight, and his breath dropped rapidly. Cursed Knight Othman, Lord 4 Knights of Natural Disaster, level 50, 490,000 HP, sealed, all attributes decreased by 50%. Chu Cheng raised his hand to give a space mark, and then violently charged and collided head-on with the cursed knight. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two were evenly matched. Chu Cheng was surprised at first, then his eyes lit up. The group's wild bull power increased his strength by 75 points. His strength was now as high as 315 points, which was not inferior to the cursed knight. That's easy. He rushed up without hesitation, twisted his body to avoid the bone spear, and stabbed the cursed knight closely. An inch longer, an inch stronger. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. The long spear has great lethality at a distance, but once it is close to the body, it is not as useful as a one-handed weapon. At this time, Chu Cheng's strength is not inferior to the cursed knight, his speed and fighting skills are better than it, and he has the upper hand in a head-on fight. Even without activating the damage reduction skill, he could fight head-on without losing. After being slashed by him for more than 10 times, he was unable to fight back. The cursed knight decisively burst out the power of death to blast him away, and pointed a gray gas to explode above his head, but a flash of golden light on his body made him immune to the curse. The curse was invalid, so he could only continue to fight with martial arts and combat skills. Chu Cheng relied on his faster speed and agility to get close to the cursed knight again at the cost of being shot and killed crazily. Behind him, Fang Shi first used the magic removal and purification scroll to quickly remove the curse from the 3 descenders, who were controlled by confusion. Then he took out the advanced purification scroll to purify the necromancy effects on the 2 defeated zombies that were transformed, and then took out the advanced resurrection scroll to resurrect them. The 7 people who were resurrected and deconfused quickly figured out the situation and thanked him profusely. Their next task was simple, staying outside the battlefield to assist, and occasionally using control combat skills or spells to control the cursed knight for 1 or 2 seconds to create opportunities for Chu Cheng. Fang Shi was protected in the center, holding a scroll. If he saw someone being confused by fear or frenzy, he would use magic or scrolls to remove magic. The most powerful thing about the cursed knight is the mini curses. Its personal combat ability is the lowest among the 4 knights of the Scourge, but with various curses, and the control of subordinates and death knights under its command, as long as there is no countermeasure, the number of controlled units will increase, and the number of enemies will decrease. The situation can be easily reversed. The team of more than 30 people in front besieged the cursed knight. In less than a minute, the team was torn apart and 1/3 lost combat power. If they persisted longer, most of the members would become the helpers of the cursed knight. But this trick is useless here. Fang Shi can easily remove all curses with the bonus of the Supreme Arcane Talent. When the cursed knight's most powerful curse power cannot be exerted, and its own personal combat power cannot beat it, the ending is doomed. A group of people surrounded and beat him violently, and soon the cursed knight's blood volume was exhausted, and he was beaten to a near-death state in just about a minute. Then a time travel in place immobilized the cursed knight, and all the members of the team burst out simultaneously to kill him directly. Chapter 151. Brother, you are awesome. You really challenged the Scourge Knight alone. Several melee fighters came over, smacked their lips, and gave him a thumbs up while surrounding the Scourge Knight's corpse. Chu Cheng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "This cursed knight's melee ability is not strong. After all attributes are reduced by 50%, his strength is not as high as that of the Death Knight leader. His strongest curse ability is not effective. Except for his high HP, his threat is far less than that of the Plague Knight." This sentence was absolutely sincere. He was not complacent at all for killing a transcendental boss alone. He knew that if all attributes of the Cursed Knight had not been reduced by 50%, he would not have been able to defeat the Scourge Knight. Not to mention other things, the complete Cursed Knight was twice as strong as him, and his agility was also higher than his. His attributes were too strong, so it was not so easy to parry and block, and the probability of parrying and blocking would be greatly reduced. At this time, he must have enough basic attributes to bear it. In the complete state, he could not bear it for too long. His own HP plus the potion plus the 15 seconds of opening, the solidity can only last for about 30 seconds at most. During this time, his maximum burst is about 100,000, which is still a long way from killing a super-level boss with a HP of more than 1 million. But in other words, with his burst, he can really kill those bosses with HP of 100,000 or 200,000 without the support of many teammates. But it is indeed not enough for super-level bosses above level 50. The basic attributes are obviously far behind. If you want to fight alone, you have to last at least 1 minute, not to mention other things, and the burst must be increased a lot. Chu Chung estimated that if he wanted to kill a cursed knight without being suppressed by 50% and in full condition, his strength would have to be between 350 and 400, and his agility between 250 and 300. If he wanted to kill a plague knight in full, the requirements would be higher. The plague knight's strength, agility, and melee skills were higher than those of the cursed knight. He would need at least 450 strength and 300 agility to block the opponent's attack head-on. Of course, the above are the attributes for a single fight. If there is a strong teammate to support him, the requirements will naturally be lower. It's not a big problem. I just arrived. After a certain period of time, I can accumulate enough attributes to fight alone. Chu Chung collected his thoughts, opened the panel with a thought, and looked at the prompt panel with excitement. It showed, kill the extraordinary level Scourge Knight, curse, across levels, gain 144581 killing experience, and your level is raised to level 30. Kill the extraordinary level Scourge Knight, curse, depending on the overall performance, you will gain 8 free attribute points and 8 skill points. Finally, level 30. There is a prompt below the panel, and you can choose to advance now. Chu Chung considered that there would be a rank attribute adjustment after the advancement, so it was not convenient now, and he would talk about it later. He looked up and saw that Lei Ming had put away the treasure chest, but did not open it, because the few people who were rescued by them before were thanking them one by one. He put his hands together, and thanked them very sincerely. After thanking everyone one by one, he finally came to Chu Chung and bowed to him sincerely. Brother Chu Chung, let's add each other as friends first. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Chu Chung helped them up and said, we just happened to come here. How could we not help you when we saw you were in trouble? I helped you today. Next time I'm in trouble, you will help me. Their favors are not very useful, but they are not completely useless. If they are accumulated, they will come in handy. And they not only thanked verbally, but also in kind. In addition to the money paid for the resurrection scrolls that saved them, each person gave an extra 100 gold thank you fee, 700 gold for 7 people. This money was divided equally among the 11 people in their team. Because everyone contributed, the resurrection scrolls were paid by them, and Chu Chung and Fong Chi did not have any extra resurrection scrolls. It is worth mentioning that this 100 gold thank you fee is fixed, but it is not a default rule, but a mandatory value stipulated by the Star Tower, which is a reward for rescuers. The reason why the tower made such a rule is mainly to avoid raising prices. After all, some people have more money, and some people are poor, and don't have that much money. If there is no regulation, the rich will give more, which will lead to everyone's appetite being expanded, thus greatly increasing the life-saving fee, resulting in the fact that those with less wealth cannot be rescued. Fixed prices will not cause so many problems, and everyone is the same. However, money is one thing, and saving people can also get favors from the rescued people, which is also a hidden benefit. After dealing with these, Lei Ming gathered everyone to open the spoils of the cursed knight, and said loudly, there is only one spoils chest for the cursed knight, and there are 3 spoils in it, a hero's skill damage deepening curse, a cursed magic book, and a purple soul gem. Soul gems are 15 gold each, bid for them. The starting price for the damage deepening curse skill is 30 gold, bid for them. After saying this, he paused and did not continue to bid for the 3rd trophy. Soul gems are easy to sell. The learning requirements for damage deepening curse are much lower than Plague Aura, and it is also very popular. Lei Ming's team took it on the spot. After selling these 2 items, Lei Ming took out the 3rd item and said with a smile, this is a good thing, a cursed magic book, a magic secondary equipment. Cursed magic book, epic/dark purple, equipment type, secondary/magic book. Equipment requirements, intelligence 200, spirit 200. Additional attributes, intelligence plus 20. Additional attributes, spirit plus 20. Additional characteristics, curse power, all undead and negative energy spells increase spell damage by 200. Skill/active, curse collection, including damage aggravation curse LV5, attack weakening curse LV5, fear curse LV5, confusion curse LV5, blindness curse LV5, frenzy curse LV5, plague curse LV5. Tips. The magic book is 10 out of 10 curse power. Each curse consumes 1 curse power, and the curse power is automatically restored every day. Tips. Curse power entangles. Each time you use a cursed magic book, you need to accept a double immunity test of toughness and will. If the test fails, you will gain 1 point of curse power erosion. When 100 points of curse power erosion are accumulated, The cursed power will backfire and transform the holder of the magic book into an undead creature. Evaluation: a magic book containing the power of death, which records many evil curse spells. This is a very top quality offhand equipment. It can be said that all the essence of this boss is gathered here. Lei Ming's eyes fell on Chu Cheng and said, the starting price is 300 gold, and each bid should not be less than 10 gold. I will offer 500 gold first. Chu Cheng thought about something and twitched his mouth. He turned back to look at Senior Fangxi. Do you want it? She hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. Yes. Chu Cheng turned back and said, 510 gold. After saying that, Lei Ming couldn't help laughing, and the others also thought of something and laughed as well. It was obvious that he did it on purpose, just like Zhang Chaosheng had bid the Calamity Rune directly to 1,000 gold before. Chapter 152. The total income of the Cursed Knight is 555 gold. At this point, Lei Ming paused and said, the fighting method this time is different. Chu Cheng played a key role. The previous distribution method is not appropriate. I propose to give Chu Cheng, who played a key role, an additional subsidy of 100 gold, and Fangxi an additional subsidy of 50 gold. What do you think? Everyone nodded immediately. No problem. Seeing that everyone was sure, Lei Ming continued. The remaining 415 gold is divided equally among 11 people, 37 gold and 72 silver per person. In addition, there are 700 gold to be divided equally among 11 people, 63 gold and 63 silver per person, and altogether each person can get 101 gold and 35 silver. Let's divide the gold. Lei Ming traded with everyone one by one, and soon it was Chu Cheng's turn, and a total of 201 gold and 35 silver were divided. Fangxi got less than him, 151 gold and 35 silver. The 7 people they rescued did not get any gold, although they helped in dealing with the Cursed Knight. After dividing the gold, Chu Cheng paid back the 400 gold he had borrowed from Fangxi. He now had 327 gold left, and Fangxi had 510 gold. In addition, he had accumulated 32 free attribute points and 34 skill points. Fangxi also accumulated an additional 18 free attribute points and 22 skill points, which was much less than him. After dividing the gold, everyone was happy. As for Zhang Chaosheng's team, which had not arrived yet, there was nothing they could do. And they didn't need to come now, because Lei Ming's goal had been achieved, and the souls of the 4 Scourge Knights had been gathered, so they had to rush back to forge swords. As soon as they left, the team naturally disbanded. Chu Cheng considered that there was only one place in this dungeon that could be attacked, the City of Natural Disasters, and he didn't know how long it would take to gather a large team, and even if a large team was gathered, it might not be possible to conquer it. There was no point in staying in this dungeon. He discussed with Fangxi and decided to return immediately. After making the decision, he immediately explained it to Feng Lingxing, Yang Ning and others. The few people didn't say anything, but just added each other as friends and said goodbye. After a short wait, the space in front of them began to change, and the two appeared on the teleportation platform again. Back at their residence, the two counted the supplies on their bodies. The most were soul fragments, soul essence, and dead soul essence. He gave them all to Fangxi and asked her to deal with them. She kept what she could use for herself and sold what she couldn't use. By the way, you can now consider preparing your professional skills. Chu Cheng reminded, you can take a look at the trading platform when you have nothing to do. If you find a suitable skill or spell, you can buy it first. He shook his head and sighed with some regret. It's a pity that you are already level 30 and can't change your profession. Otherwise, you can change to a higher level or even legendary hero profession. As soon as he finished speaking, Fangxi's eyes showed surprise and said, I can change my profession. Chu Cheng asked in confusion, isn't it true that after level 30, the water of the sticks can only be used to wash attributes and skills? It seems that you can't wash your profession. The water of the sticks cannot be used, but the essence crystal of the sticks can be used. She explained, the essence crystal of the sticks is a legendary gem, extremely rare, and can be used to wash points. As long as you haven't been promoted to a legend, you can wash it. There is also this thing? Chu Cheng was extremely surprised. What is the price of this stick's essence crystal? The market price is about 500 gold. Well, you can save money first and buy it when you find a suitable upper-level hero professional inheritance. Yes. After Fangxi returned to his villa, Chu Cheng had time to check himself and prepare for promotion. He opened the panel, and his eyes fell on the level column. A promotion mark appeared behind it. With a touch of his finger, the promotion mark turned into light and melted, and then the panel began to burn with flames. Chu Cheng immediately felt a warm current emerging in his body, getting hotter and hotter. He seemed to notice something and stretched out his hand, and found that there was a faint flame emerging on his body. Attribute adjustment. Every time a professional is promoted, there will be an attribute adjustment. Formal professionals are promoted to elite professionals. Elite professionals are promoted to extraordinary professionals, and extraordinary professionals are promoted to legendary professionals. Every time they are promoted, there will be an attribute adjustment. The higher the level, the greater the adjustment. Among them, formal professionals are promoted to elite professionals when they reach level 30. The adjustment is the simplest, which is physical adjustment and intelligence adjustment. Originally 1 physique equals 10 points of life and 10 points of physical strength, adjusted to 1 point of physique equals 20 points of life and 20 points of physical strength. Originally 1 intelligence equals 10 points of mana, adjusted to 1 point of intelligence equals 20 points of mana. Other attributes remain unchanged. Formal professionals are promoted to elite professionals, which is just a small promotion, and the adjustment is not big. If the elite is promoted to extraordinary professionals, then there will be a big adjustment. After the adjustment, Chu Cheng opened the hero profession template again. At this time, a green plus sign appeared in the hero profession expertise column and the hero skill column. He first checked the hero's specialty column, and a prompt popped up. He was surprised after reading it carefully. Unlike other hero classes, there is no new specialty when you advance to a higher level, but the Eternity specialty is upgraded once. Chu Cheng remembered that it was written in the hero information he had read before that every time a hero class advances to a higher level, a new hero skill can be learned every 10 levels. He thought he could choose a new specialty, but he didn't. Although it was unexpected, he was not disappointed. There was no way to be disappointed. What can you do without a new specialty? Hero's specialty Eternity, immune to any time-related effects. Feature 1. Eternal Reincarnation. The power of time washes itself every 30 seconds, expelling all negative states of itself. Feature 2. Eternal Life. Anchor itself in a specified state, return to the anchored state at the moment of death, and can be resurrected at a specified location, with a cooldown of 1 month. Feature 3. Past and Future. When the power of time flows through oneself, one can call upon phantoms of the past and future to attack the opponent. The phantom is in an invincible state, and its attributes and behaviors are synchronized with oneself. Tip: the effect cannot be dispelled, and the priority is law level. The original 2 features have not changed, but a third new feature has appeared later. Chu Cheng carefully checked this feature and quickly understood the meaning of this feature. It is very simple. When one's attack triggers the time lock, or when a new time hero skill locks the opponent in the future, 2 phantoms of oneself will be summoned to attack the opponent at the same time. The phantom is synchronized with oneself, with the same attributes, equipment, and skills. Whatever skill one uses, the phantom will also use the same skill. Well, it is equivalent to 3 times the burst. Very powerful. Chu Cheng was very satisfied with this, and felt that it didn't matter if there was no new expertise. And at level 30, a new hero skill will be obtained. Clicking the plus sign on the hero skill side, 5 unselected hero skills popped up. He took a closer look. 4 of them had appeared before, namely Time Exchange, Time Exile, and Time Sand, and the other 2 were new, namely Time Shock and Time Shelter. Time Shock, awakening release a force of time to impact any target within the visual range, and obtain different effects depending on the target camp. Skill Effect 1. Ally movement speed increased by 100%, attack speed increased by 100%, casting speed increased by 100%, all skills and spells are immediately reset for 15 seconds. Skill Effect 2. Enemy movement speed reduced by 100%, attack speed reduced by 100%, casting speed reduced by 100%, all skills enter a static state and cannot be used, lasting 15 seconds. Skill cooldown time is 5 minutes, consuming 10 time mana. Tip: this skill can be dispelled, priority law level. Chapter 153. Time Shelter, awakening the power of time protects you, and you jump out of time and enter an invincible state. Skill Effect 1. Actively activate the invincible state, which lasts for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes and consumes 30 points of time mana. Tip: in the state of the power of time, you can ignore any environment, travel through any terrain obstacles, and reach any visible location. Skill Effect 2. Passive, there is a 20% chance to promote your own time change, and completely avoid this damage. Tip: this skill cannot be dispelled, and the priority is law level. Good guy. What the hell is this? It must be the time shelter. Invincible. Chu Cheng had expected to get a damage reduction in the level 30 hero skill, but he didn't expect it to be really swiped out, and it far exceeded his expectations, and he got an invincible 1 in one step. And this hero's skill has two effects, one active invincibility, and the other passive dodge. This dodge is an absolute dodge, and he doesn't need to make any moves. He can dodge even if he stands still. He can dodge as long as it is triggered, and he can dodge any attack, including spells and combat skills. Although the probability of 20% is not high, it is not small. When fighting with the boss, dodging once in 5 attacks is also very good. Okay. Chu Cheng was very excited to choose this hero's skill. Even though the time and mana consumption of this hero's skill was so high, he ignored it directly. Invincible, what does it matter if the hero consumes a little more mana? Isn't this normal? After completing the hero's skill selection, this promotion ended. Chu Cheng opened the hero panel, and the new attributes appeared in front of him. Name, Chu Cheng. Race, human. Occupation, Eternal Master, Immortal, level 30. Talent, Space Refraction LV2. Hero's specialties, Eternity, Power of Master. Main attributes, Constitution 70 plus 100 plus 76, 246, Strength 70 plus 100 plus 75, 245, Agility 70 plus 35 plus 58, 159, Perception 70 plus 5, 75, Intelligence 70, Spirit 70. Secondary attributes, 24, Reflex 15, Will 7, Life Regeneration plus 30 per second. Health, 7,380 plus 500 points. Stamina, 7,380 points. Mana, 2,100 points. Melee attack, 482 plus 220 plus 115, 817, chop. Ranged attack, 572, piercing, physical defense, 24% plus 44 points. Magic resistance, 50%. Movement speed, 384. Basic skills, omitted. Hero skills, time travel, awakening, time lock, awakening, time shelter, awakening, professional skills, blade storm LV5, thunder shock LV5, blood god body LV5, violent charge LV1, phase god walk LV1, nether strike LV1, divine power critical hit LV1, hot blooded fighting soul LV1, giant god power. Life profession, advanced fishing, elementary first aid, elementary cooking. Professional, elementary enchantment. After looking at his attribute panel, Chu Cheng was satisfied. The next thing to do is to get more skill points and add a few more powerful skills. After being promoted to an elite professional, the skill slot limit is increased from 10 to 15. If promoted to the extraordinary level, the skill slot will increase to 25. Go ask the instructor. By the way, ask if there is a powerful hero profession suitable for Fangxi. After closing the panel, Chu Cheng opened the communication panel and sent a message to his instructor Yundinga. First, he reported to the instructor that he had been promoted to an elite professional, including his growth and gains in the dungeon, such as his one-handed sword skills upgraded to the master level, and challenged the boss alone, and then asked the teacher when he was free. If you want to get benefits from the instructor, the premise is that you are good enough. Instructors will prefer students with good grades, because cultivating an excellent student will not only make the instructor feel more fulfilled, but also bring certain benefits to the instructor, so any resources in the instructor's hands will be given priority to excellent students. Chu Cheng has no family support, and can only rely on himself for everything. If he wants more high-level resources, he has to cling to the instructor's thigh. Yundinga is in school most of the time. Less than a minute after he sent the message, he received a reply, "Come to my office." Right away. Go out quickly, summon the magic carpet, and fly to the central magician tower of the floating city. 5 minutes later, he appeared outside the tutor's office and saw Jiao Yi leaving. He greeted respectfully and stood aside to wait for Jiao Yi to leave before knocking on the door. "Come in." Pushing the door open, Yundinga was looking at something with a magnifying glass. On the desk was a black and white jade with dense and fine characters, smaller than rice grains. Chu Cheng came in and quickly closed the door, called out teacher, and stood aside without saying anything. Yundinga did not continue to read, put the magnifying glass aside, looked up at Chu Cheng, and nodded. "Not bad, the speed is quite fast." With a wave of his finger, a chair slid over automatically. "Sit." He crossed his slender hands and said, "Your progress is not bad." You are the third person in my class to be promoted to an elite professional. I have roughly looked at your experience in the Plague Land dungeon. Your performance is very good. What do you want to do next? Chu Chung immediately replied, continue to improve your strength, replace a higher level hero profession for your teammates, strive to get the first place in the freshman assessment, win legendary equipment, and then strive for a place in the Star Ascension ceremony. You are quite ambitious. Yundinga smiled slightly and said, with your talent and hero professional status, you are in the top 3 in your grade in terms of potential, but it is hard to say whether you can get a place in the Star Ascension ceremony. You have a huge. The biggest flaw is that there are no top resources, and the top resources are completely absent. In terms of talent, there are several students in this grade who are not much different from you, and there are more than a dozen who are slightly worse. In terms of hero profession, there are only 2 students in the whole grade who can compete with you, but there are more than a dozen legendary hero professions slightly lower than you. According to this calculation, your comprehensive potential is indeed in the top 3. But potential needs to be transformed, and it needs top resources to support and play, which you don't have. Yundinga's voice is very magnetic, and he tells these realities slowly. First, I tell you a bad news. Many of your competitors in the same grade already have a legendary equipment. Chu Chung opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. In addition, many people have already started preparing to forge their own legendary equipment. 2 of your classmates have applied to me a few days ago. Forge your own legendary equipment? Yes. Legendary equipment contains high-level power, and can be forged by yourself. You should know that Laming is forging a legendary weapon when you team up with Laming's team in the Plague Land dungeon. He is forging the blade of the Scourge Knight, and one of the steps requires devouring the souls of the 4 Scourge Knights. The legendary equipment forged by yourself must be a legendary equipment that perfectly matches your own attributes. Chu Chung asked seriously, Teacher, do you know how to forge your own legendary equipment? Chapter 154. There are only 36 legendary embryos in each generation of the school, of which 16 factions each have 2 fixed ones, which removes 32, and the remaining 4 are for the rest to compete. Yundinga looked up at Chu Chung and said, I have a fixed quota, but 2 people have already applied to me for legendary embryos. Although the others are far behind you, they have equal opportunities. Chu Chung nodded and said seriously, please ask the instructor for advice. It's very simple. It depends on potential and actual combat. Potential can be seen through talent and hero professional grade. In a few days, I will notify all freshmen of this year to gather for actual combat. The winner will get the spot in my hand, and the second and third place will have the opportunity to compete for the additional 4 spots. Please arrange it, teacher. I will notify you in a few days. In addition, prepare at least 1,000 gold. Ah? The legendary embryo needs 1,000 gold, and it has been discounted. I don't have that much money now. You can owe it first. Chu Chung hurriedly thanked. Thank you, teacher. Yundinga said lightly, I have this authority, you have potential, and your ability is outstanding, so you have this opportunity. It can be seen that Yundinga is very optimistic about him getting this spot. Chu Chung also thinks so. With his talent plus the immortal hero profession and level, plus the master weapon skills, his strength is definitely the strongest among the 23 people in the same class. He deserves this opportunity. Anything else? After talking about the business, the teacher was ready to order him to leave. Chu Chung thought of Fang Shi's story and said, Teacher, I want to ask, do you know any inheritance of magic hero professions that are more auxiliary? Yundinga glanced at him and asked, Is it Fang Shi? Yes. Yundinga pondered for a moment and said, There is a hero profession that suits her, but the professional inheritance is not in my hands. She needs to complete the inheritance test by herself. Please give me your instructions, Master. Oracle, a legendary hero profession, combines damage and treatment, and has both support and output. The first generation Oracle is located in the Broken Star Realm. I will give you the right to teleport to the Broken Star Realm. You have to enter this realm by yourself, and go through many dangers to find the secluded first generation Oracle. He glanced at Chu Chung and said lightly, The first generation Oracle is absolutely neutral. It is not necessary to obtain its power inheritance. Any conditions, as long as you can find him and stand in front of him, you can get the Oracle Hero inheritance. But the premise is that you can see him. The Oracle is there, and only those who are favored by fate can see him. When you arrive at the Nest of Destiny, you can see it if you are destined to. If you can't see it, it means you are not destined to see it. Leave immediately, don't stay there, and don't destroy it randomly. Chu Cheng's expression was extremely solemn when he heard the teacher's words. After the teacher finished speaking, he nodded seriously. Student, remember it. Yundinga nodded, took out something from his arms, and threw it over. Chu Cheng quickly reached out to take it. It was a crystal ball, and there were countless fine sands, like stardust flowing back and forth, never stopping. This is a token. You give it to Fang Shi before entering the Broken Star Realm. When the Nest of Destiny is burned, it will burn. The Oracle will see the burning divine power sand. If it does not appear before it burns out, it means that you do not meet the requirements. Leave immediately. Thank you, teacher. Collecting his things, Chu Cheng said goodbye and left. After returning to the dormitory, he contacted Fang Shi as soon as possible. Soon Fang Shi arrived, and he handed her the crystal ball, conveyed to her what teacher Yundinga said word for word, and finally said, Legendary hero profession, with both output and support, and healing ability, it fits you perfectly. What do you think? Fang Shi nodded and said, There is nothing better than this, of course I can do it. Okay, I will set off after I get the legendary embryo in a few days. Legendary embryo? Yes, do you know the inside story? Fang Shi's delicate face showed a trace of envy, and said, The World Furnace Realm, a special realm jointly controlled by the 12 super academies, has a super world furnace inside, which can forge legendary and even higher level artifact embryos. The Star Tower can obtain dozens of original legendary embryos every year, including 36 will be awarded to the best students in each class. There are 16 factions in the Starry Tower, and each faction has 2 fixed quotas. Our mentor is strong in his faction, and can get a stable quota. The remaining 4 quotas will be competed for by the remaining freshmen of the 16 factions of the entire tower. I also had this opportunity in my class, but my strength was too weak at that time, and I couldn't compete with him. Chu Cheng asked casually, Did Su Mingli get it? He is not in the same class as me, but he is 2 classes higher than me, but he didn't get it either. Fang Shi raised her head, looking at Chu Cheng with beautiful eyes like stars, and said seriously, You must get this opportunity. It is not only related to a legendary embryo, but also to the subsequent top resources. The competition has begun from now on. Only when resources are concentrated can their utility be maximized, so the school's subsequent top resources will be prioritized over the previous winners. As long as you can take the lead, you will have a great advantage in the subsequent competition, one step ahead, step by step ahead, growing like a snowball, and finally succeeding. Chu Cheng nodded seriously. What you said is just as I thought. She smiled. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings. That afternoon, he received a formal notice from the chief assistant Lu Dongrui about the competition for the legendary embryo, and it was scheduled to compete for the legendary embryo in a week. All freshmen and old students received it. Even if you are not in school, you can receive it in the dungeon. Freshmen must come, otherwise they will be deemed to have automatically given up the quota. In 7 days, it will be the time to be under the eyes of everyone. When you start seriously, and are under the eyes of many seniors, the immortal hero profession cannot be hidden. In this case, there is no need to hide it anymore, and show your strength openly, so as to obtain more resources from the Star Tower and the mentor. At this time, Chu Cheng's heart was full of expectations. They were not idle in the next few days. They spent some time browsing the school's electronic library to search for information about the Broken Star Realm, the Nest of Destiny, and the Oracle. The instructors all said that it was very dangerous there, and they had to prepare in advance. Fortunately, there was a lot of information in this area, and it was available online. Chu Cheng read several pieces of information, and had a certain understanding of the situation of the Broken Star Realm and the Nest of Destiny. The Broken Star Realm is not a copy, but an independent top-level realm that does not belong to the Star Tower. The Broken Star Realm, as its name suggests, is a broken world. The entire world in the realm has been transformed into countless fragments of different sizes, like a broken mirror, and all kinds of life can only survive in these broken fragments. The information does not explain why the realm has not collapsed even though it has been broken into this state, but all the information specifically indicates the dangers of this realm. Chapter 155. The realm was broken, and the power of the void outside the realm penetrated into the realm along the broken cracks, combining with the broken and distorted world laws, giving birth to many extremely terrifying monsters. Extraordinary level. Legendary level. There are even more than one god and demon level. Well, the first generation of oracles are god and demon level strongmen, and they are very powerful. Of course, the school has a relatively safe route to the Nest of Destiny. As long as they follow the route and don't run around, the danger is still within the controllable range. But this controllable means that there are no legendary monsters on the road. There is no way to deal with extraordinary monsters. There are too many of them, and it is impossible to avoid them. We must prepare in advance and prepare more potions and props. He pinched his chin and told Fang Shi his idea, asking her to prepare more potions and medicines. She is now an expert alchemist, and most potions and medicines can be made by herself, just spending some money. The days passed as they prepared. As time went by, the deserted villa area began to slowly become lively, and many new and old students returned one after another. Although the old students had no chance to compete, it did not prevent them from watching the excitement and observing that there were no particularly outstanding masters among the new students of this year. A week later, Chu Cheng and Fang Shi went out together and went to the central magician tower of the floating city again. It was still the same auditorium as last time, and the seats were still arranged as last time. As soon as Chu Cheng and Fang Shi came in, they felt a strong malicious gaze, and turned around to see Su Mingli staring at them coldly, looking for death. He withdrew his gaze expressionlessly, thinking in his heart, and now he really had no time to deal with him. When Fang Shi comes back after helping him transfer, we find a chance to deal with him. Separated from Fang Shi, he found a seat in the center and sat down. All the freshmen were full of vigor and vitality, and they all looked confident in themselves. As time went by, more and more people came into the auditorium. When the time came, a crisp bell rang in the auditorium, and several teaching assistants pushed the door open on time. Chu Cheng looked around and found that all the freshmen had come, and the number of seniors was far less than when school started. Almost half of the seniors had not returned. Without any nonsense, Chief Assistant Lu went straight to the point. I believe everyone knows the reason for opening this class, so I won't go into details. I was entrusted by Instructor Yundinga to host this assessment. The rules are very simple. You are not allowed to take potions, use items such as scrolls, or change equipment midway. The rules of combat are no rules. He swept his eyes over the crowd and said in a cold voice, I won't say too much about the rules. You have all experienced the specific standards, and you should know them. I hope you don't play tricks, and don't say that I didn't specify that this is not feasible. All the right of interpretation is in my hands. If you violate the rules, you will be eliminated directly. He swept his eyes over the 23 newcomers present one by one, and said in a deep voice, Now I will teleport you into the competition field. If you give up, you will refuse to be teleported. Without any movement, 23 light circles appeared out of thin air on the top of the auditorium, and 23 light columns fell down to cover them. A few light columns disappeared, and they disappeared. 23 people, no one gave up. Then many old people in the auditorium also communicated with the tower spirit one by one to teleport away. Chu Cheng only felt a flash before his eyes, the space changed, and he appeared again on a huge metal platform. Outside the platform was a deep void. Not far away, there were platforms floating, each with a figure standing on it. Countless streams of light converged among them, quickly outlining a huge starlight arena. When the starlight arena took shape, figures appeared in the audience seats around the arena, which were the assistant teachers and many seniors. A few dazzling streams of light fell from the sky onto the central rostrum, and it was Yundinga, the instructor. Both Chu Cheng and many old students bowed their heads and saluted, Meet the instructor. Yundinga nodded, and a cold voice sounded, Let's start. Assistant Lu Dongrui nodded and said loudly, The assessment officially begins now, and the newcomers enter. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Cheng teleported away again and appeared in an empty field. A light curtain appeared in front of him, with a series of rules on it, and a 60-second countdown in the corner. Chu Cheng read the rules in a few seconds, and knew what to do next. This assessment is very simple, divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, each freshman needs to challenge 5 different types of monsters with level 30 horror templates, and must win more than 3 games to enter the next stage. Those who play less than 3 games will be eliminated directly. The next stage is for the winners to fight in turns, and the winner is naturally the first place. Everyone takes turns to fight, and the strength is clear at a glance, and there will be no controversy. The 60-second countdown ends quickly, and the light falls, and a human warrior wearing thick plate armor, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other hand appears in front of him. Senior Shield Warrior, Horror level 30, 45,000 HP. What a familiar feeling. The next second, the Shield Warrior raised his shield and charged at him. Chu Cheng grinned, drew out his 2 swords, made a sword flower, and held the hilt to start charging. When the Shield Warrior rushed in front of him, the charging was completed, and a divine power crit was swept out. Dang! A deafening roar exploded, and Chu Cheng took a step back, and the charging Shield Warrior was blown away. He accurately grasped the time and distance, and when the shield warrior charged to 4 meters away from him, he hit him with a divine power critical strike. He accurately calculated the distance where the divine power critical strike had the greatest power, and stopped the opponent's charge. Skills are not invulnerable. Charging does not necessarily mean you can take the initiative. When the strength of both sides is not much different, skills can exert far more power than usual, and your charging opponent can only dodge and defend. But if the opponent is too strong, the attributes form suppression, and the combat skills reach an extremely high level. The so-called skills are just some special combat skills. At least at this time, this shield warrior is not a threat in Chu Cheng's eyes. Except for being strong enough and having high defense, everything else is very ordinary. At the beginning of the battle, he relied on his attribute and skill advantages to form an absolute suppression on the opponent. All ordinary attacks can be accurately blocked and parried, but the combat skills are not good enough, and the attribute gap is not enough to completely dismantle all combat skills. But how many times should the combat skill be used? How much can it be after deducting the defense damage? He now has 7,880 HP. In just a few seconds, the attack speed is stacked to 7 strikes per second, and the time lock is triggered soon. When the power of time flows through his body, 2 phantoms exactly like him appear on his left and right, but one is a little immature like a teenager, and the other is a mature middle-aged phantom, holding the same weapon, and slashing down at the same speed of 7 strikes per second like lightning. When the attack speed is fully stacked, even if the power of death of the accessory is not triggered, a 1-second time lock state can cause a terrifying burst of up to 17,000. The past, present and future triple attack, an instant burst of up to 51,000. And the shield warrior's HP is not that high. When the time lock ends, the power of time disappears, and the shield warrior's body solidified by time is torn into pieces on the spot, and blood spurts. Too strong. The new characteristics acquired after the promotion are simply outrageous, directly increasing his burst by 3 times. This kind of boss of the same level as him can't withstand a round of time lock burst. Once triggered, it can hit the remaining HP. If the attack speed is fully stacked and then bursts, it will be killed in 1 round. Next opponent. The white light swept across the battlefield, and the corpse disappeared. After 60 seconds, a warrior holding 2 swords appeared again. 10 seconds later, as the power of time dissipated, the complete body of the warrior instantly shattered and scattered all over the ground. Next one. Chapter 156. Outside the challenge space, many seniors are watching the performance of many newcomers. Among them, the most watched are Luo Lingfeng, who has the upper hero class Void Hunter, and Dong Mushin, who has the upper hero class Sword Saint. As the only 2 upper hero classes among the new class of newcomers under Yindinga, they have been noticed by everyone for a long time. The Weapon Master class that Chu Cheng announced to the public before is only a lower hero class, and not many people pay attention to it. At this time, he only has 5 spectators. In addition to Fang Shi, Su Mingli and Wang Bo, the other 2 are randomly selected to watch the game, and the other is Yundinga's mentor. When Chu Cheng swept his opponents one by one with a crushing attitude, the expressions of the spectators were different. Relieved, nodded in approval, shocked, incredible, flustered, and so on. How is this possible? Wang Bo said in disbelief. He is only level 30, how can he be so powerful? Su Mingli frowned beside him. He was also shocked and felt incredible. He was also a little panicked inside, but he didn't show it. Chu Cheng's strength exceeded his expectations, and he was a little unprepared. He could kill a monster with a level 30 horror template alone, but what level was he, and what level was Chu Cheng? Judging from the strength shown now, Su Mingli is confident that he will win with the advantages of many high-level spells and equipment that have become a system, but what about the future? It can't be delayed for too long. We have to solve this problem as soon as possible. Say it? This option does not exist in his mind. Su Mingli pursed his lips and made a certain decision. When Chu Cheng came out of the challenge space, there was no one on the surrounding platforms. He was the first to complete the challenge. What is this? Someone immediately noticed Chu Cheng's sudden appearance, and his speed was too fast. Basically, the first reaction was that he failed the challenge and came out early, and then retracted his gaze. Chu Cheng did not make any other moves, but just sat down silently and waited for the others to finish. Not long after, people appeared one after another. These were the kind who had completed the challenge, but could not beat most of them, and their speed was relatively fast. After the 17th minute, as the last figure appeared, the voice of assistant coach Lu echoed in this void. Qin Shuang, Zhang Xian, Luo Lingfeng, Wei Lingyue, Chu Cheng, Dong Mushin, Yin Hui Tian Lingchuan, These 8 people have less than 3 wins in the first stage of the challenge and enter the second stage. As Lu Dongrui's voice sounded, one figure after another was teleported away, and the platform under their feet also collapsed and disappeared. Soon there were only 8 platforms, and the figures on them. In the second stage, 8 people will take turns to challenge. As he spoke, 4 arenas rose in the center of the Starlight Arena. 8 teleportation beams rose, and 8 figures were teleported to the 4 arenas one after another, challenging each other in pairs. Chu Cheng opened his eyes, and saw Wei Lingyue standing opposite the thin light curtain of the arena. She was a beautiful woman, with a cold expression and temperament. Her occupation was a lower-level hero ice magician, level 29. Chu Cheng clasped his fists and bowed. Wei Lingyue nodded slightly, and began to cast a spell before the countdown ended. First, she summoned a transparent ice shield floating on her body, fitting her like armor and highlighting her exquisite curves. Then, she cast some magic spell, condensing a number of magic ice balls as big as a human head, emitting a fierce cold air, surrounding her. Chu Cheng did nothing, just watched Wei Lingyue get ready. 10 seconds later, Wei Lingyue had summoned 5 magic balls around herself. When she looked up and saw Chu Cheng, who was unprepared, she raised her eyebrows and felt a little angry. "You underestimate me so much." As soon as the countdown ended, she paused with her staff, and a circle of cold air exploded, quickly spreading to the entire arena. The air temperature dropped sharply, and the cold was piercing. Then she muttered something and prepared to cast the next spell. But at a certain moment, Chu Cheng in her perspective stretched out his hand to her, and suddenly disappeared. The next second, he suddenly lost consciousness, lost all 6 senses, stagnated his mind, and didn't know himself. Time roaming, instantly crossing time and appearing anywhere in sight. Chu Cheng appeared directly behind her, and the time lock was triggered. Her face, and the magic aura on her body were all frozen by time. 2 phantoms that looked exactly like Chu Cheng appeared on Wei Lingyue's left and right, swinging their swords together. Your attack causes 2,400 physical damage to Wei Lingyue, the Adventure. Ignoring defense, the Adventure law reduces damage by 50%, and the target ice armor absorbs 1,200 physical damage. Your attack, Pass Phantom, causes 2,400 physical damage to Wei Lingyue, the Adventure. Ignoring defense, the Adventure law reduces damage by 50%, and the target ice armor absorbs 1,200 physical damage. Your attack, Future Phantom, causes 2,400 physical damage to Wei Lingyue, the Adventure. Ignoring defense, the Adventure law reduces damage by 50%, and the target ice armor absorbs 1,200 physical damage. The past, present, and future triple bodies overlap, 9 strikes in 1 second, directly shattering the solid ice armor on Wei Lingyue's body, and the remaining power carries a huge force to knock her away. The power of time dissipated after landing, and the blank expression on her face disappeared. She quickly regained her agility, with a look of surprise in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and pressed one of the magic balls around her to explode, and quickly turned into a thick ice shield to wrap herself. Then the second magic ice ball exploded, and the frost nova exploded to freeze Chu Cheng. Ice roar. The cold air exploded in the sky, and countless broken ice exploded back and forth. Chu Cheng stood in the ice explosion, and kept jumping out of his body with less than 100 damage. He narrowed his eyes, and let the ice explosion continue to explode. The Adventures are protected by the power of law. All damage is weakened by 50% before calculating defense and damage reduction. It is equivalent to everyone being a tank. Like him, who has high defense and high blood, he is even more tanky. Multiple ice spells are superimposed, which will cause him about 100 actual damage. Wei Lingyue saw that the spell was not powerful enough, so he immediately stretched out his hand and pressed it continuously, activating 2 magic ice balls in succession. One turned into a natural enhanced ice chain to lock him again, and the other turned into an equally enhanced ice spear and blasted out. Chu Cheng did not dodge or evade, and the crystal ice spear pierced his chest, but he saw a phantom suddenly appear in his body, shaking and overlapping, and the thigh-thick ice spear passed through his body, but did not touch his body. It was as if he and the ice spear were in 2 different parallel time and space intersecting. The passive effect of time protection has a 20% probability of promoting the change of time itself, completely avoiding this damage. The principle is very simple, that is, when the hero's skill is passively triggered, he is no longer in this time and space period. Others seem to be here, but in fact they are no longer here, so the ice spear naturally hits nothing. At the same time, his specialty feature, Eternal Reincarnation, just reached the reincarnation once every 30 seconds, and the power of time washed away all his negative states. At this moment, he regained his freedom, and entered the etheric plane with a strike of the netherworld, instantly appearing behind Wei Lingyue to launch a destructive attack. He immediately charged on the spot, and knocked her out for 2 seconds, raising his arms and stabbing. Time lock. The phantoms of the past and the future appeared at the same time, 5 strikes per second. The 3 bodies fired 15 shots at the same time, and the power of time enveloped Wei Lingyue again. At this time, the attack speed has been fully stacked, 7 strikes per second. 21 strikes from 3 bodies, triggering the time lock again under the time lock state. Chapter 157. Then, there was nothing else. The invisible force emerged from Wei Lingyue and bounced him away. The protection mechanism of the competition field was triggered, and the game was suspended. Chu Cheng did not expect that when the attack speed was fully stacked, the time lock, which had a low probability of triggering, was triggered 3 times in a row. The burst in an instant exceeded Wei Lingyue's tolerance limit. If there was no protection mechanism, she would definitely be killed by force if it continued like this. Awesome. Although many people still couldn't understand that he mastered the power of time, the assistants and some powerful seniors seemed to see something. They looked at Chu Cheng with a hint of solemnity, and silently remembered his name and appearance in their hearts. When the second round of challenges began, at least half of the seniors' eyes fell on him. And this round Chu Cheng did not disappoint them. The opponent in this round was Zhang Xian, an arcane master. I don't know what the means are. Anyway, as soon as the countdown ended, Chu Cheng raised his hand to put a space mark, and then the time travel disappeared, and he appeared behind the frozen Zhang Xian. The past, present and future merged into one, and the attack speed was stacked by 90% with 9 consecutive strikes. The time lock was not triggered, but it was not a big problem. He decisively turned on the solidity to continue stacking the attack speed. In the arena, after each game, all states will be restored, including the hero mana consumed in the arena, and all skill CDs will be reset. Now that his strength has been fully demonstrated, the hero's skills should be used. Except for the time shelter. Because it is not necessary, he does not think that under the same level, there is anyone who can make him not even use the time travel and directly kill him. After the solidity was turned on, Zhang Xian, who reacted, immediately launched a counterattack. The frost chain froze him in place, and he flashed in the air. He raised his hand and made a move. 16 meteors as big as heads fell down, and 16 300 damage jumped up. But the next second, 16 invisible ripples exploded, and Zhang Xian's protective arcane shield shook 16 times in almost 1 second. Space rebound, magic can also take effect. However, this damage is nothing to the arcane shield with a defense of up to 20,000. Zhang Xian didn't even look at it. He raised his hand, and a huge fireball fell. The shock wave exploded, and most of the arena turned into a sea of fire. With both hands clenched and pressed, the sea of fire swirled without wind, and dense transparent sharp blades emerged, quickly forming a vortex formed by countless blades to madly strangle the figure in the center, and countless damage appeared like a screen. But this damage was fast but very small. Most of it was 0 points, and occasionally 1 point or 2 points. It would be difficult for anyone to withstand such intensive damage, but it was a pity that Chu Cheng's talent was specifically for such fast and low spells. Multiple bursts of means could not do anything to him, but the damage refracted by space was too dense, and it actually tore his arcane shield in turn. Zhang Xian decisively stopped the blade vortex, quickly added 2 more defensive measures, and then began to chant for a long time. Only then did Chu Cheng break free from the spell siege, and with a thought, he activated the wild force to add 100 attacks. The next second, he entered the time-wandering state, and appeared out of thin air above Zhang Xian's head, who was locked in time. 3 bodies attacked at the same time, and 15 attacks directly tore open the arcane shield. The handle of the right hand hit Zhang Xian's shoulder, and knocked him down, and also stopped in the air with the force. Both hands slashed like phantoms, and successfully triggered the time lock. 21 cuts in 1 second, finally successfully triggered the time lock again in the time lock state. A full 42 cuts, and tens of thousands of bursts, cut open the protective mage armor on the spot, and the remaining force put Zhang Xian into a near-death state, triggering the protection mechanism of the arena. No, I still have to get a flying spell. Otherwise, it's too hard to attack air units. 1 minute later, the third opponent appeared, Tian Lingchuan, a mid-level hero profession silencer. It's also a magic system, and its attacks can drain the opponent's intelligence and silence. Chu Cheng was caught off guard at the beginning, and was beaten hard by the silence. Fortunately, he was strong enough to withstand the opponent's burst. At the 11th second, the talent Purify Silence decisively turned on Time Walk and rushed up to beat him violently. This time, he was luckier. The time lock of Time Walk triggered the time lock again within 1 second. Around a burst, Tian Lingchuan, who was also caught off guard, was killed on the spot. In addition to the flying spell, 1 or 2 pure control skills are needed. In addition to the time lock that must be triggered by Time Walk for 1 second, only the Violent Charge has a 2-second stun, and the Thunder Shock can also stun for 2 seconds, but there is 1 second to charge, which is equivalent to only 1 second. This control time is too short, and 1 or 2 real control skills must be obtained. If he has enough control, he can stack his attack speed in one go and release the strongest burst instantly. The fourth opponent is Qin Shuang, who has the lower-level hero class Starbreaker Knight. This is a hero class that focuses on strength and pure violent output. The core skill is Starbreaker Strike, and the instantaneous burst is more powerful than the average middle-level hero class. Unfortunately, he ran into Chu Cheng, who was a hacker, and used attack against attack to suppress and kill him head-on. The fifth opponent is Yin Hui, a middle-level hero class Star Mage, just like Su Mingli. Chu Cheng deliberately kept a hand for this opponent, and did not kill him right away, but let him use various means first, especially the core ability of the Star Mage. However, I was a little disappointed after reading it, because Yin Hui's path was different from the path that Fong Shi said Su Mingli took. Yin Hui's path was similar to that of a traditional mage, while Su Mingli took the path of astral contract. He contracted many astral creatures, and his abilities were very different from Yin Hui's, so there was not much reference. The sixth opponent was Dong Mushin, who had the upper-level hero profession Sword Saint. Chu Cheng knew about this hero profession. He had read the information of the upper-level hero professions, including Sword Saint. The core specialty of Sword Saint is called Sword Heart, which has the effect of reducing the equipment requirements of sword weapons by 50%, increasing the attack power by 100%, and increasing the critical strike multiplier of sword weapons by 1. When using other weapons, Sword Saint can't even compare with a lower-level hero profession, but if holding a sword weapon, the combat power instantly becomes very powerful, and the attack power is not worse than that of an ordinary legendary hero profession. 10. 9. 8. The countdown slowly passed, and Dong Mushin looked at Chu Cheng, who was expressionless behind the light curtain, with a slight curl of his lips. He had some impression of this classmate. His profession was Weapon Master, a lower-level hero profession, and he was not a big threat. In the battle in 15 seconds, he was already eager to challenge Luo Lingfeng. Only another upper-level hero profession could be his opponent. 3, 2, 1. Raging Charge. Wind. Dong Mushin's figure suddenly disappeared. Chu Cheng's charge lost its target and stopped. He stepped down subconsciously. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind him, and stabbed him in the back with a sword. Then, he split into 4 Dong Mushins and attacked him. Chu Cheng turned around and started the blade storm. The rapidly rotating blade collided with the 4 blades handed out by Dong Mushin, making a series of ding-dong crisp sounds. In just 5 seconds, the 4 illusions were torn apart by the blade storm, but Dong Mushin disappeared. But as soon as the blade storm ended, his figure appeared out of thin air behind Chu Cheng and stabbed the gap between his back armor and helmet with a sword. Die! Invincible Clone Slash. Dong Mushin's body flashed and exploded, and 10 phantoms rushed out from his body and surrounded Chu Cheng, stabbing him all at once. The virtual sword blade ignored the thick armor on his body and pierced into his body. In an instant, 10 huge damages ranging from 200 to 400 to 500 were soared. Then the 10 phantoms merged with him like lightning, overlapping and merging into one, and the bright and shining sword blade stabbed at Chu Cheng like lightning. Chapter 158. This move. Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he felt threatened in such a long time. If this move hit, plus the nearly 3,000 HP he had lost before, he might be reduced to a low HP state. Sure enough, the hero professions above the upper level are already very strong. Time roaming. The person was here the last moment, and when he closed his eyes and opened them again, he appeared behind Dong Mushin. Time lock. This attack, which combined the power of 10 phantoms, was fixed in the air. When the time lock ended, Chu Cheng was no longer in front of him, and the attack missed. Dong Mushin was a little confused when his big move did not hit, but he decisively activated the life-saving and damage-reducing skills, and fought against Chu Cheng without showing any weakness. However, the confusion on his face turned into shock in the next second. The attack lasted only 2 seconds before he was hit by 5 or 6 swords in a row. The storm-like rapid attack made him overwhelmed and had to switch from offense to defense. But he still couldn't stop Chu Cheng, who had already stacked up his attack speed. Master Swordsmanship. Dong Mushin himself is an expert swordsman. He can only suppress himself in terms of skills. Time lock. 3 bodies merge into one, 21 swords are superimposed, and the time lock is successfully triggered again. The actual triggering probability of this passive effect is only about 5%. Generally speaking, it can be triggered once in 20 attacks. This triggering probability is very low. But he can't stand his too fast attack speed. With the immortal professional expertise of 21 swords per second, he can trigger it again with a little better luck. So the new expertise that Chu Cheng obtained when he reached level 30 is too abnormal, which makes his strength increase several times in an instant. 2 consecutive triggers, without any accident, put Dong Mushin into a near-death state, and the competition field protection mechanism was triggered. He has won 6 games in a row. One more win will make him a complete victory. When Chu Cheng defeated Dong Mushin head-on, he inevitably attracted everyone's attention. After winning consecutive games, Chu Cheng's heart was extremely clear. He stood quietly on the ring, quietly waiting for the last opponent. Luo Lingfeng, who has a higher-level hero profession, the Void Hunter. As soon as the countdown light curtain disappeared, he disappeared. Chu Cheng turned around and parried like a conditioned reflex. One claw pressed on the sword and grabbed it. The strength was actually higher than his own. The other claw hit him hard and pushed him back with a burst of strength. Master level barehanded? And he also found that this scaly claw was not a boxing glove, but it seemed to be a transformation ability. Luo Lingfeng turned into a humanoid creature covered with scales and hard armor. The defense was very strong. Sparks flew when he grabbed the sword with his bare hands without hurting his hands. The Void Hunter, mastering the power of space, can move freely between the interlayers of space. This space teleportation ability is like its instinct. It can teleport continuously, appear and disappear, and even fly in the void. It is extremely flexible. Compared with the Sword Saint, who is also a top hero profession, who is mainly agile and has explosive output, the Void Stalker has more average attributes, with both physical strength and agility, but they are all very high. In terms of strength alone, it is higher than Chu Cheng now. It is not known whether it has a high strength attribute or a strength bonus after transformation. Physical strength and agility are both without shortcomings. The power of space is elusive, and his body is attached with the power of space to reduce damage. The attack with the power of space ignores part of the defense. The damage after parrying and blocking is obviously higher than before. In addition, he is not inferior in master-level barehanded skills. Luo Lingfeng is the strongest opponent Chu Cheng has ever seen. But unfortunately, Chu Cheng is also this kind of template. There is no shortcoming in physical strength and agility. The power of time is even more magical, and the master-level swordsmanship is not inferior. When there is not much difference in all aspects, it depends on the strength of the power mastered. In this regard, the power of time is obviously stronger than the power of space. In addition, the ancestor of the hero inheritance of the Void Hunter is a mythical void creature, not a god or demon, and the development of the power of space is not high, resulting in the upper limit of this hero profession being limited to a high-level hero. But after all, it is the power of space, and in some cases, it will not be much worse than the general legendary hero profession. Chu Cheng went all out for the first time and entangled with him for almost 2 minutes before the winner was determined. The space flash of the Void Hunter has become an instinct. The CD is short, and there is no limit on the number of uses. If the situation is not good, he will flash and escape. His body comes with the power of space to reduce damage, so he can be used as a tank. Even if the attack speed is fully stacked, the most time lock is triggered 3 times in a row, but it is not killed in seconds. The combination of the two makes it very difficult to kill. When the arena protection was triggered and the battle ended, Luo Lingfeng ended his transformation and returned to his true form. There was no anger on his face for losing, but a look of joy. It turns out that you have mastered the power of time, which is very magical. Your fighting skills are not worse than mine. I am convinced by this battle. Add me as a friend, and we will compete again in a while. Chu Cheng nodded. Okay. Luo Lingfeng stretched out his hand and made an okay gesture, and then left the arena. At this point, Chu Cheng's assessment had ended, and he was teleported back to the auditorium, and then received a message from Fangxi. No words, only a thumbs up. He turned around and winked at her, earning her a sweet smile. Bitch. Su Mingli snorted coldly, and left the auditorium directly. Wang Bo immediately followed him, and after leaving the mage tower, he whispered. Captain, he is very strong, we are afraid we can't beat him, and with Fang Shi, the three of us probably can't do anything to them. Su Mingli paused, and said after a while, I find a way. In the auditorium, as time passed, newcomers were teleported back from the arena one after another. When the last one appeared in the auditorium, Lu Dongrui's voice rang out, This quiz is over, and the rankings have been announced. Chu Cheng won all 7 games, and won the legendary embryo quota from the instructor. Second place Luo Lingfeng, 6 wins and 1 loss, get the chance to compete for the remaining 4 legendary embryos. The third place Dong Mushin, 5 wins and 2 losses, got the chance to compete for the remaining 4 legendary embryos, and the competition will start in a week. Don't be discouraged, the remaining students, there is more than one chance to get a legendary embryo. Every freshman will have one chance before graduation, but it requires sufficient strength, so you need to work harder and seize the opportunity when the next opportunity comes. Disband now, Chu Cheng, don't leave yet. After saying this, several assistants teleported away, Yundinga waved his sleeves and teleported away at the same time as Chu Cheng. When he appeared again, he was in the tutor's office. Yundinga was sitting at his desk. With a wave of his sleeves, a light curtain popped up in front of Chu Cheng, and on it were equipment models emitting dazzling orange gems. There are 2 types, weapons and various armors. Armor is divided into armor, leather armor, mail armor, chain armor, and plate armor. There are more weapons, single-handed swords, axes, hammers, daggers, bows, crossbows, shields, etc. Everything is available. As he was browsing, Yundinga's voice came from the other side. This is the legendary embryo template. You can freely choose any template from it. Chapter 159. Yundinga said calmly, Before you make a choice, you must consider your future path clearly. If nothing unexpected happens, your best weapon before you are promoted to legend is the orange weapon. This choice will determine your fighting style for a long time, so you must be careful. Chu Cheng nodded, and his mind has begun to think about his future fighting style and path. He is now dual-wielding weapons and attack speed. He is good at one-handed swords. But this is not fixed, because he has a golden finger, it is not difficult for him to practice other weapon skills, unlike other people who are good at 1 or 2 weapon skills at most in their lifetime. In this case, the weapon does not have to be limited to one-handed weapons. There is another key factor, that is, he has a Hell Lord teleportation scroll in his hand, which can be teleported to the palace of the Devil Lord Immortor, which contains 2 legendary equipment and a legendary gem. One of the 2 legendary equipment is a weapon called the Blade of the Doomsday Guardian, which is a 2-handed sword. Chu Cheng estimates that it will take 1 or 2 years for this place to go there, and then he will gather a few teammates to form a standard team. After getting the Doomguard Blade, he had to prepare another 2-handed sword to make a pair. He now has the passive power of the Titan, which allows him to equip 2 two-handed weapons at the same time. In theory, he can equip a 2-handed weapon plus a 1-handed weapon, or other types of weapons, without any restrictions, but if he wants to fully exert his combat power, it is best to have 2 weapons of the same type. So, he looked at the weapon templates on the main screen, and chose a 2-handed weapon legendary embryo. After he chose the embryo, Yundinga took a look and didn't say anything, just closed the panel and said to him, Your application has been recorded. The embryo will be delivered within 3 months. I will notify you in advance when it arrives. After that, he took out a palm-sized booklet from somewhere and handed it to him, saying, This is the process of making legendary equipment. Write it down, and don't spread it to others. Chu Cheng took the booklet and said seriously, I will write it down and destroy it. Well, go ahead. Chu Cheng said goodbye and left. He took out the booklet and opened it when he returned to his dormitory. It took almost half an hour to finish reading the thin booklet. Chu Cheng had already understood the contents of it. It turns out that the orange equipment made from the legendary embryo can only be ordinary orange equipment. There is no way to directly make the top orange equipment with the suffix of ancient or ancient. The information not only introduces the method of making legendary embryos, but also introduces in detail the many grades and division methods of legendary equipment. Strictly speaking, there are only 3 grades of orange equipment: ordinary orange equipment, ancient, and ancient. Among them, ordinary orange equipment is divided into light orange, orange, and dark orange according to the attribute strength, which is the so-called low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade legend. The ancient suffix legend is of much higher quality than ordinary legends, and generally contains extremely special original power. Just like the Doomguard Blade, its original power is the Doomguard Fire, which contains a legendary hero heritage. And the ancient suffix legendary equipment is even more powerful and has stronger attributes. However, the ancient legendary equipment just cannot be directly crafted, which does not mean that it cannot be crafted. This needs to be divided into 2 steps. The first step is to create a top-grade legendary equipment, which is dark orange. This is a prerequisite. The middle and lower grades cannot go further. After the top-grade legendary equipment is crafted, prepare a large amount of precious materials containing powerful power to integrate into it, and the most critical step is to integrate a portion of the original power. The original power is the core, and other precious materials are auxiliary. Even if there is no precious material, as long as there is enough original power, a higher quality legendary equipment can be created, but the attributes are not as high as those of the same level. Of course, the ancient times are too far away and cannot be created now. The first step is to create a top-grade legendary equipment. According to the information, after getting the embryo, he needs to refine a certain amount of soul power to gather souls. There are not many restrictions in this step. You can kill the boss and extract the soul like Lei Ming, or you can directly buy the boss soul. The necromancer has a way to extract the soul and save it independently. You could also use soul gems to fill it, but the number of soul gems required is too large, and the effect is not as good as the boss. Because the soul strength of the gathered soul determines the attribute special effects or skill strength of the equipment, the higher the boss level and rank, the better the effect. Why did Lei Ming want to collect the 4 souls of the Scourge Knight? Because the power contained in the Scourge Knight is curse, plague, death, and killing, which involves the law, and the power level is very high. The Scourge Knight with the 4 powers of the Scourge is a supernatural level, a Lord Template boss, basically the second echelon boss below the legendary, and it is the highest level soul he can get. The first echelon is the Dragon Soul, Angel Soul, Big Devil Hardcore, Lich Soul, etc., which are legendary templates and cannot be obtained with Lei Ming's ability. The first step is to gather souls, which directly determines the upper limit of power. The second step is to integrate magic runes, which determines the specific attributes of the equipment. For example, Lei Ming merged the power of the 4 Scourge Knights, so the Scourge Knight blade forged from it controls the power of disaster, and the attached power must be related to the Scourge Knights. It is most likely one of curse, plague, death, and killing. In fact, the boss souls of the second echelon can also forge top-quality legendary equipment, and can continue to upgrade to ancient-quality legendary equipment in the future. It's just that the ultimate potential is not as good as that of the first echelon, and it is highly likely that it cannot be upgraded to ancient quality. But no matter what time, legendary equipment is not cabbage. It takes so much effort and investment to forge a legendary equipment, of course, it must be the best. So my choice? Chu Chung pinched his chin, and he had made up his mind. The boss at the end of the Plague Land is a lich. There must be a big devil in a mortar's palace. There are so many copies in the Tower of Stars, and several of them have dragons and other high-level beings of the same level. When my strength is further improved, and my level 40 attributes are further improved, and I get a hero profession, and then I can form a reliable team, it is not impossible to give it a try. That's it. Chu Chung officially made up his mind. He thought of Fang Shi, and after thinking for a while, he sent a message to Fang Shi. Get ready, we will go to the Broken Star Realm to find the first generation oracle in a few days to change your job. She immediately replied, I'm ready and can set off at any time. Have you bought the Styx Essence Crystal? Yes. What about other props? I made more than 40 bottles of potions, several scrolls of flying, several advanced magic removal and advanced trap removal, and some commonly used magic scrolls, which are enough to deal with most situations. Okay, let's set off tomorrow morning. Chapter 160. Broken Star Realm, a huge realm located in the depths of chaos, with an area far beyond Chu Cheng's imagination. No one knows what caused the entire realm to be broken into countless irregular fragments of different sizes, just like a mirror being smashed. The fragments are self-contained and have a boundary. The void energy from outside the realm penetrates into the Broken Star Realm along the edge of the Broken Realm, combines with the laws of the Broken Star Realm, and reforms a special twisted law called the Twisted Nether Realm. The Star Outpost Tower, located in a stable medium-sized realm at the edge of the Broken Star Realm, is the outpost base of the Star Tower in the Broken Star Realm. There are many such outposts in the realm fragments around the Broken Star Realm. Not only do the 12 super scholars have their own fixed bases, but some weaker first-class institutions or powerful capital forces have established fixed teleportation points in the Broken Star Realm. So this time in the Broken Star Realm, you may run into students from other schools or professionals from other schools. On the way to the portal to the Broken Star Realm, Chu Cheng earnestly reminded Fang Shi, "Our goal this time is to go to the fragments of the Fate Nest realm, so be careful along the way." She nodded, and pulled the scarf on her silk cloak to cover her face. Chu Cheng was also resolute. After the small test was over, and it was confirmed that he had obtained the legendary embryo, he took Fang Shi to the teleportation platform to the Broken Star Realm the next day. This teleportation platform is not in the instructor's floating city, but a large floating city belonging to the school, which is directly affiliated with the Star Tower. It is full of various long-distance teleportation portals, and the teleports are all independent realms that are not copies, many of which do not belong to the Star Tower. After a series of checks, the two stepped onto the teleportation platform. Accompanied by the surging energy beams rising into the sky, the powerful force engulfed them and tore through the space, teleporting them to the depths of the distant Chaos Realm. A week after they left the school, Su Mingli discovered that they had left. He immediately used his connections to check the copy they went to, but after a round of searching, he found nothing and disappeared completely. Strange, where did they run to? Did they run to the copy of other factions? Wang Bo looked puzzled. Su Mingli also frowned and remained silent for a long time. After an unknown period of time, Chu Cheng felt that he was on the ground again. The energy tide fell, and the two walked out of the teleportation platform. At first glance, they saw an irregular triangle hanging in the dark sky. It seemed that there were mountains, rivers, and other landforms on the triangle. The edges were shining with crystal light, and were particularly conspicuous in the dark night sky. That should be the domain fragment slightly closer to this domain fragment. Outside this nearest triangular fragment of the boundary, there is a dark night sky, with irregular stars of different sizes and colors hanging in the sky, and the bright light illuminates the boundary. It's really magical. Chu Cheng and Fang Shi looked up at the sky curiously for a while until... "Hey, stop looking, I'll let you see enough later, come and register first." The loud voice interrupted their emotions. Chu Cheng turned his head, and saw a middle-aged man standing at the bottom of the teleportation stairs, waving at them with his left hand on his waist. Chu Cheng quickly clasped his fists and said as he came down, "I am from the Void Tower, under the name of Instructor Yundinga, Chu Cheng. This is my teammate Fang Shi. My last name is Li." The man stretched out his hand in front of him and nodded, "Yes, that's right." After 7 or 8 seconds, probably after the registration was completed, the man raised his eyelids and looked at them again, saying, "According to the regulations, I will tell you some basic precautions. This is the outpost base of the tower in the Broken Star Realm. It is absolutely safe. You can come here to take refuge if you encounter any danger in the Broken Star Realm. The premise is that you can escape alive. In addition to the outpost base in the Broken Star Realm, this school has also built some outposts or strongholds in some Broken Realm areas deep in the Star Realm with rare resources. You can go there, transfer, rest, or replenish supplies, but do not bring danger over." He paused here and asked with a smile, "I have a map of the Broken Star Realm, which contains all the areas that the school has explored, including the resource points in the area, the monsters and levels that are entrenched, and even the bases and strongholds of other school cliques are very detailed. It's 10 gold per copy. Do you want it?" Chu Cheng waved his hand apologetically and said, "Thank you, Brother Li, I have one myself." The map given by the teacher is not just the route between the base and the Nest of Destiny. It is a large map of the Broken Star Realm, but it focuses on the description of the broken realm between the base and the Nest of Destiny. "Okay then." Li Wei shrugged and didn't care. He continued, "The base has all the facilities it should have, including material replenishment, equipment maintenance, forging and enchanting jewelry, and there is also a tavern for everyone to communicate. In addition, the regional channel only includes the domain where the base is located, and the team channel is limited to the current domain fragment. You cannot communicate if you are separated by another domain fragment or in the twisted netherworld. You should pay attention to this." "Thank you, Brother Li, for reminding me. This is my duty. I will explain these basic contents to you." They chatted for a few more minutes, and then said goodbye and left. After leaving the inner city, the outer city was much more lively. The outpost of the Star Tower was built in the canyon. The surrounding peaks were artificially transformed into towering city walls. The inner city was built on a flattened hill, and the outer city was in the canyon. All buildings were built on the left and right of the canyon. All buildings and population are concentrated here, so it is naturally lively. Although it is just an outpost, there is a lot of traffic, and the main body is mainly composed of 3 categories. One category is the staff and garrison personnel of the school, with the largest number of people. The second largest category is the students of the school, which are basically old students from previous years, and there are almost no new students. In the Star Tower, the semester is very long, usually 10 years, or promotion to extraordinary to graduate. But the tutor usually only teaches seriously for the first 3 years, and after 3 years, it is basically self-taught, that is, free to arrange time and freely decide which copy or realm to go to. Generally speaking, seniors who have been in the dungeon for more than 3 years go to the realm, and few of them stay in the dungeon. The reason is very simple. The resources in the dungeon are limited. There are only a few bosses and fixed resources, which are far less abundant than the realm. Of course, this so-called rich realm refers to the newly discovered realm. The resources in some realms that have been discovered for a long time have been plundered again and are poorer than the dungeon. Top realms, like the Broken Star realm, are extremely rich in resources. Even if the 12 super academies send a large number of teams to explore this realm, they have only explored about 10% in total. It can be clearly seen on the map given by the instructor that most of the realms are black or gray, and only a very small part has been explored clearly. The so-called resources in the realms of non-dungeons like this, in addition to the boss, are many materials and ores. The rules of the Chaos realm are everywhere, whether it is a dungeon or a realm. The origin of the realm in the dungeon is transformed into various monsters and valuable materials, and the same is true in the realm, but the realm is refreshed without human intervention, and the materials that appear are not fixed. For example, in the Plague Land dungeon, the only valuable mineral resource produced is mithril ore, but in the non-dungeon realm, in addition to mithril ore, there may also be fine gold ore, magic iron ore, krypton gold ore, gem ore, etc. Especially in the gem mine, what is dug out is the original magic gem, which can be directly cut into magic gems. Chapter 161. Generally speaking, freshmen are free to move around after 3 years. At this time, few of them stay in the school. Most of them have created their own team or joined a stable team to enter the Chaos realm. Those with average strength and talent try to make more money to prepare for the next generation. If there is a chance to complete the duplication of a realm, it will be better. The continuous income from the realm source is enough to support the survival of a family. If you have outstanding strength and talent, you will pursue the path of legend. But it is not so easy to be promoted to legend. It is not that you can be promoted naturally when you reach the level. In fact, promotion to extraordinary is not just about reaching the level. You also need to increase one attribute to the extreme value and set it as the main attribute. Then, through the extraordinary foundation ceremony, you can gather the extraordinary heart and adjust the attributes comprehensively so as to change your strength. This is the case for extraordinary people, not to mention legends. Top realms with rich resources, like the Broken Star realm, can easily attract a large number of senior professionals. As the starting point of the realm, the outpost base has gathered many senior professionals. Chu Chung and Fong Shi walked out of the inner city and saw a 10-story building on the left that was estimated to cover thousands of square meters. On the wall hung a huge sign that went straight to the top of the building, which read Star Hotel. The information given by the instructor said that this was officially opened by the outpost base and the only accommodation in the base. Chu Chung and Fong Shi first booked a large 2-bedroom suite to live in. This Broken Star world is different from the copy, so they dare not go out casually. The regional channel in the outpost base can still be used. He opened the regional channel and took a look at the number of channels. There are only 4 channels: Comprehensive Channel, Team Channel, Bounty Channel, and Official Channel. Private small groups are not counted. Chu Chung checked the 4 channels one by one and soon got a rough idea. There are still some people. After counting the speeches and the number of people who spoke that day, he inferred that there were about 1,000 professionals still in the outpost. However, a large part of them were the staff and garrison personnel of the outpost, and the professionals who came to this realm were about 1/3. Of course, the number of people had nothing to do with him. He was concerned about whether there was a team going to the number 8 base recently. He was going to take a ride with the team. And the result was good. There was indeed a team preparing to go to the number 11 base recently, but they would pass by the number 8 base on the way. He immediately sent a message to the leader of the team, whose surname was Zhang. "Hello, Manager Zhang, there are 2 of us here who would like to join the team and pass through the number 8 base. How much does it cost?" Zhang Yulin was busy counting supplies. Seeing this strange message, he replied casually, "It costs 50 gold per person to join the team. Pay a deposit of 25 gold first, and pay the remaining 25 gold when you get there. We can help fight. What are your levels and professions?" "One is a level 41 magician, and one is a level 30 tanker. Zhang Yulin thought for a moment and said, level 41 magicians are free, and level 30 magicians, who don't need to help in the battle, will cost 50 gold. Ah. What? What can you do at level 30? This is not a dungeon. The monsters in this realm may be above level 40. You can't hold them. Chu Cheng. Okay, where are you and when do you leave? Our caravan is at the city gate. The official name is Chioye Trading Company, Limited, and the Chioye Chamber of Commerce in the realm. Come over and sign up. We leave tomorrow morning. Wait a minute. Chu Cheng called Fang Shi and told her what he had just communicated. The girl covered her mouth and chuckled. The outpost was just one street, not long. It took less than 10 minutes to reach the city gate. Far away in the city gate square, there was a caravan preparing to load goods. There were no trucks or vans, but a giant camel beast that was unique to the domain. It looked very much like a Kodo beast, more than 10 meters long from head to tail, with 2 horns like a cow on its head, scales on its body, and a docile personality. It could be placed on its back with a frame or carriage, and could carry people or goods. It also dragged a large carriage like a train behind it. This thing was slow in movement but extremely powerful, as docile as a cow, and not low in intelligence. It was a very excellent camel beast. Chu Cheng asked around and found Director Zhang Yulin, and paid a deposit of 30 gold to get a ticket. This was a voucher, and also a contract. Chu Cheng did not bargain, nor did he show his strength to try to persuade him to save the money. What kind of place is this? It's a dangerous high-level realm. You have to be cautious when you come here for the first time. Early the next morning, Chu Cheng checked out with Fang Shi and left to meet up with Chioye Chamber of Commerce. The 50 gold coins were worth it. He was arranged to sit on the back of a camel beast in the middle of the team. There was a large carriage embedded on the camel beast's tooth-like back. There was a row of carriages on each side, and he sat in one of the carriages. The interior space of the carriage was quite large, even larger than the high-speed rail seats. Fang Shi sat next to him. You can sit here when there is no battle, and you need to go out to support when there is a battle. During the preparation, Chu Cheng looked at the caravan. The scale was larger than he had imagined. There were more than 30 huge camels alone, and only 5 or 6 of them had this kind of passenger compartment on their backs. The others were all cargo compartments. There were nearly 100 large metal carriages hanging behind. At the front of the convoy, there were 2 7 to 8 meters high and 10 meters long, with a level of up to 55, terrifying templates. They were armored in key places, and there was a saddle on their backs, with 5 knights sitting inside. 1 driver, 1 guard, 2 archers, and 1 mage, all professionals. 2 Tyrannosaurus dragons were enough to shock most monsters, greatly reducing the trouble along the way. There were more than 1,000 people in the team, of which only about 170 to 80 professionals, and the remaining more than 1,000 were mostly human soldiers, with a small number of aliens. Except for Chu Cheng, who came from a special situation, the professionals who dared to run to the Broken Star realm were at least level 40 or above. There were 2 teams riding on the same camel with him. All of them were above level 40, and the leader of one of the teams was a super professional above level 50. When he looked over, Chu Cheng could feel a very obvious pressure. As for the human soldiers, they were natives in the realm, and could be referred to as NPC soldiers in the dungeon. The Star Tower had more than a dozen strongholds, or outposts of varying sizes in the Broken Star realm. Outposts are usually used to guard mineral resources, while strongholds are concentrated population areas. Some realms can be cultivated, so there will be forces to clear the monsters in these realms, build human towns, cultivate fields, and become independent city-states. These soldiers are recruited from these human towns. After training and fighting, they are qualified soldiers. Although the combat power is not good, it is still no problem to use them to guard outposts or towns and escort caravans. After all, the number of professionals is limited, and it is definitely impossible for them to do these hard work. Chapter 162. The soldiers of Chioye Chamber of Commerce were trained in the Chamber of Commerce's own territory. They are at least level 20, and there are many elites with elite templates of more than level 30. With these soldiers, whether it is camping or daily vigilance, they are left to them. Professionals sit on camels or their own mounts, and they don't have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts on the road. Anyway, if there is an attack, they will attack the guards first. They can even sleep with their eyes closed while rushing. The caravan set out in the morning and reached the edge of the boundary by noon. A soldier rode a warhorse and ran back and forth along the caravan, shouting loudly, "The team is about to leave the boundary and enter the void. Everyone cheer up and be ready to fight at any time." Chu Cheng, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and stuck his head out of the window, and saw the dark end of the road ahead. It was still daytime on this side, and it was night on the other side. The two magic Tyrannosaurus at the front of the caravan dived into the darkness, just like diving into the dark ink, slowly blending into it and disappearing. The team moved forward, sinking into the darkness one by one. Soon it was Chu Chang's camel beast's turn. He saw the darkness coming towards him, and then his eyes suddenly went black. But it was not completely dark. It was as if he had entered a thick fog. His vision and perception were greatly distorted. He could only see and perceive the surrounding area within a range of less than 2 meters. He could not see anything further. However, he could hear the sound, and he could also hear the command and chaotic sounds coming from the front. Chu Chang opened the panel and saw a series of data in the prompt. You are affected by the environmental field, vision suppression 99%, perception suppression 99%, and you will receive 10 points of shadow damage every 5 seconds in the distorted netherworld. Less than half a minute later, a little starlight suddenly lit up in front of them, and quickly grew into a ball as big as the moon, which was very eye-catching in the darkness. 10 seconds later, a second ball of light lit up in the darkness. The third ball, the fourth ball. A few minutes later, someone came to their camel and hung a lamp in front of their carriage in a place that seemed to be specially hung for lamps. After lighting it, the light illuminated the surroundings and extended to 20 to 30 meters away. Although it couldn't illuminate too far, it was no problem to see the road. Using the light ball in front as the coordinate, it could ensure that they would not get lost. At this time, Chu Chang looked at the panel again, and the prompt had changed. The suppression had changed from 99% to 90%, and the original environmental damage was gone. He looked around curiously, and at first glance, he saw that the ground under their feet was not flat as imagined, but a dark void. Wisps of black air twisted and rotated in the void, but they were walking on flat ground and did not fall into the void. Chu Chang knew this situation well, and there was content about this in the information he had collected before. The main reason is that the world is not completely broken, the underlying rules framework of the world is still intact, and the world itself has a repair mechanism. After countless tens of thousands of years of repair, the world laws and the infiltrated void laws gradually merged in billions of times of repair and fragmentation, thus forming this strange area that is similar to the void but not the void, but has some void characteristics. To put it bluntly, the void between the fragments of this realm is not the bottomless void between the worlds. This dangerous Jedi similar to the void is called the Twisted Netherland in this world. In this Twisted Netherland, there live a large number of distorted monsters affected by the distorted laws and the void, also called shadow monsters. The bodies, blood and souls of these monsters have been twisted. They have no wisdom, and cannot communicate. They will attack living people crazily when they see them. They will not stop until they die. They are now at the edge of the outpost. Every once in a while, a strong man will lead a team of professionals to go out to clear them out. It is relatively safe. Chu Chang was curious for only a few minutes. All he saw was the unchanging darkness and distortion. He soon lost interest and looked away. It is better to look at Fang Shi than this. The beauty is much more pleasing to the eye. In front of him, there is no need for a veil. The cloak is pulled down, revealing a delicate and flawless face. Although her face is slightly inferior to Fang Xiling, who once caught a glimpse of her, she is also a rare top beauty. There is no flaw in her appearance from any angle, and she is quite attractive. In addition, her figure is also top-notch. Let's play a game of chess. He took out a Go board and placed it on the table, looking at her with a smile. Fang Shi tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay. You play the black chess first." She held a black chess piece with her slender fingers, and her skin was so white and tender that it almost dripped with water. Playing chess with a beauty is very pleasing to the eye. Winning or losing is not important at all. What matters is that it looks good. Chu Chang did not hide his admiration, and Fang Shi also knew his evil intentions, and did not reject or dislike his gaze, which was a very obvious encouragement. It happened that there was nothing to do now, so the two of them played chess and chatted, and their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. As time went by, the caravan quickly crossed this twisted domain and arrived at the number 2 stronghold. This is a fragment of the domain, with a total area of 7,000 to 8,000 square kilometers. Half of the land is plains, and the other part is mountainous and forested. There is a river and a small lake, and the stronghold is built next to the lake. Along the river and lake, there is a city, 6 towns, and hundreds of villages of different sizes, with a population of more than 100,000 and millions of acres of farmland reclaimed. The caravan stayed in the stronghold for a day, sold some daily necessities, and bought a batch of food. The next afternoon, the caravan passed through the fragment of the boundary and entered the twisted netherworld again. After 2 consecutive days of traveling, the team appeared at the number 3 outpost. This fragment of the boundary is full of mountains and is not suitable for farming, but there are many mines, and more than 20 large and small mines have been built. The caravan sold another batch of daily necessities and food, but did not collect the mines. This will be taken away when it returns. This is a cross-dimensional transaction, harvesting various resources from foreign boundaries to supplement the insufficient resources in the main world. Leaving the number 3 outpost, the team entered the twisted netherworld again. Darkness enveloped the caravan. Chu Cheng retracted his gaze and said to Fang Shi with a smile, "Today, I will let you play go bang." Roar! A huge roar suddenly came from the front, and the two of them paused and looked forward quickly. At this time, someone rode up in front and shouted loudly, "There is an ambush of the shadow race." The team stopped. The camel beasts gathered towards the flashing light. All professionals are ready to fight. Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows and immediately became alert. After following the caravan for so long, he finally encountered a shadow monster. The 2 team members in the other carriages of the camel beast jumped out one after another, quickly equipped with weapons and armor and prepared for battle. Roar! Another deafening roar came from another direction, and a huge sound wave swept through, and the black edge of the light kept undulating like waves. The sound is different. There is more than one of these giant beasts. Chu Cheng also pulled out his weapon and stared at the darkness 30 meters away with full concentration. Chapter 163. Suddenly, a group of black shadows rushed out from the darkness and attacked the caravan. The soldiers guarding the edge of the caravan immediately rushed forward and fought with the black shadows. Only then did Chu Cheng see clearly what the black shadow was. Shadow Goblin, ordinary level 22, 800 HP. But although it is called a goblin, it actually looks nothing like a goblin. It is about 1.23 meters tall, not as thin as a normal goblin, but with swollen and twisted blue-black muscles all over its body. There are tumors on its shoulders, back, arms, etc., with twisted flesh whiskers on them. Its arms are not like normal arms, but tentacles formed by twisted muscles. Although these shadow goblins are ordinary templates, their HP and attack power are higher than those of normal level 22 creatures. The key is that there are a lot of them. In just a short while, Chu Cheng has seen hundreds of them within his field of vision. If the ones in other directions are included, the total number is estimated to be thousands. Fortunately, the caravan had enough guards, with a large number of soldiers blocking the front, and many professionals could stay in the back to attack. Fang Shi stood on the back of the camel beast, added a magic shield to herself, and continuously condensed fireballs, and threw them into the darkness. The large ball of flames exploded and tore through the darkness, but was quickly swallowed by the darkness. At this time, the advantage of the magic system can be seen. With her spell level, plus the bonus of the arcane supreme talent, the power of the fireball has exceeded 1,000, and one fireball can easily kill a small piece in seconds. Occasionally, a chain lightning exploded in the group of shadow goblins, and a burst of electric snakes shuttled through, and the shadow goblins were turned into charcoal when touched. Other directions are unclear. In the section where Chu Cheng saw 7 or 8 camels, there were 5 magic systems, various spells exploded, and the shadow goblins fell in groups. It doesn't look like a big problem. But Chu Cheng was not careless. If they dared to attack such a large caravan, there should be more than just these goblins. There is a high probability that there are other monsters hiding in the darkness. Bang! Just as this thought fell, a heavy footstep suddenly came from the darkness. Everyone's mood sank. A manager of the Chiuye Chamber of Commerce, who was responsible for their defense, decisively took out a scroll and activated it. A white light shot up into the sky and exploded. In an instant, infinite light exploded and quickly dispelled the darkness nearby. Everyone's vision suddenly became clear, and they saw that a group of shadow orcs taller than goblins were joining the battlefield a few hundred meters away. Shadow orc, normal level 35, 1800 blood. But this is not the point. The point is that behind the orcs, a shadow beast with an extremely strange appearance was rushing over with heavy steps. This shadow beast has a humanoid upper body, 4 legs and 2 huge tentacles in the lower body, a huge tumor on the head with many deformed eyes, and many tiny tentacles wriggling behind the head, which looks extremely weird. Shadow Beast, Horror Level 52, 1.4 million HP. Why does this thing look so disgusting? Not only is the perspective disgusting, but it also comes with mental attacks, which is too strong. At this time, the manager of the Chiuye Chamber of Commerce, who saw the situation behind, shouted loudly, professionals are ready to face a stronger impact. The Shadow Beast behind is offering a reward of 30 gold. Is there any team to take it over? Our team has taken it over. Chu Chung turned around and saw that it was a team with the same camel beast as him, and the captain was a superclass professional. There were 5 people in total, and the captain was level 51 and a magician. The other team members were all between 47, 48, and 49. The tank level was 49, with extremely luxurious equipment and exquisite shields in their hands. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that the shield was glowing, and circles of almost invisible ripples kept spreading. The professional team is ready to intercept the Shadow Works. The caravan manager kept issuing orders and dispatching troops. A large number of professionals could not watch the show on the back of the camel, and jumped down to join the soldiers to resist the stronger Shadow Works. Only the ranged and magic systems could stay. Of course, this included Chu Chung, who spent 50 gold on the fair, and did not need to join the battle. Unless you were willing to join. With the participation of many professionals, the Shadow Goblins, who were evenly matched, could not resist and began to collapse immediately, but as the Shadow Orcs rushed over, the battle line stabilized again. At this time, the Shadow Beast finally arrived. When the team that received the order was about to approach the battle line, they stopped staying. The captain raised his hand and pointed. A thick lightning fell from the sky and hit the beast. It collapsed into countless small lightnings that covered the Shadow Beast to form a lightning net, fixing it in place and unable to move. Then he quickly took out 2 scrolls and activated them. The magic aura fell on the beast, and its breath quickly dropped a little. The tank raised his shield and charged, knocking away 2 Shadow Orcs on the road at an extremely fast speed and hitting the Shadow Beast heavily, and quickly pulled it with a combo. Then several other teammates started to attack. 2 ranged and 1 magic system were crazy output under the protection of another agile team. Those who dared to leave the safe copy and mix in the dangerous foreign land were all elites, and their combat power was very strong. Not to mention that the extraordinary magician raised his hand and grabbed a lightning spear, which directly hit over 10,000. The other teammates had more than 1,000 normal attacks alone, and the archery skills could easily output 4,000 to 5,000 damage. Although it was based on the 2 scrolls that greatly weakened the defense and resistance of the Shadow Beast, its own combat power was indeed very strong. But this does not mean that the Shadow Beast is too weak. Its resistance is also very strong. Several deformed pupils on its head constantly light up with ghost light, shooting out rays of different colors. The melee tank was hit by several of them, and several negative buffs were quickly attached to its body. The huge body was raised and smashed down fiercely. A circle of ghost halo exploded more than 20 meters away. Several ghost orcs who were close to it were smashed to pieces on the spot, and the main tank exploded with more than 2,000 damage on the spot. Then the thick tentacles accumulated power, quickly expanded several times, and smashed to the ground. 1 second later, the ground in the surrounding radius of more than 50 meters exploded, and 20 to 30 ghost airs were ejected, turning into octopus-like tentacles that were more than 10 to 20 meters high and frantically slapped the surroundings. More than a dozen tentacles around the tank slapped down at the same time, and each tentacle could cause about 100 damage each time it slapped. Switch fire. They seemed to be very experienced in dealing with the Shadow Beast. Instead of focusing on the boss, they switched to attacking the non-physical tentacles. Chu Chung wrote down their tactics. As a senior professional who often stayed in this world, it was definitely necessary to do so. He could use it next time he encountered it. After several rounds of high-powered AoE and long-range bursts, the tentacles in the inner circle were quickly knocked out one by one. The tentacles on the edge could not attack the central tank without being hit. Chu Chung soon knew why they did so. Less than a minute later, the Shadow Beast did the same thing and summoned dozens of tentacles again, and the tentacles summoned before did not disappear. This means that if the tentacles are not switched to destroy them, they will only become more and more, and the quantitative change will lead to qualitative change, and no matter how strong the tank is, it will not be able to withstand it. Chapter 164. With preparation and experience, this Shadow Beast was no match for them, and was completely suppressed head-on. The battles at other positions were similar. More than 20 professionals joined the battle and cooperated with many soldiers to quickly suppress the impact of the Shadow Orcs. With many soldiers blocking the front row, they could output safely and fully exert the powerful combat power of professionals. This time, Chu Chung rarely did not need to take action. The Shadow Orcs attacked for a long time, but could not break through their defense line. About 2 minutes later, the Shadow Beast was killed, and a red loot treasure chest was condensed. The 5 people who had freed their hands joined the battlefield and specifically killed the Shadow Orc leader, which accelerated the collapse of the orcs. 5 minutes later, a dull horn sounded from the depths of the dark twisted gloom, and many shadow creatures began to retreat. The light could not reach farther, and it was unknown what was hiding in the depths of the gloom and commanding the shadow creature. The battle ended quickly, and after cleaning up the battlefield, the team continued to set off. When the camel beast walked to the front of the car, it saw 2 similar-looking giant shadow beast corpses on the roadside, as well as a larger number of shadow or corpses, mixed with a lot of strange-looking shadow monsters, all twisted and weird. The professionals who had fought before did not return to their own carriages, but sat on the back of the camel beast. After a while, the caravan manager came to them to buy the spoils. Shioye Chamber of Commerce is not only about trade, but also about buying spoils, especially all kinds of shadow creature spoils. Fong Shi just killed a large number of shadow creatures with spells, and also got a few loot treasure chests, which were not of high level. The most abundant material in it was a material called Shadow Stone, which was condensed from the body of the shadow creature. It can be referred to as a stone, and can be used to make potions to defend against environmental damage in the Shadowland. Chu Chung spent 15 gold and bought 15 bottles of powerful shadow potion from a manager of the caravan. After taking it, you will get a 2-hour buff that can make you immune to a certain degree of shadow environmental damage. But it is not needed now. The moonlight lantern hanging in the caravan can make them immune to environmental damage. Now it is prepared, and Fong Shi will use it when they go alone on the road to the number 8 base. He does not need it. His natural damage reduction can absorb this little damage. Then the team continued to set off, and the caravan returned to peace. 2 days later, the caravan passed through the shadow area again and came to the 4th base. After staying for half a day, they continued to set off, plunging into the darkness, just like plunging into the sea. The huge broken star realm was submerged by the shadow, just like an endless sea. The fragments of the broken realms were like isolated islands scattered on the sea. They were like a fleet crossing the sea to find isolated islands. The island is the world of normal creatures, and the shadows outside the island are the world of twisted shadow creatures. Various twisted shadow monsters, shadow behemoths, goblins, shadow orcs, and even shadow humans who were transformed by the shadows. These shadow creatures transformed by the twisted laws also have their own tribes, forming tribes. They extremely hate normal life, and will attack if they see living people entering the shadow area. After a period of time, they will gather together to attack the fragments of the domain and exterminate the normal creatures inside. However, he heard all this. Sometimes the professionals who followed the team got bored and came out of the carriage to chat on the back of the camel. Many of these professionals who followed the team have been training and adventuring in this plane for a long time. Some teams have even established their own bases and strongholds in certain fragments of the domain. For example, if valuable minerals are found in some realms, a base will be built there to mine. Recruit a group of soldiers from other realms to guard the mines, and capture some orcs and other alien races to mine. Every once in a while, they will go there to collect the ore and sell it back, which is a steady source of income. However, most of them build a mining base, and few people dare to build a fixed base. In this world, there are actually quite a few realm fragments with large areas, large plains, and water sources. Many large realm fragments are enough to breed hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people. But the biggest problem is safety. The more living people there are, the more they attract shadow creatures. If the population is more than tens of thousands, shadow creatures will rush into the realm fragments from time to kill and destroy. Shadow creatures can leave the twisted realm and enter the realm, but they cannot leave for a long time. It is still no problem to rush into the realm and burn and kill. Soldiers alone are difficult to resist the impact of waves of shadow creatures, and professionals must be stationed for a long time. But few professionals are willing to stay in one place for a long time, unless they are too old and have no future prospects. Therefore, among the more than 20 fixed outposts and strongholds in the Star Tower, the mining and other resource outposts are the most, and there are only 6 city-state strongholds for fixed population reproduction and farming, half of which are near the outpost. Chu Chung listened to these as fun, and listened with relish. Time passed, and on the 14th day of their entry into this world, outpost number 8 finally arrived. This is a small domain fragment, with a total area of only more than 10 square kilometers, and there are no mineral resources in it. The reason for setting up an outpost here is mainly because it is a key intersection. In addition to the routes to Point 9 and Point 16, Chu Chung and his team also had to set out from here to go to the Nest of Destiny. After paying the remaining fee, the two entered the outpost castle. The castle was built between two peaks, and only the front and back defenses were needed. The left and right mountains were artificially flattened, and the straight mountains could prevent monsters from climbing over the mountains and entering the castle. The walls at both ends were more than 20 meters wide and more than 30 meters thick, and were cast with special concrete and steel bars, making them extremely strong. The surface was covered with various scratches and claw marks, and some places had steel bars inside. The next step is to rely on ourselves. Chu Cheng opened the map, and the light curtain unfolded. On the map that looked like the night sky, there were only a few bright lights on the edge. A straight line extended from the Star Tower outpost, and split into 3 forked lines at Outpost 8. The 2 routes were points 9 and 16, and the last one extended dimly in another direction, extending all the way to a fragment of the domain marked as the Nest of Destiny in the depths of the night sky. We need to prepare more protective shadow potions, but the cost of potions is too high. It's better to prepare a lamp that can dispel shadows. He looked up at the main building in the center of the castle and said to her, "In addition to these, I think it's better to hire another team of soldiers. 2 people are too few." He is afraid that he will not be able to take care of her in the fierce battle. As an important transit base, the number 8 outpost castle has complete functions, including potion and equipment maintenance, various sundry transactions, and of course hiring. After asking a guard casually, Chu Cheng found an officer in the castle, who was responsible for hiring soldiers 5 minutes later. Chapter 165. The officer is a professional named Wang Tao, a mid-level professional knight, level 42. He pointed to the sign on the wall beside him, and introduced enthusiastically, "We have the most courageous soldiers here. You can hire them to fight for you for a small price." "I believe in the bravery of the soldiers." Chu Cheng nodded and his eyes fell on the sign. A standard 5-man team, 1 level 25 elite captain, for level 20 ordinary soldiers, hiring price 50 silver/day, buyout 15 gold. A standard 10-man team, 1 level 30 elite captain, 1 level 25 elite deputy captain, 8 level 20 ordinary soldiers, hiring price 150 silver/day, buyout 30 gold. Standard 20-man team, 1 level 30. Elite 10-man team, 1 level 35. Elite 20-man team, 1 level 35. Elite 50-man team, 1 level 40. This price. Chu Cheng rubbed his chin and looked at Fang Shi. "I think we need to hire an elite 10-man team. Ordinary templates are too easy to die." Fang Shi nodded. "Okay." Chu Cheng turned to the officer and said, "Buy out an elite 10-man team." A wise choice. The officer raised his thumb and said, 10 elite. The team includes 1 level 35 elite captain, 2 level 30 elite vice captains, and 7 level 25 elite soldiers. The buyout fee is 100 gold. Follow me. He led them into the military camp behind the castle and introduced them as he walked. "These soldiers will belong to you after you buy them out. They come with standard weapons and equipment, but you can spend your own money to buy them better weapons and equipment. In addition, if you think they are brave in combat and worth training, you can prepare professional certificates for them and transfer them to professionals." He patted his chest and said with a smile, "I was also an ordinary soldier at the beginning. Because of my bravery in battle, I was blessed by the Lord to become a professional. I serve the Lord and am stationed here." Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Can you directly change your job to a professional? What job can you change? Are there any restrictions?" "Generally speaking, you can only change to some basic jobs, such as melee shield warriors, weapon warriors, knights, archers, etc. You cannot change to magic or hero jobs. In addition, only elite soldiers can change their jobs, and their level will drop by 50% after the job change. A level 30 warrior will become a level 15 professional after the job change. An excellent warrior, that is, a horror template, will add an additional 5 levels. The Lord template will not drop the level after the job change. Our Lord has standard professional certificates. If you are interested, you can come and buy them at any time. Well, I talk about it when I finish this mission and come back. This proposal is useless for the time being. Maybe one day, he would have the opportunity to encounter a very valuable domain, and he would consider occupying it and building his own territory and army, but it would never be now. Building a territory and training thousands or even tens of thousands of troops to garrison, it would require a lot of material and human resources, at least tens of thousands of gold. He was so poor now that he couldn't do it at all. Wang Tao led them through the city gate to the military camp behind the castle. Seeing many soldiers training, Wang Tao went forward and talked with the supervisor in the military camp for a while. Soon a team was led over and lined up in 3 rows in front of them. Here are 3 elite teams, you can choose one from them. Chu Cheng glanced at them, and the 3 teams were not much different, all with the standard 3 shields, 3 guns and 4 bows. This is it. He didn't check it carefully, and just picked one at random. Then, the head of the military camp lectured them for a while, and finally handed him a military token. The military token represents the control of this team, but it is only control, and can issue standard combat orders. 100 gold payment, the money Chu Cheng and Fong Shi had added up to less than 20 gold. Then he spent a few golds to buy a lot of food as supplies for the soldiers, and finally spent another 10 golds to buy a moonlight lantern, and the team set off. Fong Shi carried the moonlight lantern, and the light illuminated the surroundings, which could resist the erosion of the ubiquitous shadow power in the twisted netherworld. However, when he bought it, the merchant reminded him that this thing has limited power, and can only be used in the shallow layer of the realm. If you enter the deep twisted netherworld, the moonlight will be covered by the shadow power and become ineffective. If you don't escape in advance at that time, the consequences will be unpredictable. If you want to be safer, you can buy a more powerful daylight lantern. Not only can it illuminate farther, but it is also more powerful, but it costs 50 gold each, which he can't afford. After getting ready, the team left the castle, and entered the twisted netherworld. There were 10 elite soldiers, the captain and 2 vice-captains were tanks, 2 tanks walked in front, 2 guns and 4 bows were left and right, and 1 tank and 1 gun were behind, in a standard marching formation. The 12-man team walked in the twisted netherworld, surrounded by thick black air like ink, twisting wildly around the circular light, like countless monsters that made people feel frightened. If ordinary people walked here, they would have been scared and dared not move. It was also because these soldiers had been with the darkness for a long time, and had killed countless netherworld monsters, so they were no longer surprised and had no feelings. The journey was unexpectedly safe. Although the surroundings were gloomy and terrifying, and the silence was eerie, no monsters were encountered along the way. The team was much faster than the caravan. After more than 7 hours in one breath, a huge outline appeared in front of them. Half an hour later, the scene in front of them suddenly became bright. Everyone had passed through the darkness, and came to another realm fragment. Stepping onto the desolate land, there were dry and twisted trees all around, and a faint gray fog shrouded the land. The earth was lifeless. This realm fragment had been attacked by the monsters of the nether realm. All the creatures inside were destroyed. The power of the twisted nether realm invaded, and the entire realm fragment was slowly becoming nether realm. This kind of nether realm fragment has been assimilated by the twisted nether realm, and the creatures of the nether realm can enter it without restrictions and survive for a long time. Everyone, be careful, it's not safe here. The team stopped here for half an hour, ate some dry food, and then continued to set off. The team crossed the desolate land. When entering the center of the realm fragment, they saw a huge ruin in front of them, which looked like an abandoned town. Chu Cheng climbed to a high ground and looked out for a while, then shook his head and said, "Let's take a detour, there are shadow monsters inside. It seems that there are quite a lot of them, probably a gathering place of a certain shadow race. Go to the right." Just now, I saw that the terrain on the right was relatively flat. He bypassed the ruins of the town from a distance, and was not discovered by the shadow monsters in the town. He left this domain fragment safely, and entered the Twisted Ghost domain again. However, less than 10 minutes after entering the Twisted Ghost domain, Chu Cheng suddenly looked in a certain direction alertly, listened for a while, stretched out his hand and shouted, "Stop!" He frowned and hesitated for a while, suddenly opened the attribute panel, his eyes fell on perception, and added 30 free attribute points to it. Chapter 166. Perception increased to 135 points, and the things that were vaguely perceived before immediately became much clearer. Various things mixed together and croaked, like the sound of many people talking. "Take a detour." He pointed to the right decisively. Although the mercenary captain did not understand, he was very obedient, and quickly followed them to turn the corner with his men. After walking about a kilometer, he moved forward again. This time, he did not sense anything and passed through the area safely. In the twisted netherworld where vision was suppressed, perception was better than eyes. About 10 hours later, the outline of a huge boundary fragment was seen in the distance. "Go through the side." 2 shield-bearing elite soldiers received the order, and walked into the boundary. The next second, a deafening roar suddenly came from the front, and a smelly air wave rushed in the face. The powerful pressure made Chu Cheng instantly judge her strength, and decisively grabbed Fong Shi's hand and shouted, "Run!" Her reaction was also fast, and she immediately gave the whole team a group acceleration. Bang! A scream suddenly stopped, and the ground shook behind him. Chu Cheng looked back and saw a huge bee's shadow reflected in the outline of the huge domain rushing into the twisted dark domain. It was too far away to see clearly, but judging from its size, it was at least a level 50 beast. Judging from the pressure it showed, it was stronger than the 2 demon Tyrannosaurus that the Chiyoya caravan had seen before and the shadow beast it had encountered. I can't fight it. He ran away decisively. Fortunately, this was the twisted dark domain, and the monster was not a shadow beast. The ubiquitous shadow also worked on the beast, so he didn't chase it too deep. He rushed out for an unknown number of kilometers in one breath, stopped to gather the team, and found that only 7 of the 10-man team were left, and 1 shield soldier and 2 spearmen were missing. One of the shield soldiers was definitely dead, and the other 2 were either caught up or separated while running away. Chu Cheng led the rest of the people back and circled around for more than 2 hours, and finally found an archer, but the other spearman could not be found. He was probably lost in the dark and didn't know where he ran to. The result of disappearing in this twisted and dark domain was predictable. They had no way to deal with it, and the hired team didn't say anything. They had to work for money to earn their lives, so this situation was expected. Then they changed their direction and bypassed this domain fragment far away. On the way, Chu Cheng made a mark on the map. 2 days later, the team came to a new domain fragment again. Carefully stepping into the domain, the eyes were bright, and bright colors floated in front of them. This was a domain fragment that had not been eroded by the twisted and dark domain. The trees on the edge were still twisted and gray, but they slowly returned to green less than 10 meters inside. There are many beasts living in this domain fragment. Not long after they entered, they encountered 2 elite ferocious apes of more than level 40. After killing them with a little effort, Chu Cheng ordered to continue to take a detour and walk along the edge of the domain. The edge of the domain is not safe either. From time to time, they will encounter some shadow beasts wandering on the edge of the domain fragment. The level is between 30 and 40, but there are not many of them, which does not pose much threat to them. 1 day later, the team entered the dangerous twisted nether domain again. Next, their luck was not as good as before. No matter how careful he was, he could not avoid encountering various nether domain monsters in the darkness, and occasionally encountered groups of shadow aliens. The worst luck was to encounter a nether domain orc tribe with 2 shadow beasts. Chu Cheng reacted very quickly and decisively let them escape. He activated the fortification and rushed into the tribe to attract the enemy's attention. He put the space mark on Fangxi, and he could sense it as long as they were no more than 10 kilometers apart. After he dragged the shadow orcs aimlessly for more than 10 minutes, he used the space mark as the target and started the violent charge to charge Fangxi. Violent charge LV1, top level focus on a target within the field of vision to enter the charge state, increase the movement speed by 500 points, and knock away. Put a space mark on Fangxi, he can feel her presence at any time, which is equivalent to obtaining her field of vision at all times, and can use combat skills with her as the target. When they meet up, the team will lose 2 more people. 10 days later, when the team appeared in front of a specially marked boundary fragment on the map, there were only 5 people left in the mercenary team, and half of them were dead. According to the special mark on the map given by the instructor, this is a super large domain fragment, and it is also a domain fragment with an underground world. The resources are very rich. Many seniors from the Star Tower have built cities here and become lords. As seniors, they can stop here for supplies. The team stepped into the domain and found a primitive jungle. The captain of the mercenary team picked up a machete and cut off the trees and vines. Chu Cheng immediately opened the map to check it out and pointed to one direction, over there. He turned to the mercenaries, who looked very tired, and said, "Rest here first. In this domain, we can go there to rest for a few days." The tired soldiers cheered and quickly cleared a small area. Those who were on guard, and those who were making fires made fires. Chu Cheng used a sword to cut a dry tree into several pieces, set the branches on fire, chopped the trunk into several pieces, flattened it, sat down with Fangxi, drank a sip of water, and asked with a smile, "Are you tired?" She shook her head and said, "No, I'm just a little tired of keeping a high level of vigilance. I can't help it, the environment is too bad. Hold on a little longer, it will take about 12 days to reach the fragment of the Destiny Nest. Yeah. I want to take a break. Lean on me." She hummed lightly and leaned on his thigh. Chu Cheng took out a blanket and covered her with it and patted her gently, then took out the map and studied it carefully. There were constant battles along the way, and the casualties were serious. It was also fortunate that his perception was high enough. The perception of 135 was already very high, so he could detect danger in advance and avoid some of the dangers, otherwise the losses would be greater. In addition, the road they took was relatively safe. Every 1 or 2 years, a strong man from the school's high star tower would walk through it to clear or expel the powerful monsters and large shadow monster gathering points on the road. If they took other dangerous roads, not to mention this mercenary team, they themselves would be in danger. Mr. Chu, it's time to eat. 5 minutes later, Chu Cheng closed the map, took the food handed over by the mercenary captain, tapped Fang Shi to wake up, and handed the food in his hand to her. After a simple rest for an hour, the team continued to set off. An hour later, the team got out of the lush jungle and came to a big river. Across the river was a plain with farmland that had been reclaimed. The rice seedlings in the fields were golden, and the heavy grains pressed the straw low. Half of these mature rice fields have been harvested, and the other half have not yet been harvested, but no one was seen in the rice fields in broad daylight. Chu Cheng looked up and saw a town surrounded by city walls in the distance of the continuous golden rice fields, with a castle in the center. At this time, a column of smoke rose in the town. No, the castle was attacked. Chapter 167. At first glance, I thought the villagers were cooking, but after a closer look, I found that the smoke column was wrong. It was too thick and too black. No cooking smoke column would be so thick. Go and have a look. Fang Shi opened a random door on the other side of the river. The team quickly crossed the river and ran towards the town. Not long after approaching the town, they turned a corner along the city wall, and saw that the wall on the other side of the town had been smashed open. A large number of goblins and orcs had entered the city. Several tall ogres holding thick maces were frantically destroying houses. The castle in the center of the town has not been captured yet. A large number of orcs and goblins are attacking the castle. Chu Cheng took a glance and saw the headquarters of this group of goblins and orcs. There was an orc commander with a level 45 horror template, a goblin chieftain with a level 38 horror template, and a tall and cool drow priest, level 42, horror template. In addition, there were 4 or 5 elite monsters above level 40, including 2 drow warriors with luxurious equipment. Chu Cheng assessed the strength of both sides and felt that they could fight. He turned to the mercenary team and said, I want to kill these goblins, you guys protect Mage Fang Shi later. The mercenary captain was shocked. You alone? Yes, don't worry, I'm sure. The mercenary captain was still a little bit unbelievable, but did not question it, nodded and said, Please rest assured, we will protect Mage Fang Shi. Chu Cheng nodded, drew out his 2 swords, and said to Fang Shi, Give me a set of buff. She immediately gave the whole team a group acceleration and group bull power. Chu Cheng took out a bottle of powerful defense potion and swallowed it, crossed his 2 swords, and his whole body was full of lightning. After charging for a second, it soared into the sky, like a meteor across the sky, and heavily smashed into the monster group on the high slope outside the castle. The thunder exploded, and all the orcs and drow around were stunned. He raised his hand and placed a space mark on the drow priest. The weapon skill Frostthorn flashed and disappeared. He raised his foot and trampled on it, and then followed up with a nether strike. Drow priest, horror level 42, 120,000 HP. As soon as the orc commander woke up, he roared and burst into blood, waving his battle axe and charging. Fang Shi pointed from a distance, and the ice chain froze him in place. Chu Cheng immediately charged in place, and knocked out the drow priest, who was about to cast a spell. He circled behind the drow priest to avoid the orc charge, and danced with his 2 swords wildly, quickly stacking the attack speed. After a few times, the attack speed was stacked to 5 swords per second. The drow priest woke up, and the magic light on his body flashed, and a terrifying scream exploded. Chu Cheng lost control, and wanted to run away. Fang Shi, who was protected by the mercenaries in the distance, cast a magic to dispel him. At this time, the drow priest had cast a spell to summon a blood-colored magic shield to protect his whole body. He raised the snake whip in his hand, and a magical aura appeared on the whip and threw it down. At this moment, Chu Cheng, who rushed out more than 20 meters away in fear, decisively cast the hero's skill time travel. He disappeared out of thin air, and reappeared above the drow priest's head. Everything within a diameter of 10 meters was still. In an instant, the past, present, and future 3 bodies merged into one, and 15 combos were released in 1 second, instantly triggering the Death Force attack plus 300, and successfully triggered the time lock again. Chu Cheng decisively activated the Wild Force attack plus 100, and the already full attack speed was fully released. The 3 bodies merged into one, and 21 swords released a terrifying damage of up to 80,000 in 1 second. Unfortunately, The third time lock was not triggered. As soon as the drought priest woke up, he felt the danger. With a pale face, he grabbed a goddess pendant in the deep ditch and shouted, "Goddess, save me." The pendant exploded, and an extremely powerful breath rose rapidly. Chu Cheng slashed down with two swords with an expressionless face. The huge force cut off the drought priest's arm. The other sword slashed down and split the left hemisphere in half. With a twist of his wrist, he cut the sexy face of the drought priest, and the flesh turned outward, and the blood gushed out, instantly turning a charming drow woman into a ghost. The invisible force grew rapidly, and the void above the drought priest's head began to distort. A vague shadow quickly condensed, and unimaginable pressure emerged, making people stiff. But at this moment, the phantom that was about to take shape suddenly solidified. Time lock. The power of time solidifies everything. Even higher levels cannot be exempted. The past and the future emerged, and the three bodies merged into one and slashed down. 1 second later, the time lock disappeared. Everything was like a broken mirror, and the remains were scattered all over the ground. The shadow that was about to take shape paused, let out an unwilling roar, and slowly disappeared. In just a few seconds, the drought priest was killed. At this time, the castle discovered the abnormality here, and the two professionals were delighted. Someone came to support. There is a small team. No, most of them are hired soldiers, and there are only 2 professionals. His, so powerful, it took only a few seconds to kill the drought priest. In the 5th second, the orc warlord broke free from the ice chain, roared to the sky, and the 2 drow warriors around him rushed towards him. In the distance, Fong Shi took out the cursed magic book and spread it out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the gray light on the magic book and gathered into a ball. He slapped it, and the pupils of the orc warlord quickly turned gray, and he raised his hand and chopped the goblin chief next to him with an axe. Frenzy curse. It can make enemies attack without distinguishing between friend and foe. Enough. Chu Cheng reached out to stop Fong Shi from casting spells, and pointed out his 2 swords to block the 2 drow swordsmen. Every time she casts a spell in this cursed magic book, she has to accept a toughness and will immunity test. If the test fails, a certain degree of cursed power erosion will accumulate, gradually turning into undead, and when it reaches 100%, it will be turned into an undead creature. Although this cursed power erosion can be purified, even if it can be purified, it will affect the physique, that is, permanent loss of physique, so it is better not to accumulate it. Just a few elite monsters, they are not his opponents at all. The surrounding orcs and goblins all surrounded him, and he was soon surrounded and disappeared. The mercenary team was a little nervous, but Fong Shi cast spells as usual, summoning chain lightning to explode in the group of goblins and orcs, and a group of them turned into charcoal. Space refraction absorbs and rebounds. Double swords parry, block, and counterattack. The divine power crit shocked the 2 drow swordsmen away, and with the absolute strength advantage, the drow swordsmen's double swords were blocked and exposed, and a sword stabbed directly into the chest with the defense wide open, successfully triggering a triple crit and crushing. Under the siege, the double sword stabbed continuously, successfully triggering the time lock. In an instant, more than 50,000 damage burst out, directly killing a drow swordsman. Dang! Accurately blocking the sneak attack with a sword, turning around and sweeping, more than twice the strength advantage, the double swords were open wide, and it was another 3 consecutive crits. The so-called crit is usually most likely to be triggered when the opponent cannot defend. The 3 consecutive bursts made him retreat again and again, and the swordsmanship was fully suppressed, and all resistance was suppressed. Swish, 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 more than 20 swords hit the weak points between the chest, abdomen and throat in one breath, triggering no less than 10 consecutive crits, and even the time lock was not triggered and killed forcibly. Chapter 168. Several drow died, and the orc commander fell into a frenzy, and couldn't extricate himself. The goblin chieftain was suppressed by the frenzied orc commander, and couldn't get away. The remaining orcs and goblins lost their command. Some returned to help, some were still attacking the castle, and a small part went to attack the mercenary team, fighting on their own. Chu Cheng turned his 2 swords, and hit the goblin chieftain with a few swords, triggering the time lock, more than 50,000 bursts per second, killing him on the spot. The orc commander, who fell into a frenzy, and didn't recognize his relatives, immediately regarded him as an opponent. Chu Cheng met with his 2 swords, and tapped the axe blade. The axe blade was deflected with a stronger force than the orc commander, and he slashed it with a few more agile swords. The orc commander, whose combat skills were so poor, was like a target, and had no power to fight back. When the attributes are stronger and the skills are stronger, There is only crushing. He didn't even expect to trigger the time lock, nor did he need to use combat skills, just ordinary attacks and suppress one sword after another. 15 seconds later, the orc commander, who was suppressed by him, died under his sword. Being in the midst of thousands of troops, he felt like strolling in a leisurely pavilion. The goblins and orcs had no magic system except some throwing and javelins, and the only magic system was killed by him, so no one could do anything to him. The leaders died, and the orcs and goblins collapsed and fled. Chu Chung did not chase them, but just killed a few orcs who were close to him and picked up all the loot boxes. When the orcs fled, the castle gate opened, and a group of humans came to meet them. There were 2 professionals leading them. One of them was a young man with a bow on his back, bowed and shouted from a distance, "Thank you for coming to rescue this brother. I wonder which city-state you are from." Chu Chung looked puzzled. "What city-state?" "I came from the outpost." The 2 were stunned for a moment, and the man with the bow on his back was surprised. "Brother, are you a disciple from the Starry Tower?" "Yes, I am from the Starry Tower." The 2 were even more enthusiastic. "You are indeed a disciple of the Starry Tower." "I am Zhou, he is Zhou Ying, and our clansman and lord is Zhou Yuzhong, who is also a student of the Starry Tower. He came here 15 years ago to establish Yuzhong City. Our lord has not seen his classmates for a long time. If he hears about you, he will definitely be very happy. You just saved us again. Please come and sit in the castle. I will contact the city lord. Wait for my teammates. No hurry, no hurry." At this time, the castle gate opened, and a large number of civilians who had hidden in the castle rushed out. Some carried corpses to clean up the battlefield, and some went to repair the collapsed town wall. Zhou introduced beside him. "This town is called Suinan Town, located in the south of Yuzhong City, surrounded by farmland. It is the largest grain-producing area in the territory. Every once in a while, orcs and goblins will rush out from the ground to plunder food. Usually, the scale of orcs and goblins is not very large, and the castle can be used to consume some goblins and orcs to fight back. But this time, not only is the scale larger, but there is also a drow priest. All the spell scrolls prepared in the castle have been countered. If Mr. Chu Chung hadn't come to support, the castle would really be in danger of falling. Mr. Chu Chung, don't worry, there will be a thank you gift when the Lord arrives. Thank you gifts don't matter. We have been through the twisted virtual realm for more than 10 days. We are very tired now. Can you help us arrange a place to rest?" "Of course, no problem." Zhou immediately helped them arrange a small courtyard in the castle, and they moved in. Of course, someone was on guard. Although there would be no problem basically, the necessary vigilance was still necessary, and the mercenaries took turns on guard. Chu Chung and Fong Shi shared a room, and she went to sleep after setting up a star barrier. After sleeping for a full 20 hours, she woke up again, refreshed. Only then did she have time to open the loot chests, a total of 6, namely the purple loot chest of the drow priest, the red loot chest of the orc warlord, the red loot chest of the goblin chieftain, and 2 blue and 1 green. There was no need to look at the green and blue chests, just some materials and a blue suit. The goblin chieftain's chest opened a red weapon called Goblin Scepter, which was a long-handled weapon and could only be sold for money. The orc warlord did open a piece of equipment suitable for him, a level 30 warlord glove. Orc warlord gloves, rare/red, equipment type, glove/male. Equipment requirement, level 30. Additional attributes, Constitution plus 12. Additional attributes, Strength plus 12. Additional attributes, Attack plus 30. Evaluation, Orc warlord's gloves can give the wearer powerful strength. Directly replace the original blue equipped focus gloves, which was a level 10 blue equipped item obtained in the 5th middle school, with a constitution and strength increase of 2. Then he opened the treasure chest of the drow priest, but to his surprise, there was no purple equipment, but a red necklace. But after Chu Chung read the properties of the necklace, he felt that it was not unacceptable that there was no purple equipment. The favor of the drow goddess, rare/crimson, equipment type, necklace. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 150, Spirit 150. Additional attributes, Intelligence plus 15. Additional attribute, Spirit plus 15. Additional attribute, Goddess's favor. After use, the next spell power and effect will be increased by 100%, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Evaluation, a gift from the drow goddess to her followers. He shared the attribute with Fong Shi and asked, "How is it compared to the one you are wearing now?" Fong Shi nodded and said, "The one I am wearing now is also rare, with slightly stronger attributes, but no special effects." "Then change it." How can a mere attribute compare to this special effect? Although it can only be used once, it can be combined with her talent to increase by 150%, and a powerful magic can be output instantly. After changing the equipment, Chu Cheng came out of the room. Immediately, a guard went to report, and soon Zhou Ye and others came over. Standing in front of him was a handsome young man, and standing next to him was a heroic young woman. The young man smiled and stretched out his hand from a distance. I'm Zhou Yuzhong. I graduated from the Void Tower 12 years ago. I'm your senior. This is my wife LV Lingqing. The woman next to him smiled and shook hands with Fang Shi. LV Lingqing, graduated 5 years ago, is also your senior. Chu Cheng shook hands with him and replied with a smile. Hello, Senior Zhou. Hello, Senior LV. I'm Chu Cheng. This is Fang Shi, both from the Void Tower, under the name of Yundinga, the instructor. Zhou Yuzhong's eyes lit up, and he said with some surprise, That's even better, we all come from the Void Tower, we're all family. Let's go. This time I'm going to do my best to be a good host. Let's go to Yuzhong City first. Let me entertain you. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. The group set off while chatting. When they arrived outside the town, they saw an elite army of hundreds of people at the intersection outside the town. All of them were elite templates, with a level of more than 30, and the leading officer's level was as high as 55. Someone brought a few horses to a few mercenaries, and part of the army stayed behind, while the other part followed them back. Chapter 169. Brother, I haven't been back to school since I graduated. This place is remote, and no fellow disciples from the tower have come here for several years. It is estimated that everyone is from the same faction, and Zhou Yuzhong's attitude is very enthusiastic. Fang Shi was on the other side, chatting with Lu Lingqing. Zhou Yuzhong is very talkative, talking about the past to the present, from past experiences in school, to when he left school to train in the Broken Star Realm. He saw this place, and decided to open up a career here and establish his own territory. Zhou Yuzhong was very excited to talk, and Chu Cheng was also happy to listen to his experiences, because he may also take this path after graduation in the future. It is unlikely that he will return to his family after graduation. It is likely that he will be self-reliant outside and establish his own career. At that time, it is estimated that he will find a suitable realm, like Senior Zhou Yuzhong, and find a way to open up his own territory. In this way, Senior Zhou Yuzhong's experience is very reference for him. One wants to find someone to talk to, and the other is very happy to listen. They hit it off and chatted happily. LV Lingqing and Fang Shi were chatting about their experiences during the training. Unlike men, who were basically talking about battles, women were mostly talking about gossip between people and beautiful equipment. Unconsciously, they talked about the purpose of their coming to the Broken Star Realm. Zhou Yuzhong pinched his chin and asked, So your purpose this time is just for the Oracle Hero profession of my sister-in-law? Yes. He glanced at Fang Shi, and did not deny the title of sister-in-law. Zhou Yuzhong raised his big finger. You are awesome. You are only level 30, and there are only 2 of you, but you dared to enter the Broken Star Realm. I was level 45 before I dared to come with my teammates. You have to give it a try. Sure. I can see that you are extraordinary, Junior. Zhou Yuzhong did not ask him what his profession was, but changed the subject and said, But Junior, you are still careless. It would be fine if you waited until level 40. Level 30 is too difficult, and there are only 2 of you. The road ahead will not be easy. Chu Cheng immediately heard the hidden meaning in his words and asked, Senior, is there any problem with the road ahead? Zhou Yuzhong nodded. There is a little problem. You should have the map given by the instructor, right? Yes. Your map should be out of date. You don't know that the map in the instructor's hand is generally updated once a year, but generally the main route is updated. For example, here, few people come to places like the Nest of Destiny, and sometimes it takes several years to come. Someone comes here, just like here, the last time someone came here was 4 years ago. So the map in your hand is a map from 4 years ago, and 4 years is enough time for many places to undergo huge changes. Zhou Yuzhong said to him in a deep voice, We have already undergone several huge changes in these 4 years, each of which can change the nearby boundary fragments and distort the ecology in the Nether Realm. Many ecological changes have caused a chain reaction, resulting in a huge difference between the surrounding situation and 4 years ago. At this time, Chu Cheng's expression was already solemn, and he asked in a low voice, Senior, do you mean that the road to the Nest of Destiny is blocked? That's not the case. The variables that have occurred are not there, but the surrounding areas are affected by the variables, and the danger has indeed increased significantly. At least it is difficult for the 2 of you plus 5 soldiers to pass through. But you don't have to worry too much. It will be difficult for you to pass if you just rely on a few of you, but if you are strong enough, you can still pass. Let's go to Yuzhong City first. I will dispatch an army to follow you and escort you there after a while. Chu Cheng thought for a while, and did not refuse. Chu Cheng thanks you, senior. Zhou Yuzhong smiled and waved his hand and said, it's a piece of cake. Besides, I'm on the way. There are several human lords in several realms over there. I haven't contacted them for more than half a year. It's just right to open up the road and complete the transaction. Yuzhong City. More than 70 kilometers away from Suinan Town, a large city built on the bank of a big river. There are dense farmlands on both sides of the river, dense water networks, and golden rice fields extending to the distance of sight. The group returned to Yuzhong City and held a banquet in the city that night. Here we met 30 or 40 professionals, several of whom were graduates of the Star Tower before, a few seniors who have not yet graduated, and most of the rest are ordinary professionals who have changed their jobs in the territory. These elite professionals from the Star Tower have been here for several years, employed by Zhou Yuzhong to work for him. Just like the aristocratic system in the Middle Ages, they obtained the status of baron or knight, and obtained villages or towns as fiefs under Zhou Yuzhong's name. After graduation, the most elite professionals, like Zhou Yuzhong, opened up their own foundation and became lords or realm masters. The slightly worse ones joined these lords and became nobles, and they could obtain a family business without working hard. The worst ones could not become nobles, but they could also become officers and the backbone of the territory. Of course, the above premises are all the kind of legendary hopelessness. If you have the potential to be promoted to legend, you don't need to do these things. You can be promoted to legend first. Zhou Yuzhong is at level 58, a mid-level hero, but because he died too many times in his previous training, his potential was too much, and he has no hope of becoming a legend. He has been stuck at this level for a long time. According to his own estimation, he will be stuck at level 60 at most, and will not be able to improve anymore. After the cocktail party, the two came to a balcony tea house behind the auditorium. Zhou Yuzhong first took out a bag and handed it to him, saying, "This is a little gift for your support of Suinan Town." Before Chu Cheng could speak, he stopped him with his hand. "You're welcome, this is the rule. Other mercenary teams have to pay for support. In addition, I will form a caravan in a few days, and go to the Fate Nest realm fragment with you. There are several lords there. We used to trade every 6 months, but the danger outside is too high recently, and I haven't been there for more than half a year. This time is just the right time to go there." Chu Cheng immediately asked, "Brother Zhou, what are the variables in recent years? Is it convenient to tell me?" "Of course, it's convenient to tell me. I was going to tell you." He took a sip of wine and took out a map. The map unfolded in front of him, and he pointed to a location on the map and said, "This specially highlighted realm is the fragment of our current realm. The surrounding green-framed realm fragments all have lords. We are all allies of the Human Mutual Aid Alliance, and these red-framed realm fragments represent hostile alien forces. Especially this realm marked with a skull. It is a powerful Drow family that migrated here 3 years ago. It seems to be a branch of the Drow Empire under the command of an evil god deep in the Broken Star realm. It is very powerful. The alien races in the surrounding realm fragments have been conquered by them. Even the alien races in the underground world of our realm have been conquered, and from time to time, they will send alien races out of the underground to attack us." Chapter 170. After saying this, Zhou Yuzhong took another sip of wine and pointed to another place on the map, at the huge empty space between the multiple realms. "Isn't this a large area that is empty?" "It's not really empty, but it means that the realm in this area has been completely eroded by the Nether realm. According to the information we have reconnaissance now, a legendary shadow elf was born in a group of shadow elves deep in the twisted Nether realm. It has already gained wisdom, and integrated many surrounding shadow monsters and races, and is constantly eroding and corrupting the fragments of the realms. These two forces with legendary strongmen have expanded to this. The area has greatly affected the surrounding ecology, causing the danger level of the surrounding area to increase significantly." "Oh!" Chu Cheng nodded, and asked with a little curiosity, "How do you resist 2 legendary masters on both sides? Do you have legendary masters?" "Of course. An old senior was lucky enough to be promoted to a legendary master more than 20 years ago. He was ready to build his own floating city here. Many lords around were willing to provide the boss with manpower and various basic materials for building the floating city in exchange for the protection of the legendary master." Legendary master. Chu Cheng understood. No wonder they were not panicked at all. So this is the case. Legends are strong to begin with, and they are even stronger after being promoted to legendary masters. How can a mere native legend from a foreign land be his opponent? With such a legendary master here, there will be no problem before the floating city is built. And this time, at least 100 years. It's just the time to build the floating city. You know, it's not that easy to build a floating city. The floating city built by professionals of the Destiny race, like them, is different from the floating city built by indigenous magicians. The floating city of the indigenous legendary magician is built on the cross-section, by cutting off the mountain and turning it upside down. The inside of the mountain is solid, with at most some basements and warehouses dug. The floating city of the professional legendary wizard is built directly with magic metal to form an inverted mountain frame, just like the floating city of the school clique. Not only are the cross-sections of the upper platform full of buildings and multiple wizard towers, but the huge city below the platform is hollow inside. The amount of magic metal needed to build this thing alone is huge, and the precious magic materials needed for the magic array throughout the floating city are even more outrageous. A legendary wizard without the support of a big force wants to build a floating city from scratch, and the time and manpower and material resources required are unimaginable. It would take hundreds of years. Zhou Yuzhong is also a man of swift action. He started to form a trade caravan on the second day, and the caravan was completed on the third day. 10 camels, 2 tame magic Tyrannosaurus, an army of more than 500 people, including an elite squadron with an average level of more than 30. In addition, there were more than 20 professionals, including 2 extraordinary professionals, who had reached level 50. They were all members of the Zhou clan, and took this opportunity to go out for training. 3 days later, the caravan left Yuzhong City, and drove along the main road to the other direction of the boundary fragment. Crossing the territory of Yuzhong City all the way, after leaving the boundary, passing through a primitive forest, and came to the territory of another high-level professional. The caravan did not stop and continued to move forward. It took 4 days to cross this boundary fragment. On the second day, when passing through the center of the boundary fragment, a magic tower located on the top of the central mountains was seen. The infinite magic energy of the sky gathered to form a huge vortex with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers suspended in the air. Lightning exploded and fell in the vortex, wrapping the towering magic tower in it. The profession of wizard is really amazing. Chu Cheng sat in the carriage, looking at the sky through the window, smacked his lips, turned around and saw Fang Shi sitting next to him with envy in her eyes, and smiled. "Don't be envious. When we are strong enough in the future, we will build our own." She turned around and smiled. "I believe you." Chu Cheng's eyes fell on her delicate and flawless face, staring at her for a while, and suddenly slowly approached. Her face instantly became rosy, and she pursed her lips without dodging. For a while, the two lips touched. Soft, warm, a faint fragrance came from between her lips and teeth. He reached out to hug her soft waist, pulled down the curtain with his left hand, and the beauty leaned gently into his arms. The man has feelings, the concubine has intentions, and it will come naturally. Half an hour later, the curtain was drawn again, and he leaned against the corner with Fang Shi, whose face was rosy, in his arms. One hand wandered under her clothes, and whispered a whisper. It was fragrant, soft, bouncy and hot. It was a pity that the place was wrong, otherwise he couldn't help it. With the inky blackness coming, the caravan left the boundary, and entered the twisted and dark area. As soon as they entered the twisted and dark area, the team in front encountered several wandering shadow beasts. After that, almost every 10 minutes or half an hour, they would encounter some wandering shadow beasts, or small groups of shadow goblins or orcs, and the frequency was much higher than before. The frequency of battles in just one day caught up with the previous 4 or 5 days, and this was just after leaving the boundary fragment. Ding! A crisp bell suddenly sounded in front, and then the caravan stopped, and someone rode over to convey the order. The scout team found shadow orcs in front. Everyone prepared to fight. There is a fight! Chu Cheng finally squeezed the soft bullet that was hard to grasp, and Fang Shi quickly tidied up her messy robe and stood up. However, when they jumped on the camel beast's back to prepare for the battle, there was no sound of fighting in front. After a while, Zhou Chaoxian, one of the 2 extraordinary leaders of the caravan, quickly came over and waved to Chu Cheng. "Mr. Chu Cheng, come here." He took Fang Shi to the front of the caravan, and found that there was no battle in front. He asked with a puzzled look, "Where are the enemies?" Zhou Chaoxian pointed to the front and said, "In front." "Haven't you found us yet?" "No, they found us, but the Shadow Orc army is besieging a Drow team that crossed the Dark Domain and has no time to take care of us." "What a coincidence." Chu Cheng was a little surprised and asked, "So should we take the opportunity to leave, or take advantage of the situation to rob? Of course, we will take advantage of the situation to rob. Another Zhou clan member Zhou Muchuan smiled and said, both of them are our enemies. If we can take the opportunity to kill one team, we can also relieve some pressure on the alliance. Have you found out the strength of both sides? Can we win? Zhou Chaoxian nodded and said, I just sent people to scout, and have found out the strength of both sides. It is difficult to fight 1 against 2, and the loss will be great, but if we take action when they are both injured, the success rate will be very high. Okay, please tell us if you need our support. Of course. Chu Cheng returned to the carriage and called the mercenary team to prepare for the battle. The task assigned to them was the same as before, just to protect Fang Shi. It is worth mentioning that they followed Chu Cheng all the way here, and experienced many battles along the way, and their levels have been raised by 1 or 2 levels. The way soldiers like them raise their levels is different from that of professionals. In addition to killing monsters to upgrade, there are other ways. There are 2 main streams. One is training, and the other is fighting. Chapter 171. Long-term training can increase the level. Soldiers are upgraded in this way in the early stage. After being selected, they are trained for a long time. When they reach level 15 or 20, they can be sent to the battlefield. It is not that they cannot continue to upgrade, but the training effect is greatly weakened after level 15, and the limit is level 29. It is impossible to train soldiers above level 30. Another way is to fight. As long as you keep fighting, even if you don't kill a few people, you will slowly accumulate combat experience and upgrade your level. The speed is also not fast, but you can exceed level 30. In addition to the above mainstream methods, there are many non-mainstream methods. For example, after magic experiments, the body is transformed, the physique and strength are strengthened, and the level can be upgraded after the experiment is completed. The advantage is that you can upgrade many levels in a short period of time, and even change the template from a small monster to a boss, but the disadvantage is that the success rate is not high. Once you fail, you will basically die on the spot. Or you accidentally absorb a lot of energy to improve your strength, which can also change the template, but it is also unstable. The only most stable way to improve strength is to be empowered by a strong person. The most famous example is to obtain the power of demons, or the blessing of gods. Not only can the strength be greatly improved instantly, but it is also very stable. But this opportunity is hard to come by. If there is such an opportunity, the professional will go up by himself, not a soldier. The team was silent, and waited for more than 10 minutes before Zhou Chuxian's order came from the front. Team assemble. Chu Cheng waved his hand, and a group of 7 people quickly followed and gathered in front. More than 400 soldiers, 20 professionals. Zhou Chaoxian is an extraordinary magician, took out a magic book and opened it to cast spells, and 1 buff was blessed on them one by one. Group Acceleration LV10, Speed plus 100. Group Bull Power LV10, Strength plus 100. Group Bear Endurance LV10, Constitution plus 100. Group Cat Grace LV10, Agility plus 100. Group Night Owl Perception LV10, Perception plus 100. Good fellow. Chu Cheng felt the surging power in his body, and the surging attributes on the panel, and he was silent for a long time. Is this the power of a dedicated buff master? This bonus is quite exaggerated, with 4 melee buffs complete, and the strength is instantly improved by a large margin. And this is not the limit, because before Zhou Chaoxian, there was another magic system in the team, and they added a few more buffs. Group Wild Power LV5, Attack Power plus 100. Group Defense Enhancement LV5, Defense plus 10. Group Vampire Touch LV5, Physical Bloodsucking plus 7%. It's time to go. Zhou Chaoxian waved his hand, and several tanks shouted and rushed into the darkness. Chu Cheng was also ready to charge, but was stopped by Zhou Chaoxian. Mr. Chu Cheng, you come later. Ah? The first wave is too dangerous. Wait until they attract the enemy's main force's attention before going up. Not really, I'm also a tank. Zhou Chaoxian smiled and explained, your level is too low, and the Lord told me to keep an eye on you. Chu Cheng speechlessly turned around, and saw Fang Shi covering her mouth and laughing. Okay. After all, it was a good intention, and I couldn't refuse her face. On the other side, many professionals led a large group of soldiers to kill while both sides were losing. There were several tank professionals above level 45 in this group of professionals. They had fought in this realm for a long time, and their equipment had already been configured to the best. There was no orange equipment, but the worst was rare quality, and there were several epic quality items. They are all rare and epic at level 40, or even 45, with very high attribute bonuses. Zhou Chaoxian provided support from the rear. Before they were about to enter the battlefield, he first summoned a thundercloud covering hundreds of meters on the battlefield. Countless lightnings fell from the sky to blast the formation of the Drow team, and then summoned a supernatural fire element to descend on the battlefield. Two huge and fully armored Tyrannosaurus rushed into the crowd, and the shadow orcs in the group were knocked to the ground. There were originally two shadow beasts in this group of monsters, but one had been killed by the Drow team, and the other was still entangled and could not spare any hands at all. At this time, many professionals rushed in, releasing various combat skills and exploding, and the burst in an instant dispersed the enemy. Many soldiers followed closely, filling the front line and suppressing the enemy comprehensively. It was also because the shadow orcs and the Drow team had already suffered a loss and were insufficient in strength, otherwise it would not be so easy to gain the upper hand under normal circumstances. It was not until this time that Zhang Chaoxian gave Chu Cheng a gesture, indicating that he could go up. You assist from the side, don't rush into the enemy's formation. Yes. Chu Cheng drew out his two swords and gave Fang Xi a space mark first. There was no other reason, it was just a safety. If there was an accident and they were separated, they could rely on this to locate. The team channel was unusable here. If they were separated in the dark, they would really be lost. After charging for 1 second, it turned into a meteor and fell to the back of the shadow orcs. Zhang Chaoxian was startled and was about to say something when he saw a large piece of lightning exploded, and a large number of shadow orcs were blown to pieces by the powerful impact. Divine Power Critical Strike, -1680. Blade Storm. Thousands of blades cut, countless monsters around were caught in the blades, and countless damages soared instantly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chaoxian breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "You dare to come here at only level 30, you are really good, no wonder the Lord values you so much." On the other side, the Shadow Orcs had already suppressed the Drow Elf team, but as they joined the battle, they were attacked from both sides, and had to transfer some of their subordinates to relieve the pressure on the Drow Elf team. In the center of the team was an Orc commander and two Drow priests. One of the Drow girls was wearing a gorgeous priest robe, with an extremely beautiful face and a strange mark on her forehead. She held a snakehead whip in one hand, and a thick-skinned magic book emitting a faint red light in the other hand, constantly casting powerful spells to support her subordinates. At the same time, an invisible force field spread out with the magic book as the center, protecting them in the force field. Another middle-aged Drow priest stood behind her. Judging from his posture and demeanor, he respected the girl. There were 5 Drow warriors guarding the Drow girl in the center. The Drow girl was keenly aware of the changes of the Shadow Orcs, and immediately pointed in one direction, and gave an order to the Orc commander next to her. "Gather your people and break out from this side." The Orc commander nodded, raised his battle axe and shouted, "Warriors of the Battle Axe clan, listen to my orders, follow me to charge." Rushing to the weak point of the siege of the Shadow Orcs, the Drow girl pondered for a while, and whispered, "Wait for Makuta to attract their attention, and we will break out from another direction." A large number of orcs gathered suddenly, which immediately attracted the attention of the monsters in the dark domain, and a large number of them gathered here. When the two sides were fighting fiercely, the Drow girl decisively fled from another direction with a few men. The snake-headed whip in the girl's hand snapped down, and a group of fear dispersed the few Shadow Orcs here, and the group accelerated their escape from here. However, just as she was about to break out of the encirclement, the girl suddenly stopped, and the next second a ball of flame rose up in front of her. Chapter 172. The flame slowly dissipated, the teleportation aura shot up into the sky, and a group of people appeared in front of them. In the middle was Zhou Chaoxian, and there were 6 professionals protecting him, and more than 100 soldiers. Shou Muchuan was in charge of the Shadow Orcs, and he was in charge of this side. He had already set his eyes on the Drow girl early on. If she didn't run, it would be fine. If she ran, she would definitely be intercepted. Zhou Chaoxian separated from his guards and walked out. 10 magic auras slowly rotated around him. He looked carefully at the Drow girl and the guards on the side, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. It can be seen that you have a high status in the Drow family. Surrendering can guarantee your safety. The Drow girl did not look panicked, and quickly took out an object to activate it, and the space was about to be distorted. Zhou Chaoxian reacted super fast. A magic light ball exploded in front of him, and the invisible force of the space anchor exploded, and the teleportation that was about to take shape was immediately interrupted. Human Grand Mage. The face of another Drow priest behind the girl changed, and he immediately said to the Drow girl, "Your Highness, you go first." The Drow girl looked around and shook her head, I can't run away. The next second, her eyes became firm. She held the pendant on her chest with both hands, knelt on one knee, and muttered something. A few strange marks on her forehead lit up, and a circle of ripples that ordinary people could not see spread out with her as the center. Zhou Chaoxian was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed drastically. Fuck, the one favored by God. She stretched out her hand and pressed the magic light ball in front of her, and the light curtain rose into the sky, like a sky curtain covering the sky, but it was completely unable to resist the spread of the invisible waves. Damn, it's really the one favored by God. Zhou Chaoxian was completely desperate, and immediately shouted loudly, Everyone, prepare to retreat. Muchuan, you organize the retreat over there. Many people were confused, but they had been in battle for a long time, and knew that something must have gone wrong, so they decisively began to prepare to retreat. But at this time, they had already entered a state of war with the shadow monster, and it would be difficult to get out for a while. Fuck. Zhou Chuxian's face changed back and forth, and he hesitated for 2 seconds before gritting his teeth and making up his mind, and ordered loudly, Those who can leave should retreat immediately, and those who can't leave should stay away from here as much as possible. Chu Cheng, you come back immediately. Chu Cheng also realized what happened at this time, and flexibly targeted Zhou Chaoxian with a dark attack, and instantly appeared behind him with his sword drawn and stood, asking, Brother Chaoxian, what happened? Zhou Chaoxian pointed to the ripples around the drow girl that were close to the substance and said, Damn, there's a crazy god-favored person there, who started the god descent ceremony as soon as the fight started, preparing to summon the power of the drow goddess to descend. So decisive? If I had been prepared, I could have blocked this area, but I didn't expect to encounter a rare god-favored person here. I didn't prepare in advance, and now it's too late. Chu Cheng immediately asked, Can't we stop the god's descent now? It's difficult, unless we can kill her before the god's descent ceremony ends. There is also a level 40 priest, and 5 guards around her. The god's descent ceremony will enter the god's arrival stage after 10 seconds, and it is even more impossible to kill her. How long will it take for the god's descent ceremony to succeed? If it succeeds, what will be the consequences of the god's descent? The god's descent ceremony will take about half a minute to succeed. If it is successfully summoned, few people present can escape. But we can't retreat in 30 seconds. If we can't retreat, we can only leave it to fate. So many soldiers. Zhou Chaoxian sighed and said, There's nothing I can do. I was careless. Chu Cheng looked back at the drow girl, and a line of data immediately appeared above her head. Menzora, horror slash, the favored one of the drow goddess, level 49, 15 plus 250,000 health. Every second, the temporary health value behind will increase by 30,000, making the invisible shield on her body brighter. 400,000 health. Chu Cheng pursed his lips and said, Can we gather everyone's strength to kill it? 30,000 temporary health in 1 second. How to kill it? It seems we can. Chu Cheng pursed his lips, opened the panel, and his eyes fell on the hot-blooded fighting spirit skills, and decisively added points. Hot-blooded fighting spirit LV5, top-level passive, each time the target is hit, increase the movement speed by 15 points and the attack speed by 15%, lasting 20 seconds. Tip: the hot-blooded soul can be stacked, with a maximum stacking limit of 20 layers, and the duration is refreshed each time it is attacked. Tip: change the attack target, and the number of stacked hot-blooded soul layers will be halved. Tip: the effect can be dispelled, and the priority is authoritative. Tip: the hot-blooded soul has been upgraded to LV5, please. Then, as usual, the golden finger takes effect, and the expertise is enhanced. Tip: the hot-blooded soul has been upgraded to LV5. Please choose one of the following expertise as a skill expertise within 60 seconds, and the timeout will be random. Expertise 1. Each upgrade increases the movement speed by 5, and the attack speed by 5%. Expertise 2. The maximum stacking limit is increased by 10 layers. Expertise 3. The duration of the stacking effect is increased by 30 seconds. Chu Cheng only took a glance and chose the first specialty. Each time the speed is increased by 5, the attack speed is increased by 5%. With the existing ones, each attack can now increase the speed by 20, and the attack speed by 20%. 20 layers are fully stacked, which means 400 movement speed and 400% attack speed. Although the total bonus is 50% less than the upper limit of the stacking layer of Specialty 2 plus 10, the advantage of Specialty 1 is that it bursts quickly. It can be fully stacked in 20 attacks, which can enter the best state faster than 30 layers. Now I am sure. Chu Cheng said to Zhou Chaoxian in a deep voice, Watch me kill. Don't. Zhou Chaoxian just stretched out his hand and found that Chu Cheng had disappeared. He quickly looked up and saw that he had appeared in front of the drow girl Mingzora in the blink of an eye. The invisible ripples that spread out were solidified in the void at some point. 3 Chu Chengs appeared in front of Mingzora and slashed at her. The LV-10 Cat's Grace adds an extra 100 agility, which greatly increases his attack speed. The initial attack speed limit is changed from 3 slashes per second to 4 slashes per second. The 3 bodies merge into one, and 12 slashes are made, instantly bursting out a terrifying output of up to 40,000. At this time, another drow priest and 5 drow warriors around woke up from the time lock. One of them charged on the spot with a delicate round shield, and another shield warrior flashed in front of the drow girl to protect her. The drow priest swung down the snake whip in his hand, and the magic aura flashed. Time shelter. Chu Cheng opened the invincibility without hesitation, and his figure flashed into time. The drow warrior's charge on the spot passed through his figure directly. The fear aura of the drow priest sprinkled down, and Chu Cheng had no reaction, and even his eyes did not move. With a thought, he appeared behind the drow girl out of thin air, and his arms danced wildly. Under the protection of the power of time, he ignored any environment, could shuttle through any terrain obstacles, and reach any place wherever he wanted. If he wanted, he could pass through the space under the twisted netherworld and enter the unknown place below. In just the 3rd second, Chu Cheng had already stacked up his passionate fighting spirit, and his attack speed reached the extreme of 10 strikes per second. The previous attack speed limit was 7 strikes per second. Now with an increase of 100 agility, the attack speed has increased by 200%, but the limit is not the imagined dozen strikes per second, but 10 strikes per second. The reason for this is very simple, it is just the benefit threshold. The benefit of the attack speed bonus is not a simple linear superposition, but a multiplication superposition. To put it bluntly, the early bonus effect is very obvious. The larger the value, the effect will gradually decrease, which is reflected in the attack speed. It is more difficult to stack later. A 200% attack speed bonus can allow him to reach a speed of 7 strikes per second. A 400% attack speed bonus can only allow him to reach a speed of 10 strikes per second, with an additional 3 strikes. In the future, if the attack speed can be superimposed to 600%, it may be at most 12 strikes per second, with only 2 additional strikes. Chapter 173. 10 strikes in 1 second. Normal attacks can inflict over 10,000 damage in 1 second. Once the time lock is triggered, 30 strikes that will definitely hit regardless of defense will burst out in 1 second, and the burst is as high as 100,000 in an instant. 30 strikes in 1 second, the probability of triggering the time lock is very high. After 2 consecutive triggers, the temporary health of the drow girl is wiped out, and the sword with the power of time tears open the invisible shield. Several accessories on the drow god's favor explode one by one, forming layers of shields or triggering magic such as fear and immobilization. But at this time, Chu Cheng is invincible, and all spells cannot reach him. The 2 swords danced wildly, and soon broke through a layer of shields. Time lock. The second layer of shield exploded, and the invisible shield formed by the increase of 30,000 temporary health points also broke, and the blade wiped towards the neck of the drow god's favor. Power of time? At this moment, the drow girl suddenly opened her eyes, and let out a piercing scream. A vague shadow emerged from the twisted waves above her head. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a light person with a delicate figure, and a fan-shaped crown on her head. A breath-suffocating pressure surged in all directions like a tide. The light person looked at Chu Cheng, and the voice appeared directly in his mind, power of time. There was a hint of surprise and curiosity. Chu Cheng could not see, but he could clearly feel that a substantial will was slowly awakening and coming. He had a long alarm in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. Buzz! The substantial light wave exploded with the drow girl as the center, sweeping across the 4 directions in an instant, and infinite light illuminated the surroundings, making the area several kilometers around as bright as day. Everyone felt the air become warm and sticky, as if the world was filled with invisible colloid. Fuck, they came early. Retreat. Zhou Chaoxian immediately activated the silver scroll in his hand, and the power of space exploded, wrapping him and his companions around him and disappearing at the same time. He appeared again in the caravan 1,000 meters away. He tapped his fingers continuously, and all the magic light balls in front of him exploded one by one, turning into layers of magic shields to protect them. He turned his head and shouted, "If you have any defensive means, use them immediately." Fangshi glanced at the space mark on his body, and recalled the many miracles that Chu Cheng had shown. He felt inexplicably relieved. He did not ask Zhou Chaoxian about the situation over there, but quickly activated the necklace skill he had obtained not long ago. The favor of the Drow Goddess, and the power and effect of the next spell were increased by 100%. With his hands clasped together, a ball twisted into shape, and quickly expanded into a circular halo that enveloped the caravan. Star Force Field, condensing an indestructible invisible force field, lasting 15 seconds, cooling 15 minutes, and consuming 15 points of star mana. Talent and skill bonus, the range increased by 150%, enough to cover the entire caravan. Then he chanted quickly, releasing a layer of transparent barrier covering the astral force field. A large number of retreating professionals and soldiers retreated in spite of the attack of the shadow orcs. The fast ones fled back, while the slower ones could not make it back, and could only feel the void becoming more and more viscous and hotter. Fortunately, everyone had a LV-10 group acceleration, which was much faster than usual. With the advance warning, most of them retreated. Boom! The sky and the earth burned out of thin air like a bell. The soldiers who had not yet escaped screamed in pain and struggled frantically on the ground. The twisted shadow orc was on fire, like a burning torch. The surface of the magic barrier was also burning with flames, and the defense power was rapidly shrinking. Zhou Chaoxian's expression was solemn, and he said to his deputy beside him in a deep voice, "Cover me." He paused with the staff in his hand, and began to chant, and the strong mana slowly surged. He was preparing a large-scale defensive spell, which would be enough to survive the descent of the gods after completion, but the premise was that his men could hold on until the spell was formed. He felt it was difficult, but there was no choice at this time. He had to try. As the mana in his body burned like a broken dam, an invisible big hand phantom slowly took shape above his head. However, the moment the big hand phantom appeared, he felt an extremely powerful while looking over, and then a silent soul scream came from afar. Zhou Chaoxian's mind was blank for a moment, and when he came to his senses, his face sank. It's over. The spell was interrupted. 10 camel beasts in the barrier collapsed, soldiers fell to the ground, and professionals staggered. He looked up at the infinite light and burning flames outside the gradually transparent barrier, and his heart sank. But at this moment, he suddenly felt the world quiet down, the ubiquitous pressure suddenly disappeared, and the ubiquitous burning flames suddenly lost their temperature. Everyone looked up in surprise, and looked in a certain direction. The source of the infinite flames was the indescribable extreme darkness, and when the darkness reached the extreme, it was light. A light man that could not be described by the naked eye had appeared behind the Drow God's favored one, with only a thin layer of light film between him and reality. As long as this layer of light film was broken, he could descend into this domain. But the light men failed to take the last step. Because Chu Chung appeared in front of the Drow God's favored one at some point, the two swords containing the power of time ignored the sticky gelatin everywhere in the void and inserted into the pupils of the Drow God's favored one. Time lock. The phantoms of the past and the future appeared at the same time. The three bodies merged into one, and 30 strikes in 1 second triggered the time lock again. The phantoms of the past and the future had not disappeared in the last second, and the new phantoms of the past and the future appeared again in this second. The three bodies merged into one and made 30 consecutive strikes, and successfully triggered the time lock again. As if overlapping, in this second, the time lock was repeatedly triggered 5 times before it ended. Billions of time condensed at this moment, and when time flowed again, it was the eternal blow that swallowed death. Minus 524,125. Buzz! The void trembled violently, and dazzling white light spurted out from the pupils. With a crisp click and crisp sound, the Drow God's favored one and the light man behind him simultaneously appeared with countless obvious fragments, like broken exquisite porcelain. The figure of the light man paused, and his pupils, which had been closed all the time, slowly opened and looked at Chu Chung. Within 0.01 seconds, he turned from bewilderment to infinite divine power, and his platinum pupils stared at Chu Chung, speaking the truth, the power of time. I will remember you. As soon as these words came out, Chu Chung immediately felt a chill behind his head. Bang! The light man and the Drow God's favored one shattered at the same time, and the infinite stream of light within a radius of several kilometers quickly gathered at one point like a black hole contraction, turning into a loot treasure chest emitting a faint orange light. His legendary loot treasure chest? Chu Chung quickly put the treasure chest away. Normally, the god's favored one is only worth a purple treasure chest, but this guy opened the god's coming ceremony and called for the will of the Drow Goddess to come, which is equivalent to the god's coming state. The template has undergone a qualitative change, and the strength and difficulty of killing have undergone qualitative changes, and the loot harvest has naturally undergone qualitative changes. It is unlikely that the light orange treasure chest will directly produce legendary equipment. If it does not, it is definitely a top-level purple equipment. Chapter 174. In addition, by killing the Drow God-favored and the upcoming Will of God, he gained hundreds of thousands of killing experience and his level was directly upgraded by 1 level. In addition, he gained a full 15 attribute points and 15 free skill points for his comprehensive combat contribution. This wave is going to be successful. Chu Cheng took a deep breath to calm his excitement, looked back into the distance, and waved. There were melted corpses everywhere, both humans and ghostly monsters, and even the men of the Drow team were not spared. The power of God is something that ordinary things cannot resist. Ordinary soldiers could not hold on, and were burned to death, and even their armor and weapons were melted. After meeting up with the team, Zhou Chaoxian looked at him with a very complicated look. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, but he didn't ask it in the end. He just patted his shoulder and said, "You saved the lives of many people in the caravan. I will give you a big gift later. Then I'm welcome." Then, they cleaned up the battlefield and counted the list of casualties. A total of more than 100 soldiers died, and 2 professionals died because they were entangled by the enemy and didn't escape in time. Then the bodies were not even preserved under the burning of the divine light flame, and even with the resurrection scroll, they couldn't be resurrected. Unless there is a real-world stone, this thing will work if you put it on yourself. Half an hour later, the team continued to set off. Chu Cheng chatted with Zhou Chaoxian for a while in front, and then returned to the carriage. Fangxi straightened his collar for him and smiled. "I knew you would be fine." He kissed the girl lightly and smiled. "Everyone will be fine, so I will be fine. If you encounter this situation in the future, run away. By the way, don't be more than 10 kilometers apart." "Yeah." He put his arm around the girl's slender waist, and lay diagonally in her soft and fragrant arms, closing his eyes to rest. She smiled and looked at him gently, occasionally reaching out to smooth his uneven hair and clothes. After a short rest, Chu Cheng felt that his spirit had almost recovered, and said to her with a smile, "I got something good this time." He stretched out his hand and flipped it, and a trophy box with an orange glow appeared in his palm. Fangxi's pupils opened, and she looked at him in surprise. "Orange loot chest." "Yes." Chu Cheng smiled slightly and explained, "It should be that the Drow God-favored summoned the true will of the god to descend. Strictly speaking, she is now an incarnation of the god. But it is only the lowest incarnation of the will of the god, and it has not yet fully descended. It can only exert less than 1/10 of its power, so it is only a light orange loot chest, and it is highly unlikely that orange equipment will be directly opened. But this is the best case scenario. If the incarnation of the god fully descends, it will definitely be able to produce orange equipment, but we will be dead." Chu Cheng did not think that he could kill a real incarnation of the will of the god in just 15 seconds of invincibility. The real incarnation of the god is a holy armor with a very high immunity level. His attack ignores defense in the time lock state, which is actually a real attack. Facing the holy armor, the damage will be reduced by 50%, and the output capacity will plummet. In addition, the blood volume of the complete incarnation of the god will surge to an exaggerated level, and it is possible to have tens of millions. It is impossible for him to kill it now. No, it's not a question of whether he can kill or not. It's a question of whether he can beat him. With his current strength, without the protection of time, he has no room for resistance. The attack of a true god adds divine power, which is real damage. Solidity is just a damage reduction skill added by an epic equipment of more than 20 levels. The priority of hidden skills is not high, and legendary combat skills cannot be exempted. The real incarnation of God has a power of thousands. A casual attack will definitely trigger critical hits, crushing, smashing, heavy hits and other effects. Just based on the numerical value, he can be crushed to death. I was still impulsive. Invincible is only temporary, not forever invincible. Once it turns over. Don't be so impulsive next time. Chu Cheng took a breath and reflected a little in his heart. 3, 2, 1 reflection is over. Putting these aside quickly, he rubbed his hands excitedly and prepared to open the treasure chest. Reaching out and pressing on the treasure chest, it opened with a click, and a ray of orange light burst out from it. Chu Cheng looked up at Fangxi with a shocked face, and she was also surprised. How is this possible? Can this directly open legendary equipment? With disbelief, he opened the treasure chest completely and took out 2 items from it. One was a scroll made of gold, and the other was a dazzling golden light, surrounded by a faint orange light, hanging in the air like a candle. Okay, It's not legendary equipment, but... He placed the two items in front of Fang Shi. Take a look. Divinity. Fear the incarnation of the Drow goddess has residual divinity, which contains incredible power. Effect 1. Fusion of divinity can increase the talent level by 1 level regardless of conditions. Note, the talent limit cannot exceed LV3. Effect 2. Fusion of divinity can increase the hero professional rank by 1 level regardless of conditions. Note, the upgraded hero professional rank cannot exceed the upper hero. Effect 3. Transform a skill into a divine skill. Note, not limited to active and passive. Effect 4. Fusion of divinity, greatly improve personal attributes. Note, you can decide the type of attribute to be improved by yourself. Depending on the degree of fusion, the minimum increase is 50 points and the maximum increase is 200 points. Effect 5. Divinity is integrated into an epic quality equipment, which can be upgraded to legendary equipment. If the base material is legendary quality, it can be upgraded to ancient quality. Effect 6. Refining divinity in a special way can transform oneself into a divine creature. Note, this method has great risks and a very low success rate. Evaluation. This is the essence of the true God transcending the ordinary. Another item is a skill scroll, named Light of Darkness, Divine Skill/Heroic Skill. Light of Darkness, Divine Skill/Heroic Skill release the light of deep darkness, causing shadow and fire of the main attribute *3, and true mixed damage to all enemies within a radius of 250 meters, lasting 15 seconds, and the skill cooldown time is 1 hour. Tips. Hero mana consumption is 30, and after 15 seconds, 1 point of hero mana is consumed per second to maintain the light of darkness. Tips. This skill can be replaced by ordinary mana, with a mana consumption of 3000, and after 15 seconds, 100 points of mana are consumed per second to maintain the light of darkness. Tips. This skill can be replaced by divine power, with a divine power consumption of 3 points, and after 15 seconds, 1 point of divine power is consumed every 5 seconds to maintain the light of darkness. Tips. This skill can be dispelled, with a priority level of domain. After looking at the two trophies, Chu Cheng and Fang Shi looked at each other, and 2 words popped out at the same time. Pervert. This is a big win. Chu Cheng let out a long breath, thought for a while, and said, my idea is that the divinity belongs to me, and the dark light skill belongs to you. How about it? Fang Shi nodded and said, okay. Chu Cheng picked up the skill scroll and handed it to her, reminding, don't learn it yet, wait until you go to the Nest of Destiny. Yeah. Then he picked up the orange light condensed by the divinity, and fell into thought. Chapter 175. The thing is very good, but how to use it is a problem. This thing has 6 uses. Except for the 5th one, the other 6 can directly improve one's strength, but how to improve is very different. Chu Cheng did not keep struggling and directly used the elimination method. The 5th one must be directly eliminated. How can orange equipment be better than directly improving one's strength? The second one to be eliminated is Effect 2. He is already an immortal hero profession, and there is no way to upgrade it. The third one to be eliminated is Effect 3. His immortal hero profession skills are already very abnormal. There is no need to use them here. Moreover, the law of time is so buggy that it is estimated that it will not be able to be upgraded even if used. The fourth one to be eliminated is Effect 4. Improving personal attributes is indeed very tempting. At worst, 50 points can be integrated, and at most 200 points can be improved. However, it is still the same as the previous reason. Personal attributes can be improved by other methods, so there is no need to waste a little divinity. Finally, there are Effects 1 and 5. Effect 1 is to improve the talent by 1 level, which can increase the space refraction from LV2 to LV3, making it stronger again. Effect 5 is to refine the divinity, and transform oneself into a divine creature. Both are very strong, but after considering the difficulty of both, Chu Cheng prefers the 6th effect. Because upgrading talents is easier for him than obtaining divinity. As long as his golden finger is upgraded, his talent will naturally upgrade. And he already knows the next upgrade of his golden finger. If there is no interference from other factors, when his level reaches level 50, and is promoted to the extraordinary level, the golden finger will automatically upgrade. But the most important thing is that the current space refraction LV2 can still be used, which is still very strong. In addition, according to the talent upgrade rules, even if it is upgraded to LV3, it will not allow him to ignore the boss's attacks, so there is no need. Those who can't do anything to him are still incapable of doing anything, and those who can't beat him are still invincible. If he can transform himself into a divine creature, he can directly broaden his upper limit and become passively powerful. As for the so-called high risk and low success rate prompted behind this option, he simply ignored it. It may be like this for others, but for him it is 100% success. With the golden finger in hand, it is impossible to fail. Then choose this. Having made up his mind, Chu Cheng decisively slapped the golden light in his hand to his forehead. The golden light flashed and extinguished, and the golden light disappeared when he stretched out his hand. The next second, a golden light appeared in his pupils, which quickly expanded and the golden flames overflowed. The skin glowed with a faint golden light, and countless golden veins appeared on the surface of the body, and quickly spread to the whole body. Seeing this, Fang Shi immediately cast the Star Realm barrier to restrain the carriage and block the scene. Divinity. The ultimate power of the mind and spirit, after transformation, transcends the ordinary things. Chu Cheng closed his eyes. Countless golden stardust emerged in his mind, slowly condensed into a familiar human-shaped light man. Faint and sounded, invisible power spread, slowly eroded his sea of consciousness. This step is the most dangerous juncture for normal people to merge divinity. Divinity is the product of the transformation of mind and spirit power. This divinity is the carrier of the will of the Drow goddess, and contains a trace of the consciousness of the Drow goddess. The will of God is supreme, and cannot be resisted by ordinary things. Under normal circumstances, only legendary strongmen, who are well prepared, have the ability to defeat the remaining divine will in the divinity, merge the divinity, and ascend to the divine creature. This is also the first step for legendary rank to ascend to the gods and demons. Even if a legendary warrior fuses divinity, there is a high possibility of failure. Because the battle of wills has nothing to do with strength, the legendary warrior's powerful strength cannot be exerted at this time. It only depends on whether your will is strong. If it is slightly weak or has loopholes, you will fail. Once you fail, your own will be swallowed up by the will of God, and it will take over the body and be reborn. Many gods and demons, even if they fall, as long as there is divinity left outside, even after 10,000 years, as long as there is a chance, they can be reborn. Normally, Chu Cheng's level of fusion of divinity can be said to be a 100% death. For a professional of only level 30, the spiritual will is absolutely impossible to compete with the true God. But Chu Cheng is the only exception. When the will of the Drow goddess took shape in his mind, a point of aurora exploded in his mind, quickly forming a huge vortex of light. The will of the Drow goddess was drawn into the vortex, bursting with dazzling golden light. The light man shook violently, constantly blasting out divine golden light, and was swallowed by the vortex. Chu Cheng's will grew a little, and the will of the Drow goddess shrank a little. As one rose and the other fell, the will of the Drow goddess was worn away without any resistance in the vortex, and the light form completely melted, and a core was annihilated. At the moment when that core will was annihilated, somewhere in the depths of the distant twisted dark domain, infinite brilliance suddenly exploded into the sky, rolling in all directions like a tide. At a level that mortals could not hear, an extremely angry roar exploded. Who is it? A little later, in a golden and magnificent temple in the core of a certain domain fragment, divine light surged, and a figure walked out of it and ran in a certain direction. Chu Cheng didn't know all this. At this time, his will sank, and he stuck to his original intention, watching the will of God shattered and turned into a rich divine brilliance, which was swept into the vortex, and finally slowly merged into his soul. With the help of the golden finger, this bit of divinity was completely integrated, dyeing his soul golden. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Cheng slowly opened his eyes, golden light flashed, and a pressure that made Fang Shi feel palpitating flashed and disappeared. Divinity Soul. Chu Cheng opened the panel to check, and there were a series of prompts below. Tip: you are fusing a divinity. The will of the divinity remnant Drow goddess has awakened, and is competing with you for control of the body. You need to accept a fortitude and will immunity test. Tip: fortitude immunity test failed, unknown power affected, fortitude immunity test succeeded. Tip: will immunity test failed, unknown power affected, will immunity test succeeded. Tip: you devoured the will of the Drow goddess, successfully fused with divinity, and obtained the divine soul. Divine soul LV1, intelligence plus 100, spirit plus 100, will plus 20, mana regeneration plus 20 per second, all spells plus 100%, immune to hypnosis, charm, fear, characteristics, faith absorption, divine power conversion. Faith reception, absorbs the power of faith, with a storage limit of 1 million. Divine power conversion, converts the power of faith into divine power. Currently, every 100,000 faith power is converted into 1 divine power, and the storage limit of divine power is 100. It's still not enough divinity. but it has completely integrated the power of divinity, and completely deified the soul. When a normal person integrates divinity, both the soul and the body are completely deified, but he only transformed the soul, and the body did not change much. It seems to be a loss, but it is actually a big profit, because the power is concentrated, and only one divinity can completely deify the soul. The body is the boat of the soul. After the soul is deified, it can be converted into divine power, and then the divine power can be used to nourish the body, and the body will be slowly deified. Although this period is long and requires a lot of divine power, after all, there is a beginning, which is many times better than others who can't even touch the door. Chapter 176. Not bad, not bad. Chu Cheng was satisfied. Looking up and seeing Fang Xi's curious eyes, he directly shared the attributes of the divine soul with her, and her eyes immediately widened. So powerful. Divine soul, of course it is powerful. Chu Cheng reached out and stroked her soft hair, saying, "But don't be envious, and don't think about doing this yourself. Normally, it is impossible to integrate divinity below the legendary level. I succeeded because of a special method that others cannot copy. If it were you just now, you would definitely fail. Once you fail, you will definitely die. Wait until you are stronger, and then we will talk about it when you are promoted to extraordinary and close to the legendary level in the future." Fang Xi leaned in his arms and nodded gently. "Yeah. Yeah." Hands slid under the clothes skillfully, holding the smooth and soft ball, but in his heart he was thinking about what he had gained this time. The soul is deified, and the next step is the body. But this step is very difficult, because not only is it difficult to obtain divinity, but it is even more difficult to obtain the power of faith. To obtain the power of faith, you need believers. He is only level 31, where can he get believers? To manage faith, you must at least have a stable and large territory and a large number of devout believers. This step alone can stump him. Now he is only level 31, it is the time to increase his strength, and he has no time to manage a territory slowly. If he does not take the path of the power of faith, then he can only find a way to plunder divinity. And the source of divinity is related to the true God, and this also requires strong strength. It is completely an advantage to obtain this divinity this time. If he is a little slower and waits for the will of the Drow goddess to fully descend, he may not be able to escape, let alone be killed. If he encounters this situation again next time, he won't dare to go up. Let's take a step back and say that if he replicates this situation again, it may not be possible to get divinity, but it is likely to get other equipment. So this time is completely an accident, and almost impossible to replicate. Not to mention the short term, don't expect it to happen again for a long time. The only pity is that the increase in combat power of the divine soul is not as great as the deified body. The attributes of intelligence and spirit plus 100, mana regeneration plus 20, and all spells plus 100% are not very useful to him. He is not a mage. All he learns are skills, not spells. If all skills are plus 100%, it would be awesome. The only useful thing is the will plus 20, plus immunity to hypnosis, charm and fear, which makes up for his weak will. It is worth mentioning that his Eternal Overlord hero profession actually does not have a fixed template. It is not a fixed melee profession. It does not mean that he can only learn combat skills. In fact, he can learn spells and become a magic system. It's just that his talent is adapted to melee professions, and he is good at melee. If he wanted, he could wash away all his combat skills and attribute points, relearn spells, and redistribute attribute points, and immediately become a powerful mage. After this battle, they did not encounter any monsters for the next few days, allowing them to pass through this twisted dark domain smoothly. Prepare for battle. As soon as they came out of a domain fragment halfway, they encountered a group of 15 level 40 shadow beasts. 2 magic dragon knights rushed forward and stopped 2 or 3 each. Half of the soldiers guarded, and the other half of the auxiliary professionals surrounded the shadow beasts. Chu Cheng also jumped out and stopped one by himself. At this time, Zhou Chaoxian no longer blocked his actions, and his attitude at this time was different from the politeness he had shown to guests before, because he had gained his respect with his strength. Along the way, they encountered various shadow beasts from time to time, and occasionally encountered patrolling shadow orcs or goblins, but they were not large in scale, and could not stop them at all. After 4 days of danger, they crossed the Twisted Ghost domain and came to the next domain fragment. Entering the domain, there was a barren Gobi desert. There was a high ground about 1 kilometer away from the edge of the domain, and there was an outpost on it. When the caravan arrived in front of the outpost, Zhou Chaoxian waved to the city wall, and a hearty laugh came from it. Zhou Chaoxian, you haven't been here for a long time. A few city gates opened, and a group of people came out. In the middle was a tall and strong man, who greeted them into the outpost. The situation has been a bit chaotic recently, so we don't have time. What about now? The Lord is going to join forces with other lords to wipe out the largest nearby Shadow tribe and the Drow tribe. When? About half a year. Our Lord will definitely agree. We haven't had a good time here in the past few years. The Drow tribe always comes to harass and plunder, which is annoying. We have long wanted to wipe them out. The two chatted as they entered the outpost. The convoy did not enter, but stopped outside the outpost. The team stayed here for an hour, and then set off again, heading towards the center of the realm. After crossing a mountain range half a day later, they saw the huge plain on the other side of the mountain range, and the huge city at the end of the endless farmland. When the caravan arrived at the central city of the plain, Zhou Chaoxian personally came to Chu Cheng and said, "Mr. Chu Cheng, our caravan will stay here for a while. The rest of the journey depends on you." Chu Cheng nodded and said, "No problem." He took something out of his arms and handed it over, saying, "I said before that I would give you a big gift later, take a look." Chu Cheng took the metal card, and its attributes appeared in front of him. Devil Tyrannosaurus Mosh, beast card. Holding this item, you can control and drive a Devil Tyrannosaurus. Devil Tyrannosaurus Mosh, horror, race, dinosaur/Tyrannosaurus. Level 52. Main attributes: Constitution 750, Strength 780, Agility 160, Perception 75, Intelligence 20, Spirit 20. Secondary attributes: Toughness 85, Reflection 26, Will 12, Life Regeneration 50. Health 1.45 million. Attack power 7020 byte. Physical defense 75 points. Magic resistance 30%. Movement speed 560. Skill/passive: Boss template, superb/horrible, health plus 1 million, attack power plus 300%, movement speed plus 300, all spells plus 100%, magic resistance plus 30%, primary hegemony. Health value adjustment: 1 point of constitution * 500 points of health. Attack power adjustment: 1 point of strength * 3 points of physical attack. Skill/passive: super large creatures, health value adjustment: 1 constitution plus 100 health points, strength judgment plus 50%. Skill/passive: bite, when biting the target with the mouth, add additional damage based on strength value *1. Skill/passive: devour, swallow a medium-sized creature or less, restore 50% of the target's health. When swallowing a corpse or object containing powerful energy, there is a chance to increase additional health and strength. Skill/passive: magic dragon skin, the dragon skin of the Devil Tyrannosaurus contains special magic, damage absorption increased by 100, magic resistance increased by 30%, immune to skills and negative effects below 3 stars. Skill/active: Tyrannosaurus charge, charge at the target within the field of vision at a very fast speed, knock away all enemies with lower strength than itself on the road, cause physical damage of strength *5, stun for 2 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Skill/active: demonic rage, when the health of the Devil Tyrannosaurus is less than 20%, it enters a rage state, movement speed increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%, attack power increased by 100%, and additional 100% damage is taken, which lasts for 60 seconds. After the rage ends, all attributes are reduced by 75%, and weakness lasts for 2 hours. Chapter 177. This. After reading the attributes of the beast card, Chu Cheng was very surprised. "It's too expensive." Zhou Chaoxian smiled and said, "You two don't have a powerful mount. It's too dangerous in this dark area. With this, as long as you don't go to too dangerous places, you can go smoothly. But this? No need to be polite, just make friends." Chu Cheng paused for a moment and said with a smile, "Okay, make friends." 5 minutes later, Zhou Chaoxian took him to the 2 magic Tyrannosaurus in the caravan. The knight on one of the magic Tyrannosaurus named Mosh had been withdrawn. The huge Tyrannosaurus was lying on the ground, and several craftsmen were modifying the frame on it. Chu Cheng came to the front of the magic Tyrannosaurus, holding the beast card. Its huge head raised and looked at him, then looked at the beast card in his hand, and a large amount of white air came out of its nostrils. It snorted loudly and nodded. Zhou Chaoxian smiled and said, "It has recognized you, and you can command it now. But the driver still needs to teach you how to drive and issue commands." "Okay." Chu Cheng nodded and stepped forward with the beast card. Half an hour later, Chu Cheng sat in the frame on the back of the devil Tyrannosaurus, and was able to control it to walk, run, break, turn, jump, fight and move. Then, it was a matter of proficiency. After getting along for a long time, the driver knew what to do as soon as the devil Tyrannosaurus moved. Then we see you later. See you later? Another half an hour later, Chu Cheng said goodbye to Zhou Chaoxian and drove the devil Tyrannosaurus away. The huge devil Tyrannosaurus was 6 or 7 meters tall, and 17 or 18 meters from head to tail. It looked the same as the Tyrannosaurus, but was a circle larger, with thick lower limbs and thin upper limbs. It was covered with magic skin and keratin. Its main fighting methods were biting and hitting, tail attack and trampling. The small upper limbs are useless in combat, and they have no spellcasting ability or breath. They are just pure ferocious beasts. In general, they have thick skin and flesh, and their health is far higher than that of their peers, but their combat ability is average, and they are at the bottom of the same level. But this is nothing at all. In this dangerous foreign world, meat is king, and only meat can carry them through dangerous areas. The huge meat mountain rumbles on the ground, and a sense of security arises from the high ground. The seat frame on the back of the devil Tyrannosaurus has been modified by craftsmen and divided into 3 small rooms in the front, middle and back. The front is the driver's position, the moonlight lantern is hung in the front, the middle is the passenger position, and the back is the resting position. The baffle is pulled to enclose the space. The 2 of them plus 5 armored soldiers can be accommodated, and the armor plate hanging on the side, and a crossbow, javelin, and other spare weapons can also be easily carried. Such a large devil Tyrannosaurus has a strength of 780, and it is easy to carry 20 people, without any pressure at all. The expressions of several soldiers were obviously much more relaxed. Such a huge monster also gave them a great sense of security. Before leaving this realm, Chu Cheng took turns to teach several soldiers how to drive. After entering the realm, he asked them to take turns to watch the road to ensure that they would not deviate. Entering the twisted dark realm, thick black rushed in front of them. The huge Tyrannosaurus Rex shuttled through the darkness. The moonlight lantern on the frame illuminated the surroundings. The black outside the light circle was twisted. It was always felt that a monster would rush in at any time, making people nervous and scared. But this time everyone was calm and had no fear in their hearts. A few hours later, a shadow beast suddenly emerged from the unchanging darkness. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex strode forward, several shadow beasts appeared in the circle of the moonlight lantern. Normally, these shadow beasts would have pounced on them. But this time, they slowly retreated outside the lantern circle and stared at them eagerly, but did not follow. This sense of security is explosive. Chu Cheng held Fang Shi in his arms, and sat in the back car, leaning on the window, to watch the shadow beasts completely disappear. He turned his head, and kissed the girl in his arms, wrapped his hands around the girl's slender waist and pressed down, and sighed, "We still have to get out. It's impossible to get this kind of thing in the copy." Fang Shi snorted softly, and fell into his arms, her pretty face full of blushes. The road ahead was the same as before. From time to time, they encountered some wandering shadow monsters, and they could only watch the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex leave with heavy steps. Occasionally, they saw a large group of shadow monsters dare to surround and kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fang Shi blessed the group acceleration, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex ignored the siege and ran wildly, rushing all the way out of the siege. Feeling the deterrence and ability of the devil Tyrannosaurus, Chu Cheng then changed his route. Instead of turning according to the original route, he took a straight line and took a shortcut, passing through the twisted dark areas between several realm fragments and heading straight for the destination. 5 days later, the group stuck to the edges of the realms, passed through the long twisted dark areas without any danger, and came to the realm fragment closest to the nest of destiny marked on the map. After passing through this realm fragment, the next realm fragment is the nest of destiny, and the first generation oracle stayed in the nest of destiny. The devil Tyrannosaurus stepped into the realm fragment, and Chu Cheng personally drove the devil Tyrannosaurus to the center of the realm. After passing through the forest at the edge of the realm, they came to the interior of the realm, and were intercepted by a group of bear monsters in front of a primitive town. Darkwood Bear Monster Tribe. The map shows that there is a powerful neutral alien tribe in this large domain, called the Darkwood Bear Monster Tribe. This neutral tribe is absolutely neutral, only guarding this domain fragment, never going out, but happy to trade with any race. The mark of this tribe on the map does not require reputation. As long as you have money and supplies, you can buy many good things that are not available outside. It's a rare trip here. How can you just pass by? Fang Shi blessed him with a universal spell to understand the language, and after communicating with these bear monsters, he obtained a pass. Then he continued to move forward with the pass, crossed the mountains and rivers, and arrived at the king city of the Darkwood Bear Monster Tribe the next day. The devil Tyrannosaurus Rex was too big to enter the city. Chu Cheng thought about it, and asked Fang Shi and a few soldiers to stay outside the city and enter the city himself. The capital of the Darkwood Bear Monster Tribe occupies a vast area, enclosing several mountains. There are a lot of people at the gate of the city, most of whom are bear monster civilians, and occasionally there are a few orcs and other foreign races. Chu Cheng summoned his warhorse, and followed a group of civilians slowly, while curiously looking around at this exotic scenery. Suddenly, he sensed a strong malicious gaze falling on him, subconsciously raised his head, and saw a tall figure standing on a stone beside the city gate. It was a middle-aged male drow, with scars all over his face, white hair tied with bandages, 2 swords on his back, and his hands clasped together, staring at Chu Cheng. Huh? Chu Cheng subconsciously pulled the reins and stopped, staring at the male drow. Drow God Chosen Gruo, Super/Lord level 67. Blood. Chapter 178. Drow God's Chosen One. The next second, he suddenly realized what was going on, and immediately turned around and left, shouting to Fang Shi from a distance, "Leave immediately." The distance was too far, and Fang Shi didn't hear clearly for a moment. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly pointed behind him. Chu Cheng looked back and saw that the Drow God's Chosen One disappeared in a flash, and reappeared halfway. In the blink of an eye, the person appeared in front of him, and a hoarse voice sounded, "According to the oracle of my lord, the blasphemer will die." So fast. Chu Cheng was shocked and decisively used the combat skill Nether Strike with Fang Shi as the target. The next second, the person appeared behind her, quickly put away the knife, took out the beast card and map of the devil Tyrannosaurus, and handed them to her. "The Drow Goddess sent the Chosen One to intercept me. I will hold him back. You leave the realm immediately, and go directly to the Nest of Destiny. I will find a way to get rid of him and find you." She nodded seriously, not panicking. After taking the beast card and map, she quickly cast a spell to bless him with an arcane shield, and then drove the devil Tyrannosaurus to turn around and leave. It was Chu Cheng who killed the incarnation of the will of the Drow Goddess, which had nothing to do with her. The Chosen One of the Drow would definitely not chase her. Don't expect to kill her back. Level 67 is only one step away from level 70 legend. It is also a Chosen One who can borrow the power of the goddess. He will definitely not be able to beat him. Chu Cheng gave Fang Shi a space mark, then turned over and jumped off the devil Tyrannosaurus, decisively activated the phase walk and ran away. The direction was also the Nest of Destiny. The continuous flashing chosen by the Drow God was a combat skill, which could continuously jump within the duration, and rush to him in a few steps. As expected, without even looking at the devil Tyrannosaurus that passed by, he drew out his 2 swords and continuously pointed, and in an instant, nearly 20 cold stars rushed towards him, blocking all his forward routes. Chu Cheng was forced to fight back. He blocked 2 cold stars with his 2 swords, and then could not stop retreating. The remaining 17 cold stars exploded on him. The arcane shield with a defense value of more than 20,000 shook violently, as if it would break at any time. Fuck. The power gap was too big. He was crooked when he received the first sword, and he could not block the second sword. But this was not the most desperate thing for him. What made him most desperate was the swordsmanship of the Chosen One of the Drow. At least the Grandmaster level, and he was an old Grandmaster of swordsmanship. Completely crushing power, agility, speed and swordsmanship, all-round crushing. Run! He bent down decisively to accumulate power, and 1 second later, he smashed into the distance like a meteor. At this time, the arcane shield with a defense value of more than 20,000 on his body had broken. It was only 2 seconds, and the output was simply explosive. After landing, he dived into the jungle and ran wildly. Although the Drow God's Chosen One was very fast, his continuous flashing combat skill had ended just now, and he could not use it for a while, so he could only catch up quickly. His speed was obviously faster than Chu Cheng, and the distance of 80 meters was quickly shortened. He took out a flying knife from a distance and threw it. One knife passed through his body and dodged, and the other hit his back. He groaned, and more than 1,000 damage was blasted out of his back. He did not look back, and continued to run, jumping left and right in the rugged mountain area, and quickly ran to the nearest hill. In a few seconds, the Drow God's Chosen One had caught up to less than 10 meters, and swung his 2 swords in succession. 2 bright swords cut through the trees and rocks and slashed him, causing more than 2,000 damage. Solid. He quickly took out a bottle of special healing potion, and took it to restore 5,000 blood points, and then saw the Drow God's chosen one flashed in front of him, and the 2 swords flashed, and 19 cold stars rushed towards him. Chu Cheng bit his lip, and went forward. After a series of crisp clangs, he staggered back, his body flashed with cold light, and a dozen small holes appeared on his armor. Blade storm. Countless blades rolled up, but the chosen one of the Drow God did not dodge or avoid. His hands turned into countless hands like phantoms, and a series of dense clangs exploded. He actually caught every sword of the rotating blades accurately. Each sword contained far more power than him, and every strike was able to withstand the rotating blades. Only 2 circles actually stopped the rotating blade storm, revealing a face full of doubts about life. Fuck. Too outrageous. But the opponent would not stop because of his shock. The 2 swords swayed like phantoms, and the cold light enveloped him. Fight. Time shelter. A few cold lights passed through his body, and he waved his hands to slash at the chosen one of the Drow God. The chosen of Drow blocked reflexively, but the weapons of both sides crossed and cut through the air, but the opponent's attack could hit him. His figure flashed quickly, and Chu Cheng hid behind him like a leech and attacked frantically, quickly completing the superposition of the passionate fighting spirit, and the attack speed reached the maximum value. Time lock. The past, present, and future, 3 bodies merged into one, and 30 swords were added to the body, successfully triggering the time lock. 3 expressionless figures appeared behind the chosen of Drow, with swords like rain, and successfully triggered the time lock again. Under the extreme attack speed, the probability of triggering is very high, and it was triggered 4 times in a row in just a few seconds. But after all, it is a probability, and it is impossible to be 100%. After 4 triggers, it was interrupted, and a terrifying damage of -425450 was instantly exploded. At this time, the health of the Chosen of Drow finally appeared. Chosen of Drow grew, Extraordinary/Lord level 67, 8.5 million health. The awakened Chosen of the Drow held his sword at his brow, and shouted. A familiar terrifying divine power burst out, and enveloped his whole body. Chu Jian slashed at him with a sword, and suddenly found that the damage was only a few dozen points. Holy armor? At the same time, the defense value of the divine shield on his body was also displayed, 9999972/100000. Chu Cheng instantly lost his will to fight, and turned around and ran. The divine shield, constructed by the divine power of the true God, has a defense value of up to 1 million, a type of holy armor, reducing true damage by 50%, and ordinary physical attacks by 99%. What kind of hammer is this? It's hard to break it before the end of the time protection, but if it is broken, there is still the body of the chosen of the Drow. As the chosen of the God, he must have a trump card backhand. What if there is another wave? While the invincible state is still half time, run away first. With a thought, the person has appeared on the top of a distant mountain. In the state of time protection, where the intention is, it will arrive instantly. What he saw was where his intention was. He looked down from a high place, looking at another mountain in the farthest distance, and with a thought, he disappeared. The next second, the chosen one of the Drow also flashed to the top of the mountain. He looked back, and could not see him anymore. He looked around and looked at the distant mountain top for a while, with a hint of surprise on his face. But he was not in a hurry. He took a step and disappeared. When he appeared again, he also appeared on the top of that mountain. But there was no accident. When he teleported over, Chu Cheng had already disappeared. In the state of time protection, this teleportation ability was like instinct, flashing infinitely without interval in CD. As long as his thinking was fast enough and his reaction was fast enough, he could teleport 10 times in 1 second. In just 6 or 7 seconds, Chu Cheng had crossed an unknown distance and came to the edge of the realm, diving into the dark and twisted realm. Unfortunately, the twisted realm was pitch black and the normal vision was less than 3 meters, so there was no way to teleport quickly. Chapter 179. I've discovered a new world. This invincible escape is too powerful. If the field of vision is good enough, it can teleport more than 10 kilometers at a time. Theoretically, it can teleport hundreds of kilometers 10 times a second at most, and it is possible to cross thousands of kilometers in 15 seconds. Before, I was obsessed with how to use invincible combat, and never thought about developing other functions. Now I have just discovered a new function, but the duration has expired. There is not much time mana left, more than 30 points, and at most I can use time protection once or time travel twice. Let's talk about it after escaping. He simply identified the direction and rushed into the darkness. Fong Shi and the others were still behind, but there was no need to wait. She had a map and knew the way. And in order to avoid her running into the chosen of the drow on the road, he deliberately deviated from the route and went directly to the Nest of Destiny. 7 or 8 minutes after he entered the Twisted Nether, the figure of the chosen drow Grow appeared at the edge of the realm. He looked up at the thick darkness in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Blasphemer, you can't run away." The figure gradually faded and disappeared. In the darkness, Chu Cheng ran wildly with his head down. Without the moonlight lantern, the darkness submerged him. Wisps of twisted black air surrounded him, trying to drill into his body like a venomous snake. The Twisted Nether environmental enemy buff seen before appeared again. Fortunately, the talent took effect and absorbed all the damage. If a person walks flexibly and quickly, even if he encounters a shadow creature, he can quickly distance himself with flexible positioning and acceleration skills. As long as the speed is fast enough, he can often get away before the shadow creature reacts. The perception and vision of the shadow creature are not infinite. If the distance is far enough, the target will be lost. The cooldown time of phase divine movement is 3 minutes. As long as you are not too unlucky and encounter multiple groups of shadow monsters in 3 minutes, you can successfully retreat. Of course, the premise is that you will not encounter the top-level shadow monsters that are close to the legendary level. Chu Cheng's luck is pretty good. He only encountered a few ordinary shadow monsters. Although they are also big monsters above level 50, they are not top level, and have not reached the point where they can kill him instantly. The most dangerous time was when he rushed directly to the face of the shadow monster, and was almost eaten up by a bite. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and barely escaped from the mouth. After traveling quickly for a full 20 hours without sleep, Chu Cheng estimated that he should be not far from the Nest of Destiny now. As long as we can get to the Nest of Destiny, we will be safe for the time being. This realm fragment is the place where the first-generation Oracle lives in seclusion. The Oracle is also a powerful god and demon, no worse than the Drow Goddess. The Drow God chosen is the god of the Drow Goddess, and he dares not and cannot enter the eyes of another god and demon at will. Just after he finished saying this, Chu Cheng suddenly felt something and drew his sword to block back reflexively. Dang! The chosen one of the Drow God appeared out of nowhere, with a flash of surprise in his eyes for his reaction. He blew out his power, and shook Chu Cheng away. His 2 swords flashed, and a few cold stars exploded. Solid. Phase divine movement. Chu Cheng had no intention of fighting, and turned around and ran. Bad news, the distorted netherworld cannot see anything, and neither the time travel nor the time protection flash can be used, so he can only run on his 2 legs. Good news, the chosen one of the Drow God cannot see it either. Although I don't know how he locates himself, I can be sure that he can only point to the range roughly, and cannot locate accurately, which can be seen from the fact that he flashed 3 meters away from the left front of Chu Cheng. Shadow is not the night, dark vision is useless here, blind fighting can be useful, but it is useless if you can't catch the target. The 2 sides chased and fought like blind men groping in the dark, and he lasted longer than in the realm. But this so-called long time is only a few minutes, and he can hit it from time to time, and each time it is more than 1,000 or nearly 2,000 damage, and he will soon be unable to bear it. No, this will definitely kill me. He quickly thought about the possible ways to break the situation in his mind. Skills can't be relied on. The strongest time protection can only last for 15 seconds, and the remaining hero mana can only be used once, which can't solve the problem. In addition to skills, the props on the body can't save life, except the teleportation scroll of the Hell Lord, after 15 seconds of casting, can be teleported to the palace of the Devil Lord Immortor, and will be forced to teleport away after staying for a maximum of 1 hour. This can be temporarily survived, but it is meaningless, people just stay where they are. Moreover, this thing can only be used once. He is alone in his current state, and has no way or ability to snatch 2 orange equipment from the many devil guards. The escape scroll is not good. This thing is only useful in the dungeon, and cannot be used in the realm. A normal teleportation scroll is needed in the normal realm, but it can only be used in the normal realm. The space in the Broken Star realm is broken, and the normal teleportation scroll is useless. It is worth mentioning that if Feng Shi's teleportation is used in the realm fragment, it can only be teleported within the current realm fragment. If used in the Twisted Realm, there is a high possibility that the spell will fail, and there is an even greater possibility that it will be sucked into the depths of the Twisted Realm and disappear. At his current level, being teleported to the deepest part of the Twisted Netherworld is even more hopeless than being hunted by the chosen of the Drow. There are groups of shadow beasts above level 50, which are as common as the small monsters outside. Top-level shadow beasts are everywhere. He will never get out at his level. Apart from these, the only way to survive is to die. Yes, to die. Heroic Specialty, Eternity, Feature 2, Eternal Life, anchoring oneself to a specified state, returning to the anchored state at the moment of death, and resurrecting at a specified location, with a cooldown of 1 month. Theoretically, if you die here, you can be resurrected in the Star Tower. However, if you do this, all your gains in strength from the Star Tower to the Broken Star Realm to now will be cancelled. Items and equipment will not disappear, only based on personal changes. For example, the Divine Soul, this feature obtained not long ago, will disappear, along with the used divinity. If you want to save it, you must go back to before the transformation of divinity, that is, before you separate from Zhou Chaoxian. In other words, they were reborn in the place where they killed the Drow God's Chosen. It was thousands of miles away from here. If they turned around, they would be in Zhou Yuzhong's realm, and they could seek refuge with him. But Chu Cheng didn't want to go back to that time. He wanted to enter the Nest of Destiny, and get rid of the Drow God's Chosen. He had a bold idea in his mind. Maybe he could get rid of the Drow God's Chosen without going back to the past. Because when he manipulated time to revive, the power of eternal time would wash away all the causes and effects on him. It was a higher level version of the hero's specialty of time washing every 30 seconds, which could definitely purify the Drow God's Chosen lock on him. Chapter 180. Yes, Chu Cheng guessed that the Chosen One of the Drow could find him accurately, and it was most likely that he locked him through the power of the Drow Goddess. The power of the true God is also at the law level, so the hero's specialty characteristics are difficult to purify, and only higher level power can purify them. As long as the Chosen One of the Drow God can't lock him, he can use the special environment of the Twisted Nether Realm to get rid of him. So, Chu Cheng smiled evilly in his heart, and when the Chosen One of the Drow God caught up, he shouted, turned around with a desperate face and greeted him, as if he had given up on himself. The Chosen One of the Drow God, Gruo, snorted in his heart, raised his hand, and blocked Chu Cheng's 2 swords accurately with 2 swords, turned his wrists at a faster speed, and pressed down the 2 swords with his backhand. Cold light flashed, and blood splashed. He was completely suppressed, and had no power to fight back. Chu Cheng roared with reluctance, fighting back desperately, but the gap in strength was too large, and he was easily suppressed. As the Chosen One of the Drow came around behind him at a faster speed, he kicked him away with 1 foot, and his hands repeatedly exploded into dozens of blood flowers in the air. The powerful force penetrated into his body, shattering his internal organs and dispersing his consciousness. I'm dead. But the moment after his consciousness disappeared, Chu Cheng found himself standing up again, no, to be precise, standing in the air, surrounded by light. His eyes could clearly see through the shadows and darkness, and the Chosen One of the Drow below him put away his sword gracefully, whispering, "My lord, the blasphemer is dead." Then he twisted one of his legs, and lifted up his body, and flew in a certain direction at a brisk pace. He subconsciously wanted to follow, and found that his consciousness instantly appeared in front of, and above the Chosen One of the Drow, Gruo. But Gruo didn't notice him at all, he just ran wildly with his head down, at a very fast speed. Hiss. My current state is equivalent to being in the long river of time, in an invincible state? Because of the effect of the hero's specialty, his body is dead, but not completely dead. No, to be precise, it should be that I just died, but the past and future me are not dead. The principle of the specialty resurrection is to move the timeline of the self, and move the dead me to the time when I am not dead, which is equivalent to changing my own timeline before dying, avoiding the ending of death. So as long as the specialty is effective, the real me is not dead. To put it in a more advanced way, only the specialty is triggered, unless the past, present and future me are all killed in an instant, can I be truly killed. Of course, dying again during the specialty cooling period is also real death. So now I can freely decide the place of resurrection. Chu Cheng looked up and looked around, and naturally understood in his heart that as long as he wanted, he could be resurrected at any time. And the time of resurrection can also be freely chosen. You can be resurrected immediately, or you can choose to wait for a while before resurrecting. Wait until he is far away from here before resurrecting. He now has an idea. When the Chosen One of the Drow is far away from this area, he will be resurrected at the place where he just died. Then he can go directly to the Nest of Destiny. The Chosen One of the Drow cannot locate himself at any time like before. Even if he can rush back quickly, he doesn't know where he ran to. It is not easy to find him without positioning in this twisted and dark area. In addition, following the Chosen One of the Drow now can also use this special state to observe this twisted and dark area from another level, and understand the limit of this ability. It's a rare chance to die, so don't miss the chance. The vision of the chosen one of the Drow in the twisted netherworld is also pitch black, but he is strong enough, so it doesn't matter to him whether he can see or not. Anyway, as long as he doesn't encounter a legendary shadow monster, no one can stop him. And in this area, there are no legendary shadow monsters. Chu Cheng has been following him all the way, and he can see clearly around him in the long river of time. From time to time, you can see groups of shadow monsters, huge shadow giants that are entrenched in a certain place, or groups of shadow orcs or goblins. These are the most common monsters in the twisted netherworld. The ground of most of the twisted netherworld is a layer of glass-like space crystal wall, and under the glass crystal wall is a thick twisted black gas, and a space that is constantly twisting and changing. Occasionally, there are some holes of varying sizes in the glassy space crystal walls of some places, from which thick twisted black gas spurts out like fountains, and some are as big as boiling lakes. A large number of twisted monsters gather near these fountains, forming monster nests or shadow tribes. When passing a large shadow tribe, Chu Cheng saw a huge hollow pool in the center of the tribe, with thick black gas boiling inside, and a black monster like a giant octopus lingering inside, more than 20 meters high. The chosen one of the Drow rushed all the way, spending 6 or 7 hours to cross an unknown distance, and came to a realm fragment and dived into it. Soon after entering the realm, Chu Cheng knew where it was. The realm fragment occupied by the Drow family that Zhou Yuzhong mentioned before. There are a large number of races enslaved by the Drow in the realm, who are farming and mining in the fields. The endless output of resources is sent to the Drow city in the center of the realm to support the Drow. When the Drow god chosen arrived at the Drow city, he stopped running and got a horse from the city gate, carrying his body to the center of the city. Almost done. Chu Cheng, who had been in the air, looked at the center of the city and felt a hint of threat. There must be a temple of the Drow goddess there. Once the Drow god chosen brought his body into the temple, the will of the Drow goddess would be projected down, and there was a possibility of discovering him. Although the law of time is high-end, after all, his strength is too weak. Facing the gaze of a true god, he dare not bet whether the true god will find it. That's it, we meet again. Chu Cheng smiled slightly, and his mind moved and his consciousness returned to the anchor point. In a flash, he left the Drow city and appeared at the place where he died before crossing countless kilometers. Resurrection. Time was surging, and countless streams of light flew from afar and gathered towards him. In the distant Drow city, the corpse hanging on the saddle in front of the Drow gods chosen suddenly began to fade, and countless streams of time that could not be seen by the naked eye flew out of the corpse and flew away. In just 3 seconds, the corpse was completely ethereal, and countless streams of time gathered into a rainbow and flew away. The walking Drow gods chosen suddenly sensed something and lowered his head suddenly, stunned in place. After a few seconds, he turned over and got off the horse, looking around with a shocked face. What about a big person like me? Twisting the dark domain, infinite streams of light gathered and quickly outlined Chu Cheng's shadow. 3 seconds later, all the streams merged, from virtual to real, and he slowly opened his eyes. I'm alive again. And after resurrection, everything returned to the best state. The blood volume and mana, including the hero's mana, were full, and the skill CDs were all reset.